Chapter 1. Endless Chaos. Ling Chen gazed around in disbelief at the surrounding void. Was I not merely exhausted from delivering takeout, taking a brief nap on my electric bike? How'd I end up in this dreadful place? I must be dreaming. As Ling Chen's mind wandered amidst these thoughts, a sudden mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Host detected to have traversed the primordial chaos. The divine selection system has been activated. Host has arrived at the node before the lecture at Zhixiao Palace. Please choose. Option 1. Become Hongyun. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 2. Become Dongwang Gong. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 3. Become Shi Wang Mu. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 4. Become the Black Dragon. Reward. Chaos Pearl. What in the world? Ling Chen was utterly bewildered. Yet, as a seasoned enthusiast of primordial novels, he quickly grasped the situation. He was not dreaming. He had evidently traversed into the world of primordial chaos. Panic filled Ling Chen's eyes. He was merely a lowly delivery man at the bottom of society. How could he possibly survive in the perilous realm of primordial chaos? Wait, I have a system. Ling Chen felt as if he had clutched at a final lifeline. However, upon viewing the system's options, the terror in his eyes only intensified. The first option was to traverse and become Hongyun. After the third lecture at Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun would meet his demise at the hands of Kunpeng and other formidable beings of primordial chaos. This was the design of the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of the greater trends of primordial chaos. Ling Chen certainly did not believe he could alter the course of primordial events. Choosing Hongyun was absolutely out of the question. As for the second option, Dongwang Gong's fate was hardly any better than Hongyun's, also doomed to death, eliminated. And upon seeing the third option, Ling Chen's complexion darkened considerably. Shi Wang Mu was a goddess of primordial chaos, breathtakingly beautiful. Merely imagining himself as Shi Wang Mu, pursued relentlessly by countless male immortals of primordial chaos. Ling Chen shuddered at the thought. The third option must be discarded. Moreover, the first three options all offer the Chaos Bell as a reward. It appeared that choosing any of them would lead to his demise. Ling Chen. System, I choose option 4. After making his choice, Ling Chen's expression improved significantly. In his view, although the Dragon Clan bore heavy karmic burdens, it would provide some protection should calamities arise. What concern was it of his as a mere little black dragon? Yet, Ling Chen overlooked a crucial point. The fact that the system offered the option of becoming a black dragon, along with the reward of the Chaos Pearl, indicated that the identity of the black dragon was anything but ordinary. Years later, in the western continent of primordial chaos, at the remnants of the Tao magic battlefield, a massive black cocoon stood silently in midair. Surging demonic energy flowed from the heavens and earth, converging into the demonic cocoon. Boom! Thunder roared. The sky was adorned with thick chains, forged from karmic energy. Endless chains encircled the demonic cocoon. It seemed both imprisoning and protective. The scene was grand yet eerie. Meanwhile, within the cocoon, Ling Chen wore a face full of anger. I am not a black dragon. I am clearly a demonic dragonborn of the luck and karma of the demon clan. Wait, I must also include the luck and karma of the dragon clan. System, you have deceived me. You are shameless, you. Ling Chen found himself deeply ensnared by the system's trickery. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet unexpectedly found himself burdened with the luck and karma of both the demon and dragon clans. This was hardly the transparency he had hoped for. Ling Chen could only pray not to be discovered and hastily transform. If he were found by the likes of the three pure ones, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yet the ensuing developments were entirely beyond Ling Chen's expectations. As time flowed, just as Ling Chen was about to transform, three figures suddenly appeared outside the Tao magic battlefield. Their auras were either profound and vast, solid and weighty, or ethereal and mysterious. It was none other than the renowned three pure ones of primordial chaos. Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, Shanqing Tongtian. The three pure ones had originally intended to attend a lecture at Zhixiao Palace, but for some unknown reason, they found themselves here. Yuanshi gazed at the Dao magic battlefield, his brows furrowing slightly. Third brother. This place was once where the saints suppressed the demon ancestor Luo, who not a blade of grass grows here. And living beings are extinct, how could there be any opportunities? We should hasten to Zhixiao Palace, and not delay important matters. Tongtian, however, gently shook his head, speaking solemnly. Second brother. My sore heart does not deceive me. There must be opportunities here. As he spoke, Tongtian directly dashed into the Dao magic battlefield. Tongtian Yuanshi's frown deepened, about to admonish him. Suddenly, Laozi, who had remained silent, spoke up. Second brother, do not be hasty. Let's accompany third brother for a moment. As he spoke, Laozi stepped into the Dao magic battlefield as well. Yuanshi's expression was one of reluctance, but he ultimately followed. He was curious to see what remarkable opportunities lay within the Dao magic battlefield. However, the moment he stepped into the battlefield, Yuanshi was taken aback by the scene before him. Karmic chains and the demonic energy cocoon. Such a sight exists here. Even with Yuanshi's extensive knowledge, he could not help but be astonished. Yet in the next moment, Yuanshi noticed a fluctuation of energy within the cocoon, conjuring illusions. Let me see what is inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanshi unleashed a surge of power toward the cocoon. But do not underestimate this attack. Yuanshi was a latest-stage existence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His casual strike could effortlessly annihilate any being below the great Luo realm. Yet at that moment, ZZZ, a streak of azure sword light sliced through the void, blocking the attack before the cocoon. Yuanshi's brows furrowed as he coldly exclaimed, Tongtian, why do you obstruct me? Tongtian's gaze was fixed on the cocoon as he spoke solemnly. Second brother, refrain from acting rashly. For some reason, I feel inexplicably drawn to this cocoon. Drawn to the cocoon? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, a chilling murderous intent surged in Yuanshi's eyes. If that is the case, I shall annihilate this cocoon. No sooner had he spoken than the overwhelming power of Yuqing erupted, crashing down upon the cocoon. Second brother, do not. Caught off guard, Tongtian could not intervene in time, his expression fraught with urgency. Laozi's gaze flickered, then returned to calm. Simultaneously, boom, the surging demonic energy suddenly erupted, forming protective barriers, yet swiftly fracturing into numerous cracks. Oof. Yuanshi scoffed disdainfully. How could mere demonic energy withstand his Yuqing powers? But just then, buzz. The karmic chains stirred, transforming into serpentine dragons, collectively shielding the cocoon, successfully blocking Yuanshi's strike. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the cocoon. The crack in the cocoon expanded at a terrifying speed. The anomaly of the cocoon immediately drew the attention of Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. But before they could ponder further, boom! The massive cocoon shattered with a resounding crash. A torrent of demonic energy and the power of fortune erupted skyward. Buzz! The karmic chains trembled, swiftly forming a karmic prison that confined the demonic energy and the power of fortune within, preventing any escape. This bizarre scene left the three pure ones utterly astonished. Whose side were the karmic chains on, exactly? Yet before they could contemplate further, a surge of vibrant life, energy, suddenly emerged from within the karmic prison. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The karmic prison and the endless demonic energy trembled, collapsing towards the center. In just a few breaths, the world was cleansed. Only a black dragon hovered silently in the void. This black dragon was none other than Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the three pure ones not far away, his eyes filled with despair. Truly, what one fears the most comes to pass. In the current primordial chaos, as a being born of the luck and karma of the demon clan, what he dreaded most was encountering the formidable powers of the celestial sect, especially the top-tier figures like the three pure ones. I am finished. I fear I am destined to be purged. Yet, just as Ling Chen lamented within his heart, an exclamation suddenly rang in his ears. This child, born of demonic fate and karmic retribution, possesses an innate Dao Bada, is an exceptional candidate for cultivation. Truly, it is ineffably marvelous. The speaker was none other than Laozi. Though Tongtian remained silent, his gaze was equally peculiar. Even Yuanshi, who had been clamoring for violence, was surprisingly quiet. In that moment, the three purities fixed their intense stares upon Ling Chen. Ling Chen. As Ling Chen found himself utterly perplexed, Laozi's voice once more echoed in his ears. "Young friend, do not be afraid. We shall not slay you, not to be killed." Upon hearing Laozi's words, Ling Chen was immediately overcome with uncontainable joy. An irresistible thought surged within his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen bowed deeply to Laozi and implored, "I humbly request that you take me as your disciple." Ling Chen had long recognized Laozi. The grand purity Laozi, not only the foremost among the three purities, but also one of the 6 saints ordained by heaven, remained untarnished even in the later stages of the conferred God Calamity. To be accepted as Laozi's disciple would ensure immense protection for Ling Chen's safety. However, to Ling Chen's dismay, after a brief silence, Laozi shook his head and remarked, "You are indeed remarkable, yet alas, we lack the fated bond of teacher and disciple." With that, Laozi lowered his gaze, no longer regarding Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Rejection by Laozi left Ling Chen profoundly disappointed. Fortunately, another opportunity remained. Ling Chen's gaze then shifted towards Yuanshi. Although he was not particularly fond of Yuanshi's disposition, it was a far better fate compared to Tongtian's. If he could become Yuanshi's disciple, it would still be a commendable outcome. However, before Ling Chen could utter a word, Yuanshi disdainfully declared, "Be silent. How dare a scaled and armored wretch aspire to join my ranks?" Ling Chen. Having been turned away by both Laozi and Yuanshi, Ling Chen felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Yet, at that moment, a resounding and powerful voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Young one, would you like to become my disciple?" As the words fell, a mechanical voice echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Beep. Detection of Tongtian's desire to accept the host as a disciple. Please choose. Option 1. Agree to Tongtian, becoming the chief disciple of the Jieyin, rewarded with the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Option 2. Refuse Tongtian, incurring his resentment, rewarded with the Chaos Bell. Ling Chen's body trembled. He had not anticipated the activation of the system task at this moment, and upon seeing the 2 options presented by the system, Ling Chen found himself engulfed in turmoil. Compared to Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian's fate was rather bleak. As for Tongtian's disciples, their fates were even more tragic. Logically speaking, he should not align himself with Tongtian. Yet Ling Chen harbored a genuine fondness for Tongtian's character. Moreover, the reward for refusing to become Tongtian's disciple was none other than the Chaos Bell. The system was once again offering a bell. The malevolent intent was glaringly apparent. System, you are not providing me with a choice, you are clearly coercing me. Ling Chen inwardly grumbled, but ultimately complied and made his selection. I choose option 1. On the other side, Tongtian observed the silent Ling Chen with a slight furrow of his brow, preparing to speak. At that very moment, a resolute voice pierced through the air, resonating in Tongtian's ears. Ling Chen wishes to become a disciple of the master. Tongtian's heart swelled with joy as he stepped forward to assist Ling Chen to his feet, solemnly proclaiming, "Excellent disciple, from this day forth, you shall be my chief disciple." As the words left his lips, a profound tremor rippled through the void. An enigmatic force descended, enveloping both Ling Chen and Tongtian, sealing their bond as master and disciple. The elation on Tongtian's face intensified as he produced a jade talisman, intoning gravely, "Esteemed disciple, this is the Shangqing talisman, which contains the teachings of the Shangqing Tao. You must study it diligently." Observing Ling Chen nod obediently, Tongtian then conjured a beam of black light, stating, "You were born under the auspices of the demonic path. This spiritual treasure should suit you perfectly." As he spoke, the black light landed in Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen gazed intently at it, unable to stifle his exclamation. "Is this the God-slaying spear?" The God-slaying spear, the innate spiritual treasure of the demonic ancestor Lu, held the rank of a primordial supreme treasure. Since the conflict between the Tao and the demons, the spear had vanished without a trace, making its appearance in Tongtian's possession all the more astonishing. However, Ling Chen quickly regained his composure. It was evident that Tongtian's ability to set up the extermination sword array was a result of having inherited part of Lehu's legacy. Thus, the god-slaying spear in Tongtian's hands was not too surprising. From that moment onward, this supreme treasure belonged to Ling Chen. Although it lacked its most formidable spearhead, relegating it to the status of a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. The god-slaying spear remained a coveted artifact for countless beings in the primordial wilderness. That Tongtian's regard for Ling Chen was clearly evident. Warmth surged within Ling Chen's heart, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift." "Master, disciple." Before Tongtian could finish his sentence, Ling Chen was abruptly interrupted by the chilling laughter of Yuanshi echoing in his ears. Even if the god-slaying spear is incomplete, it is not something a mere pup could refine. The malevolence and karma contained within the spear alone could leave this little black dragon of the golden immortal realm in dire straits. "Third brother, you are wasting a treasure." Upon hearing Yuanshi's remarks, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tongtian's face. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's mind was once again filled with the system's voice. "Ding, detected that Tongtian has bestowed the god-slaying spear. Please choose choice 1. Return the god-slaying spear and receive the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Choice 2. Immediately refine the god-slaying spear and acquire Yuanshi's disdain, receiving the 12-grade karma fire red lotus as a reward." The activation of a selection task brought a surge of joy to Ling Chen. Upon seeing the reward for option 2, his excitement grew even more. Disdained by Yuanshi, Ling Chen felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, as Yuanshi pointed out, he lacked the confidence to refine the god-slaying spear. Even with the 12-grade annihilation black lotus to suppress the malevolence within, he was at a loss regarding the karma. However, if he possessed the 12-grade karma fire red lotus, the situation would be entirely different. With the 12-grade annihilation black lotus to suppress the malevolence and the 12-grade karma fire red lotus to resolve the karma, how could Ling Chen possibly fail to refine the god-slaying spear? System, I choose option 2. Just as Ling Chen made his choice, Tongtian ultimately decided to retract the god-slaying spear, apologizing, "Disciple, I must admit I was somewhat thoughtless. Allow me to select another spiritual treasure for you." At these words, a triumphant expression appeared on Yuanshi's face, relishing Tongtian's concession. However, in that instant, Ling Chen's resolute voice rang out. "Master, I wish to give a try." Without waiting for Tongtian's response, Ling Chen directly infused his consciousness into the god-slaying spear. Boom! The god-slaying spear erupted with boundless malevolence and karma, instantly engulfing Ling Chen in a sudden maelstrom, leaving both Tongtian and Yuanshi astonished. Even Laozi could not help but twitch his eyelids in surprise. The three pure ones never anticipated Ling Chen to act so recklessly. "Humph!" Yuanshi scoffed, his demeanor laced with disdain. In his view, Ling Chen's audacity would likely lead to his ruin, in stark contrast to Yuanshi's mocking demeanor. Tongtian's face reflected a growing anxiety. Zila, a tremendous sword intent surged upward, tearing through the void, as Tongtian prepared to intervene on Ling Chen's behalf. However, such an action would mean Ling Chen's attempt to refine the god-slaying spear would end in utter failure. Just as Tongtian was about to act, the long-silent Laozi suddenly spoke. "Hold on." Tongtian's movements halted abruptly at the same time. Buzz! A black lotus flower shot up from Ling Chen's position, ascending into the sky. Upon the emergence of the black lotus, the infinite malevolence in the void trembled as if in fear, retreating like swallows returning to their nests towards the black lotus. Strangely, the black lotus, though only 100 miles in size, appeared to be an infinite abyss, continuously devouring the malevolence. This is the 12-grade annihilation black lotus, a spiritual treasure of the demonic ancestor Lo. Laozi's seemingly calm voice bore a hint of excitement. It is said that the 12-grade annihilation black lotus can suppress all malevolence. No wonder my disciple dares to be so audacious. Ha! Tongtian's voice brimmed with delight. In stark contrast to Tongtian's exuberance, Yuanshi's countenance darkened. The scene before him was undeniably a slap in the face. Yuanshi, who cherishes pride above all, could hardly find joy in this moment. Humph. Yuanshi scoffed, dismissively stating, even if the Black Lotus suppresses the malevolence, what of it? The god-slaying spear harbors not only malevolence, but also the boundless karma of the demon clan. If these karmic ties are not properly addressed, this lad will still be unable to refine the god-slaying spear. As Yuanshi's voice continued to echo, Tongtian's expression shifted back to one of seriousness, poised to intervene and save Ling Chen at any moment. Laozi narrowed his eyes slightly. Spiritual treasures capable of suppressing both malevolence and karma were exceedingly rare. Ling Chen's fortune in acquiring the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus was a stroke of destiny. To obtain another treasure to suppress karma seemed implausible. What a pity! Laozi sighed softly, eye in his eyes. Ling Chen still appeared unable to refine the god-slaying spear. Yet, the ensuing developments would take the three pure ones completely by surprise. After an indeterminate span of time, when the malevolence surrounding Ling Chen was entirely devoured by the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, the concealed crimson karma erupted explosively. Roar! The boundless karma transformed into a blood-colored evil dragon, roaring as it lunged toward Ling Chen. Abominable creature, Tongtian bellowed, ready to strike. But at that moment, buzz! A blood-red lotus flower erupted from Ling Chen's brow, ascending into the void and morphing into a lotus platform 10 miles wide. Red lotus karma, fire cascaded down, landing upon the blood-colored evil dragon. Roar! The blood-colored evil dragon writhed in pain, howling at the sky. Yet in stark contrast to its previous arrogance, the dragon's roars were now laced with palpable fear, as it attempted to retreat into the god-slaying spear. Alas, it was already too late. The crimson lotus of karma spread with an astonishing swiftness, enveloping the blood-colored dragon entirely. The dragon let out a mournful roar, erupting with malevolent energy in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. However, its efforts not only failed to quell the fire, but instead fueled the inferno of the crimson lotus even further. In less than a quarter of an hour, the blood-colored dragon, transformed by endless karma, vanished completely, replaced by an eerie crimson lotus of karmic fire, quietly suspended in the void. This child astonishingly possessed the 12th grade karmic fire lotus. At that moment, even the profoundly composed Laozi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The 12th grade karmic fire lotus was not only an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, but also the pinnacle of suppressing karma. Laozi never anticipated that after the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, the 12th grade karmic fire lotus would also be in Ling Chen's possession. How profound must Ling Chen's fortune be? With this, Ling Chen's refinement of the god-slaying spear was virtually assured. Laozi gazed deeply at Ling Chen, an irrepressible sense of regret welling up within him. He felt that there was indeed a semblance of a master-disciple connection between himself and Ling Chen. What a pity! Laozi sighed once more, though this time the sentiment carried a vastly different weight. Meanwhile, Yuanshi, who had previously maintained an air of superiority, now appeared utterly dazed. He had never anticipated such a scene. The malevolence and karma being subdued in succession made it clear that Ling Chen's refinement of the god-slaying spear was now an established fact. Yuanshi felt as though he had been struck sharply in the face. Additionally, a faint sense of regret surged within him that if his fortune had been sufficiently profound, even a disciple clad in scales and armor would not be unacceptable. Unlike Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian could hardly contain his laughter. His mouth twisted into a grin. Good disciple. Good disciple. Huh. Tongtian laughed heartily, his voice brimming with joy. Having lost hope in Ling Chen's ability to refine the god-slaying spear, he was now taken aback by such an unexpected delight. Overcome with excitement, Tongtian could not refrain from repeatedly patting Yuanshi's shoulder. Second brother, he said, you just claimed my disciple could not refine it. You see now? My disciple has succeeded. Yuanshi. Yuanshi's expression darkened. He felt that Tongtian was merely trying to irritate him. Tongtian was oblivious to this, feeling only that his disciple's profound fortune was a cause for celebration. Just then, the god-slaying spear spun rapidly and merged into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully to Tongtian. Rest assured, Master, your disciple has preliminary success in refining the god-slaying spear. Although Ling Chen had been refining the spear, he had observed the reactions of Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Laozi closely, particularly Yuanshi's countenance. If not for his possession of both the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the 12th grade Karmic Fire Lotus, he might have become a laughingstock in Yuanshi's eyes. Revenge knows no delay. Though Ling Chen could not best Yuanshi, he would certainly not allow Yuanshi to have the upper hand. With this thought, Ling Chen cast a playful glance at Yuanshi, expressing his gratitude for the second elder's concern. Yuanshi could not fail to detect the mockery in Ling Chen's words. His anger simmering, yet he felt utterly powerless. Humph. Yuanshi could only snort coldly, unwilling to engage further with Ling Chen, preferring to ignore him. However, Ling Chen would not let Yuanshi off so easily. Ling Chen chuckled, his expression growing more mischievous. I have long heard of the vast powers and abundant treasures of the second elder. Might I be granted the opportunity to broaden my horizons? As he spoke, Ling Chen casually extended his right hand, fixing his gaze intently on Yuanshi. Though Ling Chen's words were veiled, the gesture made his intentions unmistakably clear. He was clearly demanding a meeting gift from Yuanshi. Furthermore, Ling Chen's words had effectively put Yuanshi in an awkward position. Yuanshi could not simply dismiss Ling Chen. This was no longer a mere request, but rather blatant extortion. Tongtian's lips curled into a smile as he chimed in. Ling Chen is my first disciple. Second brother, as the second elder, you indeed ought to show some gesture. Yuanshi felt utterly speechless, unable to restrain himself from scolding. He would not be easily bound by moral obligations. Yet at that moment, the previously silent Laozi suddenly spoke up. Third brother, you are blessed with an excellent disciple. Yes, elder brothers, we indeed ought to express our congratulations. As he spoke, Laozi waved his sleeve. Roar, Ka! Amidst the dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry, a ray of spiritual light materialized, transforming into a zither-shaped spiritual treasure, radiating a misty aura. It was the innate spiritual treasure, the dragon phoenix zither. Laozi's voice resounded once more. Ling Chen, this is the dragon phoenix zither that I bestow it upon you, a fine treasure. Without hesitation, Ling Chen accepted the dragon phoenix zither with great delight. Thank you, Master Uncle. Laozi nodded gently and closed his eyes again. Choosing to remain silent, Ling Chen, unperturbed, turned his gaze directly toward Yuanshi. Yuanshi felt as though he were on the verge of paralysis. He had intended to erupt in anger, but he never anticipated Laozi's unexpected action. Consequently, Yuanshi could find no excuse to evade responsibility. Suppressing his fury, Yuanshi reluctantly produced a feather fan spiritual treasure, coldly stating, "This is the sky-burning feather fan. I grant it to you." Ling Chen seized the sky-burning feather fan, raising his voice in gratitude. "Thank you, second elder, for the treasure. Your disciple shall make good use of it." Yuanshi felt as though his resolve was crumbling, his teeth grinding in frustration. At this point, even Tongtian recognized Ling Chen's targeting of Yuanshi. Yet Tongtian was not angered. Rather, he felt an immense satisfaction, having been reprimanded by Yuanshi on numerous occasions. He now relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations through Ling Chen. This only deepened Tongtian's appreciation for Ling Chen. With such a commendable disciple, what more could he desire? The more Tongtian observed, the more pleased he became, eager to begin instructing Ling Chen immediately. Alas, with the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace imminent, he could not afford to delay any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian spoke earnestly. Ling Chen, he said, with the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace approaching, I cannot linger. Do you wish to accompany me to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings? Upon hearing this, a voice suddenly echoed in Ling Chen's mind from the system. Beep! Detected Tongtian's invitation for the host to proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace. Please choose Option 1. Accompany Tongtian to the Purple Cloud Palace, earning Yuanshi's resentment with a random, exceptional, innate spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 2. Refuse to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. digest the gains, earning the method to create a world. Method to create a world. Can use spiritual treasures to create an inner world within the body, full of transformations and boundless mysteries. Without a doubt, the system task had been reactivated. Ling Chen found himself deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's displeased voice suddenly rang out. Third brother. Although it is said that those with fate may listen to the teachings, this little black dragon's cultivation level is absolutely insufficient to endure the chaotic currents outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Do you intend to recklessly bring him along? I vehemently oppose this. Yuanshi's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Tongtian's expression shifted slightly, frowning as he replied, What if I insist on bringing Ling Chen along? Tongtian has never engaged in disputes with Yuanshi, yet now, for the sake of Ling Chen, he could no longer restrain himself. Yuanshi, taken aback, was soon enveloped in fury. Tongtian, how dare you speak to me in such a manner for the sake of a newly accepted disciple? Do you still consider me your elder brother? Tongtian's brows furrowed even deeper, ready to retort. However, Ling Chen made a choice and spoke aloud. Master, there is no need for such measures. The disciple has only just taken form and possesses low cultivation. Even if he were to go to Zhixiao Palace, he would be of little use. It is better to remain here and cultivate, awaiting your return. Tongtian, understanding Ling Chen's reluctance for conflict with Yuanshi, felt a surge of emotion. Disciple? Yet, before Tongtian could finish his sentence, Laozi suddenly interjected, What my second brother and nephew have said is quite reasonable. Third brother, do not become obstinate. Upon hearing this, Tongtian fell silent, though his expression remained less than pleasant. Conversely, Yuanshi's face lit up, pleased to have regained some ground. Little did he know that he had only salvaged a modicum of face, while Ling Chen had thus acquired a supreme cultivation technique. In the comparison of strengths, the superiority was evident. Ling Chen spoke no falsehood. He truly had little interest in Zhixiao Palace, preferring instead to remain here to digest his gains. Moreover, even if Ling Chen could not visit Zhixiao Palace, he could still calmly strategize and reap the benefits he deserved. Observing the still irate Tongtian, Ling Chen felt both amused and touched. Master, he began, though I cannot go to Zhixiao Palace, there is an important matter I must trouble you with. At these words, Tongtian's eyes brightened. His previous vexation over not being able to bring Ling Chen to Zhixiao Palace was quickly forgotten. If he could assist Ling Chen, it would be entirely different. Good disciple, he urged. Speak quickly. I shall not let you down. Seeing Tongtian's reaction, Ling Chen felt even more moved that, if all goes as planned, after the teachings at Zhixiao Palace conclude, a gourd vine bearing 7 colored gourds will emerge in a valley at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. I wish to ask Master to bring back the main stem of that gourd vine along with the nourishing soil. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with interest, ready to agree, but before he could speak, Yuanshi coldly scoffed, You, a mere golden immortal, how could you possibly predict events thousands of years into the future? I see this as sheer nonsense. Ling Chen seemed to have anticipated Yuanshi's response, smiling as he replied, If second uncle does not believe me, we might as well place a bet. A bet? At Ling Chen's suggestion, Yuanshi's brow furrowed. Though their interaction had been brief, he had repeatedly suffered losses to Ling Chen, leaving him uncertain of the truth behind Ling Chen's words. Yet if he were to concede without a fight, he was even less willing. What do you wish to wager? Yuanshi asked coldly. That Ling Chen's heart leapt with joy. Yuanshi's question was nearly tantamount to an agreement. He fell into contemplation. Having already acquired the Chaos Pearl, the God-slaying Spear, the 12th rank world-destroying Black Lotus, and the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus, among other treasures, he was not lacking in spiritual treasures. However, Ling Chen was in need of auxiliary techniques. The path of cultivation required more than just protective treasures. It also demanded skills in alchemy and artifact forging. Coincidentally, Yuanshi excelled in forging. An idea sparked in Ling Chen's mind, and his smile widened. If I lose, my treasure shall be at second uncle's disposal. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's eyes gleamed. He was well aware of the wealth Ling Chen possessed, and even he found it quite enticing. However, Yuanshi did not immediately agree. Asking, and if I lose? Ling Chen smiled lightly and replied, I would like to obtain your insights into artifact forging. This. Yuanshi instantly grasped Ling Chen's intention. A.S., one of the foremost masters of artifact forging in the primordial realm. His insights were treasures sought after by countless beings. Furthermore, judging by Ling Chen's various displays, the so-called gourd vine might indeed hold merit. Yuanshi instinctively wanted to reject the proposal, but forcibly held back. His pride would not allow him to refuse. What if I agree? Yuanshi ground his teeth. At this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Buzz. The void trembled as a peculiar force of causality descended, signifying the establishment of the contract between Yuanshi and Ling Chen. Humph. Yuanshi snorted coldly, dismissing Ling Chen as he turned his face to Tongtian, saying, Tongtian, the time for the saint's teachings approaches. How long do you intend to delay? With that, Yuanshi turned and departed without a backward glance. Laozi nodded at Ling Chen before following suit. Tongtian's eyes flashed with irritation. It was one thing for Yuanshi to domineer over him, but to display such arrogance in front of his disciple was intolerable. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Fortunately, Ling Chen timely interjected to shift the topic. Master, do not forget the task I entrusted to you. Tongtian slightly nodded, his expression improving considerably as he gestured with his finger. Zila, a streak of azure sword energy descended from the heavens, transforming into a small azure sword before Ling Chen. Tongtian's voice followed. This azure sword contains 3 strands of my sword energy, left for your protection. Cultivate diligently here. I shall take my leave now. With his words, Tongtian transformed into a beam of azure light, vanishing from sight. The vast battlefield of Tao and Demon was left with only Ling Chen. After the 3 pure ones departed, Ling Chen could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Though their visit had been brief, an abundance of events had transpired, from nearly being eliminated to successfully becoming Tongtian's disciple, and even seizing the opportunity to extort Yuanshi. It was a series of unexpected turns. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Ling Chen's gains were truly extraordinary. His first acquisition was successfully becoming Tongtian's disciple, earning the title of Tongtian's first disciple. Tongtian, as one of the pinnacle powers of the primordial realm and one of the 6 ordained saints, held a formidable reputation, ensuring Ling Chen could navigate the primordial realm with ease. His second gain comprised numerous spiritual treasures, including the 12th rank world-destroying Black Lotus, the 12th rank fiery Red Lotus, the God-slaying Spear, and the Dragon and Phoenix Zither. Each of these treasures is sought after by all beings in the primordial realm, yet now they belonged solely to Ling Chen. These treasures provided both offense and defense. Once refined, Ling Chen's safety would be significantly assured. Blissful indeed. Ling Chen's third acquisition was the method to create worlds. Although he had not yet begun to comprehend this technique, its extraordinary nature was evident from the system's description. In the future, it may very well become the foundation of Ling Chen's path. The fourth harvest for Ling Chen was the successful refinement of the God-slaying Spear, an entity born of the fortunes and karmic energies of the demonic path. The God-slaying Spear was perfectly suited for Ling Chen. Although it was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure at present, its power remained formidable and not to be underestimated. Ling Chen had a vague premonition that one day he would locate the spear's tip and restore the God-slaying Spear to its former, unparalleled glory. However, for now, his priority was to swiftly master the methods of the Supreme Clarity Tao and subsequently begin cultivating the art of world creation, aiming to forge his inner world. The system had introduced the art of world creation to Ling Chen during his initial metamorphosis, undoubtedly harboring deeper meanings unknown to him. Should Ling Chen succeed in manifesting a realm within himself, it would undoubtedly present him with enormous opportunities on his future path, with his course of action determined. Ling Chen merely needed to proceed methodically. The developments that followed far exceeded his expectations. In less than a century, Ling Chen advanced the Supreme Clarity Tao to the golden immortal realm point 500 years later. He had made remarkable progress, reaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Regrettably, due to the brevity of his cultivation time, he ultimately could not consolidate the 5 energies within him to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Nevertheless, Ling Chen felt no disappointment. Instead, he was exceedingly content. His current situation surpassed his initial expectations by a considerable margin. He had already laid the groundwork for mastering the supreme clarity in the time that followed. He would devote himself entirely to comprehending the art of world creation and hasten the manifestation of his inner world. Another 500 years passed. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliant light. Although he had not made any breakthroughs in his cultivation over the past 500 years, he had achieved significant insights. Ling Chen had indeed grasped the art of world creation. This technique was profoundly intricate, not something a golden immortal should be able to comprehend. Fortunately, the system had provided extensive annotations to assist Ling Chen in understanding it. Even so, it took him a full 500 years to achieve a preliminary understanding. However, that was more than sufficient. Ling Chen exhaled a long breath. Feeling somewhat fatigued, in his past life, he had always struggled to focus on learning. Otherwise, he would not have ended up as a delivery worker. 5 centuries of seclusion and contemplation had left him feeling quite out of sorts. Half a month later, Ling Chen finally adjusted his state and began to create his inner world. It is worth mentioning that the creation of an inner world necessitated an object imbued with the laws of space as a foundation. This foundation could be a spiritual treasure or a rare heavenly material. Ling Chen had long chosen his foundational object, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl contained a world within it. What Ling Chen needed to do was transform this world within the Chaos Pearl into his inner realm. Should he succeed, his foundation would undoubtedly experience a dramatic enhancement. This was the simplest, yet also the most effective method. The Chaos Pearl and the art of world creation, if the system had not orchestrated this deliberately. No one would believe it. Then let us begin. Ling Chen murmured, entering a meditative state. Simultaneously, a pearl, seemingly infused with boundless chaos, slowly ascended and settled upon Ling Chen's crown. Threads of chaotic energy emanated from the Chaos Pearl, entering Ling Chen's body and forming a minuscule vortex. The vortex gradually solidified after an indeterminate number of years. It transformed from an illusory state into something tangible. Congeal. Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes and softly uttered a word. As soon as the words left his mouth, a faint force of world energy surged forth from the vortex. Although this world energy was weak, at the moment of its emergence, the Chaos Pearl, which had been hovering above Ling Chen's crown, suddenly trembled. Ling Chen's gaze turned extremely serious as he commanded, Chaos Pearl, return at once. The Chaos Pearl ceased its struggle and instantly entered Ling Chen's body, heading straight for the vortex. As the stars shifted, Ling Chen found himself amidst a realm of chaos. This chaos bore a striking resemblance to the chaos he had encountered upon his arrival, yet it possessed a certain difference. Ling Chen let out a soft exclamation. He realized that he might, perhaps, be able to manipulate this chaos. But before Ling Chen could contemplate further, an unexpected event transpired. Rumble, thunder erupted. Strikes of purple lightning detonated within the boundless chaos. The chaos began to unfold. The pure essence rose to form the heavens, while the turbid essence sank to become the earth, and the spiritual essence resided in between, transforming into dense clouds. The elements of earth, fire, wind, and water emerged. A nascent world began to take shape. However, this embryonic world appeared as ephemeral as a dream, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Just then, a stream of vibrant purple energy surged from the east, instantly solidifying the previously tenuous embryonic world. Purple energy from the east. It's done. Joy radiated from Ling Chen's gaze. After nearly 3,000 years of seclusion, he had finally succeeded in manifesting his inner world. Gazing upon this newly birthed realm, Ling Chen felt an indescribable affection, akin to that of a parent beholding their child. From this day forth, you shall be called the Chaos World. Ling Chen spoke softly, his expression tender. If all went according to plan, this Chaos World would accompany Ling Chen for a lifetime and serve as one of his most vital trump cards. If responding to Ling Chen's words. The Chaos World trembled gently, seemingly expressing its J-O-Y in the next moment. To Ling Chen's astonishment, an overwhelming force of world energy erupted from the Chaos World. instantly enveloping the entire magic battlefield, forming thick and sturdy barriers to protect all beings. Is this a protective formation? With this, the Dao magic realm shall become a sanctum. Ling Chen's voice brimmed with excitement. He had never anticipated that upon the completion of his inner world's evolution, it would give rise to a sanctum. The defensive capabilities of the sanctum had evidently reached the level of a great Luo golden immortal, significantly safeguarding Ling Chen's life. If Ling Chen's perception was accurate, the sanctum's power would likely increase in tandem with his cultivation. With the sanctum in place, Ling Chen's path became even broader, a delightful surprise indeed, given that it was formed from the chaos world. It shall be named the Chaos Sanctum, Ling Chen whispered, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. In merely 3,000 years, Ling Chen not only elevated his cultivation to the peak of the golden immortal realm, but also created the chaos world and even evolved the Chaos Sanctum. The trajectory of events had far exceeded Ling Chen's original plans. Yet his gains did not end there. As the sovereign of the world, Ling Chen not only experienced the entire process of world creation, but also reaped the rewards that came after the world took shape. The insights gained from the world's creation enhanced Ling Chen's understanding of the Tao, while the refinement of the world provided him with significant boosts in his foundation and cultivation. Though distinct, both were extremely precious. Just as various thoughts flooded Ling Chen's mind, buzz, the void trembled. Streams of purple energy surged forth from the chaos world, akin to swallows returning to their nests, rushing into Ling Chen's body and rapidly fortifying his physical form and primordial spirit. Ling Chen involuntarily sank into the deepest state of seclusion in less than half a year. The 5 energies within him reached perfection, shattering the shackles of the Tai golden immortal. This is merely the beginning. Ling Chen's aura continues to rise dramatically. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of the universe, the Zhixiao Palace has come to a sudden halt. The sermon that has persisted for 3,000 years from Hongyun has abruptly ceased, atop the Tao platform of the Zhixiao Palace, as Hongyun's words fade into silence. A thunderous roar erupts. The heavens are filled with the sound of thunder. An endless stream of spiritual energy transforms into spiritual rain, cascading through the void. Celestial maidens scatter flowers, and unicorns gallop forth, creating a multitude of extraordinary phenomena. Amidst the celestial wonders, the 3,000 Zhixiao guests rise in unison, bowing deeply to Hongyun. The grace of the saint's teachings shall never be forgotten. Gratitude fills the hearts of the 3,000 Zhixiao guests. Although the doctrines imparted by Hongyun pertain to cultivation beneath the Great Luo, they prove immensely beneficial to the 3,000 Zhixiao guests. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they bow to Hongyun, an indescribable force of destiny surges forth from above their heads. Flowing into Hongyun's being, a glimmer of brilliance flashes in Hongyun's eyes, but he quickly regains his composure and speaks softly. There is no need for such formality. If you so wish, you may simply address me as your teacher in the future. The 3,000 Zhixiao guests are momentarily taken aback. Then they bow to Hongyun once more, having met their teacher. Their voices resonate in unison, humbly bowing to teacher Hongyun. As soon as these words leave their lips, an aura of fortune erupts from them again, directed towards Hongyun. The first surge of fortune arises from Hongyun's teachings, while the second is born from the karmic bond established between teacher and student. The 3,000 Zhixiao guests are, after all, the most fortunate beings of the primordial era. The magnitude of fortune they bestow upon Hongyun is truly unimaginable. And this is merely the first sermon. After 3 teachings at the Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun will not only absorb boundless fortune, but will also firmly entrench the 3,000 Zhixiao guests within his fold. In the future, the 3,000 Xiao guests will undoubtedly become formidable powers, influencing all matters within the primordial realm. Why controlling the 3,000 Zhixiao guests, Hongyun effectively wields influence over the entirety of the primordial world. Such a scheme is nothing short of terrifying. In a hidden corner of chaos, a Taoist with green hair gazes toward the Zhixiao Palace, letting out a long sigh. Hongyun's machinations are truly fearsome. Even if I can see through them, I cannot prevent them. That if I continue to linger in the primordial realm, I shall inevitably be ensnared to my doom. I must find a way to depart from the primordial realm as swiftly as possible. This green-haired Taoist is none other than Yang Mei. Just then, Yang Mei seems to sense something, involuntarily exclaiming, "Something is amiss. Why do I feel an additional variable has entered the world, yet it remains elusive?" Curious, indeed. Upon returning to the Zixiao Palace, akin to the original history of the primordial realm, after conferring the title of male immortal leader upon Dongwang Gong and the title of female immortal leader upon Shi Wangmu, as well as announcing the date for the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun vanishes into the void. The 3,000 Zixiao guests do not linger, dispersing in various small groups. Notably, the largest group is led by the newly appointed male immortal leader, Dongwang Gong. Surrounded by fellow immortals, Dongwang Gong is in high spirits, often bursting in a hearty laughter. Little does he know that his status as male immortal leader is not a path to ascendancy, but rather a road to ruin. How lamentable! Half a month later, as the Zixiao Palace transitions from its bustling atmosphere back to tranquility, several figures quietly emerge from a small valley at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Outside the valley, Yuanshi observes the unremarkable scene below, scoffing repeatedly. This place is devoid of spiritual energy. How could there be any opportunity? Ling Chen is merely acting foolishly. Those clad in scales and armor are truly untrustworthy. At that moment, Tongtian's expression darkens, and he coldly retorts, "Second brother, you are not afraid of losing, are you?" It is indeed peculiar. In the past, Yuanshi would often admonish Tongtian as an elder brother. Yet now Tongtian frequently disputes with him on Ling Chen's behalf. Yuanshi's disdain for Ling Chen grows stronger. Just as Yuanshi is about to counter Tongtian's remark, the void begins to tremble. A multitude of figures suddenly appear outside the small valley, including Yuhua, Fushi, Hongyun, Zenyuanzi, Dijun, and Tai, each of whom is also among the 3,000 Zixiao guests. What? Yuanshi furrows his brow, much like the three pure ones. Even among the 3,000 Zixiao guests, Yuhua and Fushi are among the most exceptional. Now, witnessing their simultaneous appearance here, could it be that there truly is an opportunity? Absolutely not. A sense of foreboding descends upon Yuanshi, and his expression grows increasingly grim. A mountain's height is inconsequential. Its spirit lies in the presence of immortals. And no matter how ordinary this small valley may seem, it cannot be so trivial if it is capable of attracting such top-tier powers. Even if there are some opportunities here, they surely cannot be related to that so-called purple gourd vine, nor can they yield the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the seven-colored gourd. I have not yet lost. Just as Yuanshi's thoughts swirl in turmoil, buzz, a surge of purple energy ascends to the heavens, suffusing the surrounding void with a rich violet hue. Amidst the sound of shattering, a purple vine spirals upward from the valley. Soaring into the sky, a purple vine. Yuanshi's countenance darkens, and an ominous premonition floods his mind. Yet before he can ponder further, resplendent seven-colored rays of light erupt, transforming into 7 crystalline gourds that dangle gracefully from the purple vine. Yuanshi's expression instantly shifts to one of profound dismay. The emergence of the purple gourd vine and the 7-colored gourds perfectly corroborates Ling Chen's previous assertions. The wager between Yuanshi and Ling Chen has resulted in a complete defeat. Once again, he has fallen prey to Ling Chen's schemes. Anger surges within Yuanshi, but just then, Tongtian's mocking voice rings in his ears. "Second brother, you have indeed lost." Lost? Indeed. Yuanshi's fury reaches a boiling point at Tongtian's derision. But just as Yuanshi is about to explode, Laozi's voice suddenly resounds. "The extraordinary treasures have emerged. Stop the idle chatter and act swiftly." Yuanshi feels as if he has a breath caught in his chest. His face flushed, yet he obediently complies. In contrast, Tongtian laughs heartily, wielding the Qingping sword with unmatched prowess. Thanks to Ling Chen, the 3 pure ones not only secured the gourds that rightfully belonged to them, but also acquired the gourd vine's main trunk and the 9 heavens essence. After departing from Mount Buzhou, 3,000 years later, the 3 pure ones once again arrive at the Dao magic battlefield. Laozi maintains his usual calm demeanor. while Yuanshi stands impatiently to the side. Only Tongtian, in high spirits, strides forth towards the Dao magic battlefield. Yet at that moment, buzz, a grand formation materializes out of thin air, blocking Tongtian's path. Tongtian is momentarily stunned, then his expression changes drastically as he exclaims, "Not good! Chen'er is in danger." When they parted ways, Ling Chen's cultivation was merely at the golden immortal realm. In Tongtian's estimation, such a formidable formation could not possibly have been set up by Ling Chen. Thus, it could only be the work of an enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziz, a sword intent of astonishing might rent the very fabric of the void, cleaving towards the battlefield of Dao and Demon. Driven by an earnest desire to rescue his disciple, Tongtian wielded this sword without the slightest restraint. In the current realm, few beings could withstand such a strike, let alone a formation. However, what transpired next was entirely beyond the expectations of the three pure ones. With a resounding boom, the cataclysmic sword intent shattered upon contact with the grand formation, dispersing into countless minute shards of sword energy that in stark contrast. The luminous membrane of the formation merely trembled briefly before returning to its original state. This unexpected turn of events left the three pure ones utterly astonished. "Break for me!" Tongtian roared in fury, attempting every conceivable method to dismantle the formation. Yet, no matter how he exerted himself, it was in vain. "Elder brother, do you recognize what formation this is?" Tongtian, consumed by anxiety, could only turn to Laozi for assistance. The preceding events had already indicated the formidable nature of this formation. If he could not discern its origins, he feared he would be unable to breach Tongtian's dismay. After a moment of silence, Laozi shook his head. "I have never encountered such a formation. This array is a seamless whole, imbued with chaos. The master capable of establishing such a grand formation must possess skills in formation comparable to yours, my third brother." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi nodded slightly. Among the three pure ones, Laozi excelled in alchemy, Yuanshi in crafting artifacts, and Tongtian in setting formations. Each had attained remarkable expertise in their respective fields, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Even Tongtian, a grandmaster of formations, found himself unable to breach this array. Laozi and Yuanshi were equally at a loss. Tongtian, filled with disappointment, gritted his teeth. "Regardless, I must rescue Chen'er." As he spoke, an overwhelming sword energy surged skyward, transforming into a magnificent sword formation. With a thunderous roar, the formation descended upon the battlefield of Dao and Demon. Tongtian was resolute in his intention to forcibly break through. Laozi refrained from offering assistance, yet did not impede him. Yuanshi, however, furrowed his brow and could not help but admonish. "Tongtian, that lad Ling Chen has likely perished long ago. Do you intend to offend a grandmaster of formation for the sake of a corpse? Cease this at once." Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Laozi frowned but remained silent. Tongtian, unable to contain his outrage, retorted, "Yuanshi, what nonsense are you speaking? Chen'er is my disciple. Even if he has truly fallen, I must find his remains." Fueled by his fury, the sword energy Tongtian unleashed became increasingly fierce and tumultuous, causing the grand formation above the battlefield to tremble incessantly. "Humph!" Yuanshi scoffed coldly, choosing not to speak further, yet also refraining from offering assistance. In his view, it was highly probable that Ling Chen had already perished. Tongtian's actions would not only fail to save Ling Chen, but would also incur the ire of a grandmaster of formations, a fruitless endeavor. As for whether this grand formation had been crafted by Ling Chen, Yuanshi had not even contemplated that moment. A familiar voice suddenly resonated through the heavens and earth. "Master, why are you attacking my grand formation?" At these words, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were all taken aback, an incredible thought surging within their minds. Yet before they could ponder further, a portal in the chaotic formation gradually opened. Ling Chen's head cautiously emerged from the portal. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian. Half a day later, within the battlefield of Dao and Demon, Tongtian, still grappling with the profoundness and power of the chaotic formation, found it difficult to accept. "Disciple, Is this grand formation truly a result of your bloodline inheritance? But why did the demon ancestor, Luo, who not establish this formation back then? Even with a bloodline inheritance, how could a golden immortal like you have the ability to set it up? Tongtian's heart was filled with questions, while Yuanshi scrutinized Ling Chen closely. His brow deeply furrowed, that he could not believe that Ling Chen had crafted the chaotic formation, and Tongtian and Yuanshi reacted as they did. Even Laozi seldom displayed such a look of doubt. Logically, Ling Chen should have been incapable of establishing such a grand formation. There must be some hidden intricacy. Ling Chen had long anticipated the reactions of the three pure ones, and had prepared his explanation in advance. Master, Uncle Master, Elder Uncle Master, the bloodline inheritance encompasses not only this formation, but also a complete set of foundational arrays that I merely need to follow the steps methodically. As for why the demon ancestor, Luo, who did not set up this formation initially, I cannot say a complete set of foundational arrays. Tongtian suddenly realized, if that were the case, everything would make sense. Laozi's expression returned to calm, yet a flicker of excitement could not be suppressed in his eyes. Yuanshi continued to gaze at Ling Chen, still harboring disbelief. Not so. Even with the diagrams and complete formations, your golden immortal cultivation should still be insufficient to set up the array. You speak falsely. Ling Chen could not help but reveal a mocking smile. Buzz. 5 beams of light erupted from Ling Chen, the aura of a Tai golden immortal emanating from him, sweeping across the surroundings. Ling Chen's teasing voice followed suit. Uncle Master, it has already been over 3,000 years. I'm no longer a golden immortal, but a Tai golden immortal. Yuanshi, feeling the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal from Ling Chen, Yuanshi was left nearly speechless. In just over 3,000 years. Ling Chen had advanced from a fledgling golden immortal to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. This was simply too outrageous. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation speed was something even he could hardly match. No, even the strongest among the three pure ones, Laozi, could not compare. Could it be that Ling Chen's aptitude for cultivation surpassed that of the three pure ones? How could the noble three pure ones be surpassed by a mere dragon with scales and a shell? This was a notion Yuanshi found impossible to accept. What troubled Yuanshi even more was that Ling Chen had clearly harbored the intention to take him as a master, yet he had resolutely turned him away. A deep sense of regret surged uncontrollably within Yuanshi's heart. Compared to his initial regret, this feeling was even more profound. Ling Chen not only possessed numerous spiritual treasures, but also the chaotic formation as an inheritance. Along with such terrifying aptitude for cultivation, blessed with both fortune and talent, he was truly a divinely gifted disciple. It had been forcibly pushed away. Had I truly erred? Yuanshi sighed deeply, his expression somewhat dazed. Laozi's demeanor remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontainable excitement, clearly indicating an inner turmoil. Ling Chen's master. Tongtian's smile widened once more. Good lad. In merely 3,000 years, you have not only mastered the upper clear method, but also elevated your cultivation to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. Your rate of advancement surpasses even our own. You have even established such a powerful formation. Chen'er, you have truly astonished your master. Tongtian laughed heartily. He had initially come to this place driven by a feeling. And after being consecutively rejected by Laozi and Yuanshi, he had finally accepted Ling Chen. Tongtian had never anticipated that Ling Chen's fortune and talent would be so formidable. This was indeed a divinely gifted disciple. In the primordial realm, the bond between a master and disciple was often closer than that of blood relations. With such immense fortune and talent, Tongtian felt genuine joy for Ling Chen. Every ounce of Ling Chen's strength brought honor to Tongtian. Glancing at the envious and resentful gaze of Yuanshi, Tongtian could not help but feel a secret delight within that it was indeed you who initially rejected Ling Chen. Now, it is too late for regrets. The more Tongtian contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his laughter growing increasingly unrestrained, occasionally casting his gaze towards Yuanshi. Ling Chen found it difficult to bear the spectacle before him. It seemed that his master was being excessively ostentatious. Yuanshi, who prided himself on his dignity, could hardly tolerate such insult from Tongtian and coldly remarked, "Tongtian, I acknowledge Ling Chen's fortuitousness and exceptional talent. Yet, do not forget that Ling Chen inherits not only the fortunes of the demon and dragon clans, but also their karma." Humph. Yuanshi's words were not articulated with clarity, yet everyone present grasped their underlying implication. After inheriting the karma of the demon and dragon clans, Ling Chen would undoubtedly become a target of the primordial heavens, facing tribulations. Should he fail to transcend these calamities, he would inevitably turn to ash, rendering his cultivation and fortuitousness ultimately futile. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression turned somewhat tense. Yuanshi's statement was not without merit. A master. Tongtian bore the responsibility of safeguarding Ling Chen, striving to protect him to the best of his abilities. Yuanshi slightly raised his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had once again gained the upper hand. Ling Chen observed Tongtian's reaction, feeling a surge of emotion, and spoke, "Master, with the protection of the chaotic grand formation and your safeguarding, what danger could possibly arise? There is no need for undue worry." Seeing Tongtian's expression soften slightly, Ling Chen turned his gaze towards Yuanshi and playfully inquired, "Second Master Uncle, have you visited the valley at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain?" At these words, the smile on Yuanshi's lips froze, and his face flushed slightly. After a long silence, he coldly huffed, tossing out a jade slip with an air of firmness. "This contains my insights on forging." Yuanshi bypassed the stage of conceding and directly presented a wager. Ling Chen, unfazed, cheerfully accepted the jade slip, exclaiming, "Thank you, Second Master Uncle. Your disciple will certainly ponder it deeply." Yuanshi's countenance darkened, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "You have only been cultivating for 3,000 years. You cannot possibly comprehend my insights on forging. Giving it to you would be a waste." Yet, Ling Chen did not take offense. Instead, he gently coaxed, "Second Master Uncle, shall we place another bet? Let us wager on whether I can comprehend your insights on forging." Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback. So, Ling Chen had been waiting for him. Feeling the intensity of Ling Chen's gaze, Yuanshi felt a shiver run down his spine. Since interacting with Ling Chen, Yuanshi had repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage, even losing invaluable insights on forging that if he were to lose again. Instinctively, Yuanshi covered his pocket, his expression wary. Ling Chen was undoubtedly eyeing one of his treasures. He could not agree. Just as Yuanshi's thoughts whirled, he suddenly heard Ling Chen's teasing voice beside him. "Second Master Uncle, are you perhaps afraid?" Afraid? He would not be intimidated. Yuanshi's eyes widened, and anger surged within him. As one of the three pure ones, a true heir of Pangu, he was among the most formidable beings in the primordial realm, respected by all. When had he ever been afraid? Even knowing Ling Chen's provocation, Yuanshi found it impossible to suppress his emotions, responding angrily, "How could I be afraid? Then how shall we wager?" Ling Chen chuckled and proposed, "After the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace concludes, if I cannot grasp your forging techniques, I shall concede, and you may take any of my treasures. However, if I succeed..." Ling Chen's gaze fell upon Yuanshi's tightly clasped pocket, and he continued nonchalantly, "I desire the purple-black chaotic gourd in your possession. Second Master Uncle, do you dare to agree?" As Ling Chen's voice echoed, Yuanshi quickly came to understand. Ling Chen was clearly fixated on the recently acquired purple-black chaotic gourd, which contained a fragment of chaos and was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Although Yuanshi had just obtained it and had yet to study it, he could discern its extraordinary nature. Deep down, he was reluctant to part with this gourd. Yet, now that the wager had been set, he found himself in a predicament. Agree to it, and what of it? Yuanshi replied stubbornly, despite a strong premonition of impending trouble. Yuanshi still did not believe that Ling Chen could comprehend his insights on forging in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's heart soared with joy, with his steady temperament. The very fact that he dared to make this wager indicated his absolute confidence. Soon enough, the purple-black chaotic gourd would be his. Just as Ling Chen reveled in his triumph, the previously silent Laozi suddenly spoke. "Ling Chen, if you win this time, Master Uncle shall also bestow upon you my insights on alchemy." At these words, Ling Chen was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by great delight. He had been yearning for Laozi's insights on alchemy and had not expected them to be offered so readily. It was as though a pillow had been provided just as he was about to doze off. Meanwhile, Yuanshi could not help but express his growing anxiety. "Elder brother, why are you doing this? Do not be deceived by this young man." Laozi merely smiled faintly and replied, "No need for further discussion. If Ling Chen can truly grasp your insights on forging, it would signify his exceptional understanding. What harm is there in my gifting him my insights on alchemy?" Yuanshi. Watching as Ling Chen's smile widened, Yuanshi's heart sank, that he feared he'd been duped once more, this time at the cost of Laozi's insights on alchemy. What a loss! Unbeknownst to Yuanshi, the wager had not even commenced, yet he had already lost. Throughout the process of establishing the wager, Tongtian remained silent, his eyes filled with affection and resolve. Ling Chen, merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, demonstrated such composure and cunning against Yuanshi, showcasing his remarkable audacity and strategy. Tongtian found himself increasingly fond of Ling Chen, further solidifying his determination to protect him. "Chen'er." With some time remaining before the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian proclaimed, "Allow me to impart to you the way of the supreme clarity." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's heart brimmed with joy. Although he had made a beginning in the way of the supreme clarity, numerous questions remained unanswered. If he could receive Tongtian's guidance, it would surely yield significant insights. "Thank you, Master. When shall we begin?" Tongtian's smile deepened. "Let us commence immediately." Without a moment's delay, Tongtian began to impart the teachings of the way of the supreme clarity. This method was one that Tongtian had comprehended himself, making him exceedingly familiar with it. Regarding Ling Chen's many uncertainties in his cultivation, Tongtian was well aware. In just a few words, he cleared Ling Chen's confusion. Ling Chen's understanding of the way of the supreme clarity progressed by leaps and bounds, and he felt immense respect for Tongtian. Conversely, Tongtian was profoundly astonished by Ling Chen's capacity for comprehension. The way of the supreme clarity was indeed a pinnacle technique of the primordial realm, intricate and elusive. Even with his explanations, ordinary beings struggled to grasp it. Yet Ling Chen, his understanding could no longer be described as merely one point leads to another. However, just a few centuries later, Tongtian found himself devoid of any further discourse. Even when Ling Chen posed new questions, Tongtian gradually became unable to respond as time elapsed. The interaction transformed from a one-sided lecture by Tongtian to a profound dialogue between Tongtian and Ling Chen. With time slipping away like a fleeting thread, centuries passed in the blink of an eye, and with the imminent commencement of the second lecture at Zixiao Palace, Yuanshi rose and spoke in a deep voice. "Tongtian, quickly emerge from your seclusion, lest you miss the timing of the second lecture at Zixiao Palace." There was a palpable impatience in Yuanshi's words to owe him. A mere few centuries were insufficient for Ling Chen to achieve any significant breakthrough. Even with Ling Chen's exceptional comprehension, mastering the Upanishadic techniques to perfection would require countless years of refinement. Yet, unbeknownst to Yuanshi, Ling Chen had already undergone the rigors of the sea of questions in his past life, his comprehension far exceeding that of ordinary beings. Coupled with the experiences from the genesis of the world, Ling Chen's understanding had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. This was one of the cards Ling Chen held in his gamble against Yuanshi. Just as Yuanshi pressed for Tongtian's emergence, a vibrant surge of azure, sword energy ascended, transforming into a blue lotus, sword chi flower Qinglian. "Third brother, have you broken through?" Even with my composure, I couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Now, all three of the three purities had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If Tongtian had also achieved a breakthrough, he must be on the verge of the Hongyun Golden Immortal stage. Beside me, Yuanshi's pupils contracted. If Tongtian surpassed him to break through to the Hongyun Golden Immortal, where would his dignity lie? But why would Tongtian break through at this moment? Could it be due to Ling Chen? The thought crossed Yuanshi's mind, only to be instantly dismissed. And no matter how gifted Ling Chen might be, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How could he possibly assist Tongtian in his breakthrough? It was impossible. Just as Yuanshi's mind was racing with thoughts, the azure lotus form from the sword energy suddenly dissipated, revealing Tongtian clad in a green robe. Tongtian's hearty laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. Thanks to Chen'er, I gained significant insights from our discussions, enabling my breakthrough. Discussions? Yuanshi furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. Third brother, how can Ling Chen, merely a Tai golden immortal, be qualified to engage in discussions with you? Do not speak nonsense. Yuanshi's tone was resolute. Ling Chen could not possibly have elevated the Upanishadic techniques to perfection in such a short time. Thus he was not qualified to engage in discourse with Tongtian. But at that moment, a surge of clear energy shot into the sky, transforming into a blue lotus platform, radiating profound Tao essence. Yuanshi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "The Upanishadic lotus platform? Could it be?" An uncontrollable thought surged in Yuanshi's mind. But before he could ponder further, a figure soared into the sky, landing upon the azure lotus platform. Who else but Ling Chen? The manifestation of the Upanishadic lotus platform was a hallmark of having mastered the Upanishadic techniques to perfection. Tongtian had undoubtedly achieved this long ago, so the one who manifested this lotus platform could only be Ling Chen. Yuanshi was left dumbfounded. He had just been internally ridiculing Ling Chen's inability to perfect the Upanishadic techniques, only for the Upanishadic lotus platform to appear. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. Yuanshi, feeling flustered, cast a sidelong glance at Laozi and Tongtian, his cheeks reddening. Laozi paid no heed to Yuanshi, instead gazing at Ling Chen upon the lotus platform, letting out a soft sigh. Fortuitous blessings and profound roots, and such astonishing comprehension that Ling Chen's path is limitless. Laozi felt a tinge of regret rising in his heart. Meanwhile, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes atop the azure lotus platform and bowed respectfully to Tongtian, saying, "Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings that it is only through your guidance that I could elevate the Upanishadic techniques to perfection." Tongtian stepped forward, helping Ling Chen to his feet, laughing heartily. "There is no need for such formality between us as master and disciple. If it were not for you, I would not have achieved such a significant breakthrough." With that, Tongtian turned to Yuanshi, grinning as he asked, "Second brother, do you think Chen'er is qualified to engage in discussions with me?" Yuanshi. Another 100 years passed, and the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace had commenced. The Tao Demon battlefield was left with Ling Chen alone. After successfully mastering the Upanishadic techniques to perfection, Ling Chen's cultivation did not advance. He remained at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. However, Ling Chen could distinctly sense that his foundation had solidified considerably, even perceiving an impending breakthrough. If the three purities were to learn that Ling Chen was on the verge of a breakthrough, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. With only a few thousand years remaining until transformation, Ling Chen was about to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Such a speed of cultivation was indeed terrifying. However, Ling Chen chose not to break through yet. The ascent to the great Luo golden immortal realm required condensing one's entire life as cultivation into the three flowers atop the head. The quality of these three flowers directly determined how far a practitioner could go. This was a crucial step on the path of Tao. Ling Chen's foundation was not yet perfect, so there was no rush to break through. What lay before him was the comprehension of the principles of artifact refinement. To win this wager against Yuanshi.as for how to successfully grasp the principles of artifact refinement in such a short time, Ling Chen had long been prepared. As previously mentioned, following the creation of the world, Ling Chen's comprehension underwent a qualitative leap, allowing for rapid progress in his cultivation techniques. This was the fundamental reason Ling Chen could swiftly elevate the Upanishadic techniques to perfection. However, were it not for the three purities' presence, Ling Chen's speed in comprehending the Upanishadic techniques would have increased manifold. It turned out that after the creation of the chaotic world, a spiritual pool quietly emerged at the very top of the world. This spiritual pool was formed from the congealed, transformative power of the chaotic world, known as the Pool of Transformation. Much like the chaotic treasure, the jade plate of transformation, practitioners who comprehended their techniques within the Pool of Transformation would do so at a speed hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of the outside world. This was the true basis for Ling Chen daring to wager with Yuanshi. Yet before all of this, Ling Chen had one more task to accomplish: to implant the 12th grade Extinction Black Lotus and the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus into the pool of transformation. The Lotus platforms were exceptional suppressive objects, especially the 12th grade Lotus platforms. If Ling Chen's calculations were correct, implanting the 12th grade Extinction Black Lotus and the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus into the pool of transformation would undoubtedly stabilize the chaotic world further. In the future, should he acquire other Lotus spiritual treasures, Ling Chen would also implant them into the pool of transformation one by one in less than 3 years. Ling Chen successfully established a connection between the 12th grade Extinction Black Lotus, the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus, and the pool of transformation. Buzz, the chaotic world trembled gently. Two profound auras erupted from the pool of transformation, one black and one red. The black and red auras swept across the chaotic world, ultimately merging into the world's barrier. Everyone's astonishment, countless red and black lotus leaf runes appeared within the chaotic world's barrier. The defensive strength visibly surged to a considerable degree. It worked. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy. The results exceeded his expectations. Next, it is time to comprehend the principles of artifact refinement. As these thoughts lingered, Ling Chen gradually settled into the creation pool, dedicating himself to comprehending the laws of artifact refinement. However, shortly after Ling Chen entered his meditative state, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus within the pool suddenly emanated waves of life force. A spectral demon shadow began to slowly materialize from the heart of the Black Lotus. At first, the shadow's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, but as time passed, its focus sharpened. A low, murmuring voice soon followed. Who would have thought that this demon ancestor would have the chance to be reborn? Hongyun, old man, you never expected this, did you? This shadow was none other than the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, who had been previously suppressed by Hongyun. It turned out that after the battle with Hongyun, Luo Ho did not vanish into oblivion, but instead left behind a remnant soul within the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Stimulated by the creation pool, Luo Ho's remnant soul unexpectedly awakened from the lotus. Leading to the current scene, Luo Ho's gaze fell upon Ling Chen, who was seated cross-legged in the creation pool, and his expression grew somewhat excited. This young man possessed such pure demon ancestor bloodline and bore the fortune of the demon race. Was this not the perfect vessel for my reincarnation? If I could seize him, my foundation would not pale in comparison to my former self. As he spoke, Luo Ho raised an eyebrow, suddenly looking up and exclaiming, "Heavenly is this yet another of your schemes? But why did you assist Hongjun back then?" Why? Luo Ho's eyes were filled with confusion. Nonetheless, one thing was certain to him. This young demon before him was undoubtedly the reincarnation vessel prepared by the heavenly Tao. When the time was ripe, Luo Ho could seize this opportunity for rebirth. Luo Ho chuckled ominously before retreating back into the Black Lotus. He had just awakened and needed some time to prepare before he could proceed with his possession. However, what Luo Ho did not know was that at the moment of his awakening, an electronic voice from the system suddenly resonated in Ling Chen's mind. Detection of the remnant soul of demon ancestor Luo Ho awakening within the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Plan to seize the host. Please choose. Option 1. Expend the full power of the chaos world to annihilate Luo Ho. Reward: 1 fragment of the creation jade plate. Option 2. Immediately head to Zhixiao Palace and eliminate Luo Ho with the help of Hongjun. Reward: qualification to attend the Tao discussions in Zhixiao Palace. Option 3. Play along and find a way to subdue demon ancestor Luo Ho. Reward: the tip of the god-slaying spear. Demon ancestor Luo Ho. The sudden appearance of the electronic voice startled Ling Chen profoundly. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was a being capable of wrestling with the Saint Hongjun had it not been for the heavenly Tao's favor towards Hongjun. He might not have been Luo Ho's match. This illustrated Luo Ho's formidable strength. Ling Chen never anticipated that a remnant soul of Luo Ho would be present within the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Damn system, you are deliberately setting me up? Ling Chen felt that the system must have done this on purpose. Fortunately, it was merely the remnant soul of Luo Ho, and the system had provided 3 options. As Ling Chen considered option 1, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. From the perspective of option 1, even a remnant soul of Luo Ho required exhausting the foundations of the chaos world, leading to mutual destruction, excluded. As for option 2, Ling Chen was fundamentally unwilling to have any entanglements with Hongyun, thus, that too was excluded. This left only option 3, when he saw that the reward for option 3 was the tip of the god-slaying spear. Ling Chen's heart stirred that if he was not mistaken, option 3 should be the optimal solution provided by the system, as long as he could complete the task. Not only would he turn danger in his safety, but he would also obtain the complete god-slaying spear and perhaps even gain the formidable demon ancestor Luo Ho as an ally, a win-win situation. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Chen no longer hesitated and spoke solemnly. System, I choose 3. After finalizing his choice, Ling Chen did not even open his eyes and continued to meditate on artifact refinement. Since option 3 was the system's optimal solution, the system would not simply allow Ling Chen to be possessed. Moreover, with Ling Chen's substantial resources, dealing with a mere remnant soul of a demon god should not pose a significant challenge. Thus, he merely needed to wait for Luo Ho to fall into his trap. Time flew by, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Ling Chen successfully grasped the essence of primordial artifact refinement, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus in the creation pool quivered gently. A pure demonic aura detached from the Black Lotus and swayed towards Ling Chen as it approached him. This aura suddenly transformed into a magnificent demon shadow. Who else could it be but Luo Ho? Observing Ling Chen, who was still in meditation, Luo Ho lunged forward as if pouncing upon a lamb destined for slaughter. However, just as Luo Ho's demon shadow entered Ling Chen's body, the latter, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a playful glint illuminating his expression. The bait has been taken, his saying from Ling Chen's previous life echoed in his mind. A true master hunter always appears in the guise of their prey. This perfectly encapsulated the current situation, shifting back to the remnant soul of Luo Ho. Upon entering Ling Chen's body, it surged toward Ling Chen's Niwen Palace, as long as he could extinguish Ling Chen's primordial spirit within the Niwen Palace and occupy it. Luo Ho's possession would be deemed successful. Yet, the moment he entered the Niwen Palace, Luo Ho immediately sensed something was amiss. Is this the Niwen Palace? But why does it resemble a world of its own? Luo Ho furrowed his brow. Normally, the Niwen Palace should be a realm of chaos. Yet, Ling Chen's Niwen Palace resembled a miniature world. Although no life appeared, it brimmed with spiritual energy. An unsettling premonition welled up within Luo Ho's heart. However, there was no turning back. After a brief hesitation, Luo Ho pressed on towards the core of the Niwen Palace. If all went according to plan, Ling Chen's primordial spirit should be there as long as he could ensnare Ling Chen's primordial spirit. No matter how many variables arose, they would remain within his control. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz! The void trembled, and the world surrounding Luo Ho seemed to come alive, gazing at him. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. Luo Ho's heart raced, realizing he was caught in an ambush. However, being the cunning figure he was, he did not panic. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. Who would have thought that a mere Tai golden immortal could possess such means? Truly worthy of being born from the fortune of my demon path. Ha! In Luo Ho's view, Ling Chen was merely a Tai golden immortal. Regardless of how many tricks he had, they would be of no use in the face of absolute power. As he spoke, Luo Ho's consciousness stirred slightly. Zizizi, a black spear shot through the air and appeared in his grasp. Observing its form, it was indeed the god-slaying spear. Yet, this spear was only solid at its tip. The rest remained an ethereal illusion. It turned out that the tip of the god-slaying spear had always been in the hands of Luo Ho's remnant soul. Break! Luo Ho shouted, casually thrusting the spear forward. Roar! The spear shot forth like a dragon. The god-slaying spear transformed into a majestic demon dragon, charging forward. Wherever the spear tip passed, the sound of shattering echoed endlessly. The void fractured like a mirror. Piece by piece. Luo Ho laughed heartily. The world has been shattered. How could Ling Chen possibly stop him? There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Victory was assured, but in the next moment, Luo Ho's laughter abruptly ceased. In the perception of Luo Ho, the once fragmented void swiftly coalesced, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. Yet this was not the most distressing revelation for Luo Ho. What truly unsettled him was the sudden loss of control over the god-slaying spear. This spear was his life's treasure. Who could possibly snatch it from his grasp? This mere Tai golden immortal before him certainly lacked such prowess. Who could it be? As Luo Ho grappled with these confounding thoughts, a resonant hum echoed through the air, but a portal gradually materialized within the void, and a figure, as imposing as a mountain, stepped forth. Upon noticing the black spear in that figure's hand, even the composed demon ancestor Luo Ho could not suppress his exclamation. The complete god-slaying spear. Who are you? Could you be a subordinate of Hongyun? You are certainly not just a humble Tai golden immortal. Luo Ho's mind raced with myriad thoughts. From various signs, only one explanation could account for the current predicament. Ling Chen must be a subordinate of Hongyun. Everything unfolding before him was a trap set specifically by Hongyun, however. The subsequent developments once again defied Luo Ho's expectations. Ling Chen paid no heed to Luo Ho. Instead, he waved the complete god-slaying spear in his hand and mused. The rewards for completing a task can indeed be derived from the outside world. System, you truly are a nuisance. After venting his frustration at the system, Ling Chen turned his gaze to Luo Ho and spoke leisurely. Luo Ho, you have miscalculated. I am not a subordinate of Hongyun. I am merely a Tai golden immortal who has yet to transform for even 10,000 years. Observing the disbelief etched on Luo Ho's face, Ling Chen felt somewhat exasperated. In this day and age, it seems no one believes the truth. Since that is the case, let us be more direct. With this thought, Ling Chen focused his mind. The world within the Mud Palace Pill trembled violently. An overwhelming force surged forth, manifesting as towering mountains that bore down upon Luo Ho. Additionally, countless Lotus platform phantoms converged, crashing down with thunderous impact. In an instant, Ling Chen unleashed nearly his full power, intent on subduing Luo Ho. Although Ling Chen was merely a Tai golden immortal, one must not forget, this was within Ling Chen's chaotic world. With the support of the world's power, Ling Chen's strength expanded infinitely, sufficient to overwhelm Luo Ho. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered in Ling Chen's heart. After all, he was facing the demon ancestor Luo Ho. As Ling Chen pondered, a deafening roar erupted. The world's power shattered explosively. A colossal demonic shadow emerged from the center of the explosion. It was Luo Ho. Though somewhat disheveled, his aura remained steady as he coldly declared, "Young one, it seems this demon ancestor has underestimated you. But this ends here. However, if you are willing to submit, I shall spare your life." Luo Ho's voice brimmed with confidence, as if he had already seized control of the situation. Ling Chen, however, scoffed repeatedly, mocking, "I never imagined the formidable demon ancestor would resort to bluffing. If I am not mistaken, you must have burned your essence just now, right? Currently, you are but a remnant soul. How much essence can you possibly burn?" At these words, the confidence and composure on Luo Ho's face evaporated, replaced by fury and gravity. He had not anticipated that Ling Chen could perceive his condition. After a prolonged silence, Luo Ho slowly spoke, "Though I cannot do anything to you, if I were to disregard everything and burn my essence, this world would also be unable to withstand it. Why not let me leave to avoid mutual destruction?" Ling Chen smiled. Luo Ho's admission indicated he had begun to concede as for Luo Ho's threat. Ling Chen was utterly unconcerned. If he had previously lacked complete assurance in subduing Luo Ho, everything had changed now that the god-slaying spear had been restored to its former glory. The god-slaying spear harbored the fate of the demon clan. Not only was it the life treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, but it also served as a tool to suppress demons, possessing the power to command all demons, after forcibly reclaiming the tip of the god-slaying spear with the aid of the world's power. The spear in Ling Chen's grasp had been fully restored, returning as a primal treasure, a sacred artifact of the demon clan. Dealing with a mere remnant soul of a demon ancestor was a trivial endeavor. Ah! Ling Chen let out a cold laugh, sparing no further words as he poured his immense magical power into the god-slaying spear. Roar! The spear surged forth like a dragon. As before, the god-slaying spear transformed into a black dragon, its horns jutting proudly. However, unlike before, the dragon's form was solid and imposing, devoid of any trace of ethereality. The dragon's might was overwhelming. Its icy gaze bore down upon Luo Ho's remnant soul, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, accompanied by the terrifying power to suppress all. Unlike the previous encounter, the adversary of the demonic dragon was not Hongyun, but its original master, the demon ancestor Luo Ho. As Ling Chen had anticipated, Luo Ho's remnant soul proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, quickly succumbing to defeat. The once arrogant demon ancestor Luo Ho now lay on the brink of demise, as if he would vanish in the next moment. Confusion filled the remnants of Luo Ho's eyes. He never imagined that this demon god would ultimately fall at the hands of a mere Tai golden immortal. Yet he could not fathom why. You cultivate the Tao of the upper purity, so how can you wield the god-slaying spear? What could possibly explain this? Luo Ho bellowed in frustration. Had it not been for Ling Chen employing the god-slaying spear, he would still stand unvanquished. Ling Chen coldly smirked and responded, "It's quite simple. Because I am a dragon born from the fate and karma of the demon path, if I cannot wield the god-slaying spear. How could you, a remnant soul of a demon ancestor?" Luo Ho's expression slowly shifted from one of unwillingness and confusion to a profound resignation. "If that is the case, then kill me." His voice was laced with despair. This remnant soul was all that remained of his existence. Once it dissipated, all traces of him in this world would vanish entirely. The world would no longer know the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Luo Ho gradually closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet instead of death, he was met with Ling Chen's derision. Who would have thought that the fearsome demon ancestor Luo Ho would turn out to be a pitiful wretch awaiting death with closed eyes? No wonder he was defeated by Hongyun back then. Upon hearing these words, Luo Ho, who had been previously closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide and shouted, "Shut up!" If it had not been for the heavenly Tao secretly aiding that old man Hongyun, how could I have been defeated? Ling Chen was not angered in the slightest, calmly replying, "And what of now? Has the heavenly Tao aided me? You simply concede like this?" Luo Ho was rendered speechless, his face turning crimson. His earlier reaction of closing his eyes and waiting for death was indeed quite disgraceful. Thus, he resolved to fight to the death. With this thought, a frenzied gleam ignited in his eyes. Devastating aura began to swirl outward from Luo Ho, centered around him. Luo Ho was clearly intent on self-detonating his essence. Ling Chen's expression turned green, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. He hastily called out, "Luo Ho, do not be hasty in self-destructing. That was not my intention. Stop." However, Luo Ho showed no signs of halting, coldly stating, "This demon ancestor has made up his mind, regardless of your eloquent words. My resolve remains unshaken." The words of Luo Ho were imbued with unwavering determination. However, upon hearing Ling Chen's subsequent utterance, Luo Ho's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to halt his self-destruction. What if I could restore the former glory of the demon clan? What if I could resurrect the entirety of the demon race? What if I could aid you in reclaiming your peak? Each word from Ling Chen struck at the softest recesses of Luo Ho's heart. While Luo Ho may disregard his own well-being, he could not overlook the glory of the demon clan, nor could he neglect those brothers who followed him. Even the slightest possibility ignited a flicker of hope within him that Luo Ho was unwilling to dismiss. "Friend," he began, "if you truly possess the power to restore the glory of the demon clan, to resurrect its members, I, Luo Ho, vow upon the great Tao to serve as your lifelong servant." Ling Chen could sense the sincerity in Luo Ho's words and responded earnestly, "I shall devote myself entirely to restoring the demon clan's glory. Let the great Tao bear witness." As soon as the declaration was made, thunder roared. Bolts of purple lightning filled the void. Witnessing the spectacle, Luo Ho fell into a prolonged silence. Ling Chen did not urge him, patiently awaiting his response, until at last, Luo Ho lifted his gaze and declared, "Then I shall trust you this once. However, until the glory of the demon clan is restored, I shall not be your servant." With these words, Luo Ho chose to place his faith in Ling Chen. Ling Chen's heart soared with joy as he laughed. "Naturally, until the vow is fulfilled, we shall address each other as friends." However, as he spoke, Ling Chen's tone shifted. "In the external world, you shall act as my steward and refer to me as master. Do you agree?" After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ho nodded in agreement. "I accept." It was only at this moment that Ling Chen revealed a smile, saying, "You have expended much energy. Allow me to restore you a bit." With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of vitality enveloped Luo Ho. Regrettably, there were no signs of improvement in Luo Ho's remnant soul. Instead, it appeared even more ethereal. Luo Ho's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "It's futile. I am a demon. Only the essence of the demon can aid me." The essence of the demon? Ling Chen smiled faintly. While he lacked that, he possessed the fortune of the demon path. With a tremor of the void, the god-slaying spear transformed into an 8-clawed black dragon, exhaling a breath of dragon essence towards Luo Ho. "What is this?" Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback, but then elation washed over him. This was no mere dragon breath. It was clearly the fortune of the demon path. Ling Chen was willing to use such fortune to help him restore his remnant soul. This was beyond Luo Ho's expectations. Yet, this moment also revealed that Ling Chen was not a miserly master. This realization led Luo Ho to regard Ling Chen with a modicum of respect. His gaze softening. Just as Luo Ho was moved, Ling Chen's voice broke the silence. "Luo Ho, my friend, I can grant you a maximum of 100 years to recover. After that, regardless of your state, you must emerge from your seclusion. After all, the fortune of the demon path is exceedingly precious, and every bit counts. Oh, and from now on, the responsibilities of hospitality, cleanliness, and other menial tasks in our chaotic Taoist hall will fall to you." And also, Luo Ho thought to himself, "Am I being taken advantage of?" Ling Chen had repeatedly claimed to treat him as a guest and a friend, yet in reality, he was merely being utilized as a steward. However, Luo Ho found himself unable to refuse. Given his current circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, from that day forth, the chaotic Taoist hall was no longer the solitary domain of Ling Chen, but rather included Luo Dao Run, a thin, stooped figure. Time flowed swiftly that a millennium passed in the blink of an eye, and little time remained until the conclusion of the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. During this millennium, Ling Chen was no longer burdened with the previous hustle and bustle. Instead, he enjoyed a leisurely existence. Sometimes he would engage in philosophical discussions with Luo Ho over tea. At other times he would cultivate in the pool of creation, or even concoct some spiritual treasures, or simply daydream in the chaotic world. As time progressed, although Ling Chen's cultivation did not visibly increase, his foundation subtly strengthened. Even his Tao heart became increasingly complete. Ling Chen remained unaware of his own transformation, yet it did not escape Luo Ho's keen perception. This left Luo Ho in constant astonishment. Even with his discerning eye, he could not help but marvel at Ling Chen's performance. In Luo Ho's view, every action of Ling Chen seemed imbued with the essence of the Tao, bordering on enlightenment. Yet, Ling Chen was merely a tiny golden immortal who had yet to condense the 3 flowers atop his head. Such depth of character and temperament was truly astounding. Furthermore, when he considered the numerous spiritual treasures in Ling Chen's possession, along with the most mysterious chaotic world, Luo Ho found himself at a loss for words. This young man was endowed with extraordinary talent, and his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass my own. Standing behind him may not be such a bad idea. Luo Ho sighed inwardly, feeling a greater sense of respect for Ling Chen. For a time, the relationship between master and steward within the chaotic Taoist hall flourished harmoniously. Peace reigned. Yet a century later, a despairing dragon's roar shattered the tranquility of the chaotic Taoist hall. Roar. Ao Bai gazed at the approaching colossal bird. His eyes filled with despair as he howled, "Zhongming bird, Are you truly intent on exterminating us? Do not forget, my dragon clan's ancestor remains in the ancestral land, unfallen. As he spoke, Caw, accompanied by a piercing cry, a giant bird descended slowly. Its form resembled a chicken, its cry akin to that of a phoenix. Possessing two luminous eyes, it was none other than the great demon, the Zhongming bird. The cultivation of the Zhongming bird had reached the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal, while Bai was merely at the peak of golden immortal. The disparity was glaring. Moreover, the Zhongming bird excelled in wind manipulation and possessed incredible speed. It could be said that the Zhongming bird overwhelmingly outclassed Bai in every aspect. Had it not been for the Zhongming bird's desire to toy with him, Bai would not have survived to this moment. However, the patience of the Zhongming bird had worn thin. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, Bai was unlikely to escape death. The fierce gaze of the Zhongming bird fell upon Bai's battered dragon form, a cold smile spreading across its beak. At this juncture, do you still wish to threaten me with your so-called ancestral dragon's might? Once the demon master returns, my demon clan's army shall sweep through the dragon palace of the four seas. Ha ha! The Zhongming bird's voice brimmed with arrogance and delight, as if it had already secured its victory over Bai. Yet, just at that moment, bang! In his attempt to flee, Bai suddenly collided with a barrier. The moment his golden dragon blood touched the barrier, it was entirely absorbed. Buzz, a flash of white light erupted, and Bai vanished from his location. Zhongming bird, in the chaotic Great Hall. Reclining on a lounge chair, Ling Chen was about to place a succulent spiritual fruit into his mouth when he unexpectedly spotted Luo Ho entering, carrying a small white dragon. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, sitting up straight while discreetly slipping the spiritual fruit into his sleeve. Simultaneously, Luo Ho's teasing voice echoed throughout the hall. I say, Master, a mere golden immortal little white dragon managed to wander into the Dao Hall. Your chaotic great array isn't all that impressive, is it? Tiske. Luo Ho expressed serious doubts about the reliability of the chaotic great array. Ling Chen let out a faint smile, pretending not to hear. Perhaps it was due to the length of their acquaintance, or perhaps it was simply because he was but a remnant soul. Luo, whose disposition was entirely unlike that of the infamous demon ancestor. Instead, he resembled a mischievous old child. As for the Chaos Great Formation, there would naturally be no issues. The reason Bai was able to enter the Chaos Great Formation was due to Ling Chen's intervention. Ling Chen paid no heed to Luo, whose intentions, and instead turned his attention with keen interest towards Bai possessed a substantial fortune of the Dragon Clan, indicating his significant status within the dragon lineage. The Dragon Clan was an ancient and powerful race. Even a deceased camel is larger than a horse. Even if the Dragon Clan had fallen, it was not a mere beast that could dare to hunt them down. There must be hidden circumstances. Ling Chen was originally a black dragon. The fortune he bore from a Dragon Clan far surpassed that of Bai, making him, in a sense, an elder of the Dragon Clan. It was inconceivable that he would stand by and watch Bai perish at his doorstep. Thus, this scene unfolded. Ling Chen tossed a spiritual fruit from his sleeve into his mouth, crunching down with a satisfying sound. The fragrance wafting about, and mumbled indistinctly, "Little white dragon, speak up. What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hu pointed with a finger, releasing Bai from his confinement. Bai, gravely injured and swaying precariously, nevertheless straightened his back and proclaimed loudly, "I am Bai, the Dragon Prince of the West Sea Point. 3,000 years ago, a demon king under the command of Kunpeng led a host of demons to besiege my West Sea Dragon Palace. The West Sea Dragon Clan suffered heavy losses, facing imminent peril. Countless clansmen risked their lives to send me away, hoping to seek assistance. Alas, I was intercepted midway by this Zhongming bird. I have let down the expectations of my kin." Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. Drops of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen, well versed in the course of the primordial world, understood the situation without a doubt, and calmly remarked, "If my guess is correct, it must be that the demon race seeks to subjugate the Dragon Clan. Am I right?" At these words, Bai nodded vehemently with a face full of hatred. Gritting his teeth, "Indeed, I will eventually carve up this wretched demon race. In stark contrast to Ao by Luo, whose expression was one of astonishment. How could Ling Chen, who spent every day in the Chaos Dao field, be so acutely aware of external affairs? Could it be that Ling Chen had hidden forces outside? Ling Chen paid no mind to Luo, whose gaze, and stated coolly, "The demon race is formidable." Not to mention the two demon emperors, Jieyin and Tai Yi. Even Kunpeng is beyond your capacity to resist. How can you seek vengeance? As soon as these words were spoken, Ao Bai's complexion paled, and his eyes suddenly darkened with despair. His once proud stature began to hunch. Ling Chen's words had nearly shattered his resolve. Indeed, given the current state of the Dragon Clan, let alone the West Sea Dragon Clan, even the combined might of the Four Seas Dragon Clan might not stand a chance against Kunpeng. Moreover, the demon race has the 10 great demon gods, along with demon emperors Jieyin and Dong Huangtai. The Dragon Clan has no hope of resurgence. Ao Bai fell into despair, yet the subsequent developments were entirely beyond his expectations. What no one knew was that the moment Ao Bai entered the Great Hall, the electronic voice of the system echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Beep! Detecting that the West Sea Dragon Clan is under siege by the demon race, please choose Option 1. Immediately exit seclusion to assist the Dragon Clan. Reward: 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Option 2. Remain a bystander and do nothing. Reward: have the Dragon Clan's fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Chen chose Option 1. There was nothing wrong with Ling Chen's prudent nature. But he was cautious, not cowardly. Setting aside the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood from Option 1, Ling Chen absolutely would not allow his own Dragon Clan fortune to be halved, returning to the Chaos Great Hall. Looking at the nearly collapsing Ao Bai, a smile graced Ling Chen's face as he gently asked, "Ao Bai, have you ever considered seeking my assistance for the Dragon Clan?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bai's eyes brightened. But they quickly dimmed again. Firstly, Ling Chen had no ties to the Dragon Clan and had no reason to assist them. Secondly, though Ao Bai could sense Ling Chen's formidable cultivation as a Tai Yi Golden Immortal, the Dragon Clan was facing the entire demon race. How could Ling Chen, who had yet to reach the level of a Deluo Golden Immortal, withstand the onslaught of the demon army? Alas, Ao Bai sighed deeply. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly resounded in Ao Bai's ears. Where could a dragon be found here? Ao Bai abruptly looked up, his gaze filled with uncertainty. But in the next moment, he beheld the true dragon's phantom behind Ling Chen. Ao Bai's heart trembled, and he exclaimed, "You are a predecessor of my Dragon Clan?" Ao Bai was at a loss for words. Encountering a fellow kin at the most desperate moment stirred a torrent of emotions. Ao Bai's eyes turned a brilliant red, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Ling Chen regarded Ao Bai with warmth, saying, "As a member of the true dragon lineage, do you not believe I have reason to assist you?" After a pause, Ling Chen's voice rang out once more, "I am the foremost disciple of Shanxing Tongtian. Do you not think I am qualified to help you?" As Ling Chen's voice continued to resonate, Ao Bai's despair gradually dissipated, replaced by elation and gratitude. Tears streamed down Ao Bai's cheeks. Ao Bai wept aloud. Throughout his journey, Ao Bai had faced countless life and death crises, yet had never shed a single tear. Even when he was on the brink of despair moments ago, he did not cry. But at this moment, upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Ao Bai could no longer contain his sorrow. Ao Bai's tears were for the Dragon Clan, but they were also for himself. After enduring trials of life and death, he had finally found hope for the Dragon Clan, and for himself, returning to the battlefield outside the Dao Demon Realm. After Ao Bai's sudden disappearance, the Zhoming bird had already discovered the Chaos Great Formation and immediately began attempting to break it. What the Zhoming bird did not expect was that his frenzied assault could not even shake this mysterious formation. Yet, even so, the Zhoming bird had no thought of retreating, even though the formidable beings within the formation were powerful. The Zhoming bird was undaunted, for he had Kunpeng and the entire demon race standing behind him. Humph! The Zhoming bird snorted coldly, raising its head high and declaring, "I am the great demon Zhoming bird, here to apprehend the white dragon Ao Bai." You all should quickly hand him over. Do you dare to offend the demon race? The Zhongming bird's voice was filled with arrogance, in its view. Upon hearing his words, the powerful beings within the formation would certainly comply and hand over Ao Bai without hesitation. However, the ensuing developments were entirely beyond the Zhongming bird's expectations. Instead of encountering a surrendering Ao Bai, it was met with a spear piercing through the air, seeking death. The Zhongming bird scoffed, pointing a hand, but a fierce gale converged in front of the Zhongming bird, transforming into countless blades of wind aimed at the spear. But do not underestimate these wind blades. The Zhongming bird was adept at manipulating wind and was on the verge of comprehending the laws of wind. All of its wind blades were crafted from fierce winds, possessing terrifying power. Even beings at the peak of Tai, golden immortal, would find it challenging to contend with them. Yet at the moment those wind blades made contact with the spear, roar! The spear trembled lightly and instantly transformed into an 8-clawed black dragon. An overwhelming dragon's might surged forth, shaking the surroundings. The Zhongming bird's proud wind blades quivered in unison, instantly dissipating into nothingness. The 8-clawed black dragon turned its massive head, its dragon eyes slowly settling upon the Zhongming bird. This is bad. The luminous bird felt as though it were being targeted by an ancient, fearsome beast, its feathers bristling with alarm, and a sense of dread surged within. The recent strike had made it abundantly clear that this enigmatic powerhouse far surpassed its own capabilities, with a powerful flap of its wings. The luminous bird attempted to flee. However, in a moment of sheer terror, it discovered that the void surrounding it had been sealed. It was utterly trapped. The bird's round, bead-like eyes widened in horror as it hastily exclaimed, "Stop! I am a great demon affiliated with the demon court. If you dare to kill me, the esteemed demon master will not let you go, nor will the 2 demon emperors," as it spoke. The luminous bird involuntarily straightened its posture. Had it still been like before, fighting alone, it would surely face certain death. Yet now, with the backing of the demon race, even if it lacked sufficient strength, its life was not in jeopardy. In that moment, the luminous bird felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having joined the demon court, just as it believed it had regained its footing. A thunderous roar echoed, and the 8-clawed black dragon extended one of its claws with deliberate grace. With a resounding boom, the luminous bird's form was obliterated like a fragile balloon. The great demon. The luminous bird had fallen within the battlefield of Tao and demon. Ao Bai stared blankly at this scene, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was already aware that Ling Chen was also at the Tai golden immortal realm. Yet with just a single strike, Ling Chen had annihilated the luminous bird, also of the Tai golden immortal realm. It was a blatant instant kill. The might of Ling Chen was truly terrifying. In stark contrast to Ao Bai's shock, the elder-like figure of Luo Ho remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of surprise. Luo Ho was acutely aware of the immense power that his master possessed. A mere luminous bird was hardly worthy of consideration. What intrigued Luo Ho more was Ling Chen's subsequent actions. Given Luo Ho's understanding of Ling Chen, he anticipated that Ling Chen would act with utmost caution. Why, then, would he take the perilous risk of opposing the demon court, so boldly stepping forward for the Dragon Clan? Luo Ho was skeptical that Ling Chen had any genuine intent to fight for his kin. What was Ling Chen truly after? In the void, Ling Chen observed Ao Bai and Luo Ho's expressions keenly, nonchalantly clapping his hands as if he had merely crushed an ant. His gaze turned to Ao Bai, commanding, "There is no time to waste. Lead the way swiftly to the West Sea." In the West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King, Ao Tan, sat wearily upon his throne, his expression sorrowful. After 3 millennia of relentless warfare, even with the protective formation of the Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon clan had suffered grievously. This was still under the condition that the demon army had not launched a full-scale assault. Yet, even so, they could no longer hold on. He hoped for Baier's safety, murmured softly, a flicker of relief and longing crossing his eyes. Unbeknownst to all, he had sent Ao Bai away not to seek aid, but to provide Ao Bai with a chance for survival. The demon race was formidable. Even with the Dragon Clan's assistance, it would be futile. The annihilation of the West Sea Dragon clan was already inevitable. Ao Bai was the last bloodline of the West Sea Dragon clan. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency reached Ao Tian's ears. Dragon King, the formation's foundation has been damaged by 50%. If this continues, the formation will collapse. You must think of a solution. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian remained motionless, murmuring to himself, is it finally about to break? That day has finally arrived, after enduring 3 millennia of tumultuous bombardments. The Dragon Clan's formation had become riddled with holes, nearly impossible to repair. Moreover, they had exhausted all materials necessary for restoration. The protective formation that had safeguarded them for countless years was on the brink of collapse. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in Ao Tian's eyes, which soon transformed into acceptance. He had anticipated this day and had long since prepared himself. Surrender was out of the question, not if it came to this. Then they would fight to the death. With flesh and unyielding will, they would vindicate the Dragon Clan. With that thought, Ao Tian abruptly stood from his throne, bellowing, our Dragon Clan is an ancient, top-tier lineage. Even if we are reduced to nothingness, we shall never bow to the demon race. Where are my sons? The formation is about to break. Fight to the death alongside this Dragon King, with flesh and unyielding will. Let us honor the glory of our Dragon Clan. To the death. As Ao Tian's roar reverberated throughout the West Sea Dragon Palace, the remaining members of the West Sea Dragon Clan felt their blood surge with fervor. The once weary dragons straightened their backs, their eyes resolute, and they raised their voices to the heavens in a furious roar. For the honor of the Dragon Clan, at that moment, the battle spirit of the West Sea Dragon Clan coalesced like never before. As if their collective karma had been partially dispelled, Ao Tian felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down his face, and he strode forth towards the formation's exterior, followed by a cadre of weakened yet determined dragons. This battle would lead to the Dragon Clan's certain defeat, yet not a single dragon chose to retreat. In this battle, though the Dragon Clan might fall, their spirit would remain unvanquished. Simultaneously, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The Dragon Clan's formation, standing for countless years, imploded outside the West Sea Dragon Palace. In the instant the dragon formation shattered, the demon army erupted in jubilant cheers. After 3 millennia, they had finally breached the Dragon Clan's formation. The time for the hunt had come. Their targets were none other than the once mighty dragons. With this thought, the demon soldiers' eyes gleamed with madness and excitement, their murderous intent palpable. Upon sighting the dragon army led by Ao Tian, the demon soldiers' bloodlust surged to a fever pitch. Kill! With a thunderous roar, the demon army surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing upon the dragon forces and engulfing them in an instant. Rumbling thunder reverberated. Beneath the stormy skies, a river of blood surged upwards, painting the entire sea a deep crimson, bearing witness to the brutality of the conflict. However, to the surprise of the demon army, they found they could not immediately overwhelm the dragon forces. The dragon army, akin to a fragile vessel, teetered precariously within the torrent of the demon army, yet continued to hold its ground. The demon soldiers roared in rage, their expressions filled with fury. With such an advantage, how could they fail to subdue the dragon forces at once? This was a disgrace. The demon soldiers had gone MD, and no longer were they a mere tide. They transformed into a meat grinder, ruthlessly slaughtering the dragon forces. Observing this scene, Ao Tian felt a profound sorrow wash over him. If nothing changed, the West Sea Dragon Clan would soon vanish from existence within his grasp, but he would not tarnish the honor of the dragon race. Fight! Ao Tian roared skyward, issuing his final military command. Yet just as he resolved to face death heroically, Ao Tian caught sight of a familiar figure emerging in the distant void. Not good. Ao Tian felt his heart skip a beat, his earlier resolve and determination evaporating. For the figure that had appeared was none other than the little white dragon he had painstakingly sent away. Ao Bai. Little Bai, flee. Don't come any closer. Oh, Tian bellowed, his expression frantic. Yet, Ao Bai seemed not to hear his words, steadily approaching the battlefield. Meanwhile, demon soldiers on the periphery had already spotted Ao Bai, grinning wickedly as they closed in for the kill. No! A.O. Tian screamed in despair, his eyes flashing with blood-red fury. A.O. Bai's sudden return signified the severing of the last bloodline of the West Sea Dragon clan. This realization plunged A.O. Tian into utter hopelessness. But at that moment, bang! With a resounding crash, the demon clan besieging A.O. Bai were sent flying, plummeting into the West Sea like dumplings tossed in a boiling water. This sudden turn of events left countless beings, including A.O. Tan, in a state of shock at that moment. A tall figure clad in black robes stepped forth from behind A.O. Tan. It was none other than Ling Chen. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as all eyes turned toward him. Emerging like a mountain, the leader of the demon army, Huake, confronted Ling Chen. Dare to slay my demon soldiers. You seek death. Where were the demon warriors? Kill him. As soon as the command was uttered, numerous demon soldiers soared into the sky, charging toward Ling Chen. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "Before you make a move, shouldn't you inquire about my identity?" At his words, the demon soldiers hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Huake, suppressing his murderous intent, inquired sternly, "Who are you?" Ling Chen slightly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am of the Dragon Clan." Ling Chen, the Dragon Clan? Huake was momentarily stunned. Quickly realizing he had been tricked, his murderous intent surged violently as he bellowed, "Despicable! Kill this wretched dragon!" As his words echoed, countless demon soldiers surged forward like a torrent, aiming to annihilate Ling Chen. "This is bad." A.O. Tian's eyes widened in alarm as he prepared to rush to Ling Chen's aid. But in the next instant, an unexpected scene unfolded before all beings present. Ling Chen appeared oblivious to the multitude of demons, remaining utterly still. Was this a death wish? Just as confusion spread among the crowd, a surge of pure energy erupted from Ling Chen, transforming into a verdant lotus platform that ascended into the heavens. Ling Chen sat upon the lotus and calmly uttered a single word, "Freeze." As the word left his lips, the countless demons suspended in the air were suddenly immobilized, their expressions filled with terror. "This is bad," Huake thought, fearing the worst. Yet before he could act, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more. "Break!" With that, an explosive sound reverberated through the air as the immobilized demons shattered into a mist of crimson, scattering like petals in the wind. The battlefield fell silent. All beings gazed in horror at the figure seated upon the lotus. With merely 2 words, Ling Chen had obliterated no fewer than tens of thousands of demons, including numerous golden immortals and even a few Tai golden immortals. The terror of Ling Chen's power was palpable. Wonderful. We are saved. The remaining members of the Dragon Clan wept tears of joy. They had been engulfed in despair, only to catch a glimpse of hope for survival. However, unlike the ordinary dragons, A.O. Tan, the Dragon King of the West Sea, wore a solemn expression. If his perception was correct, Ling Chen had yet to condense the 3 flowers atop his head and remained within the realm of Tai golden immortals. Yet, as the leader of the demon clan, Huake was a Daluo golden immortal. The disparity in their realms was significant. How could Ling Chen possibly contend with Huake? A glimmer of determination flickered in A.O. Tian's eyes. He resolved to sacrifice himself if necessary to aid Ling Chen and ensure A.O. Bai's escape. Simultaneously, Huake finally regained his composure. His gaze pierced through the void, landing on Ling Chen as he coldly declared, "Words manifest as law. I did not anticipate that you would possess such strength without even condensing the 3 flowers atop your head. What a pity." As he spoke, Huake's voice dripped with an icy, murderous intent. The demons had suffered tremendous losses, and he could not escape blame. Regardless of the cost, he vowed to slay Ling Chen to alleviate his wrath. Upon hearing Huake's words, the previously jubilant dragons were struck with dread, their hearts filling with an insurmountable despair. The flickering flame of hope they had just nurtured was extinguished. Was this the will of fate? As despair spread among the dragons, Huake bellowed, "Die!" A torrent of fiery energy coalesced from the heavens, taking the form of a colossal flaming bird. Chirp! The flaming bird screeched as it lunged toward Ling Chen. Huake, a descendant of the vermilion bird and a fire element demon, had grasped the principles of fire after breaking through to the Daluo Golden Immortal level. His terrifying power far surpassed that of the previous rejuvenation bird. "Be careful," Ao Tian shouted, recognizing Huakei's innate divine ability. Though Ao Tian was also a Daluo Golden Immortal, his strength had diminished after 3,000 years of depletion, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Yet, just as Huakei prepared to strike, a devastating aura emanated from Ao Tian. He was ready to self-destruct, but at that moment, a black spear pierced through the void, lightly tapping the colossal flaming bird's head. What transpired next was utterly unexpected. Crack! A black fissure radiated from the point of contact, swiftly spreading across the bird's massive frame. This was merely the beginning. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the void, resonating in the hearts of all present on the battlefield. In the next instant, under the horrified gazes of all beings, the once mighty flaming bird emitted a mournful cry before exploding violently. Poof! The backlash hit Huakei, forcing him to spit a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "You could actually break my innate divine ability. Are you a Daluo Golden Immortal? Wait, you haven't condensed the 3 flowers atop your head. It must be that spear, isn't that right?" Huakei's gaze fixated greedily on the black spear, recognizing its extraordinary power. This spear had significantly bolstered Ling Chen's combat prowess, and he surmised it must be a legendary supreme innate spiritual treasure. As for innate treasures, Huakei dared not even entertain the thought, for such artifacts were beyond his reach. Ling Chen did not deny it, merely stating, "Your insight is commendable." His words confirmed Huakei's suspicions, igniting an insatiable greed within him. "Ha ha! Who would have thought I would gain such a treasure today? If I possess this spear, I shall surely ascend to the ranks of the demon gods." As he spoke, 3 fiery blossoms bloomed above Huakei's head, signifying his intent to fight with all his might. Chirp! With a thunderous screech, Huakei soared into the sky, transforming into a massive, flaming avatar. The searing flames distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. "Kid, if you surrender the spear and submit to me, I shall spare your life." Huakei's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens. However, instead of yielding, Ling Chen responded with a spear. More accurately, it was an 8-clawed black dragon. "You seek death," Huakei grunted, extending a claw to grasp the 8-clawed black dragon effortlessly. "Ha!" Huakei rejoiced, yet in that moment. Roar! In his grasp, the 8-clawed black dragon suddenly lifted its head, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Upon the dragon's claws, a 9th toe gradually emerged. A 9-clawed black dragon. "This is bad." The heart of the fire sparrow trembled violently. The cultivation of dragons is distinguished by their claws. 8 claws signify the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, while 9 claws denote the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The fire sparrow never anticipated that the black dragon would break through at this moment. Yet before he could ponder further, an unfathomable power erupted from the dragon's form, instantly engulfing him. No. The fire sparrow howled in despair, yearning to flee, but it was far too late. Within mere breaths, the 9-clawed black dragon obliterated the fire sparrow's physical form and even his primordial spirit into nothingness. Roar! The 9-clawed black dragon emitted an ecstatic roar, wagging its tail as it returned to Ling Chen, transforming back into a black spear. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The once mighty Demon King, the Fire Sparrow, had perished just like that. It must be noted that Ling Chen was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, while the Fire Sparrow had long since attained the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. When did a Tai Golden Immortal possess the ability to overpower a Great Luo Golden Immortal with such ease? This was utterly preposterous. The most bewildered of all was Ao Tian, who, as a fellow Great Luo Golden Immortal, understood the vast chasm that separated the two realms. To provide a simple analogy, if a Great Luo Golden Immortal were a towering tree, then a Tai Golden Immortal would be but a diminutive ant. Even if the ant were armed with formidable weapons, it could never hope to shake the foundation of the tree. Yet the fact remained that Ling Chen had reversed the fate and slain the Fire Sparrow. The ant had not merely shaken the tree. It had obliterated it. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted from Ao Tian. Just moments ago, he had been forced to halt his self-detonation due to Ling Chen, and now he was nearly compelled to explode again because of him. Everything was simply too incredulous. However, if Luo Ho were present, he would certainly not be surprised in the slightest, for he knew just how terrifying Ling Chen's potential was. Which Tai, golden immortal, could possibly harbor within them a world of their own? Ling Chen's strength could not be measured by conventional standards. Moreover, he wielded the Divine Slayer's spear, a weapon of immense destruction. One fire sparrow of the early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage was hardly enough for Ling Chen to contend with. Even 10 or 8 would not suffice. In the void, upon witnessing the fire sparrow's demise, Ao Bai, who had been hiding behind Ling Chen, could no longer contain his elation and cried out, "The fire sparrow is dead. Our West Sea Dragon clan will not perish. We are saved." Ha! Ao Bai wept tears of joy. Even though he was aware of Ling Chen's strength, when a moment truly arrived, he could not suppress his overwhelming delight and pride. He rejoiced for the West Sea Dragon clan's salvation through Ling Chen's might. And he felt proud that Ling Chen was the savior he had brought forth. As Ao Bai's voice rang out, the previously bewildered West Sea Dragon clan erupted into unprecedented cheers, after realizing that Ling Chen's cultivation was merely that of a Tai golden immortal. They had once again descended into despair. They had never imagined that Ling Chen could be this formidable. The turnaround was too swift and too exhilarating. The remaining members of the West Sea Dragon clan embraced one another in tears. This time, they would finally survive. Even Ao Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. Regardless of whether the Demon Clan would seek revenge in the future, at least for now, the West Sea Dragon clan would not be annihilated. That was sufficient. In an instant, the West Sea Dragon clan was engulfed in ecstasy in stark contrast. The demon soldiers were bereft of hope, their gazes towards Ling Chen filled with dread before Ling Chen's arrival. Everything had seemed destined. Victory for the demon clan was within reach. Yet, within less than half a day of Ling Chen's arrival, the Demon King Fire Sparrow had fallen, and the demon clan faced utter defeat. If Ling Chen had been a being above the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it would have been understandable. But he was clearly just a Tai golden immortal. What manner of monster was this? The demon clan was terrified. Countless demon soldiers fled the battlefield like a receding tide. Within moments, the expanse above the West Sea was left desolate, with only the remnants of ruins and a handful of Dragon Clan members remaining. At this moment, all the Dragon Clan's gazes were fixed upon the black-robed youth in the void, their expressions a mixture of shock and reverence. This was a powerhouse, the savior of the Dragon Clan. Half a day later, within the West Sea Dragon Palace, upon hearing Ling Chen's origins, Ao Tian could not help but laugh heartily towards the heavens. Little did we know that our Dragon Clan had let slip a genius such as you. You have even chosen to be a disciple of the Supreme Clear, Tongtian. Truly, we are exceptionally fortunate, and it is a blessing for our Dragon Clan. Ah! Ao Tian had been deeply concerned about the potential retribution from the Demon Clan. However, if Ling Chen was backed by Tongtian, then everything would be different. With the 3 Cleans standing behind him, Ling Chen would undoubtedly instill a profound sense of dread within the Demon Clan. Thus, the Dragon Clan would have no further worries. How could this not bring joy to Ao Tian? Yet unlike Ao Tian, Ling Chen was far from optimistic. The Kunpeng bore grudges deeply and was unlikely to let the Dragon Clan off so easily. Nor would he spare Ling Chen. Fortunately, Ling Chen had already contacted Tongtian through the Supreme Clear Jade Talisman. As long as Tongtian could arrive in time, everything would be fine. With this thought, Ling Chen's expression relaxed. Turning to Ao Tian, he said, "Senior, I have a request." Ao Tian quickly replied, "I cannot be called a senior. If you are willing, let us refer to each other as brothers." Ling Chen did not decline. Smiling as he responded, "Younger brother greets elder brother." Upon hearing this, Ao Tian was overjoyed, laughing heartily. "Good, my dear brother." Ao Tian was naturally elated. However, Ao Bai at the side felt somewhat discontented on the way here. Ao Bai had always referred to Ling Chen as big brother. Now he found himself unexpectedly demoted before Ao Tian. After the laughter subsided, Ao Tian recalled Ling Chen's earlier words and said earnestly, What is it that my dear brother seeks? Speak without reservation. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. It was no wonder Ao Tan acted this way. Ling Chen had not only rendered great favors to the West Sea Dragon clan, but was also a direct disciple of Tongtian. For both emotional and logical reasons, Ao Tian would do his best to accommodate Ling Chen's wishes. Yet Ling Chen's request was entirely beyond Ao Tian's expectations. You wish to enter the ancestral land? You seek to obtain the ancestral dragon's legacy? You are not even 10,000 years old? Ao Tian's eyes filled with astonishment as he exclaimed repeatedly. Unable to comprehend Ling Chen's request, he had never imagined that Ling Chen would make such a demand. Since the Great Calamity of the Dragon Han era, the ancestral dragon had been gravely injured and was on the brink of death, falling into a deep slumber within the ancestral land. Yet before the ancestral dragon succumbed to slumber, it had issued a decree. Any dragon genius who attained the Tai Golden Immortal stage within 10,000 years would have the opportunity to enter the ancestral land and attempt to inherit the ancestral dragon's legacy. The one who obtained the legacy would become the new generation's Dragon Emperor, the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. This was a chance for Dragon Clan geniuses to soar to greatness. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan had committed a grave error, shackled by karma. For countless years, scarcely any dragon had managed to reach the Tai Golden Immortal stage within the short span of 10,000 years. Thus, this matter was seldom mentioned among the Dragon Clan. Until the appearance of Ling Chen, the method to enter the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan was quite straightforward. As long as any of the four seas Dragon Kings activated the heirloom, the guiding light would descend, ferrying the trial taker into the ancestral grounds. This guiding light possessed discerning capabilities. If a talented member of the Dragon Clan did not meet the requisite standards, not only would they be denied passage to the ancestral land, but they would also face punishment. For countless years, no true genius had emerged from the Dragon Clan with the qualification to enter the ancestral grounds. Yet now, Ling Chen had appeared before them, radiant and full of life. This was the very reason for Ao Tan's excitement. C&D, you must not jest. Should the guiding light detect any deceit, severe penalties will ensue. Ao Tian still harbored some unease. However, upon witnessing Ling Chen's resolute gaze, his doubts dissipated entirely. With unprecedented gravity in his expression, he solemnly declared, "In that case, I shall summon the guiding light for you, C&D," with a flourish of his sleeve. A miniature 9-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, radiating brilliance. This miniature 9-clawed golden dragon was, indeed, the heirloom spoken of by Ao Tian. The void trembled as a bronze gate slowly manifested above the dragon palace. Roar! A faint yet powerful dragon's roar emanated from the portal, resounding with grandeur and authority. Without the need for further explanation, Ling Chen understood that this was the passage to the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. He inclined his body slightly towards Ao Tan and smiled. "Ao, brother, await my good news here." As he spoke, Ling Chen stepped forth, vanishing into the bronze gate. The bronze gate emitted a series of muffled sounds as it gradually closed. Ao Tian stood in a daze, murmuring, "C&D, I sincerely hope you can attain the inheritance and become our Dragon Clan's sovereign." There was no trace of falsehood in Ao Tan's words, since the Great Calamity of the Dragon Han. The Dragon Clan had languished for countless years. Their suppression by the Heavenly Tao was one reason, but an even more pressing issue was their lack of a leader. The Dragon Clan desperately needed someone capable of guiding them out of their predicament. Ling Chen's arrival brought immense hope to Ao Tian and, indeed, the entire Dragon Clan. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, as Ao Tian activated the heirloom, East Sea Dragon King Ao Bing had already sensed it. Ao Tian had activated the heirloom. Could it be? Ao Bing's expression shifted as he realized something, his excitement barely contained. The South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings exhibited reactions nearly identical to Ao Bing's. For countless years, under the weight of karma, the Dragon Clan had endured tremendous suffering. As Dragon Kings, Ao Bing and his peers suffered even more. If anyone among the Dragon Clan yearned for a leader akin to the ancestral dragon, it was undoubtedly these Dragon Kings. And now, Their wish finally had a chance to be fulfilled. In an instant, the 4 Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan eagerly awaited, hoping for Ling Chen's success. Returning to Ling Chen, upon entering the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, his gaze was immediately captivated by the colossal dragon body suspended in midair. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from the dragon body, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel. This must be the ancestral dragon, right? Even after so many years of demise, it still exudes such terrifying pressure. Truly a formidable existence of the late stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal. Within Ling Chen's perception, there was not a trace of life emanating from the massive dragon body. The ancestral dragon had likely long since perished. At that moment, roar! The previously motionless ancestral dragon suddenly lifted its head. Emitting a deafening dragon's roar, the ancestral dragon was still alive? Ling Chen was taken aback, but in the next instant, the dragon's head slowly lowered again, as a pearl radiating immense dragon spirit power gently floated out from the ancestral dragon's mouth. The ancestral dragon pearl, now I understand. Ling Chen immediately grasped the situation. The ancestral dragon had likely perished. The previous roar must have originated from this ancestral dragon pearl, if all went according to legend. The inheritance of the dragon clan was contained within this very pearl. But why was the ancestral dragon pearl covered in cracks? Just as Ling Chen's mind raced with questions, the ancestral dragon pearl in the void trembled lightly and looked towards Ling Chen. A chill ran down his spine, as though he were being targeted by some ferocious beast. Yet before he could ponder further, the ancestral dragon pearl transformed into a flash of white light, instantly merging into Ling Chen's body. Initially startled, Ling Chen soon felt a surge of joy that he realized the inheritance of the Dragon Clan had commenced. 300 years later, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "I never expected the inheritance of the Dragon Clan to be so simple." Ling Chen had initially anticipated enduring a lengthy trial, yet had only taken 300 years. Had the great beings of the Dragon Clan who established the trial heard this, they would surely have spat blood in disbelief. Their meticulously crafted tests had been so easily dismissed by Ling Chen. However, it must be noted that for an ordinary member of the Dragon Clan, even a millennium or 10,000 years would not suffice to pass the trial. Ling Chen found it simple solely due to his formidable foundation and comprehension. Yet just as Ling Chen relaxed after enduring the trial for 300 years, an unexpected event unfolded. Roar! The massive head of the ancestral dragon suddenly lifted, locking eyes with Ling Chen. The golden dragon's pupils met Ling Chen's gaze. Not good. The ancestral dragon was still alive. Ling Chen's heart raced. He distinctly perceived the emotional fluctuations within the dragon's gaze. The ancestral dragon was indeed alive. At that moment, as Ling Chen was shaken, a colossal consciousness erupted from the dragon's head, transforming into a 9-clawed golden dragon phantom that surged towards him. "It seeks to seize my body," having experienced the possession by the demon ancestor Luo. This scene was all too familiar to Ling Chen. Yet caught off guard, he had no time to evade, allowing the 9-clawed golden dragon to enter. Who could have imagined that the coveted inheritance of the Dragon Clan would be a grand scheme devised by the ancestral dragon to achieve rebirth through possession? But the ancestral dragon never anticipated that the prodigy it had long awaited would be none other than the monstrous Ling Chen. Ling Chen watched the rampaging 9-clawed golden dragon, utterly speechless. He was born of the Magic Clan and the fortune of the Dragon Clan. Yet here he was first possessed by the demon ancestor Luo, and now by the ancestral dragon. This was simply absurd. Fortunately, having opened his inner world, Ling Chen silently rejoiced. Had he not done so, he feared he would have already succumbed to possession and met his end. However, it was precisely due to his prior experience with Luo's possession that Ling Chen remained unfazed now. Though the ancestral dragon was powerful, how could it possibly compare to the demon ancestor Luo? If Ling Chen could contend with Luo, how much easier would it be to deal with the ancestral dragon? Ling Chen chuckled coldly, gradually channeling the power of the world to subdue the cunning dragon. In less than half a month, the 9-clawed golden dragon was left gasping for breath, lying on the ground like a defeated dog. No longer the tyrannical creature it once was, the ancestral dragon S plea soon followed. Junior, I am your ancestor. Offer your flesh to me is your honor. You should promptly open your mind. At this point, still trying to deceive me, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. He had no intention of responding to the Ancestor Dragon, instead silently channeling the power of the world to wear down the Ancestor Dragon's will. Ancestor Dragon. A failed tactic. The Ancestor Dragon then resorted to threats. You brat. Are you not afraid of me self-destructing here? We could perish together. The Ancestor Dragon alternated between coaxing and furious roars. Yet, until his very end, he received not a shred of response from Ling Chen. The Ancestor Dragon could never have envisioned that he would not fall in the cataclysm of the Dragon Han, but instead meet his demise at Ling Chen's hands. In the fleeting moment of the Ancestor Dragon's dissipating soul, an overwhelming dragon spirit erupted from the remnants of the Ancestor Dragon, vanishing into the void. The formidable aura emanating from the Ancestor Dragon's remains continued to decline. Simultaneously, the land of inheritance suddenly erupted with fissures. The destructive energy began to spread. The land of inheritance was originally a manifestation of the Ancestor Dragon's body, with the dissipating remnants of the Ancestor Dragon. The land of inheritance inevitably began to crumble. Witnessing this scene, Ling Chen furrowed his brow. The dissolution of the land of inheritance was one thing, but the remnants of the Ancestor Dragon were invaluable and must not be allowed to disintegrate. Without hesitation, Ling Chen summoned the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, hoping to stabilize the remnants, but his efforts yielded little result. Was there truly no hope? Ling Chen's brow creased deeply. Just then, a thought struck him. He suddenly remembered the system's prior reward of 3 drops of Ancestor Dragon's blood. The system's rewards were never without purpose. Thus, these 3 drops of Ancestor Dragon's blood must hold remarkable significance. A flash of inspiration ignited within him. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Ling Chen infused the 3 drops of Ancestor Dragon's blood into the remnants. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of time. As Ling Chen had anticipated, the remnants of the Ancestor Dragon indeed ceased their dissolution. The land of inheritance quickly regained its tranquility. It truly works. Ling Chen rejoiced, once again waving his sleeve to collect the remnants into his possession. He had already devised a method to utilize the Ancestor Dragon's remains. The Ancestor Dragon had originally been a late-stage Hongyun Golden Immortal. If he could successfully refine it into a doppelganger, one could only imagine how powerful such a doppelganger would be. Having dealt with this matter, he was determined to swiftly craft the Ancestor Dragon doppelganger. Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, buzz, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl erupted with brilliant radiance, merging into Ling Chen's being. Was this the fortune of the Dragon Clan? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it unsurprising. Yet in the next moment his eyes sparkled with ecstatic delight as he exclaimed, "This is not merely the fortune of the Dragon Clan, but rather the authority of the Dragon Clan." Concurrently, within the external void, boundless phenomena erupted. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Strikes of golden lightning spread across the entire void. Beneath the deluge of thunder, an ancient bronze door began to slowly open in the western sea's void. A terrifying dragon's roar emanated from within the door. The dragon's might was overwhelming, reaching far and wide. Such a grand spectacle instantly captured the attention of countless beings in the primordial world. Murmurs of speculation arose from every corner of the primordial realm. What unprecedented event had transpired? Could it be that a mighty dragon had broken through? The Dragon Clan was bound by karma and should not have been able to achieve such a feat. What could it be? Could it be that the Ancestor Dragon had resurfaced? The beings of the primordial world buzzed with chatter. Yet, unlike the ordinary beings of the primordial realm, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings trembled with excitement. Unable to contain their elation, without a doubt, their younger brother had acquired the inheritance. It has happened. My younger brother has succeeded. After countless years, the Dragon Clan had finally welcomed a new dragon sovereign. The Dragon Clan had finally been granted the chance to rise. Tan wept tears of joy, appearing somewhat deranged beside him. Aobai also shed tears profusely. Aobai understood well how fervently their father had longed for the Dragon Clan to ascend. At last, they were witnessing the dawn of a new era. Moreover, Bai felt an overwhelming pride, for the one who brought this dawn to the Dragon Clan was none other than Ling Chen, whom he had brought back. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Southern Sea Dragon King, and Northern Sea Dragon King shared equal joy to that of Tian. Even the ordinary Dragon Clan members, who had been unaware of the situation, felt a stirring in their bloodlines. Countless dragons looked skyward, their expressions brimming with excitement, and irresistible thoughts surged within their minds. The Dragon Clan had welcomed a new dragon sovereign since the time of the ancestor dragon. The Dragon Clan was poised to embrace a new ruler. As time passed, news of the impending emergence of the Dragon Clan sovereign spread rapidly throughout the primordial realm, a certain chaotic realm. Yang Mei's gaze fell upon the ancient bronze door, intrigued. This aura is not that of the ancestor dragon. The old eel actually failed to seize control. How interesting, how intriguing. It was evident that Yang Mei possessed knowledge of the underlying circumstances. At Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun also took note of the disturbances above the Western Sea, a shadow flickering in his eyes. According to his calculations, the Dragon Clan was destined to become a totem of the human clan, and the emergence of a Dragon Clan sovereign should not be possible. Yet, Hongyun was in the midst of delivering teachings and had no time to delve deeper into the matter. Furthermore, Hongjun's plans encompassed the entirety of the primordial realm. The mere Dragon Clan could not possibly disrupt his designs. It was of little concern. On the solar star, the demon god Bai Zhe gazed towards the western sea, a somber expression crossing his features as he furrowed his brows. The death of the fire sparrow in the western sea was likely related to this newly ascended Dragon Clan sovereign. Just where did this so-called Dragon Clan sovereign come from? In an instant, the gazes of countless beings in the primordial realm turned towards the ancient bronze door, awaiting the emergence of the new Dragon Clan sovereign. The beings of the primordial realm did not have to wait long that a century later, the ancient bronze door erupted with resplendent radiance, and a black dragon coiled forth from the door, its dragon pearl atop its head, roaring defiantly towards the heavens. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated, its might overwhelming. The dragon blood coursing through all Dragon Clan members surged in response that a deep, authoritative voice resounded through the void. I am Ling Chen. Observing the Dragon Clan bound by karma and chaos, I wish to be the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, to eradicate their karma and restore order. With the ancestor dragon pearl, I shall suppress the Dragon Clan's fortune. Let the great Tao bear witness. Ling Chen's voice transformed into a resounding echo, reverberating throughout the primordial realm. The eye of the great Tao materialized, slowly articulating a single word. Approved. Ling Chen's vow was met with the recognition of the great Tao. Countless dragons bowed in unison towards the direction of the Black Dragon, that we pay homage to our Lord. The Four Seas Dragon Clan all submitted, welcoming the arrival of the new Dragon Clan sovereign. Simultaneously, streams of faith power surged forth from millions of dragons, converging towards the ancestor dragon pearl above Ling Chen's head. Buzz! The ancestor dragon pearl erupted with boundless golden light, dazzling and brilliant, beneath the cascade of golden radiance. Ling Chen transformed into a black-robed youth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the heavens. Ling Chen first wielded the ancestor dragon pearl to command the authority of the Dragon Clan, and then drew upon the faith power of the Dragon Clan. From this moment onward, Ling Chen became the undisputed sovereign of the Dragon Clan, ruling over countless dragons in the primordial realm. The beings of the primordial world stared in awe at the black-robed youth in the void. Their expressions stirred. The Dragon Clan had remained weak, not only due to their entanglement in karma, but also because they had lacked a leader. Yet from this day forth, the Dragon Clan had welcomed a new dragon sovereign. The Dragon Clan was bound to rise anew from the ashes. First, the witch and demon clans had surged forth, becoming the pinnacle powers of the primordial realm. In contemporary times, a new dragon sovereign has emerged among the dragonkin. It seems the primordial world is poised for upheaval. Let us fervently hope it does not devolve into calamity. The unexpected appearance of the dragon sovereign has stirred a complex array of emotions within the hearts of the beings of the primordial realm. Unlike the ordinary denizens of this realm, the reactions among the formidable entities of the primordial world vary considerably. in the ancestral grounds of the witch clan, within the Panga shrine, the gaze of the ancestral witch. Emperor Zhang fixates on the ephemeral silhouette in the void, his tone laden with gravity. It has come to his attention that not long ago, the demon race launched an assault on the dragon clan. To think that a new dragon sovereign would arise so soon after, such a coincidence seems rather implausible. In contrast, ancestral witch Zhu Rong regards the situation with disdain, asserting they are merely remnants of the dragon clan. Even if a new dragon sovereign emerges, what difference does it make? It is hardly enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang furrows his brows slightly, but refrains from retorting. Just as Zhu Rong has articulated, the dragon clan pales in comparison to the resplendent witch clan, appearing utterly feeble in the solar star. Bai Zai's expression darkens, his eyes flickering with a cold, murderous intent. Yet, Bai Zai issues no commands, for none are necessary. The fallen fire sparrow and the rejuvenation bird were both subordinates of Kuanping. Given Kuanping's disposition, upon his emergence from the Zhixiao Palace, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the dragon clan. Bai Zai need not lift a finger to in the depths of chaos. Yang Mei's gaze settles upon Ling Chen. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips. I cannot fathom the origins of this newly ascended dragon sovereign. How intriguing. Returning to the skies above the western sea, Ling Chen gradually opens his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within. Having become the sovereign of the dragon clan, he can keenly perceive the flourishing of his fortunes. Even witnessing a slight enhancement in his own lineage, one must not underestimate this seemingly minor elevation. Setting aside the fact that lineage is often predetermined by nature, making subsequent advancements challenging, Ling Chen's lineage has already attained the pinnacle of innate beings. This recent enhancement is akin to taking a significant leap forward, laden with profound significance. As for the burgeoning karmic burdens of the dragon clan, Ling Chen remains entirely unconcerned. Too many debts do not weigh one down. Moreover, he has already devised a method to eliminate this karma. He merely awaits the opportune moment. Just as myriad thoughts swirl within him, the electronic voice of the system suddenly resonates in his mind. Ding! Host detected as the sovereign of the dragon clan. Please select Option 1. Seize this opportunity to expand the dragon clan's territory and conquer the world. Reward: supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens Bell. Option 2. Lead the dragon clan with prudence, accumulating strength. Reward: an innate spiritual plantation. Can this even activate a mission? Ling Chen is taken aback. Upon reading the first option, his expression darkens. The dragon clan has already dwindled to such a state. To consider expanding their territory and waging war? Is that not akin to lighting a lantern in a lavatory, seeking death? Curse this system for digging a pit. Ling Chen retorts decisively, System, I choose Option 2. Choosing the second option aligns perfectly with Ling Chen's intentions, particularly with the reward of the innate spiritual plantation. In his past life, he was fond of various fruits, and in the primordial realm, his adoration for spiritual fruits has only intensified. This innate spiritual plantation feels like a gift from the heavens that the century later, Ling Chen sits upon his throne, listening to the report of Aotian. The Dragon King of the Western Sea, Your Majesty, due to our conflicts with the demon race, very few primordial factions are willing to attend the Dragon Sovereign Feast. Aotian's voice is laden with frustration. The emergence of the Dragon Sovereign is a momentous event for the Dragon Clan. Naturally, Aotian endeavored to extend invitations far and wide to ensure the feast is a grand affair. Yet, the primordial factions, fearing the demon race, have largely declined the invitations, leaving Aotian feeling both exasperated and enraged. The other dragons share his indignation. Ling Chen, however, had anticipated this outcome and smiles faintly, saying, No matter. I had intended to operate discreetly and not draw undue attention. This could turn out to be even better. As he speaks, a hint of mockery graces his features. In a century's time, the Dragon Sovereign Feast shall commence. At that moment, I will ensure those factions regret their decisions profoundly. A century swiftly passes, and the Dragon Sovereign Feast is set to unfold. The number of primordial factions attending is even fewer than anticipated. Clearly, some factions have reconsidered during this time. Ling Chen, however, remains unfazed. Observing the scattered guests below, he proclaims, "I'm the dragon's sovereign Ling Chen, those who are not afraid of the demon race and have come to attend this feast. I commend you." After a pause, Ling Chen's voice rises significantly, declaring, "Your trust in the dragon clan shall not go unrewarded." With those words, a procession of elegantly clad maidens enters, bearing trays laden with exquisite delicacies. Initially, the guests pay little heed, but as time passes, exclamations of astonishment erupt throughout the banquet. Is it the innate spiritual fruit, the daylight lotus seed, and the royal extreme branch, the star-pointing celestial herb, the dragon tongue fruit? They're all innate spiritual fruits. Good heavens! This tea is actually Da Hong Pao. The dragon clan is extravagantly generous. This is simply beyond human comprehension. The guests are awestruck. They had approached the dragon sovereign feast with little expectation, only to encounter such fortuitous circumstances. No, this cannot merely be described as good fortune. This is an opportunity. Should they manage to absorb the benefits from this feast, their cultivation and foundational strength would undoubtedly experience tremendous enhancement. Overwhelmed with gratitude for having braved the pressures to attend the feast, the guests collectively bow towards Ling Chen, exclaiming, "We thank the dragon's sovereign for his generous gifts." Witnessing this scene, Ao Tian and the other dragons are filled with joy, their gazes towards Ling Chen brimming with admiration. After enduring countless years of decline, the dragon clan had long been devoid of innate spiritual fruits. All these fruits have originated from Ling Chen's hand. Acknowledging the multitude of gazes upon him, Ling Chen nods slightly, his demeanor tranquil. These innate spiritual fruits are indeed derived from the rewards of the innate spiritual plantation. The plantation not only boasts vast expanses, but is also laden with a myriad of spiritual fruits, including the prized Hong Pao tree, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It is indeed a testament to the adage, product from a system are invariably of superior quality. The Dragon Sovereign Feast concludes amidst waves of laughter and joy. As guests begin to break through their limits, the details of the feast swiftly disseminate throughout the primordial realm. Upon learning that the banquet was replete with innate spiritual fruits, with even the tea being the legendary enlightenment tea, countless beings in the primordial realm lament their missed opportunity to end their daily struggles. They have fought tooth and nail over mere postnatal spiritual fruits, yet they allowed such a monumental opportunity to slip through their fingers. The profound regret felt by the beings of the primordial realm is all too palpable. Meanwhile, as the focal point of this event, Ling Chen remains seated upon the dragon throne, his expression somewhat solemn. 3,000 years have elapsed since the second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. The conclusion of the lecture is imminent, given the nature of the demon master Kunpeng. Once he learns of the demise of the demon king Fire Sparrow, he will likely descend upon the Western Sea with a vengeance. Kunpeng is undoubtedly on the cusp of attaining the status of a quasi-saint. Ling Chen is well aware that he cannot stand against Kunpeng. He must rely on Tongtian. Thus he must endure until Tongtian arrives. Ling Chen chuckles softly, his expression resolute. While it is true that he acts with prudence, he has never shied away from taking action when the time calls for it. This time he is poised to confront Kunpeng head-on. Should other beings become aware of Ling Chen's intentions, their eyes would surely bulge in astonishment. Though Ling Chen is the Dragon Emperor, he is, at best, merely a Tai golden immortal. In stark contrast, Kunpeng stands as a quasi-saint. The notion that Ling Chen could engage in battle with Kunpeng is nothing short of fanciful. Even the four great dragon kings, privy to some inner workings, share a similar sentiment. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ling Chen has already crafted a chaotic formation in the Western Sea. He has also forged a clone from the remnants of the ancestral dragon at the late stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal. Furthermore, Ling Chen has dispatched a message to Tongtian via the Shanqing Talisman that he has made countless preparations, merely awaiting Kunpeng's arrival. As time passes, countless gazes from across the primordial realm converge upon the Western Sea. The retreat of Kunpeng's demon army from the Western Sea is hardly a secret. The second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace is nearing its end. Barring any unforeseen events, Kunpeng is poised to descend upon the Western Sea, ready to unleash his wrath as a quasi-saint. For the dragon clan to rise, they must navigate this formidable hurdle. On this matter, the vast majority of beings in the primordial realm harbor a pessimistic outlook. With Kunpeng's quasi-saint prowess, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire dragon clan. In an instant, a palpable tension hangs in the air above the western sea, reminiscent of an impending storm. Another century has passed. Chirp! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a shadow darts through the distant void. At first glance, the shadow appears diminutive and unhurried. Yet in the blink of an eye, it materializes above the western sea, transforming into an enormous bird that obscures the sun. Its wings, reminiscent of clouds, slowly fold, revealing a young man clad in black robes, none other than Kunpeng. Kunpeng's gaze falls upon the dragon palace in the western sea, his expression darkening as he bellows. "Dragon Emperor, come forth to meet your demise." Kunpeng's voice reverberates through the void, reaching the ears of countless beings in the primordial realm. Kunpeng has arrived. The dragon clan's existential crisis looms. A multitude of beings direct their attention towards the western sea. Amidst the throngs, a figure emerges from the depths of the western sea. Who else could it be but Ling Chen? Are you the new Dragon Emperor? A mere Tai golden immortal dares to claim the title of Dragon Emperor? Kunpeng raises his head high, his tone dripping with disdain, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. Given Kunpeng's prideful nature, had Ling Chen not been the Dragon Emperor, he likely would not have bothered to engage. Ling Chen, his expression impassive, replies coolly, "I am not only the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, but also a direct disciple of Tongtian." At these words, Kunpeng's brow furrows. Should Ling Chen indeed be a disciple of Tongtian? Matters become considerably complicated. However, Kunpeng soon dismisses it with scorn. "I have never heard of Tongtian taking on disciples." Moreover, at this juncture, Kunpeng's voice suddenly escalates, his tone icy. "I stand as a quasi-saint alongside Tongtian. We are equals. Even if you truly are his disciple, you cannot escape your fate. Prepare to die." As he speaks, the terrifying might of a quasi-saint erupts from Kunpeng, crashing down upon Ling Chen. The void seems unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Emitting sounds of strain, Kunpeng's frigid voice echoes once more. "I grant you a chance at life. Should you choose to submit to me, I may spare you." However, before Kunpeng can finish, Ling Chen interrupts. "Silence. You a mere feathered creature. Think you can command my submission?" Kunpeng. Beings of the primordial realm. No one anticipated Ling Chen's audacity. Kunpeng, already vengeful, finds his fury ignited further by Ling Chen's words, sealing his own fate. The beings of the primordial realm surmise. Kunpeng is utterly enraged. "You seek death." No sooner does he speak than the oppressive force in the void transforms into colossal, invisible mountains, crashing down towards Ling Chen. The might of a quasi-saint is more than sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ling Chen displays no fear, nor does he retreat, allowing the terrifying force to descend upon him. In the very next moment, an unexpected scene unfolds, like a gentle breeze brushing against him. The quasi-saint's might fails to inflict any harm upon Ling Chen, not even ruffling the hem of his garments. Ling Chen's derisive voice follows. "Is this all you have? You must be quite the pretender. With such meager strength, you dare to compare yourself to my master? How audacious of you to claim equality, Kunpeng, beings of the primordial realm." None could have foreseen such a turn of events that a hush falls over the crowd, with only Ling Chen's mocking laughter resonating through the void. Kunpeng's eyes blaze with fury. "You insolent wretch!" A terrifying surge of demonic energy erupts from Kunpeng, manifesting as countless feathered blades hurtling towards Ling Chen. If the previous quasi-saint's pressure was a mental assault, this is a direct physical attack, a furious strike from Kunpeng. I end this strike. Even a Tai golden immortal would be hard-pressed to survive, let alone a great Luo golden immortal. Yet, Ling Chen still does not evade, calmly uttering a single word, "Qi." As the word leaves his lips, the power of the chaotic formation manifests, transforming into a translucent armor that envelopes Ling Chen's body. The astonishment of countless onlookers, this seemingly delicate armor withstands the onslaught of the myriad feathered blades. "You cannot withstand this," Kunpeng roars, channeling his full demonic power. The might of the countless feathered blades surges again. Cracking sounds echo as numerous fissures appear on the armor, which then shatters explosively as a multitude of feathered blades converge, all aimed at Ling Chen. Haha. Kunpeng laughs maniacally. With this strike, Ling Chen shall be utterly annihilated. Yet contrary to the expectations of all, Ling Chen's form remains intact, merely pushed back countless miles. Cough, cough. Ling Chen coughs, grimacing as he speaks. Indeed, a quasi-saint's power is no trifling matter. Pain? Merely pain? Hearing Ling Chen's robust voice, every being present is left in a state of disbelief. A Tai golden immortal withstood a full-force strike from a quasi-saint and claims it as mere discomfort. This scene is utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Ao Tan and the Dragon Clan collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ling Chen had previously assured them of his safety, facing a quasi-saint is no trivial matter. Ao Tan murmurs softly, his eyes fixed on Ling Chen. The expressions of Ao Bai and the other dragons mirror his relief. The Dragon Clan has awaited the emergence of their emperor for countless years. They cannot allow him to perish so easily. In stark contrast, Kunpeng's brow furrows deeply, his voice cold as ice. You are undeniably not a mere Tai golden immortal. Who then are you? Ling Chen's lips curl into a mocking smile as he retorts. This question has been posed to me before by that deceased fire sparrow. These words. Kunpeng can no longer contain his fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In that case, you shall meet your end. Let us see how long you can endure. The frenzied assault erupted once again. Kunpeng unleashed the power of Quasi-Saint to its utmost, bombarding Ling Chen with relentless strikes, even summoning the treasured artifact of the Yao Master Palace. However, what left Kunpeng and countless beings in disbelief was that, despite Ling Chen's cries of anguish, he seemed as indestructible as a copper pea, impervious to death. Kunpeng was on the verge of despair. Unable to suppress his self-doubt, could it be that his quasi-saint cultivation was a mere illusion? How else could he fail to slay even a Tai golden immortal? Little did Kunpeng know, the figure before him was not the true Ling Chen, but rather his ancestral dragon avatar. Before its demise, the ancestral dragon was a formidable entity at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. Even if Ling Chen could not fully harness the might of the ancestral dragon's remnants, it was beyond Kunpeng's capacity to easily destroy. What Ling Chen needed to do was to stall for time, waiting for Tongtian's arrival, at which point the situation would inevitably turn in his favor. At that moment, it would be Kunpeng facing misfortune. Yet, Ling Chen had underestimated the depths of Kunpeng's treachery. Upon realizing he could not break Ling Chen, Kunpeng's gaze shifted toward the West Sea Dragon Palace. Screech, the immense power of the quasi-saint transformed into a towering mountain, descending upon the West Sea Dragon Palace. This is bad. Ling Chen felt a surge of urgency, positioning himself before the West Sea Dragon Palace. Bang! Just like before, Ling Chen was once again sent flying. Yet before he could regain his footing, Kunpeng's assault came crashing down anew. Shameless! Ling Chen cursed silently. Caught off guard, he was unable to mount a defense in time. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Ziz! A streak of azure sword energy soared into the sky, arriving in an instant. Boom! Kunpeng's overwhelming onslaught was forcefully severed. Ling Chen's voice thundered forth. Kunpeng, do you recognize this sword energy? Kunpeng fell silent. How could he not recognize it? This sword energy was resolute and unyielding, yet imbued with a thread of vitality. It was unmistakably the unique sword energy of Tongtian. Are you truly Tongtian's disciple? Kunpeng's eyes narrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his countenance. But in the next moment, his expression solidified with determination as he coldly declared, even if you are Tongtian's disciple, what of it? This time, I shall eradicate you and the Dragon Clan completely. Kunpeng's voice bore no veil, echoing like thunder across the primordial expanse. Anyone could sense the chilling intent concealed within his words. The Dragon Clan was truly doomed. The myriad beings of the primordial realm cast sympathetic glances toward the West Sea. Lamenting the Dragon Clan's fate, they had finally awaited a Dragon Emperor, only to find him on the brink of annihilation at the hands of Kunpeng. Time and fate. On the Sun Star, the Yao Court. Bai Zai's eyes glinted with resolve. Should Kunpeng truly eliminate Ling Chen, this disciple of the supreme purity, the Yao court would go to great lengths to protect Kunpeng, even at the risk of offending the three clear ones. In the Pangu Divine Hall, the ancestral which Zhu Rong was itching to intervene, saying, "Big brother, shall I lend a hand to the Dragon Clan? I've long been displeased with that feathered rascal Kunpeng." Jia, 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 jia. Di Zhang's face darkened, delivering a sharp reprimand. "You fool, stay out of this and don't meddle." Zhu Rong shrank back, refraining from further speech, yet his eyes darted about, pondering something in the depths of chaos. Yang Mei observed the West Sea with keen interest, chuckling. To forge an avatar from the ancestral dragon's remnants is one thing, but to treat it as a mere punching bag is quite another. If the ancestral dragon were to learn of this, he might just die of rage once more. Ha. Returning to the West Sea, upon hearing Kunpeng's words, Ling Chen's expression hardened. Yet in the next moment, the gravity on his face dissipated entirely, his demeanor transforming into one of utter relaxation as he jested. "Kunpeng, it seems you have already squandered your chance to slay me." Kunpeng furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition surging within him. But before he could contemplate further, Ling Chen's woeful voice resonated across the heavens. "Master, if you do not arrive soon, your beloved disciple shall be slain by this feathered fiend." "Master, Tongtian." Kunpeng was struck with a jolt of terror, though he feigned indifference toward Tongtian. He was inwardly quaking with fear. Tongtian's power was already formidable, and as a manifestation of the three clear ones, to provoke Tongtian was tantamount to incurring the wrath of Laozi and Yuanshi as well. These were among the most powerful figures beneath the saints. Following the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace, the three clear ones had simultaneously ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Kunpeng could hardly contend with that. Yet, to flee in disgrace was something Kunpeng would never accept. Just as Kunpeng grappled with his inner turmoil, a thunderous voice pierced the air. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" No sooner had the words fallen than a streak of azure, sword energy traced an arc of profound intricacy, slicing toward Kunpeng with ferocity. "Tongtian, it truly is you!" Kunpeng could not restrain his scream, channeling all his strength to activate the Yao Master Palace in a desperate attempt to fend off the blow. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the sword energy roared. An unending barrage of azure, sword energy, surged from the horizon, transforming the once murky void into a sea of azure. Kunpeng's heart trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Only when confronting Tongtian could one truly grasp the depth of his terror. Kunpeng no longer possessed the arrogance of before. Instead, he was gripped by sheer panic. Exclaiming, "Tongtian, you dared to kill me." Kunpeng exerted every effort to wield the Yao Master Palace against Tongtian's sword energy. Yet in the face of insurmountable disparity, even Kunpeng's desperate struggle proved futile. Countless sword energies clashed against the Yao Master Palace, carving deep gashes into its surface. Soon, the gashes transformed into fissures. The fissures multiplied and widened. The aura of the Yao Master Palace plummeted rapidly. Alongside it, so too did Kunpeng's spirits. Kunpeng was truly at his wits' end. He was a quasi-saint powerhouse, a Yao master commanding formidable forces. Kunpeng had merely been executing the Yao court's mandate to campaign in the West Sea, never imagining he would return in utter defeat. Even more unfathomable was the encounter with Ling Chen, this indestructible little monster. During his vengeful expedition to add to his woes, at this crucial moment, Ling Chen had summoned Tongtian, this harbinger of doom. Upon their first meeting, Tongtian had immediately sought to take his life. Where could Kunpeng seek justice in such a situation? Regret consumed Kunpeng. He lamented why he had ventured to the West Sea, why he had come alone to exact revenge, and why he had provoked Ling Chen. But now, it was far too late. Beneath the deluge of Tongtian's sword energy, even Kunpeng's unmatched speed could not afford him escape. "Tongtian, do you truly wish to kill me?" "I am Yao Master of the Yao Court." Kunpeng's desperate cries echoed. In stark contrast, Tongtian remained silent, his countenance indifferent as he channeled the sword energy. Laozi and Yuanshi, standing nearby, exchanged no words, having spent countless years alongside Tongtian. They understood him all too well. Tongtian's demeanor indicated that he was genuinely enraged, And all of this was due to Kunpeng having provoked Tongtian's sensitive spots. Unless an unforeseen event intervened, Kunpeng's demise was all but assured. Yet, as if fate itself conspired against him, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Accompanied by two resounding cries, two streams of golden light rushed from afar, swiftly arriving above the West Sea. They were none other than the two emperors of the Yao clan, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. Boom! The clear and melodious chime of the bell resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, but a colossal bell, a mere phantom, materialized to block the path of Kunpeng. It was none other than Tai, who had summoned the Chaos Bell to deflect the endless sword energy. Clad in a golden imperial robe, Emperor Jun stood in the void, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, "Kunpeng is one of my celestial court's sorcerers. I beseech you, fellow Taoist Tongtian, to exercise restraint." However, Tongtian paid no heed of Emperor Jun's entreaty. Buzz! The Qingping sword soared upwards, reaching heights of 90,000 miles. A tempestuous aura erupted from Tongtian, directed menacingly at Kunpeng. Slash! A blade of sword energy, spanning billions of miles, descended with ferocious intent, striking fiercely upon the phantom of the Chaos Bell, Dong. A massive fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the bell's phantom. The Chaos Bell revealed its true form, hurtling backward. It is known that the Chaos Bell is a defensive innate treasure, yet Tongtian managed to force it to reveal its essence with a single swing of his sword. The might of that strike was truly terrifying. Tai's expression grew gravely serious for the first time, fixated on Tongtian, with a surge of battle intent swelling within his chest. In contrast, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow, golden rays of the Golden Crow's power cascading through the void, manifesting intricate formations. His deep voice echoed across the realm. "Tongtian, you have gone too far." "Too far?" Tongtian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards Laozi and Yuanshi. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance. Stepping forward in unison, Buzz, with a wave of his hand, Laozi unleashed the power of Taiji, which surged violently into the coiling dragon staff. The staff trembled gently, transforming into a verdant lotus peak, descending to suppress Emperor Jun. Tai and Kunpeng. Though somewhat reluctant, Yuanshi did not lag behind. Under the impetus of Yuqing's power, the three treasures Rui exploded with radiant brilliance, poised for action. Emperor Jun, his countenance abruptly shifted to one of profound embarrassment. His eyes clearing that if he had previously held onto his pride as the demon emperor, the explosive emergence of Laozi and Yuanshi shattered that arrogance into fragments. Kunpeng fell utterly silent. Only Tai's battle intent intensified. If given the chance, Tai would gladly engage the three purities in a grand clash. Such a confrontation would be exhilarating. Meanwhile, the upheaval over the Western Sea left countless ancient beings in a state of stupefaction. Previously, Ling Chen had claimed to be a disciple of Tongtian, but neither Kunpeng nor the ancient beings had ever heard of Tongtian taking on students, dismissing the notion entirely. Little did they expect that Ling Chen was not only a disciple of Tongtian, but also a being of pivotal importance to him. Now that Tongtian was furious and the three purities had emerged, neither Kunpeng nor even the two demon emperors, Emperor Jun and Tai, could possibly overshadow the brilliance of the three purities just moments ago. The once arrogant Kunpeng now faced the chilling prospects of the Zhixiao Palace. Hongyuan's gaze fell upon the Western Sea, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. In his grand design, Kunpeng was meant to return to the demon court alongside Emperor Jun and Tai. So how had he ended up in the Western Sea and instigated such a significant conflict with the three purities? Was it due to this so-called Dragon Emperor? A flash of intrigue crossed Hongyuan's eyes. But he soon dismissed it that a mere Dragon Emperor at the Tai Golden Immortal level could not possibly disrupt the intricate schemes he had meticulously laid out. Deep within the chaos, Yang Mei appeared somewhat disinterested. Amidst the actions of the three purities, Emperor Jun and Tai, Yang Mei distinctly sensed the quasi-saintly power that rightfully belonged to Hongjun Daha. Instead of cultivating the harmonious path, he foolishly pursued the path of quasi-saintship. Wasting such exceptional talent. How dull. It was scarcely more engaging than that little demon dragon. Returning to the Western Sea, As Tongtian prepared to act once more, Emperor Jun hastily interjected, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, please hold. As long as you spare Kunpeng's life, the demon court is willing to offer compensation." Upon hearing this, Tongtian raised an eyebrow, halting his sword mid-swing. If Kunpeng had offended Tongtian, he would have no qualms about disregarding Emperor Jun's pleas, let alone demanding compensation. However, since Kunpeng had crossed Ling Chen, the decision lay squarely in Ling Chen's hands. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, Tongtian did not sheath the Qingping sword. Instead, turning to Ling Chen, the icy demeanor on Tongtian's face swiftly melted away, replaced by a look of concern and affection as he gently addressed, "Child, this matter is for you to decide. Should you refuse, I shall immediately slay Kunpeng to avenge you." Kunpeng, Ling Chen. Kunpeng was utterly flabbergasted. Not long ago, he had unleashed a barrage of attacks against Ling Chen, wishing to obliterate him. Yet the tides had turned. Now his life and death were firmly in Ling Chen's grasp. The gravity of life and death loomed ominously. In that moment, even the proud Kunpeng could not help but lower his head, beseeching, "Dragon Emperor, I have wronged you greatly before. I implore you to show mercy." In an instant, countless gazes, including Kunpeng's, fell upon that youthful figure. The ancient beings of the wilderness were eager to discern what choice Ling Chen would make in the void. Feeling the weight of numerous eyes upon him, Ling Chen felt a pang of disappointment. "Hey, system, have you fallen asleep? Why hasn't a task been activated?" Ling Chen had been waiting for the system's task to arrive, yet all he received was silence. "Humph. Then, I shall seek recompense from the demon race." With this thought, Ling Chen could not help but gaze at the demon emperor, Emperor Jun. His eyes filled with profound intent. Emperor Jun. A chill ran down Emperor Jun's spine as an ominous premonition surged within him. However, before he could ponder further, Ling Chen suddenly smiled and asked, "Might I inquire? Esteemed Demon Emperor, what is Kunpeng's status within the demon court?" Feeling increasingly uneasy, Emperor Jun still answered truthfully, "Kunpeng is one of my celestial court sorcerers and possesses quasi-saint combat prowess. His status is extraordinary." As he spoke, Emperor Jun began to sense something amiss. The higher Kunpeng's status in the demon court, did it not mean he was worth more? Alas, Emperor Jun realized this too late. Ling Chen chuckled, given Kunpeng's exalted status within the demon court. "The court must provide corresponding compensation. Otherwise, my master sword will not be so forgiving." Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun was thoroughly taken aback. As the dignified demon emperor, he had been outmaneuvered by Ling Chen in front of the myriad beings of the wilderness. It was an utter humiliation, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Furrowing his brow, "What precisely do you desire?" Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's smile widened. Splash! With a flick of his hand, a lengthy scroll unfurled from Ling Chen's grasp. Extending for hundreds of miles, Ling Chen's voice rang out, "My demands are quite simple. As long as the demon court provides the items listed on this scroll, this matter shall be considered resolved." Emperor Jun, gazing at the densely packed list of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Emperor Jun felt his scalp tingle. Was this truly simple? While the demon court's treasury was vast, it could hardly withstand such demands. This was not a request for compensation. It was outright extortion. A seething fury welled up within Emperor Jun, and he could not help but scold. Yet upon sensing Tongtian's frigid gaze, he forcibly suppressed his anger, begrudgingly stating, "I agree. 300 years hence, the demon court shall deliver the compensation to the Western Sea." Having spoken, Emperor Jun transformed into a golden rainbow and vanished from sight. He had no desire to linger in this wretched place for even a moment longer. Accompanying them in departure were Tai and Kunpeng. While Tai's absence could be easily dismissed, the retreating figure of Kunpeng was unmistakably fraught with disarray. The stark contrast to Kunpeng's previous arrogance was palpable. After the departure of Jieyin, Tai, and Kunpeng, the vast expanse of the West Sea was left with only the four silhouettes of the Sanqing and Ling Chen. This conflict, initiated by the invasion of the demon clan, ultimately concluded with the demon court's compensation and Kunpeng's ignoble flight. The beings of Hongyun gazed at this scene in a daze, their eyes betraying their astonishment. They had never anticipated that this battle for the annihilation of the Dragon Clan would conclude in such a manner. Aside from the dragon's sovereign, who had sustained minor injuries while bravely confronting Kunpeng, the dragon clan had suffered no losses, not even among their lesser warriors. In stark contrast, Kunpeng was grievously wounded, nearly facing annihilation. The demon court, after expending countless rare treasures, had to escort Kunpeng away in disgrace. It was a veritable embarrassment, and all of this was attributed to the newly ascended dragon sovereign, Ling Chen. The beings of Hongyun stared at that figure clad in black robes, their expressions awash with awe. Ling Chen was not only the new generation's dragon sovereign, but also a direct disciple of Tongtian. Following this battle, Ling Chen's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout all of Hongyun, and the dragon clan was poised for a resurgence on the historical stage. Thanks to him, in the Panga temple of the witch clan, Zhurong's face was alight with excitement as he could not restrain his jubilant shouts. I have long harbored disdain for those two mixed-feathered birds, Jieyin and Tai. This time they have truly suffered a significant loss. Haha. The faces of the other ancestral witches also bore smiles, although the witch and demon clans had not engaged in outright war. Their long-standing grievances were evident. Witnessing the demon clan's setback brought immense joy to the ancestral witches. Only Jieyin appeared somewhat different. Beyond his delight, a weight of solemnity lingered in his heart. Although the dragon clan's overall strength was currently inferior to that of the witch clan, with Ling Chen being a direct disciple of Tongtian, and given the dragon clan's formidable bloodline, it seemed the dragon clan was on the verge of tremendous growth. In the dragon palace of the West Sea, the dragons, unlike the beings of the outside world, were overwhelmed with tears of joy, unable to contain their excitement. Kunpeng had fled. Their sovereign not only triumphed, but also successfully extorted the demon court. How splendid, how splendid. The resurgence of the dragon clan is now within reach. Jieyin murmured, tears streaming down his face. For countless years, the dragon clan had been ground from the heights to the dust. Trampled upon by anyone, there was no dignity left. The dragon clan had suffered immensely, but everything had changed with Ling Chen's arrival. The dragon clan had truly glimpsed the hope of resurgence. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was joyfully welcoming Tongtian into the dragon palace. Along the way, he recounted the events that had transpired since Tongtian's departure. Tongtian did not interrupt, but merely listened to Ling Chen's incessant chatter. Upon hearing how Ling Chen had unhesitatingly taken action for the dragon clan, a glimmer of approval flashed in Tongtian's eyes. Deeply valuing loyalty and righteousness, Ling Chen's actions resonated with him. When he learned that Ling Chen had passed the trials of the dragon clan and become the new dragon sovereign, Tongtian felt a sense of pride and joy. Hearing that Ling Chen had used the avatar of the ancestor dragon to withstand Kunpeng until his arrival, Tongtian felt both admiration and a twinge of fear. Despite having the ancestor dragon's avatar, the gap between Ling Chen and Kunpeng was still vast. Had Tongtian arrived even a moment later, Ling Chen might have faced dire consequences. Chen'er, you must not act so recklessly next time. My master cannot always arrive in time. Tongtian repeatedly admonished, his words flowing like a stream. Ling Chen nodded earnestly, feeling no annoyance at Tongtian's concern, but rather warmth. Tongtian was forthright and unyielding, entirely devoid of nagging tendencies. His behavior stemmed solely from his care for Ling Chen. Ling Chen felt immensely fortunate to have chosen Tongtian as his master, rather than the indifferent and selfish Laozi or the prideful Yuanshi. However, just as Ling Chen and Tongtian were engaged in pleasant conversation, an untimely voice suddenly broke through their reverie. Ling Chen, the 3,000 years have elapsed. Have you comprehended my insights on artifact forging? The speaker was none other than the haughty Yuanshi. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's brow furrowed. How could one grasp Yuanshi's insights in a mere 3,000 years? The original wager was utterly unreasonable. However, just as Tongtian prepared to speak on Ling Chen's behalf, Ling Chen preemptively interjected. Second, Master Uncle. I initially intended to let you off the hook, but you refused to let yourself off. Ling Chen's words were laden with regret. Yuanshi. Upon hearing Ling Chen's tone, Yuanshi was filled with indignation. Having devoted countless years to the study of artifact forging, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved in just 3,000 years. Not only was it impossible to comprehend his insights, but even to make initial progress would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Ling Chen had been anything but idle during these 3,000 years, stirring up all sorts of trouble. Yuanshi simply did not believe Ling Chen could prevail. "Stop pretending. A loss is a loss," Yuanshi scoffed. Yet Ling Chen merely shook his head slightly and smiled. "Second Master Uncle, you will soon discover whether I am pretending." As he spoke, Ling Chen elegantly produced a crystal-clear orb, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Yuanshi recognized it immediately. Yet the next moment he frowned slightly and remarked, "The Ancestor Dragon Pearl is riddled with cracks. That battle must have been quite fierce." At this point, a thought struck Yuanshi, and he could not help but inquire, "Ling Chen, are you perhaps attempting to repair the Ancestor Dragon Pearl?" Upon hearing this, Laozi and Tongtian both turned their gazes toward Ling Chen. Their expressions filled with curiosity. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Not only was Ling Chen, a novice in artifact forging, incapable of repairing it, but even Yuanshi, a master in the field, would find it exceedingly challenging. However, to their astonishment, Ling Chen actually nodded and stated, "That's right. If I cannot repair the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, it signifies my defeat. If I succeed in restoring it, then I shall have one." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's heart raced, and he hurriedly interjected, "Chen'er, you must not." However, before Tongtian could finish his sentence, Yuanshi abruptly interrupted, "It is settled then. Let the wager be the repair of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl." Tongtian opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. In his eyes, Ling Chen had already lost. His ordinarily astute disciple had, unexpectedly, shown some naivety. Even Laozi sighed softly, not optimistic about Ling Chen's chances. Yuanshi, on the other hand, could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Ever since encountering Ling Chen, he had repeatedly suffered setbacks. Now, he had finally found an opportunity to turn the tide. Yet, the ensuing developments were entirely beyond the expectations of the Sanqing. Ling Chen was acutely aware of their thoughts. He did not offer excessive explanations. There was no point in verbosity. Action was far more practical. Under the watchful eyes of the Sanqing, Ling Chen turned his gaze toward the temple's entrance and called out, "Aota, is the artifact forging workshop ready?" As soon as his words fell, Jieyin voice resounded from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." Ling Chen offered a faint smile before gracefully making his way outside the palace. Stepping into the Dragon Clan's artifact forging workshop. "Humph, what a pretense." Yuanshi scoffed coldly, displaying a palpable disdain. The Dragon Clan had languished in weakness for countless years. How could they possibly possess any rare materials, let alone a superior forging furnace? In Yuanshi's view, Ling Chen was merely putting on show. Yuanshi's thoughts were not entirely misplaced. The Dragon Clan's prolonged weakness meant that even the combined treasures of the 4 great dragon palaces could not yield the materials required to repair the ancestral Dragon Pearl. However, the chaotic world was abundant in such resources. Although it had only recently been established, the chaotic world had already birthed countless precious materials, with the addition of the innate spiritual garden granted by the system. The spiritual energy of the chaotic world had surged considerably. Rare materials sprouted like mushrooms after rain, whether it was the creation pool that aided enlightenment or the myriad treasures within the chaotic world. It could be said that from the very beginning, Yuanshi's failure was already predestined. As time trickled by, the 3 pure ones and a multitude of Dragon Clan members awaited outside the forging workshop. Yet, 50 years passed, 100 years went by, and the workshop remained eerily silent. Yuanshi sneered repeatedly, further solidifying his convictions. Even Tongtian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Only Laozi, the most powerful among them, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. It seemed he had heard a faint yet distinct dragon's roar emanating not from outside, but from within the workshop. Could it be? A remarkable thought surged within Laozi's mind. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rumble, thunder roared. Golden lightning suddenly erupted over the western sea. This sudden spectacle drew the attention of countless beings from the primordial chaos. Was it a heavenly tribulation? Had a member of the Dragon Clan broken through to the Great Luo? No, the Great Luo tribulation did not manifest in such a manner. It resembled more the portent of a great treasure's emergence. First, a dragon sovereign appeared, and now a remarkable treasure was revealed. It truly seemed the Dragon Clan was on the verge of rising. While the beings of the outside world speculated, buzz, the void trembled. Radiant rays cascaded from the heavens. The sounds of dragon roars grew from faint to resounding, echoing through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The shimmering 9-clawed golden dragon gradually materialized above the western sea. The Dragon Clan had actually coalesced the Golden Dragon of Destiny. All beings of the primordial chaos collectively inhaled sharply. The appearance of the Golden Dragon of Destiny signified that the Dragon Clan genuinely possessed the foundation for resurgence. Yet at that moment, clatter, dark chains suddenly manifested in the void, writhing toward the Golden Dragon of Destiny. Roar. The Golden Dragon of Destiny roared in fury, yet could not free itself from the entangling chains, revealing signs of defeat. Karmic chains. What a pity. A powerful being from the primordial chaos sighed deeply. The Dragon Clan ultimately bore too much karmic debt after laboriously summoning the Golden Dragon of Destiny. They still faced failure, but just then, a pearl-exuding, overwhelming dragon might ascended from the western sea, landing upon the forehead of the Golden Dragon of Destiny. Roar, the Golden Dragon of Destiny, on the brink of collapse, raised its head and emitted an exhilarating dragon's roar. Supreme Dragon might surged forth. The karmic chains upon its golden body trembled and shattered into fragments. After being confined for so long, the Dragon Clan was finally returning to its natural state. Their fate had been shackled by karmic chains for countless years, but at this moment, those chains exploded into pieces. Roar, the Golden Dragon of Destiny howled repeatedly, exuding an exhilarating energy. Waves of excited dragon roars erupted across the seas. Countless Dragon Clan members felt as though a layer of shackles had been lifted from them. Instantly, numerous fluctuations of dragon energy began to surge, signaling the onset of breakthroughs. Witnessing this scene, the primordial beings could not help but cry out in astonishment. The restoration of the ancestral Dragon Pearl, the manifestation of the Golden Dragon of Destiny, the shattering of the karmic shackles, was the Dragon Clan truly on the verge of resurgence? The primordial realm was bound to become even more vibrant. In stark contrast to the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix and Qilin clans had utterly fallen from grace, all due to the absence of a monarch like Ling Chen. The words of the primordial beings were filled with awe. Yet at that moment, another twist unfolded. Buzz. Although the karmic chains had shattered, they did not dissipate entirely. Instead, they transformed into a gray mist, enveloping the Golden Dragon of Destiny. The Golden Dragon of Destiny roared in anger, yet could not escape the clutches of karma. Dark gray marks appeared upon its golden scales, clearly indicating the taint of karmic influence. This is bad, countless Dragon Clan members cried out in alarm, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Even with the Golden Dragon of Destiny formed, even with the successful restoration of the ancestral Dragon Pearl, the Dragon Clan still could not shake off the karmic taint. In this light, the hope for the Dragon Clan's resurgence seemed bleak. The eyes of primordial beings reflected a sense of shared sorrow. If such a mighty clan as the Dragon Clan faced such a fate, what future lay ahead for them all? But at that moment, another twist emerged. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure in a black robe appeared atop the head of the Golden Dragon of Destiny. It was Ling Chen. Standing upon the Golden Dragon of Destiny, he gazed down upon the torrent of overwhelming karmic energy rushing toward him and slowly uttered a single word, "Seize." As soon as the word escaped his lips, buzz, the endless karmic energy surged violently, transforming into a colossal funnel. The boundless karmic energy slowly flowed into Ling Chen's body through the funnel. This sudden spectacle left the primordial beings utterly stunned. It was well known that even the slightest touch of karmic energy could instill fear in ordinary beings. Yet here was Ling Chen, daring to actively absorb a vast quantity of karmic energy. Truly a reckless act. Surely, before he could absorb all the karmic energy, Ling Chen would meet his demise, right? In contrast to the astonished ordinary beings of the primordial realm, Tian and the countless Dragon Clan members felt both moved and sorrowful. Even if the Golden Dragon of Destiny could thereby break free from the karmic shackles, they would lose Ling Chen, their sovereign. A Pyrrhic victory indeed. Your Majesty, why must you endure such suffering? Tian's tears streamed down his face. Yet, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond the expectation of the primordial beings in merely half a day's time. The karmic energy in the void dissipated entirely. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny truly attained freedom. Roaring towards the heavens, the primordial beings, however, paid no heed to the golden dragon of destiny. Instead, they all turned to look at Ling Chen. Oh, their astonishment. After absorbing the boundless karmic energy, Ling Chen showed no signs of perishing. Nonchalantly, he waved his hand and strolled towards the dragon palace of the Western Sea. The primordial beings, the countless dragon clan members, every being in the primordial realm was left utterly dumbfounded. How could Ling Chen absorb such immense karmic energy and remain unscathed? That boundless karmic energy, could it be a mere illusion? Little did they know, Ling Chen was born of the karmic energy of both the demon clan and the dragon clan. Compared to the karmic energy within him, that previously encountered energy was negligible. As the saying goes, too many debts do not burden the body. Meanwhile, joyous dragon roars resonated across the four seas. The dragon clan, long shackled for countless years, began their breakthrough. 10,000 dragons roared in unison, their might reverberating. After so many years, the dragon clan once again captured the attention of the primordial beings, and this was merely the beginning. Under the protection of the golden dragon of destiny, the dragon clan's cultivation, reproduction, and all endeavors would become significantly easier. As the karmic energy continued to dissipate, the dragon clan would undoubtedly rise step by step, reclaiming their place at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. As long as Ling Chen is present, that day should not be far off. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, at the very moment of Ling Chen's return, Tongtian and the assembly of dragons were utterly unable to contain the ecstasy and emotion swelling within their hearts. They all bowed to Ling Chen in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Your majesty's achievements shall undoubtedly be passed down through the bloodline of the dragon clan, eternally remembered." Ling Chen nodded slightly, accepting their homage with calm composure. Subsequently, he gracefully produced the pristine ancestor dragon pearl and extended it towards Yuanshi. Smiling in silence, Tongtian immediately grasped the implication, bursting into hearty laughter. "Second brother, do you still believe that Chen'er is merely putting on an act? If you remain skeptical, you may inspect it yourself." Ha ha ha! Yuanshi's expression darkened like turbulent waters. Before Ling Chen began to refine the ancestor dragon pearl, he had held no belief in Ling Chen's capabilities, which led him to mockingly accuse Ling Chen of pretense. Little did Yuanshi anticipate that Ling Chen had indeed restored the ancestor dragon pearl. Yet, how could this be possible? How could Ling Chen comprehend the art of crafting within a mere 3,000 years? Could it be that Ling Chen is an unparalleled genius in the realm of crafting? With this thought, Yuanshi's emotions became exceedingly complex. Disbelief, anger, but more so a profound sense of regret. Had he accepted Ling Chen back then, he would have secured the finest successor in the art of crafting. Alas, it was all too late. Ling Chen had already become Tongtian's disciple. Sigh. Yuanshi lamented internally, yet outwardly feigned nonchalance, remarking, "I never anticipated your talent in crafting to be so formidable." After a brief pause, Yuanshi waved his sleeve, and a purple-black chaotic gourd materialized from thin air. Descending towards Ling Chen. It was the purple-black chaotic gourd. Having completed this gesture, Yuanshi turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at Ling Chen. "Thank you, second master, for the bestowed treasure." Ling Chen gleefully received the purple-black chaotic gourd, then turned to Laozi, extending his palm and inquiring, "Master Uncle, do you still recall our initial promise?" Laozi. The corners of Laozi's mouth twitched slightly as he waved his sleeve, causing a crystal-clear jade slip to fall before Ling Chen. It contained Laozi's insights in alchemy. Laozi's voice resonated. He stated, "Nephew, your comprehension of the arts of crafting and formations in such a short time demonstrates your exceptional talent. However, remember that one should not be greedy and overextend themselves. A preliminary exploration of the path of alchemy will suffice." It was rare for Laozi to speak so extensively at once. Whether it stemmed from genuine concern or other motives remained unclear. time flew by, and 3,000 years had swiftly elapsed since Ling Chen's restoration of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Throughout this millennium, Ling Chen had been diligently instructed in the sword arts by Tongtian. To be precise, it began as a one-sided teaching from Tongtian, but it swiftly evolved into a profound exchange of insights. In the span of a millennium, Ling Chen's swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds, establishing him as a master of the sword. Simultaneously, Tongtian's own swordsmanship experienced significant enhancement. It was a resounding win-win. Had Ling Chen not declined, Tongtian would likely have wished to continue their discussions indefinitely. Only after Tongtian departed, still yearning for more, did Ling Chen finally find the time to reflect on the series of events that had transpired, which began with AO by entering the Chaos Dojo and concluded with his discussions with Tongtian. In total, it spanned 4,000 years, for the vast majority of beings in the primordial world. 4,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, holding little significance. However, for Ling Chen, it was profoundly meaningful, yielding immense rewards. Ling Chen's foremost achievement was undoubtedly becoming the co-lord of the Dragon Clan. At last, he possessed his own faction within the primordial realm. Although the Dragon Clan now seemed feeble, with only 4 aging Dragon Kings to speak of, they were, after all, an ancient superclan brimming with untapped potential. With Ling Chen's careful planning, once the Dragon Clan's karma dissipated, they would inevitably reclaim their status among the superclans of the primordial world. At that time, Ling Chen would wield a formidable power. Ling Chen's second reward was the Ancestor Dragon Avatar. The Ancestor Dragon had been a formidable figure, a pinnacle expert of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. Although Ling Chen could only unleash a fraction of the Avatar's might, it was sufficient to rival the Deluo and even contend with quasi-saints. The battle against Kunpeng had already hinted at this potential. As Ling Chen's cultivation continued to rise, the Avatar's power would gradually be unleashed. As for Ling Chen's third reward, it was the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. This exquisite innate spiritual treasure served as a vessel for the Dragon Clan's fortune. Ling Chen could channel the Dragon Clan's luck into himself, temporarily enhancing his own strength. In a certain sense, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl rivaled some innate supreme treasures. Ling Chen's fourth reward was the innate spiritual plantation. This plantation was home to countless innate spiritual roots, including rare varieties like the Great Red Robe. Not only could it generate boundless spiritual energy for the chaos world, but also continuously provided Ling Chen with spiritual fruits and materials for alchemy. Though the innate spiritual plantation may appear ordinary, its utility was by no means inferior to that of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Ling Chen's fifth reward was the reparations from the Monster Court. The list Ling Chen originally presented was a staggering length of several hundred miles, indicative of the enormity of the reparations. Now, these reparations lay in the Dragon Clan's treasury, forming small mountains. Otan and the other 4 ancient Dragon Kings seemed as if they had never seen such wealth, visiting the treasury daily to marvel at the treasures. The sixth reward was the purple-black chaotic gourd, a treasure of the highest caliber, rich in chaos. In the hands of Yuanshi, it might merely serve as a storage artifact. However, in the hands of Ling Chen, who possessed the path of world creation, its significance was entirely different. Without the Chaos Pearl, Ling Chen could utilize the purple-black chaotic gourd as a foundation to create an inner world. Even if it was not immediately useful, it could serve his disciples in due time. The seventh reward was Laozi's insights into alchemy. Armed with Tongtian's knowledge of formations and Yuanshi's understanding of crafting, Ling Chen had already become a master in both crafting and formations. Once Ling Chen comprehended Laozi's alchemical wisdom, he would become a master in alchemy, crafting, and formation simultaneously. This alone would afford Ling Chen a comfortable existence within the primordial realm. Beyond these 7 rewards, Ling Chen had also achieved mastery in swordsmanship and significantly enhanced his foundation, among many other improvements that need not be elaborated upon. The magnitude of Ling Chen's gains during this period was indeed monumental. Moving forward, Ling Chen's task was to thoroughly assimilate these rewards and transform them into his own foundation. If all went according to plan, once Ling Chen fully digested these gains, his foundation would approach perfection. At that moment, he would be poised to break through to the realm of the Luo. It is worth noting that within the primordial realm, the Luo golden immortals are classified into 12 grades. Excluding the likes of Hongyun, Luo Ho, and the three pure ones, exceptional talents, most exist below the 9th grade. Ling Chen would undoubtedly achieve a rank of 10 or above, given his already profound foundation and the possibility of creating an inner world. Ling Chen naturally aspired to strive for the legendary 12th grade, great perfection de Luo. Time flows ceaselessly, day and night unrelenting. Another 1,900 years passed, and less than a century remained before the commencement of the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace. On this particular day, Tongtian unceremoniously interrupted Ling Chen's seclusion, tossing him a jug of wine, and remarked in a contemplative tone, "Chen'er, come share a drink with your master." Ling Chen readily accepted the wine gourd, taking a few hearty swigs and casually responding, "Master, what do you seek from me?" Tongtian did not reply immediately, but instead set up a soundproof barrier before finally speaking. The 3 lectures are about to begin. The second lecture imparts the path of the quasi-saint. Should nothing unforeseen occur, the teachings imparted during the 3 lectures ought to embody the way of the sages. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, my sword heart trembles repeatedly, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. Ling Chen remained silent, merely listening intently. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Tongtian's sword heart, according to the trajectory of the primordial era. Following the 3 lectures, Tongtian would swiftly ascend to sainthood as a member of the Jieyin, ultimately becoming one of the most unpromising saints of merit, squandering his exceptional talents in vain. Consequently, during the calamity of the canonization, Tongtian was cast aside by Hongyun, becoming a target for the 4 saints' relentless pursuit. If it were within my power, Ling Chen would certainly wish to avert such a fate. However, this is the grand scheme of the primordial realm. Given Ling Chen's current strength, he is utterly powerless to effect any change. Even if he were to voice a warning to Tongtian at this moment, it would be futile, setting aside whether Tongtian would heed his words. Even if he did believe, his current capabilities would render him incapable of escape, likely inciting Hongjun's suspicion. I am ultimately far too weak. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. Over the millennia, he has fostered a profound bond of master and disciple with Tongtian. Now, he can only watch helplessly as Tongtian falls prey to Hongjun's machinations. As Ling Chen's thoughts spiraled, the electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind after a long absence. Beep! Detection indicates the imminent commencement of the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace. Please make your selection. Option 1. Remain indifferent and allow Tongtian to proceed to Zishao Palace. Reward: a strand of Hongmeng Qi. Option 2. Prevent Tongtian from going to Zishao Palace. Reward: a random innate treasure. Option 3. Preemptively seize a wisp of Tongtian's true spirit. Reward: a pool of 3 light divine water. After many years, the system task was reactivated. Ling Chen's gaze swiftly traversed options 1 and 2, ultimately resting on option 3. His eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliance. System, you have indeed provided me with a timely reminder. Haha. The gloom in Ling Chen's heart dissipated significantly. Option 1. To remain indifferent was not something Ling Chen could entertain. Thus, it was out of the question. Option 2, to thwart Tongtian, had already been deemed ineffective, likely provoking Hongjun's suspicion as well. Therefore, Option 2 was also not viable. In contrast, Option 3 brimmed with infinite possibilities. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen made his choice. System: I choose Option 3. After making a selection, Ling Chen turned his gaze to Tongtian, who was still drowning his sorrows in drink, and spoke nonchalantly. Master, I have a bold idea. Tongtian and Ling Chen engaged in a lengthy discussion until Yuanshi arrived to urge them on. Only then did Tongtian reluctantly emerge, still lingering in thought. Yuanshi raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. Third brother, why does your complexion appear so pale? What has that young lad Ling Chen done to you? Tongtian. Tongtian fell silent, finding Yuanshi's words rather ambiguous. However, he chose not to clarify. Instead, diverting the topic. Its nothing. We must not delay. Let us hasten to Zhixiao Palace. As he spoke, Tongtian strode ahead, oblivious to Yuanshi's skeptical glance directed toward Ling Chen's retreat. Yuanshi felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy between Tongtian and Ling Chen, though he could not articulate it. Little did Yuanshi suspect that Tongtian would, due to Ling Chen's suggestion, sever a portion of his true spirit before the pivotal moment of listening to the Tao at Zhixiao Palace. Ling Chen was preparing to enter seclusion once more when unexpectedly, the little white dragon, Ao Bai, knocked on his door. Your Majesty, Ao Bai seeks an audience. Hearing Ao Bai's somewhat anxious voice, a thought inexplicably crossed Ling Chen's mind. Come in. With a wave of his sleeve, he opened the door. As Ao Bai entered the cave abode, he promptly knelt before Ling Chen with a thud. Your Majesty, Ao Bai wishes to become your disciple. Please accept me. As he spoke, Ao Bai bowed repeatedly, his expression filled with anticipation. Indeed, he was here to seek a master. Ling Chen mused inwardly. Simultaneously, the electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Beep! Detection indicates Ao Bai wishes to become your disciple. Please make your selection. Option 1. Refuse Ao Bai. Reward. A strand of Hongmeng Qi. Option 2. Accept Ao Bai. Reward. A 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. A chaos spirit treasure, formed from half-mature lotus seeds of the chaos Qinglian, possessing 24 grades, seated upon a lotus platform, impervious to all methods, this even capable of activating a task. The reward for option 2 is indeed the revered 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus, a chaos spirit treasure. This is the highest grade spirit treasure Ling Chen has encountered aside from the chaos pearl. His gaze flickered with intrigue as thoughts began to form. However, he refrained from making an immediate choice and instead asked with keen interest, after so many years of our acquaintance, why do you wish to become my disciple only now? Ao Bai lowered his head further, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke with sorrowful conviction. Just yesterday, my father summoned me, entrusted me with the Western Sea Dragon Palace, and then fell into a deep coma. I wish to become your disciple, hoping to contribute more to the Dragon Clan and thus honor my father's wishes. Ao Tan in a coma. Ling Chen furrowed his brows, releasing his divine sense to locate the unconscious Ao Tan. Ao Tan, after all, was a seasoned Luo Jingxian. How could this be? Ling Chen questioned in bewilderment. Ao Bai raised his head slightly, sorrow evident in his demeanor. My father achieved enlightenment during the Dragon Han Great Calamity and personally experienced that devastating battle, sustaining severe damage to his essence. Coupled with countless years of karmic erosion, my father has long since reached the brink of exhaustion. Moreover, following the conflict with the demon race, as Ao Bai's voice continued to resonate, Ling Chen gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Ao Tian's life force was nearly depleted. Observing the redness in Ao Bai's eyes, Ling Chen could not help but lament. Even celestial beings and demons cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Under circumstances of dwindling life force, even with Ling Chen's possession of 3 light, divine water, and countless innate spirit roots, Ao Tan's demise remained inevitable. Fortunately, the system had timely rewarded him with the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. Ling Chen's mind began to formulate a bold plan. Meanwhile, Ao Bai gazed at the contemplative Ling Chen. His expression tinged with disappointment in his view, Ling Chen's demeanor indicated reluctance to accept him as a disciple, causing him distress. Ling Chen was the Dragon Emperor and the very hope for the resurgence of the Dragon Clan. How could Ao Bai bear to trouble him? Resolutely, he declared, Your Majesty, it was Ao Bai who had been presumptuous. I shall take my leave. Yet before Ao Bai could finish, Ling Chen interrupted him. Ao Bai, would you be willing to become my personal disciple? Ao Bai felt his mind go blank. He had already been prepared to depart in disappointment, never expecting such a remarkable turn of events. No, this was not merely a turn of events. It was sheer delight. Once he regained his composure, Ao Bai was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to articulate his joy. Ling Chen remained unfazed, and rose to his full height. A.O. Bai, when the Dragon Clan was in peril. You bravely ventured forth alone to seek aid. This is valor. Surviving the relentless pursuit of the retribution bird speaks to your cunning. Despite knowing the perils of the Western Sea, one returns resolutely. This is loyalty. The events of today are a testament to filial piety. With both courage and wisdom, one can embody both loyalty and filial devotion. At this juncture, Ling Chen's voice soared dramatically, resonating with authority. A.O. Bai, would you consent to become my esteemed disciple and the scion of the Dragon Clan? Ling Chen's voice thundered like a tempest in A.O. Bai's ears. Overwhelmed with emotion, A.O. Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. A.O. Bai, I pay my respects to my master. The void trembled as the profound forces of cause and effect descended, one end tethered to Ling Chen and the other to A.O. Bai. The bond of master and disciple between Ling Chen and A.O. Bai was thus established. Gazing down at A.O. Bai, Ling Chen felt as though he were gazing across the vast expanse of time. From the moment he took form, he encountered the three pure ones, nearly being eradicated in the pursuit of righteousness. After being repeatedly rejected by Laozi and Yuanshi, he ultimately became a disciple of Tongtian. Yet, it had only been a mere 10,000 years. Ling Chen had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. Not only had he ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but he had also become the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. Now he had accepted his first disciple, A.O. Bai. Truly, it felt like a different era. Ling Chen sighed inwardly and waved his sleeve, conjuring before A.O. Bai a fan radiating boundless flames and an inner elixir. The fan, known as the Heavenly Flame Fan, was a gift from Yuanshi, while the elixir originated from the Fire Sparrow. The Heavenly Flame Fan was inherently a primordial spiritual treasure, if refined with the Fire Sparrow's inner elixir. Its power would ascend to new heights. Remarkably, as long as it continued to incorporate the inner elixirs of fire-based demonic beasts, the fan's potency would perpetually enhance. Ling Chen regarded A.O. Bai and declared with resounding clarity, "These two treasures are bestowed upon you." As he spoke, Ling Chen gestured again, and an arcane technique infused A.O. Bai's being. This was the method of world creation. What is this? A.O. Bai, having never beheld such a profound technique, was filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's stern voice echoed in his ears. This is the secret art of our sect, and must never be disclosed to outsiders. Do you understand? A.O. Bai, not daring to defy, nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Ling Chen nodded slightly and added with a smile, "There is no need for such trepidation that if you can comprehend this method of world creation, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity." Without waiting for A.O. Bai's response, Ling Chen ambled towards the cave's entrance, cheerfully stating, "Your father, O Tan, has but a fleeting lifespan remaining. While I cannot extend his years, I possess means of assistance." At these words, A.O. Bai was momentarily taken aback before springing to his feet, elatedly pursuing Ling Chen. A century later, A.O. Tan passed away. A.O. Bai ascended to the throne. To the astonishment of countless beings, A.O. Bai not only became the Dragon King of the Western Sea, but was also crowned as the Dragon Clan's crown prince, with the fortune of the Dragon Clan enveloping him. A.O. Bai successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm on the very day of his ascension, despite being merely 9,900 years old. Had it not been for Ling Chen, A.O. Bai would have undoubtedly been considered the foremost genius of the Dragon Clan, deserving of entry into the Dragon Clan's sacred inheritance. Notably, after being proclaimed crown prince, A.O. Bai took charge of numerous affairs of the Dragon Clan. Ling Chen, as the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, became a hands-off overseer, leisurely engaging in his pursuits within the chaotic realm. The pool of creation had expanded several-fold compared to its original state, and a new Lotus platform had emerged within it, the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. The Lotus platforms were categorized by rank, with the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus being twice as potent as the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus. Once the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus was refined into the pool of creation, The chaotic realm underwent a seismic transformation, and a purple wheel manifested in the void of the chaotic realm. Drawing the scattered souls from across the world like swallows returning to their nests, a new law slowly emerged in the chaotic realm, the law of reincarnation. However, this law remained somewhat ethereal, not yet fully solidified. At a pivotal moment, when the first newly born soul emerged within the purple wheel, Ling Chen's authoritative voice reverberated through the chaotic realm. I am Ling Chen, the master of the world. Today, I condense the law of reincarnation using the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. The law of reincarnation is established. As soon as the words left his lips, the law of reincarnation abruptly solidified in the void. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and once again, Ling Chen's thunderous voice echoed. The law of reincarnation has been established. From this day forth, the souls in the chaotic realm shall have a place to return to, and reincarnation shall follow a harmonious order. Ling Chen's voice transformed into a resounding decree, reverberating throughout the entirety of the chaos. The immense purple wheel in the void began to rotate slowly, consuming countless lingering souls. The scene was both magnificent and surreal. Boom! Golden thunderbolts crackled throughout the void. The edges of the chaotic realm shattered explosively, giving rise to boundless spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rained down, merging into all things within the world. Following Ling Chen's successful establishment of the law of reincarnation, the chaotic realm became even more complete, and the foundational essence of the world received a significant enhancement. As the master of the world, Ling Chen would also reap immense rewards. However, before digesting these rewards, Ling Chen had one more task to accomplish. His gaze traversed time and space, landing upon a soul in the void as he proclaimed, Ao Tian, by the authority of the World Master, I decree you as the Lord of Reincarnation to preside over the wheel of reincarnation. Ao Tian dared not hesitate, bowing deeply that I shall faithfully obey the commands of the World Master. At that moment, Ao Tian ceased to address Ling Chen as the Dragon Emperor, instead referring to him as the World Master. From this instant forth, Ao Tian was no longer the aged Dragon King of the Western Sea, but rather the Lord of Reincarnation, governing the chaotic realm. Excellent. Ling Chen nodded slightly and turned to return to the pool of creation. All matters had been set in motion. What remained was for him to thoroughly digest this world's boon. Once he had absorbed this gift from the world, it would herald the day of Ling Chen's ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Time flowed leisurely, and 3,000 years swiftly passed. The 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud's Palace gradually concluded amidst the attention of the masses. Consistent with the original trajectory of the primordial world, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Zhunti, all prostrated before Hongyun, each receiving a wisp of primordial purple energy. Hongyun also acquired a wisp of primordial purple energy. However, unlike the 3 pure ones, Hongyun's wisp was coveted by countless beings. Dijun, Kuanpeng, and others exchanged glances, silently forming a deadly encirclement around Hongyun. Meanwhile, the foremost male immortal of the primordial world, Dong Gong, wore a look of discontent. Dong Gong had presumed that he would undoubtedly become a direct disciple of Hongyun, only to find himself without even the status of a named disciple as the leading male immortal. He felt as though he had been forgotten by Hongyun, yet Dong Gong dared not confront Hongyun directly on the Dao platform. Hongyun observed the expressions of the Purple Cloud's guests below, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The 3,000 Purple Cloud's guests were the pinnacle of power within the primordial world, now entirely at his mercy, requiring no personal intervention. The primordial world would remain under his control. Hongyun chuckled lightly and declared, The 3 lectures have concluded. I shall now merge with the heavenly Tao to bestow blessings upon the beings of the primordial world. As soon as the words fell, Hongyun's figure vanished from the spot. Yet he did not immediately commence the merging of paths. Instead, he made his way towards the chaos. Amidst the chaotic turbulence, Yang Mei, who had been in closed-door meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Something's amiss. A sense of danger loomed. Yang Mei's thoughts raced, and he quickly deduced the source. IT must be that old schemer Hongjun preparing to strike against me. With the conclusion of the 3 lectures at Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun was on the verge of merging paths. After this merger, he would face numerous constraints should he wish to take action. How could one allow others to rest easy on their own bed? Given Hongjun's prudent nature, he would undoubtedly act against me before the merger to eliminate any potential threats. Unfortunately, the 3 Immortals Island had yet to be opened. I still cannot leave the primordial chaos to venture into the Hongmeng. It would be wise to make my escape first, as he murmured to himself. Yang Mei prepared to flee. However, he had underestimated Hongjun's speed and, even more so, his determination to kill him. Just as Yang Mei attempted to break through the chaos and make his escape. Buzz! The void trembled, a mysterious light pierced through the chaos, descending rapidly. Not good. Yang Mei, disregarding his flight, hurriedly summoned his powers to evade, had he not been a spatial demon god, well versed in the ways of space. This single strike would have inflicted considerable damage upon him. Humph. The old Taoist is indeed a spatial demon god. Even if you have attained sainthood, capturing me will be no easy feat, Yang Mei sneered repeatedly, intending to utilize the laws of space to relocate. Yet, in the next moment, shock and fury flashed across Yang Mei's face as he screamed, Hongjun, how could you possibly seal the space amidst the chaotic turbulence? You have only just attained sainthood. How can you possess such power? Yang Mei's inquiry was not merely a test, but also an attempt to seize this opportunity to escape. However, instead of receiving an answer from Hongjun, he was met with lethal Taoist arts. Yang Mei. This old schemer. Yang Mei truly felt defeated. In utter desperation, he could only unleash his essence, forcefully breaking free from the spatial confinement, and fled into the chaotic turbulence. It was only after Yang Mei had escaped that Hongjun revealed his true form, his countenance somewhat somber. Even knowing that Yang Mei was not easily dealt with, Hongjun still felt a twinge of displeasure. The recent offensive had failed to detain Yang Mei, which would lead to considerably more trouble. Nevertheless, Hongjun had no intention of letting Yang Mei off the hook. Yang Mei, the vastness of the primordial chaos has no refuge left for you. There is no escape. Da Hongjun's chilling voice reverberated through the chaotic turbulence. Yang Mei, in flight, felt a slight change in his expression, his speed of escape increasing. The chase between Hongjun and Yang Mei unfolded rapidly within the chaotic turbulence. No one could have anticipated such a scene amidst the terrifying chaos. The 2 parties in pursuit were none other than the top-tier figures of the primordial chaos, Hongjun and Yang Mei. Now, Hongjun had reached the cultivation level of a heavenly Tao saint, while Yang Mei remained a perfected golden immortal, edging toward the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Although their cultivations appeared to differ by only a half step, in reality, they spanned an entire realm. Were it not for Yang Mei's path of law and mastery over spatial magic, he would have long been subdued by Hongjun. Yet, the gap between the 2 remained vast. Each time Hongjun closed in, Yang Mei had to burn his essence to escape. As time passed, Yang Mei's essence dwindled, his aura steadily declining, and his speed of escape naturally slowed. In this vicious cycle, it was merely a matter of time before Hongjun captured Yang Mei. Was he truly destined to be subdued by Hongjun? Just as despair settled in Yang Mei's heart, far away in the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Beep! Detecting Yang Mei being pursued by Hongjun in the chaotic turbulence. Please select Option 1. Stand by idly, allowing Hongjun to subdue Yang Mei. Reward: a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Option 2. Take a personal risk to save Yang Mei. Reward: coordinates to the 3 Immortals Island. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful expression crossing his face. The recent activation of system tasks had been rather frequent. However, upon glancing at the system's options, the playfulness on Ling Chen's face abruptly vanished, replaced by seriousness. Yang Mei, Hongjun, these should be the 2 most formidable existences in the primordial chaos at present. This task involves rescuing Yang Mei, while he is being pursued by Hongjun. This is nothing short of a hellish challenge. Ling Chen nearly opted for the first choice. Yet, while he felt indifferent towards the Hongmeng purple chi, he was exceedingly eager for the coordinates to the 3 Immortals Island. Rumor had it that the 3 Immortals Island was filled with treasures and rare materials. making it one of the foremost paradises of the primordial chaos. During the Dragon Great Calamity, mighty beings like the Beast Emperor and the Demon Ancestor had spared no effort in searching for the Three Immortals Island. Yet they found nothing to think the system would reward him with the coordinates to the Three Immortals Island. However, Ling Chen soon realized the Three Immortals Island was destined to emerge after the 3 lectures at Zhixiao Palace. Among them, Penglai Island was acquired by the Eastern King, a rather ambitious but incompetent fellow who managed to establish the Immortal Court solely due to Penglai Island, elevating it to a superpower on par with the Wu and Yao clans. Indeed, had it not been for Hongyuan's covert machinations, the Immortal Court might have truly succeeded. A mere Penglai Island could nurture such a vast Immortal Court, illustrating the immense opportunities within the Three Immortals Island. This time, the system rewarded not just Penglai Island, but the coordinates of all 3 Immortal Islands. System, could you not swap the rewards for options 1 and 2? Ling Chen grumbled, his expression filled with conflict. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure of the Three Immortals Island and gritted his teeth, declaring, "System, I choose option 2. Back in the chaotic turbulence, Yang Mei's complexion had turned ashen. For hundreds of years, he had repeatedly burned his essence and was nearing his limit. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. If this continues, the old Taoist will surely be subdued by that old mudfish. What to do? What to do?" Yang Mei's expression was fraught with anxiety. Yet as Hongjun stated, the primordial chaos was vast, but there was no refuge left for him. Where else could he escape to? Yang Mei was genuinely at his wit's end. Just then, buzz, the void trembled. Suddenly, a pearl appeared amidst the chaotic turbulence. Hongjun is caught up? Yang Mei's expression tightened, ready to strike. Yet he quickly realized it was not an attack. The pearl showed no signs of aggression. Instead, it manifested a portal upon his arrival. Yang Mei could distinctly sense the world power emanating from within the portal. It contained the essence of a world. Could this be the legendary Chaos Pearl? But why would the Chaos Pearl appear here? Could it be that the master of the Chaos Pearl has come to rescue me? Yang Mei's heart was filled with questions. His expression conflicted. He feared that he might be escaping from the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. Yet, as he sensed Hongjun drawing closer, Yang Mei gritted his teeth and stepped into the portal of the Chaos Pearl. The moment Yang Mei crossed the threshold, the Chaos Pearl trembled lightly, swallowing the chaos within a radius of 10,000 miles before vanishing from sight. Buzz, the chaotic turbulence surged forth, swiftly filling the void. The traces left by the Chaos Pearl and Yang Mei were utterly concealed and even obliterated. Moments later, Hongjun emerged from the chaotic maelstrom, his expression somber. He had indeed lost all trace of Yang Mei here. Humph. Hongjun snorted coldly. Unleashing an overwhelming surge of saintly power, he intended to reverse time and space with his saintly might to locate Yang Mei. With Hongjun's formidable strength, he was entirely capable of accomplishing this. Yet, in the next instant, his countenance darkened considerably. He had indeed reversed the time and space of this place, but had gleaned not a hint of Yang Mei's whereabouts. How could this be? Was there truly a Pangu primordial golden immortal hidden within the wilderness? As the foremost saint of the Honghuang realm, only a legendary Pangu primordial golden immortal could have taken Yang Mei away without leaving a trace. This thought plunged Hongjun into deep contemplation. If his calculations were accurate, he would need to alter many of his plans regarding the Honghuang realm. Little did Hongjun know that the one who rescued Yang Mei was not a Pangu primordial golden immortal, but rather a Tai golden immortal. In the chaotic world, Yang Mei's divine sense swept across the entirety of the realm, eventually landing upon the reincarnation disk suspended in the void. She spoke solemnly. "May I inquire which esteemed elder has come to my rescue? Please, do reveal yourself." As her words fell, an elder with hair as white as snow appeared, stepping gracefully upon a lotus platform. It was Zhunti, the newly appointed master of reincarnation. Yang Mei's expression shifted slightly as she prepared to express her gratitude, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Frowning as she remarked, "Your cultivation is merely that of a primordial golden immortal? You are not the master of this realm, merely a primordial golden immortal." Upon hearing Yang Mei's words, Zhunti's face bore a hint of amusement. he was indeed not the master of the chaotic world. But Yang Mei could never have imagined that the master of the chaotic world was not even a primordial golden immortal. That I am indeed not the master of the chaotic world. Senior Yang Mei, please follow me, Yin said softly, then took flight upward. The chaotic world? Yang Mei hesitated briefly before following him. She was exceedingly curious about this enigmatic master of the chaotic world. Who might it be? The fate demon god? Or perhaps the god of causality? Yang Mei mused privately. One of the 3,000 demon gods. The space demon god was among the oldest existences in the Hongyun realm. In Yang Mei's view, the master of the chaotic world should also be one of the 3,000 demon gods, and likely among the most exalted. However, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond her expectations. Is this truly the master of the world? Yang Mei gazed at Ling Chen, who was merely at the Tai golden immortal level, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could a mere Tai golden immortal possibly create a world? Ling Chen smiled slightly, about to acknowledge the truth. Yet at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He refrained from speaking candidly, instead grinning and saying, Senior Yang Mei, I am not the master of the chaotic world, but rather his disciple. As he spoke, Ling Chen could not resist giving Yin a playful wink. Yin, who had lived for countless years, understood Ling Chen's intention perfectly and added, My esteemed master goes by the title of Chaos. This is my master's direct disciple and the young lord of this realm, Ling Chen. Upon hearing Ling Chen and Yin's words, Yang Mei finally understood. Where might the master of the chaotic realm be? I wish to express my gratitude in person for the life-saving aid. Yin was about to respond when Ling Chen interjected. After rescuing you, my master has already set out to wander the world. What? Yang Mei's expression turned somewhat dazed. The master had just saved her and then immediately departed to roam the world. She sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint the issue before she could ponder further. Ling Chen's voice rang out once more. My master has said, before Hongjun attains the Tao, you must not leave the chaotic world, or you shall face peril. Wine Master also mentioned that should you wish to repay your life-saving debt, you may do so to me. Treasures of heaven and earth, rare skills, anything of the sort will suffice. Yang Mei increasingly felt that something was amiss. In contrast, Yin nearly burst into laughter. Ling Chen's constant references to master had left the legendary figure Yang Mei utterly bewildered. Yang Mei could never have imagined that the master of the chaotic world was this seemingly insignificant tight golden immortal before her. True to her reputation as one of the oldest existences in the Hongyun realm, in her eagerness to express her gratitude, Yang Mei offered countless treasures of heaven and earth, even presenting a branch of willow. Ling Chen, of course, was elated. However, his interest extended beyond the treasures in Yang Mei's possession. He was also keen on her profound understanding of spatial laws and the secrets beyond the Hongyun realm. In summary, Ling Chen was determined to extract every ounce of value from Yang Mei. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Senior, Ling Chen said, your essence has been damaged. Please make yourself comfortable here while we await my master's return. Yang Mei had no objections and readily agreed. However, just as she was about to depart, she caught sight of Ling Chen inserting her willow branch into the ground. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback and chuckled. Ling Chen, do not waste your efforts. This willow branch harbors my mark. It cannot take root. To her words, Ling Chen, without raising his head, replied, merely a mark. It could be gradually worn away by the power of the world. At worst, it would just take a bit more time. Moreover, you have yet to attain the Tao. It cannot be as profound as you claim. Yang Mei felt as though Ling Chen was insulting her. Yet she could find no evidence to support her suspicion. Her arrival had infused the previously tranquil chaotic world with a newfound vitality. Ling Chen would occasionally emerge from seclusion to seek Yang Mei's guidance on the path of space. Initially, Yang Mei was indifferent, wishing only to dismiss him. Yet, akin to the initial teachings of Tongtian, Yang Mei's initial lack of concern evolved into astonishment, then shock, until she found herself struggling to answer Ling Chen's inquiries. What began as a one-sided importation of wisdom gradually transformed into a profound discourse. In the span of merely a few hundred years, Ling Chen's mastery of the path of space surged forward. And even Yang Mei benefited immensely, brushing against the threshold of the Pangu Primordial Golden Immortal. Yang Mei could no longer underestimate Ling Chen and even took the initiative to engage him in philosophical discussions. The elder and the youth conversed joyously. Yet, on one particular day, as Ling Chen was deep in discourse with Yang Mei, he suddenly paused, a look of joy illuminating his face. "What is the matter?" Yang Mei inquired. "Are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" Instantly, Yang Mei sensed something was off about Ling Chen and questioned him. However, she quickly dismissed her speculation. Although Ling Chen's aura had solidified to its utmost, there are no signs of a breakthrough. How could someone with such a solid foundation not break through? What was Ling Chen truly aiming for? Just as Yang Mei was perplexed, Ling Chen suddenly beamed and asked, "Senior, have you heard of the 3 Immortal Islands?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Yang Mei was initially taken aback, only to subsequently erupt with a brilliant radiance. Few are aware that within the 3 Immortal Islands, aside from countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there exists a passage leading to the primordial chaos. For countless years, Yang Mei has been in search of the 3 Immortal Islands, yearning to exploit this passage to venture into the primordial. Regrettably, despite enduring numerous hardships, Yang Mei remained empty-handed, nearly falling victim to Hongyun suppression within the chaos. Yang Mei never anticipated that Ling Chen would suddenly mention the 3 Immortal Islands. "Why do you bring up the 3 Immortal Islands?" Yang Mei managed to suppress the tumult within her heart and spoke in a low voice. Ling Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yang Mei and replied nonchalantly, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 3 Immortal Islands are on the verge of emerging." "What?" Yang Mei could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly inquired, "Where are the 3 Immortal Islands? How do you know they are about to appear?" "Do not deceive me." Ling Chen remained silent, taken aback. While he was aware that the news of the 3 Immortal Islands was explosive enough to astonish Yang Mei, he did not expect a reaction to be so exaggerated. Yang Mei lacked for spiritual treasures and heavenly materials. Why was she so agitated? Could it be that there were other extraordinary opportunities within the 3 Immortal Islands? Thoughts raced through Ling Chen's mind as he pondered this. Meanwhile, Yang Mei finally regained a modicum of composure and stated earnestly, "Ling Chen, the 3 Immortal Islands are of utmost importance to me. If you can take me to the 3 Immortal Islands, I am willing to exert myself to help you seize them, that I can make a solemn vow." Anyone could sense the sincerity in Yang Mei's words. Ling Chen nodded slightly, patiently explaining, "In truth, I have already acquired the coordinates of the 3 Immortal Islands. However, the islands are protected by a natural defensive formation that prevents outsiders from entering. Only when the 3 Immortal Islands emerge will the formation weaken or even dissipate. Just a moment ago, my master transmitted a message to me, indicating that the defensive formation is showing signs of collapse." As Ling Chen's voice echoed, the light in Yang Mei's eyes intensified. His words were substantiated and likely true. If all went smoothly, could it be that he might finally escape the confines of the primordial? Would he finally be free from Hongjun's relentless pursuit? A wild smile broke upon Yang Mei's lips, which she could hardly suppress. When she was being hunted by Hongjun, she had truly faced death, never imagining that she would be saved by Ling Chen's master, let alone have the chance to enter the 3 Immortal Islands and venture into the primordial. Truly a twist of fate, struggling to contain the myriad of emotions within. Yang Mei urged, "We must not delay. Let us set off immediately." As she spoke, Yang Mei reached to pull Ling Chen towards the eastern sea. However, Ling Chen stood his ground, a playful glint in his eyes. "Don't be hasty. We need to bring along an old friend of yours." "An old friend?" Yang Mei was taken aback, but before she could ponder further, a resonant sound filled the air. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus manifested, and a young man in black robes stepped forth from the lotus. "It is none other than Luo, who?" Yang Mei gasped. "You re-alive? You managed to evade the heavenly Tao's pursuit. How could you be here?" Yang Mei stammered, her voice faltering. The revelation of the 3 Immortal Islands' emergence, coupled with the unexpected appearance of the demon ancestor Luo, left her shaken. "Daha." Luo, who laughed coldly, retorting, "You, too, were targeted by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. How is it that you survived?" Yang Mei's expression turned somewhat awkward. Luo, whose words were undeniably true. Her current predicament was no better than that of Luo, whose past. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet, Yang Mei remained curious about how Luo, who had managed to survive, prompting her to inquire once more. However, Luo, who showed no interest in answering, urging, if we do not proceed to the 3 immortal islands, others will seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression shifted to urgency, and she ceased her inquiries, casting a lingering glance at Ling Chen. Luo, who, too, turned his gaze, fixed intently upon Ling Chen a century later. In the Eastern Sea, a group of powerful immortals soared across the skies. At the forefront was the Eastern King, who had been proclaimed the foremost male immortal by Hongyun since his failure to join the ranks of the sages. The Eastern King's prestige in the Primordial had plummeted, no longer exhibiting his former arrogance on this day. Accompanied by his remaining followers, the Eastern King arrived at the Eastern Continent, seeking a celestial mountain as a dwelling. However, upon his arrival at the Eastern Sea's shore, an unforeseen phenomenon erupted. Boom! Golden lightning exploded across the Eastern Sea. Buzz! Vast spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere, transforming in a spiritual rain that nourished all life. Celestial music echoed, and auspicious beasts roamed freely. The Eastern Sea was suddenly ablaze with extraordinary phenomena. The group of immortals, led by the Eastern King, exchanged glances of astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, one of the immortals knelt before the Eastern King. His expression filled with excitement. These phenomena can only emerge when a celestial being descends. It must signify the appearance of a great treasure, potentially even a hidden abode. A hidden abode? Upon hearing this, the Eastern King momentarily froze, a certain legend flashing through his mind as he instinctively remarked, "This is the Eastern Sea. If a hidden abode has emerged, it could very well be the fabled 3 immortal islands." As soon as the words left his lips, buzz! The void trembled, and 3 ethereal silhouettes of the immortal Tao materialized above the Eastern Sea. Witnessing this spectacle, the Eastern King's countenance shifted dramatically to one of uncontainable excitement. And he laughed heartily. Indeed, it is the 3 immortal islands. They must have sensed the arrival of this humble celestial being and emerged willingly. I am truly destined to be the sovereign of the Primordial. The Eastern King's long-held frustrations dissipated, replaced by unbridled joy. Let us all search for the entrance to the 3 immortal islands. The one who finds it first shall receive bountiful rewards. The other immortals shared in his exuberance, eagerly commencing their search for the entrance. Simultaneously, the extraordinary phenomena occurring in the Eastern Sea captured the attention of countless beings across the Primordial. The news of the 3 immortal islands' emergence spread like wildfire throughout the realm. Since the dawn of the Primordial, the legends surrounding the 3 immortal islands had never ceased. In every tale, they were regarded as the pinnacle of celestial paradises, teeming with boundless opportunities. Moreover, there were whispers that whoever claimed the 3 immortal islands would become the sovereign of the Primordial. The sudden emergence of the 3 immortal islands shattered the tranquility that had prevailed in the Primordial for countless years. In an instant, numerous factions, great and small, surged towards the Eastern Sea. This left the Eastern King and his companions feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency as they frantically searched for the entrance to the 3 immortal islands. Yet to no avail. Meanwhile, 3 figures quietly traversed through numerous obstacles, arriving at the 3 immortal islands. Is this truly the 3 immortal islands? Yang Mei inquired, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the unassuming trio of islands in the distance. Anxiety clouded her thoughts. She was no longer the calm individual she once was, but instead felt a sense of trepidation. Before Ling Chen could respond, Luo, who interjected with a dismissive snort. Though Ling Chen may not be particularly formidable, he is quite reliable in his endeavors. Due to Yang Mei's influence, Luo Ho no longer addressed Ling Chen as master, but rather referred to him as this kid. Ling Chen let out a cold laugh, savoring the moment. It seems the demon ancestor still harbors considerable trust in me. When Ling Chen uttered the words demon ancestor, he distinctly emphasized the phrase. Luo Ho immediately recoiled, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. As the sovereign of the world, Ling Chen possessed an abundance of methods to manipulate others. Initially, Luo Ho had been skeptical and even volunteered for a first-hand experience. The outcome was unmistakable. Following that experience, Luo Ho had remained hidden within the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus until this moment when Ling Chen roused him. Ahem. Luo Ho cleared his throat, hastily diverting the conversation. The natural defensive formation of Sanxian Island has weakened considerably. It is high time we dismantle it. Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Ling Chen's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Indeed, both of you, follow me as we break the formation. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of formation flags fluttered from Ling Chen's hand like butterflies, accurately landing on the various bases of the Sanxian Island formation. Buzz! Although the aura of the Sanxian Island formation did not diminish, its operational speed and trajectory became slightly chaotic. Effective. Yang Mei and Luo Ho exchanged a glance, clearly witnessing the surprise and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The surprise stemmed from the hope of entering Sanxian Island, while the astonishment was directed at Ling Chen's terrifying talent. It was noteworthy that Ling Chen had only transformed a mere 10,000 years ago. Yet in this brief span, he had not only elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of Tai, Golden Immortal, but had also established an exceptionally solid foundation. Furthermore, he had delved deeply into the realms of weaponry. Formations, swordsmanship, demonic arts, and spatial mastery. Even in the eyes of top-tier demon gods like Luo Ho and Yang Mei, Ling Chen's talent could only be described as monstrous. This prodigy, if this continues, Hongyun and even the heavenly Tao will inevitably be brought down by this extraordinary individual. Luo Ho and Yang Mei thought to themselves, just as Luo Ho and Yang Mei were inwardly lamenting. Hush! Accompanied by a light reprimand from Ling Chen, the operation of the Sanxian Island defensive formation suddenly paused, and a portal materialized. Enter! Ling Chen commanded lightly, stepping through. Yang Mei and Luo Ho exchanged a glance before following closely behind. The moment they stepped into Sanxian Island, the defensive formation erupted in a furious roar, and the phenomena above the East Sea became even more grandiose and tempestuous. Countless primal beings, including Dongwang Gong, were filled with excitement, believing that Sanxian Island was about to open. Yet, they waited and waited as the thunderous phenomena continued. And Sanxian Island remained a mere mirage, unattainable. Who would have thought that the three renegades, Ling Chen, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei, had quietly entered Sanxian Island right beneath the noses of the myriad beings of the primal world? On Penglai Island, an endless array of treasures shot into the sky, illuminating the void in a breathtaking display. Hiss! Even though they had anticipated this, Ling Chen, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei could not help but gasp in awe. It was no wonder. The treasures were simply beyond measure. The accumulation of these rare resources could undoubtedly establish a superpower. Luo Ho, once the ruler of the demon race, quickly formed his own judgment. While Yang Mei was not entirely certain, she nodded in agreement. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ling Chen's eyes, for he understood that Luo Ho's words were entirely accurate. Had they not seized the opportunity, Dongwang Gong would have harnessed these treasures from Penglai Island to forge a superpower rivaling the Wu and Yao clans. But now, these spiritual treasures belong to Ling Chen. Let it be known that these treasures are all mine. Ling Chen laughed heartily, waving his sleeve as a mountain of countless spiritual treasures soared into the air, vanishing into his robe. Yang Mei, Luo Ho. Both Yang Mei and Luo Ho felt a pang of regret. But that was all. Though the treasures were plentiful, they held little practical use for them, as their focus lay on other opportunities. However, the next scene left even the seasoned pair wide-eyed and speechless. After collecting numerous rare resources, Ling Chen gazed longingly at Penglai Island. While the spiritual treasures were magnificent, the island that birthed such an abundance of them was even more so. If only he could carry the entire Penglai Island away. Without hesitation, Ling Chen activated the Chaos Pearl, and a surge of world power erupted, forming a colossal portal. A terrifying pull emanated from the portal, enveloping the entire Penglai Island. Boom! Like a colossal beast stirring from slumber. A series of thunderous roars resounded from deep within the earth. Penglai Island trembled violently. What is this? Yang Mei and Luo Ho quickly realized what was happening, but before they could ponder further, boom! Penglai Island was uprooted and drawn into the portal. Witnessing this scene, even the steadfast hearts of Luo Ho and Yang Mei could not help but drop their jaws in astonishment. Don't act so surprised. We must hurry to the other two islands. Ling Chen seemed unfazed, treating the event as a trivial matter as he made his way toward Fangzhong Island. Luo Ho, Yang Mei, on Fangzhong Island. Unlike Penglai Island, Ling Chen found no rare treasures. Instead, he encountered a colossal corpse. To be precise, the entirety of Fangzhong Island was composed of this single corpse. Ling Chen and the other stood at the center of this massive figure's forehead. Whose corpse is this? Ling Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed in contrast to Ling Chen. Luo Ho and Yang Mei's expressions shifted dramatically. Ling Chen quickly noticed the unusual expressions of Yang Mei and Luo Ho and inquired, "What is it? Do you recognize this corpse?" Luo Ho and Yang Mei exchanged glances, then turned to Ling Chen with peculiar expressions. After a moment, Luo Ho's voice resonated slowly among the 3,000 demon gods of the primal world. Both Yang Mei and I are counted among them, ranking within the top T this point. Luo Ho's gaze grew complex as he continued. If we are not mistaken, this corpse should belong to one of the 3,000 demon gods from back then. And it too ranks among the top 10. The life demon god. The life demon god? Ling Chen was taken aback. Simultaneously, Luo Ho's expression turned intricate as he spoke solemnly. When Pangu split open the heavens, the 3,000 demon gods converged to obstruct the creation. The vast majority fell in that battle, while only a few, including Yang Mei and me, managed to survive, albeit severely weakened. The life demon god was the one most likely to have survived. As Luo Ho's words continued, Ling Chen began to comprehend why Luo Ho and Yang Mei reacted so strongly. It was not merely nostalgia, but a sense of shared fate. Once the 3,000 demon gods were resplendent, daring even to encircle Pangu. Yet now, they had fallen to such a state, truly lamentable. But in the next moment, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, coldly declaring, "The era of demon gods has long since passed. This is now the time of the primal world. Do not become ensnared in nostalgia." Though Ling Chen's voice was but a whisper, it resonated in the ears of Luo Ho and Yang Mei like the solemn tolling of evening drums and morning bells, awakening them from their reverie. The myriad negative emotions in their eyes swiftly evaporated, restoring their clarity. That a wave of relief washed over Ling Chen as he smiled and inquired, "Esteemed demon lords, now that the life demon god has returned to silence, should we not make good use of his remains, his relics? Perhaps we could forge a doppelganger from them." Luo Ho, Yang Mei, how could they not grasp Ling Chen's intent? Previously, when Ling Chen had withstood the might of Kuan Peng with his ancestral dragon doppelganger, he must have tasted the sweetness of such power, and now he had set his sights on the life demon god. Luo Ho scoffed, immediately dispelling Ling Chen's notion. "Do not harbor such fanciful dreams." Ling Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "Why not?" Luo Ho exchanged a glance with Yang Mei and replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. The 3,000 demon gods contain fragments of the Great Tao's rules within them. You truly believe the Great Tao would permit itself to be fashioned into a doppelganger?" Ling Chen. Witnessing Ling Chen's rare moment of defeat, both Luo Ho and Yang Mei exhibited faint smiles. They had often found themselves at a disadvantage against Ling Chen, and now they finally reclaimed a measure of dignity. However, before their joy could linger, Ling Chen's voice echoed once more. "The relics of the life demon god undoubtedly possess immense vitality, that if we cannot forge a doppelganger, then we should grind them into powder. Surely, they would serve as excellent materials for alchemy. It is only right to make the most of what we have." Luo Ho, Yang Mei, Luo Ho cleared his throat and hurriedly interjected. "The most precious aspect of the life demon god's relics lies in their life force. Typically, the remnants of demon gods are utilized for comprehending the rules. Reducing them to powder would truly be a waste." Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with interest as he replied, "Then what should we do?" "Eat them." Ling Chen, being a traveler from another realm, felt no psychological burden regarding the consumption of demon god relics. Luo Ho's expression darkened as he looked at Ling Chen with a complex gaze, softly stating, "Consuming the relics of a demon god is not out of the question. However, if you were to place the relics of the life demon god into the chaos world and transform them into a tree of life, the effects would likely be even more advantageous. You would not only gain insights into the laws of life, but also enhance the foundation of the chaos world." As Luo Ho's words continued to resonate, Ling Chen's eyes gradually brightened. Luo Ho's method was indeed clever and could be applied to other demon god relics as well. If Ling Chen could acquire the relics of the 3,000 demon gods, would he not be able to evolve 3,000 laws within the chaos world, condensing the river of laws? At that moment, the foundation of the chaos world would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement, potentially ascending to the legendary realm of the Great Thousand World. Luo Ho could never have anticipated that his offhand remark would unveil a grand path to ascension for Ling Chen. After Ling Chen secured Fangzhong Island, the relic of the life demon god, the trio arrived at the final isle of the three immortals, Yingzhou Island. If all proceeded as expected, the passage to the outer realms that Yang Mei spoke of would be located within Yingzhou Island. Upon their arrival at Yingzhou Island, they were astounded by the sight before them. In contrast to Pulai Island and Fangzhong Island, Yingzhou Island was basin-shaped, surrounded by towering mountains. Its center lay an exceptionally flat basin, where an intricately designed formation stood majestically, radiating a soft glow. Was this the teleportation array leading to Hongmeng? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Luo Ho merely appeared intrigued, while Yang Mei trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Can you sense the aura of the teleportation array? That is the unique essence of Hongmeng. This is undoubtedly the teleportation array to Hongmeng, without a doubt." As she concluded, Yang Mei could no longer contain her joy, throwing her head back in laughter, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. It was no wonder she felt such elation. Yang Mei hailed from the demon gods of Hongmeng, her path to greatness vast. However, since participating in the Battle of Pangu's opening of the heavens, she had been ensnared within the primordial chaos. Although boundless, the primordial chaos felt like a prison to Yang Mei, shackling her freedom and path to enlightenment. Had it not been for this, with her innate talent and comprehension, she would have long since attained the status of a Hongmeng great Luo golden immortal. Yang Mei's yearning for the Tao was profound. Now, she finally had the opportunity to break free from the prison of the primordial chaos and regain her liberty. How could she not be overjoyed, not be exhilarated? Half a month later, the teleportation array activated successfully, brilliance illuminating the heavens. Luo Ho, Yang Mei asked solemnly as she stood at the center of the teleportation array. "Will you truly not accompany me on my departure?" Luo Ho regarded Yang Mei with envious eyes, yet resolutely shook his head, stating, "I cannot go." If Luo Ho were alone, he could indeed be as carefree as Yang Mei. However, he had a vendetta to settle and countless demon brethren awaiting his resurrection. He could not leave just yet. Yang Mei refrained from further discussion, turning to Ling Chen with a smile, uttering a surprising declaration. "Ling Chen, you must be the master of the chaos world. Am I correct?" Yang Mei's voice held unwavering conviction, as though she had already recognized Ling Chen's identity. Ling Chen had no intention of continuing to conceal the truth. Responding cheerfully, "Indeed, that would be me, Yang Mei." Though Yang Mei had seemed certain, she still harbored doubts. She had not anticipated that Ling Chen would so readily admit it. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Exclaiming in awe, "To create a world at the Tai golden immortal realm, you're truly extraordinarily gifted." Yang Mei was considered a prodigy even within Hongmeng, but compared to you, I am nothing. How vexing, Yang Mei said, though her tone held no trace of jealousy. Having spent considerable time with Ling Chen, she had developed a significant bond with him and admired his character. The path to enlightenment was fraught with challenges. Having a friend like Ling Chen would surely enable her to journey further. With this thought, Yang Mei waved her sleeve and retrieved a jade tablet, stating earnestly, "Dear friends, although I am departing for Hongmeng, I believe we shall meet again. This is a compilation of the secrets of the primordial chaos and some essential information about Hongmeng. I present it to you." Ling Chen's expression turned serious as he stepped forward to accept the jade tablet with great reverence, saying, "One day, I shall venture to Hongmeng in search of you. When that day comes," he added with a laugh, "you may find yourself unable to contend with me." As he concluded, Ling Chen laughed heartily, and Yang Mei joined in, her laughter ringing out in joy. Luo Ho, initially smirking, could no longer suppress his laughter, joining them in mirth. "I end this life. How many true friends can one have? To encounter even one is a blessing. But to find two, what a delight." Meanwhile, outside the Three Immortals Island, Dong Gong and countless beings of the primordial chaos continued their tireless search, hoping to discover the entrance to the Three Immortals Island. However, before they could locate it, a sudden stillness enveloped the void. The myriad phenomena in the air abruptly ceased, and the ethereal image of the Three Immortals Island swiftly dissipated like snow in the blazing sun. Vanishing into the void, the once vibrant void fell silent. Dong Gong, beings of the primordial chaos, where have the phenomena gone? Even the ethereal image of the Three Immortals Island has dissipated. Could it be that the Three Immortals Island has vanished? Waves of reluctant murmurs echoed throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The Eastern King gazed vacantly at the empty waters, his eyes filled with frustration and fury. "Impossible! I'm the foremost of the male immortals, the destined ruler of the Three Immortals Island. How could the island disappear without my presence? Show yourself." The Eastern King nearly went mad, his enraged roar reverberating through the skies. Yet, absence is absence. No matter how furious or dissatisfied the beings of the primordial world and the Eastern King may be, it was all in vain. In the palace of purple clouds, Hongyun's brow furrowed slightly. According to his calculations, the Three Immortals Island should indeed have emerged. Why had it suddenly vanished? There must be some hidden truth before the anomaly faded. Hongjun seemed to sense the presence of Yang Mei. Could it be related to Yang Mei? Hongjun summoned all his sage power, even the power of the heavenly Tao, for divination, but to no avail. His frown deepened. "Yang Mei, where on earth are you hiding?" He was on the verge of achieving unity, but he could not rest easy until the issue with Yang Mei was resolved. The problem was he could not locate Yang Mei. Hongjun's expression wavered. Just then, the power of the heavenly Tao manifested out of thin air, transforming into an EYE.IT was the eye of the heavenly Tao, gazing coldly at Hongjun, the meaning unmistakable. Hongjun's complexion shifted slightly, and he hurriedly bowed his head. "I shall obey the decree of the heavenly Tao," since the heavenly Tao urged him. Even with the lingering issue of Yang Mei unresolved, Hongjun had no choice but to unify. Little did Hongjun know, his troublesome concern, Yang Mei, had already departed from the primordial world, venturing into the vastness of the Hongmeng. The Three Immortals Island had fallen into the possession of the Dragon Emperor, whom he looked down upon. Just as he was compelled by the heavenly Tao to unify, Ling Chen had already returned to the Western Sea, descending into the chaotic world and the pool of creation. Ling Chen and Luoho sat oppositely, the contents of Yang Mei's jade slip flashing before their eyes. Though vast, the primordial world was merely one realm within the Hongmeng. The levels of the Hongmeng world, from bottom to top, could be divided into micro-worlds, small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and even a grand thousand worlds. The primordial world was but a grand thousand world initially opened up by Pangu. No, to be precise, the primordial world had not yet fully ascended to the grand thousand. It was merely a half-finished product. In the complete grand thousand worlds of the Hongmeng, there were as many as 9. Each grand thousand world represented the existence of a pinnacle power of the great Tao. The information within the jade slip left Ling Chen both shocked and yearning. Just as Yang Mei had said, though vast, the primordial world was merely a slightly larger cage. If one wished to achieve the great Tao and ascend to the pinnacle of the Hongmeng, they must leave the primordial world and step into the Hongmeng. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Chen felt his heart surge. Yang Mei, one day, I shall step into the Hongmeng with unparalleled strength. At that time, I will make the entirety of the Hongmeng tremble. Though Ling Chen's voice was soft, It resonated profoundly in Luoho's ears. A brilliant light erupted from Luoho's eyes. Though Ling Chen was exceptionally gifted, he often appeared languid and unambitious. Luoho had never anticipated that Ling Chen's ambition would be so terrifying. Aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the Hongmeng, Ling Chen's words stirred Luoho's blood, igniting a fervor within him. If that day were to come, what glory it would bring. Even with Luoho's resolute heart, he could not suppress his longing. Just then, the jade slip, which was on the verge of dissipating, trembled gently, transforming into a coordinate token. Yang Mei's somewhat playful voice echoed from the token. Ling Chen, you must be frightened by me. Who told you to see me back then? After a pause, Yang Mei's tone turned serious. This is the coordinate of the god burial ground. Most of the fallen demon gods were buried here, and the remnants of the demon gods would greatly benefit the ascension of the chaotic world. However, this place is extremely dangerous. You should only enter after achieving sainthood. When you go, don't forget to bring Luoho, this great demon, to back you up. Luoho. Ling Chen and Luoho exchanged glances, both demons taken aback. Ahem. Ling Chen cleared his throat and said, Old Luo, don't listen to that rascal Yang Mei. After all these years of friendship, how could I treat you as mere backup? You. But before Ling Chen could finish a sentence, Luoho transformed into a streak of black light, hastily fleeing into the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Ling Chen. Feeling a bit awkward, Ling Chen rubbed his nose. Luoho, this demon, was indeed not easily deceived. After Yang Mei departed, Ling Chen devoted himself to fully absorbing the power of world feedback within the pool of creation. 3,000 years later, Ling Chen successfully assimilated all the power of world feedback. Yet he did not begin to break through to the great Luo as initially planned. Instead, he frowned. I have clearly refined my Tao foundation to perfection. Why does it still feel somewhat lacking? Strange. Ling Chen felt somewhat vexed. He had a premonition. If he forcibly condensed the top 3 flowers in his current state, he would only achieve the 11th grade, still falling short of the legendary 12th grade of complete perfection. Ling Chen had invested countless efforts. How could he bear to fall short at the final hurdle? Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! Detecting that the host is on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo, please choose Option 1. Directly break through, condensing the top 3 flowers of the 11th grade, and receive a fragment of the creation jade plate as a reward. Option 2. Comprehend the laws of life before breaking through, and receive 3 Great Tao Incarnation Talismans as a reward. Great Tao Incarnation Talisman can split into Great Tao avatars, possessing the essence of the Great Tao, but lacking the strength of the Great Tao. Once again faced with a system task, Ling Chen's heart surged with joy. Upon seeing the 2 options presented by the system, a look of realization appeared in Ling Chen's eyes, and he laughed. I should have thought of this earlier. The chaotic world has not birthed life. How can it be considered a true world? So that's it. Ha. Under the system's prompt, Ling Chen finally grasped the path ahead. He did not immediately begin to condense the top 3 flowers, but instead sat beneath the tree of life, sinking into a profound state of closed-door meditation. What Ling Chen did not anticipate was the monumental changes his meditation would bring to the chaotic world. However, this time of closed-door meditation would take a bit longer. As Ling Chen fell into this state, the primordial world was rife with intrigue and upheaval, with Hongjun announcing his unity with the heavenly Tao and no longer concerning himself with the affairs of the primordial world. The landscape of the primordial realm underwent a seismic shift. First, Hongyun was besieged and killed by the mighty figures such as Jieyin and Kunpeng. His essence extinguished. In retaliation for Hongyun's death, Xuanyuanzi pursued Kunpeng across the world, ultimately cornering him at the gates of the demon court. The prestige of the demon court in the primordial realm suffered severely as a result. Yet even so, the demon race remained one of the 2 most powerful superforces in the primordial realm. The other, naturally, was the witch clan. After the solitary Saint Hongjun entered seclusion, countless forces in the vast primordial realm, previously deterred by his presence, began to stir with ambition, embarking on a path of expansion. Among them, the witch and demon clans were the most prominent. These two clans stand as the only superpowers within the primordial expanse, with their might directed at a target. Who could possibly withstand them? In merely a few 100,000 years, the witch and demon clans seized vast territories, establishing themselves as the two supreme forces. Notably, the witch and demon clans have long held mutual disdain. Initially, during the early stages of expansion, tensions were manageable. However, as both clans continued to grow in strength, their conflicts and contradictions escalated. Skirmishes erupted frequently, resulting in considerable losses on both sides. The enmity between the witch and demon clans had evolved into an irreconcilable feud. It was evident to all that a catastrophic war between the two clans was inevitable. Yet, the denizens of the primordial realm could not have anticipated the swiftness and ferocity with which this conflict would unfold. On a vast plain in the heart of the primordial realm, the armies of the witch and demon clans stood poised on either side. A chilling aura of impending slaughter coalesced above their respective forces. The battle was on the verge of erupting. At the forefront of the demon army, Emperor Jieyin silently regarded the witch forces, his expression grave. Although the number of the witch army was significantly fewer, their individual combat prowess far surpassed that of the demons. In terms of overall strength, the demons remained slightly disadvantaged. Nevertheless, Emperor Jieyin had no intention of retreating, not only because he was the demon emperor, but also due to the ambition that burned within his heart. With Hongyun in seclusion, the witch and demon clans have become the foremost powers in the primordial realm. If they could vanquish the witch clan, the demons would emerge as the sole superclan, seizing control over the entire realm. Emperor Jieyin believed that by unifying the primordial realm, he could harness the immense fortune that accompanied such a feat, propelling him to the esteemed rank of a saint at that time. Not only could he contend with the likes of the three pure ones in Yuhua, but he would dare to challenge even Hongjun himself. The witch clan represented the greatest stepping stone for Jiyin's grand aspirations. With these thoughts, all hesitation vanished from Emperor Jiyin's eyes, replaced solely by fervent desire and a thirst for bloodshed, as he uttered a single word, "Kill." As his words echoed, a tremendous battle intent erupted from the demon army. The ferocity of their resolve surged forth like a torrent, bearing down upon the witch forces with overwhelming force. Witnessing this, the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, undeterred, bellowed, "Where are the sons of the witch clan? Follow me to annihilate the demons and proclaim our might. Kill." With the final utterance of that word, Emperor Jiang surged forward. Leading the charge, followed closely by the 12 ancestral witches, including Gong, Zhurong, and Xianming. Behind them marched millions of robust witch warriors, as formidable as mountains. Roar! Their battle intent surged like a dragon, soaring into the heavens, effortlessly countering the demon army's murderous intent. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Golden lightning crackled across the expanse of the sky. Amidst this celestial phenomenon, the armies of the witch and demon clans collided like raging torrents. In an instant, countless warriors from both sides were reduced to ashes. Blood rained down from the heavens. Flesh and bone were scattered across the battlefield, transforming the void into a sea of crimson. The onset of the war between the witch and demon clans was nothing short of horrific. Boom! The void trembled. Dark, ominous energy descended from the heavens, merging with the warriors of both clans. Under the combined influence of bloodlust and calamity, the murderous intent within the hearts of both factions swelled once more, fearless of death, driven solely by the desire for victory. Hiss! The onlookers of the primordial realm could not help but gasp in horror, a dreadful thought surging within them. Would the war between the witch and demon clans herald the onset of another cataclysm? Fear gripped the hearts of the primordial beings. The Dragon calamity had not long passed. Even those who had not directly experienced it had heard tales of its terror. No one could guarantee their survival in such a catastrophe. Yet, who could stop the frenzied witch and demon clans? With this thought, the denizens of the primordial realm looked skyward. Hadn't Hongjun promised to oversee the balance of the primordial realm and maintain its stability? Even if Hongjun remained in seclusion, what of the 3,000 Zixiao disciples who were his pupils? What of Dong Gong, the foremost among male immortals, and Shi Wang Mu? What of the disciples of the saints, such as the three pure ones, Yuhua, and the like? Who could prevent this impending calamity? In a certain part of the eastern sea, Dong Wang Gong and a group of immortals stood upon an island rich in spiritual energy. A cautious immortal spoke, "Immortal sovereign, you do not intend to intervene in the conflict between the witch and demon clans, do you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the other immortals were etched with anxiety. Dong Wang Gong, who prided himself on being the foremost among male immortals, was known for seeking glory. He might indeed choose to take action. Fortunately, after the events at Zishao Palace and the Three Immortal Islands, he had become considerably more composed, smiling wryly as he replied, "In the primordial realm, strength is the ultimate measure. Though I am the foremost among male immortals, I am powerless to halt the war between the witch and demon clans. Moreover," he continued, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes, "shouldn't this matter be left to those saint disciples?" In the western continent, on Mount Shumi, Zhunti observed the escalating conflict between the witch and demon clans, his expression filled with distress. "Senior brother, our master instructed us to oversee the primordial realm during his seclusion. Given the strength of the witch and demon clans, even if we were to intervene forcefully, it is unlikely we could prevent the conflict. Yet if we do not act, we may incur our master's wrath." However, Jieyin remained composed, smiling as he replied, "Junior brother, do not overthink. We are merely the master's recognized disciples. Such a significant matter should naturally be handled by the core disciples. Come, let's set forth for Mount Kunlun." Zhunti's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly, the distress on his face dissipating significantly. Subsequently, Zhunti and Jieyin transformed into two streaks of light, heading towards Mount Kunlun. On the other hand, atop Mount Buzhou, Nuwa furrowed her delicate brows. Addressing Fushi, "Elder brother, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. I must immediately intervene to prevent this calamity." Fushi shook his head, countering, "That would be unwise. Though we are quasi-saints, we are still powerless to halt the war between the two clans. Instead, let us go to Mount Kunlun and seek out the three pure ones, and perhaps enlist the aid of those two from the west. That would be far more prudent." Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization, and she promptly took Fushi's hand, leading him towards Mount Kunlun. As the battle between the witch and demon clans commenced, Tongtian was already preparing to intervene, only to be stopped by Yuanshi. "Tongtian, we are the true lineage of Pangu. Why should we risk ourselves for the conflict between the witch and demon clans?" Tongtian frowned, muttering, "The master has commanded us to oversee the primordial realm. If we do not intervene, wouldn't that go against his wishes?" Yuanshi's expression darkened as he retorted, "Tongtian, I am your elder brother. Why do you consistently oppose me? Is it merely because you possess a disciple who is somewhat capable?" At this, Tongtian's brow furrowed, his demeanor growing cold. "What does this have to do with Chen'er?" Moreover, he continued, "Chen'er is far more than just somewhat capable. Do you not regret not having taken him as your disciple?" "Regret?" The words of Tongtian seemed to pierce the heart of Yuanshi. In a fit of rage, Yuanshi immediately began to scold loudly. For a moment, the atmosphere between Yuanshi and Tongtian grew tense, teetering on the brink of freezing. Yet curiously, Laozi remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the dispute between Tongtian and Yuanshi. Just as their argument escalated, threatening to shift the focus from the battle of the witch and demon to Ling Chen, four resonant hums echoed in succession. Jingtai, Jin, Nuwa, and Fushi arrived together. Laozi slowly opened his eyes, and a calm yet resolute voice emanated from Kunlun. "The time has come. Everyone, follow me to prevent this calamity," as he spoke. Buzz, a white jade golden bridge materialized. Laozi stepped onto the bridge, vanishing in an instant. Tongtian, Yuanshi, Nuwa, and the other powerful beings hesitated for a moment before promptly following, the seven quasi-saint figures unabashedly exuding their formidable presence. Sped from Kunlun towards the battlefield of the witch and demon, "It is the three pure ones," exclaimed the onlookers, noting the presence of Nuwa, Fushi, and the two from the west. With the intervention of these seven top-tier powers, it was certain that the witch-demon war could be halted, thereby preventing this catastrophe. Wonderful. The beings of the primordial era were filled with immense joy in their eyes. The involvement of the three pure ones guaranteed the cessation of the witch-demon conflict. Even the three pure ones in Yuhua shared this sentiment. Jingtai and Jieyin were particularly eager, their minds racing with thoughts of how to seize a greater share of the glory. However, the beings of the primordial era overestimated the authority of the seven quasi-saints and underestimated the resolve of the witch and demon clans. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Jingtai was the first to leap forward, shouting, "Listen, clans of witch and demon. Cease at once, or do not blame us for being merciless." Jingtai's intentions were commendable, supported by Hongyun and the seven quasi-saints. He believed that a single commanding word could bring the witch-demon war to a halt, thus securing his own prestige. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the previously fierce combat between the witch and demon clans came to an abrupt standstill. Jingtai was elated, but before he could revel in his triumph, a chilling voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "This matter concerns the witch and demon clans alone. What business do you have here? Depart at once, lest you face consequences." The tone of Jun was devoid of courtesy, imbued instead with a palpable threat. Jingtai was momentarily stunned, then consumed by fury. How dare Jun speak to him in such a manner? Where could he place his face? Yet, before Jingtai could utter a scathing retort, another thunderous voice rang out across the heavens. "Old fool Jingtai, have you not shrunk back to Mount Shumi, come here seeking death?" The source of this furious outcry was none other than the ancestral witch Zhurong. As he spoke, Jiang, Gong, and the other 12 ancestral witches simultaneously unleashed a surge of murderous intent, directing it towards Jingtai. Jingtai, he instinctively recoiled, hastily hiding behind the three pure ones, and one had anticipated that after the arrival of the three pure ones in Yuhua, the once warring witch and demon clans would unite against the seven quasi-saints. Following the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, the demon court was established, a celestial marriage was decreed. The heavens bestowed a torrent of merit and fortune. Jun's power had reached the late quasi-saint stage. While Taiyi's innate talent was equally remarkable, his cultivation not inferior in the slightest to Jun, the demon masters Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon gods had all ascended to the quasi-saint realm. This meant that the demon clan alone boasted a total of 13 quasi-saints. As for the witch clan, their strength was subtly superior to that of the demon clan. The 12 ancestral witches were more powerful than the typical quasi-saints. Among them, the individual might of ancestral witches Jiang and Xianming was not in any way inferior to Jun and Tai, let alone the existence of the spatial ancestral witch Zhurong. Perhaps the combined might of the witch and demon clans did not surpass that of the 3 pure ones in Yuhua individually, but if the 2 clans united, their overall strength would certainly eclipse that of the 7 quasi-saints. Observing the shift on the battlefield, the beings of the primordial era were filled with disappointment. They had initially believed that the intervention of the 7 quasi-saints would suffice to mediate the witch-demon war and avert the impending calamity. They had not anticipated such a scenario. If even the 7 quasi-saints could not achieve this, then they would have to rely on Hongyun. Yet Hongyun was inexplicably in seclusion at such a critical juncture, leaving the beings of the primordial era in an overwhelming despair. Buzz, as if sensing the despair of the beings of the primordial era, strands of dark calamity energy fell from the void. Merging into their beings, the inhabitants felt their minds grow heavy, as though shackled by an invisible chain, yet also experienced a vague urge for bloodshed. The air was thick with ominous foreboding. Calamity loomed. A sense of urgency swept across the skies of the primordial era, as if a cataclysm was on the verge of erupting, threatening to engulf the entire realm. Sensing this development, Laozi's eyes flashed with determination, ready to take action. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Rumble! A flurry of purple lightning manifested from thin air, filling the void. Beneath the tempest of thunder, a hazy figure slowly materialized. At the appearance of this figure, the blood-red and calamity energy in the void recoiled in fear, retreating millions of miles. Who is this person? The beings of the primordial era turned their gazes toward the figure. However, as they extended their consciousness, they could sense no trace of any living being, only an overwhelmingly potent aura of the at the eye of the Tao. No, it must be the incarnation of the Tao. The witch demon war has actually invoked the incarnation of the Tao. The Tao is eternal. The Tao does not manifest. The Tao transcends the heavens and is almost never revealed to the world. No one had anticipated that the incarnation of the Tao would appear at this moment. In an instant, all eyes of the beings of the primordial era were drawn to this figure. Even Laozi silently retracted the step he was about to take. Amidst the collective gaze, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from the hazy figure. Should this battle incite a calamity, it must be eradicated. The voice of the Tao was ethereal, resonating within the hearts of every being of the primordial era. Especially upon the utterance of the final two words, the beings of the primordial era were struck as if by lightning. Gasping for breath, even Laozi, Dijun, Dijiang, and other top powers felt the weight of it. Undoubtedly, this figure was the incarnation of the Tao, and on the battlefield of the witch and demon clans, Dijun and Dijiang exchanged glances. Clearly seeing the unwillingness and fury in each other's eyes, they dared to join forces to reject the mediation of the seven quasi-saints. Yet they did not dare defy the will of the Tao. Dijun bowed deeply to the incarnation of the Tao in the void, solemnly declaring, Dijun abides by the will of the Tao. After speaking, Dijun turned his gaze towards the myriad demon clan members behind him. Bellowing, demon clan warriors, heed my command, return to the palace with me. Upon hearing these words, whoosh, the countless demon clan members collectively sighed in relief. Had Dijun remained obstinate, they would have had no choice but to continue fighting, even in defiance of the will of the Tao. Fortunately, Dijun did not act so recklessly. Meanwhile, Dijiang issued a similar command that in the perception of the beings of the primordial era, the witch and demon clans, once scattered throughout the void, swiftly reorganized, retreating like a receding tide. The once darkened void became spacious once more. Only the three pure ones and the other seven quasi-saints remained standing in the void. Jingtai suddenly remarked, can we consider this an indirect assistance to the Tao in mediating? Will the great Tao bestow its merits upon us? Upon uttering these words, the three purities fell silent. Nuwa and Fushi exchanged glances, unable to suppress the urge to turn away. That it was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Laozi cast a cold glance at Zhunti, then slightly bowed to the manifestation of the Tao, subsequently transforming into the white jade golden bridge and vanishing in an instant. Yuanshi and Tongtian each manifested their own Tao laws, disappearing from sight. Following them were Nuwa, Fushi, Zhunti, and even Jieyin. After the battle between the witch and demon clans, the seven great perfected saints also faded away on the battlefield of the witch and demon conflict. Not a single living soul remained. Rumble, thunder roared. As the winds surged and clouds swirled, a torrential rain fell, cleansing the once blood-soaked battlefield of the witch and demon clans. Perhaps soon, this seemingly desolate battleground would give birth to new vitality. Witnessing this scene, the beings of Hongyun felt an inexplicable surge of joy. The great battle between the witches and demons had come to an end. The dreadful calamity would not arrive, and all of this was merely a consequence of two sentences spoken by the manifestation of the Tao. The might of the Tao was indeed terrifying. All beings of Hongyun bowed in unison to the manifestation of the Tao. They expressed their gratitude for the Tao's benevolence. We are eternally grateful. As they spoke, waves of willpower surged from the beings of Hongyun and merged into the manifestation of the Tao. Then, under the respectful gazes of the beings, the manifestation of the Tao gradually dissipated. This signified that the turmoil, which had nearly escalated into a catastrophe, had finally come to a close. Little did anyone know that at the moment the manifestation of the Tao faded away, an endless power of belief surged forth within Ling Chen's chaos that it turned out that as the battle between the witch and demon clans intensified, a task from the system quietly emerged, forcibly awakening the sequestered Ling Chen Ding. Initial battle between the witches and demons detected. Please choose Option 1. Remain a bystander and let things unfold. Reward: a random innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Intervene to mediate the initial battle between the witches and demons. Reward: secret law of willpower golden body. Willpower golden body condenses willpower into a willpower golden body with boundless applications. After selecting Option 2, Ling Chen manifested the Tao's avatar using the Tao's avatar symbol. successfully mediating the initial battle between the witches and demons. All beings of Hongyun rejoiced, yet only Dao ancestor Hongjun could not find joy in this turn of events. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun observed the series of events that transpired after the battle between the witches and demons. Whether witnessing the brutality of the conflict or the misfortunes of the 7 great perfected saints, Hongjun's expression remained calm, as if everything had been anticipated. Yet he never expected the emergence of a manifestation of the Tao. This was truly unfathomable. Why would the manifestation of the Tao appear? Could it be that the Tao sensed something amiss? Hongjun murmured softly, perplexed. However, one thing was certain. The appearance of the Tao's manifestation would alter Hongjun's and even the heavenly Tao's plans. What confounded Hongjun most was that after the Tao's manifestation appeared, he continually attempted to communicate with the heavenly Tao, but received no information. As the spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, he had inexplicably lost his connection. This filled Hongjun with immense unease in contrast to Hongjun's growing anxiety. Ling Chen was filled with delight. The profundity of the Tao's avatar symbol exceeded his expectations. Were it not for this, with Ling Chen's current strength, he would have been unable to withstand the impending calamity of the witches and demons, let alone acquire such a wealth of willpower. The system's offerings were indeed of exceptional quality. Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the secret law of willpower golden body. This secret law was certainly remarkable. Just as Ling Chen suspected, the willpower golden body could manifest a golden body formed from willpower. Unlike ordinary golden bodies, the willpower golden body possessed an independent consciousness and could even cultivate autonomously. This could no longer be described merely as a golden body. It was an entirely new entity. What a marvelous treasure! Yet the conditions for creation were exceedingly stringent. Ling Chen marveled. The creation of a willpower golden body required no celestial materials or treasures, only the purest form of willpower. Yet this seemingly simple step posed a barrier for the vast majority of beings. While acquiring willpower might be relatively easy, obtaining the boundless willpower necessary to forge a willpower golden body was nearly impossible. Fortunately, this threshold posed no challenge for Ling Chen. He had already amassed an infinite amount of willpower through the Tao's golden body. In that case, Ling Chen decided to first forge the willpower golden body before further comprehending the laws of life. The laws of life ranked among the top 10 supreme laws, and their comprehension was exceedingly arduous. Unlike before, Ling Chen did not have the hand-holding guidance of Yang Mei or Tongtian. To comprehend them would require a significant amount of time. Thus, it was better to forge the willpower golden body first. Moreover, the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace had concluded that, if all went smoothly, Nuwa, the 3 purities, and the other predetermined 6 saints would soon attain sanctification. Among them, the key to Nuwa's sanctification, the 9 heavens restoring soil, and the gourd vines, were all in Ling Chen's possession. This required careful planning and execution on Ling Chen's part. The emergence of the willpower golden body perfectly resolved Ling Chen's dilemma as a millennium swiftly passed. Buzz, the void trembled, in the once tranquil realm of chaos. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Where the golden light fell, all things in the chaotic world seemed to rejoice. Waves of willpower soared skyward, merging into this golden light. What is this? Ao Tian emerged from the wheel of reincarnation, his expression filled with confusion. Simultaneously, Buzz, the 12th grade Black Lotus, manifested in a black robe. Luo Ho stepped forth from the Black Lotus. Luo Ho and Ao Tian exchanged glances, both turning their attention to the golden light. In the current realm of chaos, only Ling Chen, Luo Ho, Ao Tian, and countless remnants of souls remained. With Luo Ho and Ao Tian having appeared, the remnants of souls could not possibly provoke such an anomaly. Thus, the one responsible for this phenomenon could only be Ling Chen. What scheme was this rascal concocting? From where did he acquire such overwhelming willpower? Luo Ho murmured, his gaze filled with anticipation. He harbored an inkling that Ling Chen was about to undertake something astonishing. Yet Luo Ho could never have anticipated that the grand spectacle Ling Chen orchestrated was merely to forge a clone. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Ho and Ao Tian, The golden light in the void continuously surged, merging into the sea of willpower. The once vast sea of willpower began to condense, ultimately forming a figure. Ling Chen. This was the willpower golden body. What a remarkable method, even though he had anticipated this. Luo Ho couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The willpower golden body was extraordinarily unique and precious. Even in the boundless Hongmeng, few could successfully forge one that the difficulty of its creation was proportional to its immense utility. Should he acquire divine path techniques, it was possible to establish a divine realm within the willpower golden body. Luo Ho's eyes sparkled with excitement, with the primordial golden immortal late-stage Zulong clone preceding it. Now, there was this extraordinary willpower golden body. Just how many trump cards did Ling Chen possess? Yet, Luo Ho had no inkling that the willpower golden body before him was far more than a mere willpower golden body. Buzz, the willpower golden body abruptly opened its eyes. The unique aura of the Tao erupted from his figure, reaching far and wide. Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but scream in astonishment. Is this the aura of the Tao? Ling Chen was able to invoke the essence of the great Tao. Could it be that he impossible, absolutely impossible? Luo, who was rendered speechless, a top-tier demon god. He understood all too well the difficulty of invoking the great Tao. Only by comprehending the laws to the point of harmonizing with the Tao could one possibly achieve such a feat. Despite Ling Chen's extraordinary prowess, he was merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly invoke the essence of the great Tao? Everything unfolding before Luo, who had utterly shattered his understanding. What Luo Hu did not realize was that Ling Chen's comprehension of the laws had not transcended the realm of harmonization. The essence of the great Tao contained within the willpower golden body was merely a result of Ling Chen's whimsical idea to refine a Tao avatar talisman into it. Akin to the Tao avatar from before, the essence of the willpower golden body was nothing more than superficial. Yet it was sufficient to instill fear, just as it was now. Even the top-tier being, demon ancestor Luo Hu, was momentarily stunned. Ling Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Luo Hu's dazed and astonished expression. Oh, what if he was the demon ancestor? Could he contend with me? I have the system as my backing after completing the refinement of my golden body. Ling Chen's true self once again fell into seclusion for the willpower golden body. It was placed into the vast wilderness for exploration, and 3,000 years later, far away in Mount Buzhou. Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes. The moment Nuwa awoke, Buzz, a rich purple aura reflected in her beautiful eyes. It was the primordial purple chi. Compared to usual, the primordial purple chi was no longer calm, but was trembling incessantly. The abnormality of the primordial purple chi. Could it be that my opportunity to attain sanctification has arrived, but I am only in the mid-stage of quasi-saint? Nuwa murmured softly, her eyes filled with both excitement and hesitation. At the same time, a concerned voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Little sister, what is the matter with you?" As the words were spoken, a young man clad in a bagua robe entered. It was Fushi. The moment Fushi entered, he was irresistibly drawn to the primordial purple chi before Nuwa. Fushi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, exclaiming in delight. The primordial purple chi is in turmoil. Little sister, your opportunity to attain sanctification has arrived. However, Nuwa furrowed her delicate brows and softly replied, "Brother, why has my cultivation not shown any signs of change? How am I to attain sanctification?" Upon hearing this, Fushi also frowned and said, "Take some time to reflect deeply. If it doesn't work, perhaps you could try refining the primordial purple chi." Nuwa was very obedient to Fushi's words. After closing her eyes to deeply contemplate, she began to attempt the refinement of the primordial purple chi. Nevertheless, no matter how she tried, it bore no fruit. The opportunity for sanctification was before her, yet she found herself helpless. "Brother, am I truly that useless?" Nuwa's voice was filled with frustration. Fushi stepped forward and patted Nuwa's shoulder gently, saying, "In the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. How much more so when it comes to attaining the Tao and becoming a saint? You might as well wander through the vast wilderness. Perhaps you will gain some insights." As Fushi's voice continued to resonate, The furrow in Yua's brow gradually softened, and she replied softly, "I shall heed my brother's advice." After a pause, a playful expression suddenly appeared on Yua's face as she cheerfully added, "But before I set out on my journey, please, brother, divine my fortune." Fushi smiled and replied, "As you wish." Half a month later, Yua quietly departed from her cave dwelling, heading towards the east. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's will-power golden body had traveled all the way to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Over 20,000 years had passed since Ling Chen traversed the vast wilderness. However, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and other matters, never truly taking the time to appreciate the vast wilderness. This was Ling Chen's first journey through the wilderness, and he was doing so in the form of a split self. Even though Ling Chen had anticipated this, he was still astonished by the richness and diversity of the wilderness. As time progressed, Ling Chen gradually forgot the purpose of his exploration and became immersed in the experience, until he reached the shores of the Eastern Sea. Contrary to his expectations of desolation, the shores of the Eastern Sea were bustling with life. After a little inquiry, Ling Chen quickly grasped the reason behind it. The emergence of the three immortal islands had drawn countless beings from the wilderness to this place. Even though the three immortal islands had ultimately vanished, a considerable number of beings still lingered here, unwilling to depart. Gradually, the shores of the Eastern Sea became dotted with various markets, where countless beings lived and sought their livelihoods. Interesting, Ling Chen strolled through the market, feeling as if he had returned to a bustling marketplace from his previous life. Upon seeing the shops within the market, a thought quietly emerged in Ling Chen's mind. That is, to open a shop. In his previous life, Ling Chen had been a food delivery worker, braving the elements, and his greatest desire was to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. It could be considered the fulfillment of a long-held wish from his past life. Ling Chen chuckled softly. Before long, a shop named Heavenly Craft and Creation appeared in the market. The owner of the shop was a young Taoist, and the shop specialized in clay figurines. There were many types of clay figurines. Some assisted in alchemy and artifact forging, others helped with cleaning, and even some catered to physiological needs. The variety was vast, and everything one could think of was available. Due to their exquisite craftsmanship and reasonable prices, the shop's business quickly flourished, attracting countless customers. Yet, strangely, the owner did not take this opportunity to expand the shop. Instead, he established a rule. Only 3 clay figurines would be made within a year. As for who would receive them, it was entirely at the owner's whim. This was a level of freedom taken to the extreme. Oddly enough, the shop's reputation grew even larger. Countless beings traveled from afar, simply to obtain a clay figurine, until one day, a woman clad in a pale yellow long dress appeared before the shop. It was none other than Yua, who had journeyed there. Heavenly Craft and Creation. What an intriguing name. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in Yua's eyes as she stepped inside, her demeanor relaxed and carefree. Yua did not harbor any ulterior motives. Her entry was merely out of curiosity. Yet, the moment she stepped into the shop and beheld the lifelike clay figurines, Buzz! Yua abruptly halted. The primordial purple chi within her surged with fervent tremors. Alongside it, her Tao heart also quivered. It was as if Yua had touched upon the opportunity for her sanctification, yet she still could not fully comprehend it. Just then, a gentle voice resonated in her ears. Though the clay figurines are small, they encompass boundless creation. That if one can integrate with the way of creation, perhaps these clay figurines could transcend their innate nature, transforming from lifeless to life. Clay figurines. The way of creation, transforming from lifeless to life. Yua pondered over these phrases, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. After years of wandering, Yua finally grasped the opportunity for sanctification within the clay figurine shop by the shores of the Eastern Sea. As for the shop owner, it was naturally Ling Chen in disguise. That I understand now. Thank you, young brother, for your guidance. Yua inclined her body slightly towards Ling Chen. Yet, in the next moment, she discerned something amiss. She distinctly sensed the aura of the Tao emanating from this seemingly ordinary shopkeeper. A tremor coursed through Yua's heart as myriad thoughts flooded her mind. She hastily bowed deeply, expressing, "I am immensely grateful for your guidance, esteemed senior." Yua's gratitude was boundless. Not only did she introduce herself, But she also referred to Ling Chen as senior, evidently enchanted by the Daoic aura within her wish-formed golden body. Ling Chen smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formalities, that I perceive that you have already grasped the path of creation, which is why I hold an appreciation for your talents." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's conviction solidified. This seemingly ordinary shopkeeper must undoubtedly be in existence beyond the path of enlightenment. Alas, while Nuwa had grasped the opportunity to attain sanctity, she still lacked the crucial materials. Just then, two radiant beams of light suddenly appeared before her. One was a resplendent purple, and the other a deep yellow, a vine of pure purple and a handful of dark yellow spiritual earth, indeed. It was the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil. Upon seeing these two beams of light, Nuwa was momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of overwhelming joy, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on the gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil. Deep within, she felt a powerful premonition. If she could obtain these two spiritual treasures, her chance of achieving sanctity would be utterly fulfilled, with no obstacles remaining on her path to enlightenment. Esteemed senior, may I request these two heavenly treasures? I am willing to give everything. Nuwa bowed deeply to Ling Chen, her eyes brimming with desire. Are you certain you wish to offer everything? Ling Chen responded with a faint smile, a hint of amusement in his demeanor. Nuwa, seemingly recalling something, couldn't help but blush deeply, yet a resolute glimmer emerged in her eyes. Observing this, Ling Chen felt alarmed and quickly said, "I jest, since I have presented these two items. They are naturally yours to ask for any exchange. We shall discuss it after you attain enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed senior." The favor of the senior would surely be etched in her heart. Never to be forgotten, Nuwa's constant references to esteemed senior solidified her recognition of Ling Chen's grand identity. Ling Chen, however, saw no need to explain. His intention in integrating the Daoic embodiment talisman into this wish-formed golden body was precisely to achieve this effect. Should everything proceed favorably, this wish-formed golden body would become one of his most concealed trump cards. But that is a tale for another time. Ling Chen retracted his thoughts and cheerfully regarded Nuwa. "Meeting is indeed a form of fate. You need not address me as esteemed senior. If you wish, you may call me Brother Chen in the future." "Brother Chen?" Nuwa revealed a stunning smile, performing a graceful bow as she sweetly replied, "Nuwa has met Brother Chen." As she spoke, Nuwa's beautiful eyes gazed intently at Ling Chen, as if attempting to see through him. Though the primordial realm was vast, Nuwa stood at its pinnacle, appearing humble, yet exuding an air of pride. Ling Chen's mystery and strength undoubtedly ignited an unprecedented curiosity within her. 3,000 years later, by the banks of the Yellow River, after 3 millennia of refinement, the 9 heaven soil had transformed into a life form infused with spiritual energy. Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes wide, gently waving the innate gourd vine. The power of creation descended along with the vine. Buzz, a small cluster of 9 heaven soil leaped forth, merging with the power of creation, transforming into a diminutive being resembling an innate Daoic body. It is complete. Nuwa, suppressing her elation, waved the innate gourd vine repeatedly. One after another, beings resembling innate Daoic bodies continuously materialized. Buzz, the void trembled. The primordial purple energy surged into the heavens, dyeing the surrounding space in a hue of purple. The faint aura of sanctity reverberated throughout the cosmos, resonating far and wide. Countless primordial beings awakened from their seclusion, their gazes converging upon Nuwa's location. Upon witnessing the scene by the Yellow River, an uncontrollable wave of astonishment erupted among the primordial beings. It is Nuwa. Nuwa has summoned the primordial purple energy. It seemed that Nuwa had discovered her opportunity for sanctity. But why was Nuwa crafting clay figurines? Could it be that her chance at sanctity lay within those fragile clay dolls? That seemed utterly absurd. The primordial beings were filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, in contrast to the ordinary primordial beings, the reactions of the other formidable beings were markedly different. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongyun's eyes glimmered with delight that Nuwa's attainment of sanctity through creation marked not only the commencement of Hongyuan's grand design for the primordial realm, but also a pivotal moment within it. Hongyuan's gaze drifted towards the eastern sea, disdain evident as he mused, "The grand momentum is beyond control. How could a slight variable alter my plans?" On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi observed the celestial phenomena in silence. Tongtian remained equally reticent, yet the sword intent in his eyes surged, betraying his inner turmoil. In stark contrast to Laozi and Tongtian, Yuanshi wore a sullen expression, coldly scoffing, "Humph. Nuwa has actually managed to attain sanctity before us. What of our dignity as the three pure ones?" On Mount Sun, the face of Kuni was etched with sorrow, a melancholic expression adorning his features. "Senior brother, we shall surely be unable to compete with the three pure ones. I had hoped to attain sanctity before Nuwa, yet I never anticipated her swiftness. Truly, we are cursed. When will the heavenly Tao bestow its favor upon the West?" Jieyin maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet his eyes mirrored the same sorrow. Attaining sanctity follows certain principles. Nuwa being the first to attain, it not only reflects her innate talent, but also garners greater attention and recognition from the heavenly Tao. On Mount Buzhou, Fushi, as the elder brother, was filled with joy that he immediately dashed out of his dwelling, heading towards Nuwa's location. Opportunities often accompany tribulations, and Fushi naturally sought to protect his younger sister on her path. On the solar star, Emperor Jun's gaze was deep and stormy, fury bubbling within him. Originally, there was but one saint in the primordial realm, Hongyun, the ruler of the demon court. He was the most powerful and esteemed figure beneath Hongyun. However, if Nuwa attained sanctity, everything would change dramatically. In the Panga Shrine, the 12 ancestral witches, led by Emperor Jiang, also directed their attention towards the void, their expressions grave. The ancestral witches prided themselves on their Panga bloodline, often looking down upon those of lesser status. However, the emergence of a saint would signify an entirely different consequence. In an instant, all primordial beings turned their gazes towards the banks of the Yellow River. Meanwhile, the 9 heavens soil before Nuwa had been nearly exhausted. The number of beings she had created perfectly reached 129,600. Nuwa gradually ceased her movements, her gaze descending, filled with tenderness. The race had been successfully created, and thus it was time to bestow upon them a name. Inspired, Nuwa softly uttered 2 words, "human race." As her voice fell, the 129,608 human beings simultaneously bowed deeply towards Nuwa. The human race pays homage to the Holy Mother. Their harmonious voices resonated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as bolts of violet lightning erupted with tremendous force, permeating the vast emptiness on the shores of the eastern sea. Ling Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring, "The human race has emerged. The great Tao manifests." No sooner had the words left his lips than a singular eye, shrouded in swirling purple mist, gradually materialized beneath the tumultuous sky of thunder. This eye, unmistakably the eye of the great Tao, affirmed Ling Chen's proclamation. Indeed, an ancient tone resonated from the eye of the great Tao, reverberating throughout the primordial realm. Hiss! The myriad beings of the primordial world could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. The creation of humanity by Nuwa had not only summoned the primordial purple aura and invoked celestial phenomena, but had also garnered the recognition of the great Tao. Instances of races being created throughout primordial history were not unheard of. Why was it that only Nuwa received such preferential treatment? Was it due to Nuwa herself, or the primordial purple aura? The beings of the primordial realm did not entertain the notion that it was due to the human race. Just as these thoughts swirled in their minds, an extraordinary event unfolded once more. Buzz! The void trembled as purple mist surged forth. Suddenly, a purple auspicious cloud appeared within the emptiness. Merit of the great Tao. This was astonishingly the fabled merit of the great Tao. Instantly, powerful beings of the primordial realm recognized it, letting out cries of disbelief. While the merits of the heavenly Tao are common, the merits of the great Tao are a rare sight. Merit is akin to a universal balm, applicable to any aspect of cultivation. Incredibly precious. Under equal circumstances, the efficacy of the merit of the great Tao is astonishingly tenfold that of the heavenly Tao. But now, the once rare merit of the great Tao had coalesced into an immense, auspicious cloud spanning a full 10,000 acres. What transpired next utterly reshaped the understanding of the beings of the primordial realm. That it was as if an endless stream of the merit of the great Tao emerged from thin air, continuously flowing into that purple, auspicious cloud. The size of the cloud expanded at an alarming rate. 10,000 acres, 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1,000,000 acres. A million acres of the merit of the great Tao blotted out the sky, dyeing the entire void a vibrant purple. Hiss! The beings of the primordial realm collectively gasped in shock, their eyes filled with terror. Just a wisp of the merit of the great Tao could incite a frenzy among them. 10,000 wisps made up an acre. Yet now, there existed a staggering 1,000,000 acres of the merit of the great Tao in the void, equivalent to 10 billion wisps. The magnitude of this was simply terrifying. And in the next moment, buzz! The million acres of the merit of the great Tao trembled as one, descending towards Nuwa like swallows returning to their nest a century later. Buzz! As the final wisp of the merit of the great Tao was refined. Nuwa abruptly opened her eyes, commanding break. As her words fell, a terrifying aura, surpassing that of all beings, suddenly emanated from her. Nuwa had, indeed, attained the status of a saint through the merits of 1,000,000 acres of the great Tao. Achieving the revered position, buzz! The heavens and earth shook. Celestial maidens scattered flowers, auspicious beasts raced, boundless purple mist coalesced into purple adornments, cascading through the void. The beings of the primordial realm looked skyward, witnessing the birth of the second saint of the primordial world. Nuwa slowly opened her eyes, yet she did not speak. With a sudden wave of her sleeve, boom! Thunder erupted. Bolts of golden lightning materialized from nowhere, smashing the chaotic edges of the primordial realm into the most primal form of spiritual energy. Congeal! Nuwa commanded. The power of the saint erupted violently, condensing and compressing the myriad spiritual energies within the chaos, ultimately forming a crystal-clear palace. Upon the palace's entrance, 3 grand characters slowly emerged. Nuwa Palace. After completing these acts, Nuwa turned to the beings of the primordial realm and spoke serenely. Today, I have attained the status of a saint. A millennium hence, I shall impart teachings in Nuwa Palace for 3,000 years. All beings of the primordial realm may come to listen. Nuwa's voice transformed into a resounding, majestic tone that echoed throughout the primordial realm. The beings of the primordial realm were filled with uncontainable joy. To hear the teachings of a saint was an extraordinary opportunity. When the saint imparted teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, it had given rise to the formidable 3,000 Purple Cloud guests. However, unlike the previous teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa's teachings bore no restrictions and were open to all beings of the primordial realm. This was a monumental opportunity for all. The beings of the primordial realm were filled with elation, bowing deeply to Nuwa in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Saint Mother, for your benevolence." Nuwa nodded slightly, accepting their gratitude with grace, then turned her attention to the 12,960 primordial human beings below, stating, "I can protect the human race for a millennium. During this time, no being shall harm the human race. After a millennium, the human race shall stand equal among the myriad races of the primordial realm." Though the 12,960 primordial human beings were somewhat perplexed, they collectively bowed to Nuwa, declaring, "We shall faithfully abide by the commands of the Saint Mother." Nuwa nodded gently. Though the human race was feeble, they could not remain sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. The path ahead must be forged by the human race themselves. This sentiment echoed words spoken by Brother Chen. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Nuwa's gaze inadvertently fell upon the shores of the Eastern Sea, her voice ringing clear. "Were it not for Brother Chen's guidance, I would not know how many years I would have wasted. When the time comes to impart teachings a millennium hence, if Brother Chen can come, I shall certainly welcome him with open arms. Brother Chen, the grace of his guidance." The beings of the primordial realm seemed to grasp something. An uncontainable thought resonated within their hearts. Could it be that Nuwa's attainment of sainthood was facilitated by this Brother Chen? If so, how powerful must this Brother Chen be, unlike ordinary beings of the primordial realm? The three pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin, who possessed the primordial purple aura, felt a tremor in their hearts. If this Brother Chen could guide Nuwa, could he not also enlighten them? As Nuwa's elder brother, Fushi's reaction was markedly different. For countless years, apart from him, Nuwa had never grown close to any male being. Yet now, she treated this Brother Chen with such warmth. Fushi felt a pang of jealousy. If given the chance, he would certainly seek to meet this Brother Chen, ensuring his little sister was not deceived. In Fushi's heart, even though Nuwa had become a saint, she remained the little sister in need of his protection. In the void, perceiving the myriad reactions of the beings of the primordial realm, Nuwa felt no surprise. This was the delightful surprise she had long envisioned. After displaying a playful smile, Nuwa vanished along with Fushi. Little did Nuwa know, for Ling Chen, this was not a surprise but a fright. Ling Chen thought his wish power and golden body proved to be immensely useful, and he should act steadily and discreetly. Yet Nuwa's declaration had thrust him into the spotlight before the beings of the primordial realm. Ling Chen felt utterly bewildered. The only consolation was the beings of the primordial realm knew only of Brother Chen, unaware that he was indeed Ling Chen himself, while it was certain that the mighty would eventually deduce the truth. A brief period of concealment was a blessing. Ling Chen could utilize this time to plan meticulously. It is worth noting that as the initiator of Nuwa's creation of humanity, Ling Chen's gains this time were indeed substantial. Although he did not directly partake in the creation of humanity as a tangible facilitator and provider of materials, Ling Chen had also received a considerable reward of the merit of the Great Tao. While not reaching 1 million acres, it had still amounted to a staggering 100,000 acres. What a marvelous treasure! Ling Chen felt a surge of joy within that if he could utilize these merits of the Great Tao to accelerate his comprehension of the laws of life, he would undoubtedly grasp the principles of the Tao and break through to the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal in a remarkably short span of time. However, the merits of the Great Tao were exceedingly precious, and Ling Chen was reluctant to squander them so frivolously. Moreover, he had already begun to devise a plan concerning the creation of humanity by Nuwa long before the lecture at the Zhixiao Palace, having made prior considerations regarding the merits of the Great Tao. Yet, after the emergence of the Wish Power Golden Body, Ling Chen had a change of heart. As previously mentioned, the Wish Power Golden Body was immensely valuable and immensely effective. Having fortuitously condensed the Wish Power Golden Body, Ling Chen naturally intended to nurture it properly. Should he refine these 100,000 acres of Great Tao merits into the Wish Power Golden Body? It was not just a matter of how much the cultivation of the Wish Power Golden Body would elevate. Even the profound essence of the Great Tao contained within it would experience significant enhancement. Consequently, persuading other powerful beings in the future would become considerably easier. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen immediately commenced the process of refining the Great Tao merits into his Wish Power Golden Body. While his true self continued to comprehend the laws of life, as the years passed, a decade swiftly slipped by. Nuwa did not go back on her word. The palace of Nuwa opened its grand gates, welcoming guests from all directions. An unprecedentedly grand lecture unfolded within the palace of Nuwa. Over the course of 3,000 years, the resonant voice of Nuwa's teachings emanated from the palace, echoing throughout the entirety of the primordial world. Even those beings who could not arrive at Nuwa's palace could still partake in the teachings, from the three pure ones to the most ordinary beings. All could bear witness to the fulfillment of Nuwa's vow. All beings of the primordial world were welcome to listen. This was an event that resonated throughout the entirety of the primordial world, truly unparalleled in history. From this alone, one could discern that Nuwa's breadth of spirit far surpassed that of Hongyun, that Nuwa's prestige within the primordial world soared to unprecedented heights. 13,000 years later. The resounding lecture gradually came to a close amidst the cheers of the myriad beings of the primordial world. The majority of these beings began to enter secluded meditation to assimilate the insights gained from the teachings. However, shortly after Nuwa concluded her lecture, three figures quietly appeared outside Ling Chen's shop. Ling Chen found himself at a loss for words. He was all too familiar with these three figures, each embodying either profundity and vastness, solidity and weightiness, or ethereality and mystery. Were they not the three pure ones? Nuwa, this mischievous girl, had sold him out far too swiftly. Ling Chen could not help but chuckle bitterly. Simultaneously, a prompt from the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Three pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin have come to inquire. Please choose Option 1. Avoid them. Reward a strand of Hongyun purple qi. Option 2. Open the door to impart teachings. Reward of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The Qiankuan Cauldron. Ling Chen was not the least bit surprised by the emergence of the system task. Upon examining the two options presented by the system, a smile unconsciously crept across his face. The reward of Hongyun purple qi had appeared more than once. Yet Ling Chen had never chosen it, not only due to the heavenly methods concealed within the Hongyun purple qi, but also because he could never aspire to become a saint of merit. Thus, his choice was abundantly clear. As Ling Chen pondered this, two more figures materialized. Unlike the three pure ones, these two figures wore tattered Taoist robes and appeared somewhat stooped. They were none other than the hurriedly arriving Zhunti and Jieyin from the west. Huff! Huff! Zhunti gasped for breath, complaining, I say, three pure ones, why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid we might snatch your opportunities? As he spoke, Zhunti stepped forward abruptly, knocking on the door of the shop. Zhunti of Mount Su earnestly seeks an audience. I implore the esteemed elder to grant me an audience. Observing this, Laozi furrowed his brow slightly, but that was the extent of his reaction. Yuanshi could not help but reprimand. Get lost, should you dare to be impudent. Do not blame us for being unkind. Though Tongtian did not speak, he silently summoned the Qingping sword, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. Zhunti felt his spine weaken, nearly retreating. However, thinking of the opportunity to attain sainthood, he unconsciously straightened his back, coldly declaring, What audacity! I shall see if you dare to harm me. Yuanshi raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his anger any longer. Ziz! The sword Qi soared to the heavens. The Qingping sword had already been drawn. Just then, a gentle voice emanated from within the shop. Come in. Let us not disturb the neighbors. As the words fell, creak, the previously closed door of the shop slowly opened, and the tense atmosphere outside transformed, becoming considerably more relaxed. Zhunti's eyes darted, and he took a step ahead, entering first, followed closely by Jieyin. Humph! Utterly shameless, Yuanshi snorted coldly, and no need to stoop to their level. Let us enter as well, Laozi softly remarked, stepping through the doorway. Yuanshi's expression remained somewhat displeased, yet he obediently followed. Tongtian quietly sheathed the Qingping sword, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. He had long wished to confront Zhunti and Jieyin, but lamented that such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. Inside the shop, the moment Zhunti laid eyes on Ling Chen, he could hardly contain his impatience, releasing his divine sense. Despite Nuwa's recommendation, Zhunti was still skeptical and felt the need to verify for himself. In the next moment, Zhunti's expression abruptly shifted to one of panic. His perception could not grasp Ling Chen's presence. Instead, it was a terrifying golden river of laws. Zhunti felt his divine sense throb painfully, letting out a series of anguished cries. The river of laws. This is the river of laws. I did not mean to intrude. Esteemed elder, spare my life. Spare me. This scene was witnessed by Jieyin and the three pure ones, their expressions rapidly changing as they quickly grasped what had transpired. They were well aware of Zhunti's character. If nothing was amiss, it was likely that Zhunti had conducted some form of probing and had then suffered a backlash. Jieyin hurriedly stepped forward, simultaneously channeling his power to soothe Zhunti while repeatedly apologizing to Ling Chen. Why junior brother acts recklessly and lacks discernment, I implore the esteemed elder not to hold it against him. Seeing this, Laozi's expression remained indifferent. Serves him right. Yuanshi chuckled repeatedly, his eyes filled with delight. Tongtian, however, gazed intently at Ling Chen. He felt an uncanny familiarity emanating from this seemingly transcendent elder. Ling Chen felt somewhat uneasy under Tongtian's scrutiny. His wish-power golden body had undergone significant changes in appearance, and logically he should not have been recognized. Yet for some reason, Ling Chen felt a lingering uncertainty and calmly inquired, "Tongtian, why do you gaze at me so? Do you intend to probe as well?" Upon hearing this, Tongtian slightly furrowed his brow, but obediently averted his gaze. "Haha!" Ling Chen inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "If I'm not mistaken, it must be that Sister Nuwa has disclosed this place to you. Has she not?" Sister Nuwa. The fact that Nuwa had already attained sainthood and Ling Chen still dared to address her in such a manner suggested that Ling Chen's cultivation and strength were undoubtedly on par with, or even surpassed Nuwa. Sanqing, Zhunti, and Jieyin could not help but indulge in their speculations. This only served to further solidify their belief that Ling Chen was indeed a formidable figure of enlightenment. Laozi stepped forward and spoke solemnly. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, is it not true that Sister Enhua attained her sanctity due to your guidance?" As soon as these words left his lips, a multitude of powerful beings shifted their gazes towards Ling Chen, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Under the scrutiny of 7 top-tier experts, Ling Chen felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After all, his true form was merely that of a Tai golden immortal, while his wishing gold body possessed profound depth and encompassed the essence of the Tao. His actual cultivation was not particularly high. It was merely a fade to impress others. Should these mighty beings perceive the truth, he would surely find himself in dire straits. Ahem. Ling Chen cleared his throat lightly, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. The creation of humanity was inherently Enhua's opportunity. Even without my enlightenment, she would eventually come to realization. Upon hearing this, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Zhunti, and Jieyin all erupted in unrestrained joy. Even Laozi, known for his composure, could not suppress his excitement, exclaiming, "As a junior of Taiji, I humbly request your guidance. Esteemed elder, I am willing to pay the necessary price." At this declaration, both Yuanshi and Tongtian stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, "Please enlighten us, revered elder." Seeing this, Zhunti and Jieyin felt a surge of urgency. Zhunti, disregarding previous matters, hastily added, "If the elder is willing to enlighten me, I am prepared to pay any cost. I hail from the barren West, and should I attain sanctity, the entire West would remain eternally grateful to you." As the words trailed off, Zhunti was reduced to tears, and Jieyin was no better off that it was a scene that evoked sorrow in listeners and tears in onlookers. Ling Chen could only observe in silence, fully aware of Zhunti and Jieyin's lack of shame, now witnessing it firsthand. Yuanshi, unable to bear it any longer, chastised, "You must not continuously use the barrenness of the West as an excuse. It is utterly shameless." However, Zhunti and Jieyin turned a deaf ear to Yuanshi's rebuke, persistently pleading. Yuanshi, furious to the point of smoke seeping from his 7 orifices, found himself entirely powerless. Ling Chen, watching the scene unfold, felt a surge of delight. Yuanshi, who prided himself on his dignity, was utterly ensnared by Zhunti and Jieyin. That it was truly an amusing spectacle. Yet, matters of importance demanded his focus. Ling Chen quickly redirected his attention to Laozi and said, "Sanqing represents the true lineage of Pangu. Let us commence with Taiji." Upon hearing this, Zhunti and Jieyin immediately ceased their pleas, their expressions filled with despair. A rare look of ecstasy appeared on Laozi's face as he spoke gravely. "Please, esteemed elder, guide me." Ling Chen offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond to Laozi's words. Instead, he inquired playfully, "Pray tell, why was Enhua able to garner the favor of the Tao through her creation of humanity? Was it due to Enhua herself, or the so-called primordial purple chi?" Laozi fell into deep contemplation. Since the inception of the primordial chaos, the creation of races was far from uncommon that it should not, therefore, warrant the favor of the Tao, let alone lead to sanctity. But why was Enhua able to achieve such a feat? Logically, the issue should lie with either Enhua or the primordial purple chi. Yet, given Ling Chen's query, it was evidently not so simple. The flash of insight struck Laozi's mind, and he blurted out, "Could it be due to the human race?" "The human race? How could that be?" Yuanshi, Zhunti, and Jieyin all shook their heads. A mere human race could hardly stir the favor of the Tao. Surely, Laozi was speaking nonsense. Only Tongtian was different. He suddenly remembered that his disciple had once mentioned the existence of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity in the primordial world. Could it be that the path of humanity referred to the human race? Ling Chen observed the reactions of Sanqing, Zhunti, and Jieyin with calm detachment and stated, Taiji Laozi, your path lies within the human race. At these words, Laozi felt as though his mind had been struck by thunder. The primordial purple qi, which had lain dormant within him for countless years, suddenly began to tremble. Streams of purple light surged skyward. The primordial purple qi was in flux. The opportunity for Laozi to attain sanctity was indeed found within the humble human race. Zhunti gasped in disbelief, while Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jieyin could hardly conceal their astonishment and envy. Who would have thought that with just a couple of phrases, Ling Chen could so effortlessly unravel Laozi's path to sanctity? In that moment, any lingering doubts they harbored regarding Ling Chen vanished entirely. Simultaneously, Laozi forcefully suppressed the elation welling up within him. He bowed deeply to Ling Chen, expressing utmost reverence. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. What is it that you seek? Ling Chen smiled faintly, appearing nonchalant as he remarked, You must have acquired a gourd at the foot of Mount Buzhou, correct? Upon hearing this, Laozi's understanding was immediate, and he promptly produced a purple golden gourd, offering it with both hands. Esteemed elder, this is the gourd I obtained. It also contains 9 nine-turn golden pills that I have refined. I humbly ask you to accept it. 9-turn golden pills? Ling Chen's heart leapt with joy. He had merely sought the purple golden gourd, but now he had stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Excellent, Ling Chen declared. Let this gourd elucidate the connection between us. With a flick of his sleeve, he gleefully accepted the gourd and turned his gaze towards Yuanshi, saying, Yuqing Yuanshi, your opportunity should lie above the heavenly Tao. Above the heavenly Tao, the primordial purple qi within Yuanshi stirred slightly before settling back into stillness. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed but refraining from further inquiry. May I ask, esteemed elder, what is it that you require? Ling Chen chuckled lightly and said, I have heard that you possess a Yushu Liuli lamp. Yuanshi's expression shifted. Though the Yushu Liuli lamp was not widely known, it was a treasure that aided cultivation and artifact refinement, a cherished possession of Yuanshi. He had not anticipated Ling Chen would set his sights on it. Reluctant and pained, Yuanshi complied, offering the lamp with both hands. Ah, Ling Chen reveled inwardly, casting a casual glance towards Tongtian. Tongtian, sensing Ling Chen's gaze, stepped forward eagerly. Esteemed elder, please guide me. I shall, in the face of such a monumental opportunity for sanctity. Even Tongtian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Ready to make promises, Ling Chen chuckled inwardly, finding this side of his master rather rare. Yet, even as he donned the guise of a mere faade, he had no intention of extorting Tongtian. Ling Chen chuckled lightly. Interrupting Tongtian, I have long heard of the illustrious name of the upper clear Tongtian. Now that I see you in person, your reputation is indeed well-deserved, truly extraordinary. After a brief pause, Ling Chen's smile deepened. We may simply refer to each other as friends, a fellow seeker of the Tao. I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you in your inquiries, without the need for any recompense. Ling Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically from that of a reclusive sage to one of utmost cordiality towards Tongtian, leaving the 7 quasi-saints utterly bewildered. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, equally astonished. Previously, they had shown the utmost respect and had paid a considerable price. What merit did Tongtian possess to receive such preferential treatment from this eminent figure? Laozi may have remained indifferent, yet within Yuanshi, a tempest of anger surged. He prided himself on being superior to Tongtian in every conceivable aspect, leaving him with a bitter taste in his heart. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more. Tongtian, my friend, he declared, your path does not lie within the human race, nor in the celestial way, but rather in your swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Tongtian's eyes widened in astonishment, his comprehension faltering. Much like Yuanshi before him, he dared not inquire further and prepared to withdraw. However, at that very moment, Ling Chen's voice echoed in his ears again. "Fear not, my friend." As the words fell, a sword chi materialized from thin air, hovering aloft. "Is this my sword intent?" Tongtian's heart jolted, his gaze toward Ling Chen brimming with disbelief. He had merely exhibited a hint of sword intent outside the shop. And this enigmatic figure had grasped it? Such terrifying prowess. Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhunti, and Jieyin shared similar thoughts, further solidifying their suspicions. Ling Chen must undoubtedly be a transcendent being beyond the path of enlightenment. Little did they know that Ling Chen's ability to produce this sword intent was due to Tongtian's hands-on instruction. Observing the expressions of the Great Ones, Ling Chen chuckled inwardly while maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if he had accomplished something trivial. With a flick of his finger, he sent forth a resonating hum. The sword chi roared, and the sword intent erupted with a cataclysmic force, determined and unyielding, yet imbued with a thread of vitality. Your path to sanctification rests upon this very thread of vitality within the sword intent. As Ling Chen's voice rang out again, hum, the primordial purple energy within Tongtian surged like never before. The purple aura filled the heavens, its grandeur surpassing even that of Laozi moments prior. A flicker of astonishment crossed Laozi's eyes, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Yuanshi could not suppress the rising tide of anger within him. Among the three pure ones, only his primordial purple energy trembled slightly, while Laozi and Tongtian's energies were thoroughly ignited. As for Yuanshi, his energy merely quivered. If Laozi was to be expected, Tongtian's prowess was entirely reliant on Ling Chen's favor, without any cost incurred. This seemed exceedingly unjust. In contrast to Yuanshi's indignation, Zhunti and Jieyin felt no ire, only envy and jealousy. Zhunti's eyes darted about, his expression one of obsequiousness. The West is barren. The younger generation possesses scant treasures. You see, my robe is tattered. As he spoke, Zhunti turned, pointing to the patches adorning his thin backside. Jieyin hurriedly chimed in. Might the esteemed elder consider bestowing guidance upon us for the sake of the beings in the West? We pledge that if we achieve sanctification, we shall certainly do something for you. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian. The three pure ones fell into a collective silence. Zhunti and Jieyn's motivations were clearly self-serving, seeking to exploit the situation. How shameless, given the wisdom of this transcendent being before them. It was clear he would not be easily deceived. Yet the ensuing developments utterly surpassed the three pure ones' expectations. Ling Chen was well aware of Zhunti and Jieyin's ulterior motives. However, as they had mentioned, the West was indeed impoverished. Even if he were to extract everything from them, it would yield little. Perhaps a shift in strategy was in order. Contemplating this, a perfectly measured expression of sympathy graced Ling Chen's face as he spoke solemnly. I have heard of the West's barrenness, but I did not anticipate it to be of this magnitude that I shall refrain from imposing too many demands upon you. Effective. Zhunti and Jieyin rejoiced within. Zhunti promptly adopted a touched demeanor, saying, Thank you for your understanding, esteemed elder. Esteemed elder. Yet before Zhunti could finish, Ling Chen interrupted, But you are not Tongtian, and thus are not worthy of being my companions. This karmic connection cannot be overlooked. Zhunti, Jin. Zhunti's smile froze, his expression one of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Jin, however, responded more swiftly, bowing deeply. Please, esteemed elder, enlighten us. Ling Chen, satisfied with Jieyin's response, spoke calmly. I seek the authority of the 800 minor paths. Upon utterance of these words, the three pure ones were left in a state of confusion. They had never heard of the 800 minor paths and could not fathom its relevance to Zhunti and Jieyin. Unlike the three pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin's expressions shifted drastically, their eyes wide with terror. The 800 minor paths represented one of Zhunti and Jieyin's greatest trump cards. If the 800 minor paths had yet to be established, then even Hongyun and perhaps even the Celestial Way should remain unaware. How had Ling Chen come to know of it? Was he more powerful than Hongyun or even the Celestial Way? Connecting this with the power of the great laws exuding from Ling Chen. Zhunti and Jieyn's respect intensified. It is our honor that you would take an interest in the 800 minor paths. We agree, Jieyin, though pained, was resolute. While the 800 minor paths were valuable, they paled in comparison to the opportunity for sanctification. Ling Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he chuckled. If that is the case, I shall deduce a path for you. As he spoke, a rich aura of the great Tao erupted from Ling Chen, causing the 7 quasi-saints present to change countenance. Moments later, under Zhunti and Jieyin's eager gazes, Ling Chen slowly awakened, smiling as he said, "Your opportunity for sanctification lies in the West." The West? Zhunti and Jieyin furrowed their brows, their primordial purple energy merely quivering slightly. However, as Ling Chen's next words resonated, everything transformed. The key to your sanctification lies in your great aspiration. Great aspiration. Upon hearing these words, the primordial purple energy within Zhunti and Jieyin quaked violently. Boundless purple energy surged skyward, painting the surroundings in hues of violet. Beneath the expansive purple aura, Zhunti and Jieyin bowed deeply to Ling Chen. "We are eternally grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder." After a moment's pause, they exchanged glances and proclaimed in unison, "We are Zhunti and Jieyin. Today, we establish the 800 minor paths. Heaven and earth bear witness." As soon as the words were spoken, rumble, thunder roared, waves of golden lightning illuminated the void. In the skies above the eastern sea, an array of extraordinary phenomena erupted. The 3,000 laws revealed themselves. Underneath these laws, countless tributaries emerged, indeed totaling 800, though the 800 minor paths could not rival the 3,000 great Tao. They would substantially enrich the world. The celestial merits coalesced into a golden cloud of merit. Yet, the merit cloud did not surge toward Zhunti and Jieyin. Instead, it melded into the 800 minor paths. The previously ethereal tributaries suddenly solidified that a seal inscribed with 800 runes materialized, descending toward Zhunti and Jieyin. This seal represented the authority of the 800 minor paths. Gritting their teeth, Zhunti and Jieyin pointed toward Ling Chen. The seal shifted directions, now heading toward Ling Chen. "Esteemed elder, please accept the authority of the 800 minor paths." With a wave of his sleeve, Ling Chen accepted the seal into his robe, laughing heartily. "The karmic ties have been resolved. You may disperse now." In the midst of conversation, a sudden radiance illuminated the scene, ushering the 5 great quasi-saints out of the shop. Outside, the faces of the 5 great quasi-saints, including Sanqing, Zhunti, and Jieyin, were all adorned with expressions of joy. In the span of a single day, they had all, thanks to Ling Chen's guidance, stirred the primordial purple energy within their bodies. The prospect of achieving sainthood was within reach. It is noteworthy that, based on the intensity of the primordial purple energy's activation, it should be Tongtian who first attained sainthood, followed by Zhunti, Jieyin, then Laozi, and finally Yuanshi. Yet, the grand momentum was undeniably overwhelming, if all went according to expectation. It would indeed be Laozi who would be the first to achieve sainthood. The ensuing developments unfolded precisely as Ling Chen had envisioned. 3,000 years later, atop Shoyang Mountain, Laozi sat serenely on his Tao platform, his words flowing forth like precious pearls, gradually imparting his teachings to the foot of Shoyang Mountain. A throng of humanity gathered, enraptured by Laozi's discourse. As his voice resonated, countless beings of humanity fell into a trance. Immersed in the teachings, waves of auspicious energy surged forth from the multitude, converging upon Laozi's head. A certain moment, when the auspicious energy reached a critical threshold, Laozi suddenly opened his deeply profound eyes and proclaimed, "I am Laozi. Sensing the deficiencies within humanity, I shall establish the teachings for mankind to complete their essence, with the Taiji diagram to anchor the auspicious energy of the teachings for humanity. Arise!" Laozi's voice transformed into a resounding Tao sound, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. The once tranquil wilderness abruptly awakened, and waves of astonished exclamations erupted uncontrollably across the land. Laozi creating the teachings for humanity? Wasn't humanity initially a race newly fashioned by Enwa? First, Enwa crafted humanity, and now Laozi establishes the teachings. Humanity seems quite extraordinary. Has Laozi's commotion signified his ascent to sainthood? Amidst the fervent discussions of the sentient beings in the wilderness. Boom! Thunder roared, celestial maidens scattered flowers, and unicorns galloped. The series of magnificent phenomena erupted in the void, beneath the sky filled with wonders, an eye imbued with boundless celestial power gradually manifested. It was the eye of heaven's Tao. Approved! An ancient syllable burst forth from the eye of heaven's Tao, resonating across the heavens and the earth. Laozi's vow had undeniably garnered the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Buzz, as if an infinite stream of golden merit power surged forth from the void. It swiftly transformed into a resplendent cloud of merit. Initially, the cloud of merit encompassed merely 10,000 acres. Yet in the next moment, it expanded at a terrifying pace. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres, 2 million acres, 5 million acres. It continued to swell until it reached 5 million acres before finally pausing. Hiss, as the beings of the wilderness beheld a merit cloud that blotted out the sun. They collectively gasped in astonishment. Initially, Enwa's creation of humanity had invoked 1 million acres of Tao merit, and now Laozi had summoned 5 million acres of heavenly Tao merit. If all proceeded as anticipated, Laozi too would soon achieve sainthood, just as the sentient beings of the wilderness had speculated. After Laozi absorbed the 5 million acres of heavenly Tao merit, his aura surged to an unfathomable height. A force of saintly might, surpassing all beings, erupted around Laozi, reaching far and wide. Laozi's gaze fell upon the chaos beyond the wilderness, and with a wave of his sleeve, buzz, the saintly might erupted, shattering the chaos at the edges of the wilderness into the most primal spiritual essence. Congeal, just as Enwa had once created the Huang Palace, the chaos shattered, transforming into boundless spiritual essence. This essence coalesced and compressed, ultimately forming a translucent palace. The name of the palace gradually emerged on its plaque. Bayering Palace. After completing these feats, Laozi slowly turned to address the sentient beings of the wilderness. Today, I attain the Tao and achieve sainthood. I end 10,000 years. I shall impart teachings for 3,000 years in Bayering Palace. All beings of the wilderness are welcome to listen. Laozi's voice resounded in the ears of every sentient being in the wilderness. They all bowed deeply before Laozi, saying, "We bow to the saint." Following Enwa's creation of humanity and her subsequent attainment of sainthood, Taiching Laozi established the teachings for humanity, becoming the third saint of the wilderness. Yet, none could have anticipated that Laozi's attainment of sainthood was not the conclusion, but rather the inception. In the 3,000 years following Laozi's teachings, Yuanshi established the Chan teachings, invoking celestial phenomena, and achieved the esteemed position of a saint. Like Enwa and Laozi, Yuanshi too created a sacred Taoist venue within the chaos, named Yushu Palace. Following him was Tongtian. Tongtian established the Jie teachings, attained sainthood, and opened Bo Palace, becoming the fifth saint of the wilderness. Pangu and the three pure ones all achieved sainthood, truly deserving of Pangu's legacy. After tens of thousands of years, Zhunti and Jieyin finally managed to achieve sainthood through the establishment of the Western teachings and their 48 great vows, albeit with great difficulty, in Zixiao Palace. Hongyuan's lips curled into a smile. The 6 ordained saints had indeed emerged. Hongyuan's grand design for the wilderness was essentially a success. He could finally rest easy and merge with the Tao. However, Hongyun overlooked the most significant variable. This variable, of course, was Ling Chen. Yet at this moment, Ling Chen was deep in seclusion. After years of introspection, his comprehension of the laws of life had deepened profoundly. Waves of vibrant energy swirled and danced around him. Boom! Thunder roared. The winds and rains converged. The chaotic world was filled with myriad phenomena. At the center of this chaotic realm, a withered giant tree quietly sprouted signs of verdancy. The withered tree was reborn. This giant tree was, in fact, the remnant of the life demon god. Luo Hua and Ao Tian sat cross-legged in the void, their expressions a mix of shock and anticipation. Especially Luo Hua. He realized that as Ling Chen comprehended the laws of life, It would be the moment of his breakthrough to the Great Luo. Given Ling Chen's profound foundation, what tier would the 3 flowers he condensed on his crown reach? He had a vague premonition. The legendary 12-grade Great Perfection 3 flowers might be about to emerge in the wilderness. And that was not all. Once Ling Chen broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, this chaotic world would undoubtedly undergo tremendous changes. With such a solid foundation, coupled with this chaotic realm, Ling Chen's path to the Tao was limitless. Luo Hua murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting both envy and anticipation. He had long since bound himself to Ling Chen's chariot, indistinguishable from one another. Naturally, Luo Hua sincerely wished for Ling Chen to grow ever stronger. Meanwhile, the expression of the demon emperor Jieyin darkened to its utmost. Ever since Hongyun merged with the Tao, the witch and demon clans have become the most formidable forces in the wilderness. If they could defeat the witch clan, the demon clan would ascend to the pinnacle of the wilderness. Becoming its sovereign at that point, Jieyin would harness the fortune of the wilderness as his foundation and attain the saintly position in one fell swoop. This was Jiyin's ambition and scheme, but with the simultaneous attainment of sainthood by the 3 pure ones. Zhunti and Jieyin, the landscape of the wilderness had undergone a seismic shift that Jiyin's original plans had all been rendered void. Alas, Jieyin sighed deeply. Tia's sighed. Tai gently advised, "Brother, with our talents, achieving sainthood is merely a matter of time. There is no need for such." Upon hearing this, Jieyin suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with fierce discontent, and muttered, "Tai, what I desire is not merely sainthood. Do you not understand?" Tai remained silent. How could he be oblivious to Jiyin's ambitions? Jieyin pursued the path of the sovereign, intent on subjugating the entirety of Honghuang beneath his feet. Tai, with his pure heart, was originally a seeker of the Tao akin to Yangmei. Yet, in comparison to the Tao, Tai placed greater value on his elder brother. Since Jieyin aspired to dominate Honghuang, as a brother, Tai could only vow to follow him to the death. In the Panga Temple, Dijiao's expression was hardly better than Jiyin's. Although Dijiao did not harbor the same fervent desire for supremacy over Honghuang as Jiyin did, he, as a member of the witch clan, always regarded himself as the true heir of Pangu. To Dijiao and the rest of the witch clan, Honghuang was rightfully theirs. Other races should exist under the dominion of the witch clan. Yet in the present day, the strongest among the 12 ancestral witches could only be compared to quasi-saints. While 6 saints had emerged in the world, how could the witch clan, which considered itself the sovereign of Honghuang, endure such a reality, regardless of Dijiao's reluctance, beneath the imposing presence of the 6 saints? They could only choose to lie low for the time being, as the emergence of the 6 saints rendered the once mighty witch and demon clan silent. In contrast, the teachings of the human sect, Chan Sect, Jie Sect, and Western Sect flourished vibrantly. Among them, the human, Chan, and Jie sects were all located on Kunlun Mountain. Countless beings from Honghuang flocked there, eager to join these 3 esteemed sections. This made Kunlun Mountain extraordinarily lively, seemingly the very center of Honghuang. However, how could the saintly sects easily accept disciples? Laozi had only taken in 1 personal disciple from Xuandu and had withdrawn from the world, although Yuanshi did not retreat from the world. His standards for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent. No scales or armor, no wet-born or egg-hatched beings, and no shallow fortunes. Only those with deep fortunes could enter the gates of the Chan sect. This left many beings from Honghuang, who had traveled great distances to seek a master, utterly disheartened. Surprisingly, the Jie sect, however, opened its doors wide, welcoming disciples from all corners of the world with remarkably lenient requirements. Countless beings surged into Kunlun Mountain, yearning to join the Jie sect. In no time, the Jie sect became the focal point of attention, with countless immortals flocking to it. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi listened to the tumultuous sounds below. Frowning deeply and spoke in a muffled tone, "Tongtian, why have you brought in these useless beings clad in scales and armor, wet-born and egg-hatched? Kunlun Mountain has been turned into a chaotic mess. Is this still a sacred land for immortals?" Yuanshi took on the posture of an elder brother, repeatedly admonishing Tongtian Initially reluctant to retort, could not hold back and coldly replied, "The doctrine of my Jie sect is to accept all without discrimination, to offer a glimmer of hope to all beings. If you refuse to accept them in the Chan sect, what business is it of mine? Are your hands reaching too far?" Yuanshi, already angered, felt his fury surge as Tongtian countered. And he scolded, "I am your elder brother. What of it? Besides, Kunlun Mountain is not solely your Jie sect's dojo. If you continue to allow your disciples to run amok, do not blame me for being heartless." Tongtian's brow furrowed, and he stood up abruptly. "What do you intend to do?" Yuanshi mirrored his stance, both displaying their anger, the atmosphere tense and charged. Just then, the usually silent Laozi finally spoke. "Third brother, the second brother has a point. Although Kunlun Mountain is vast, it cannot accommodate such a multitude of beings. You must control the number of disciples you accept and impose some restrictions." Upon hearing Laozi's support, Yuanshi's heart swelled with joy, and he mocked, "Did you hear that? The eldest brother has said so. Will you not impose restrictions on your disciples? Do you truly think Kunlun Mountain is akin to a marketplace below?" Tongtian felt frustrated, but suppressed his urge to retort, dejectedly sitting back down. After this incident, the Jie sect ceased accepting disciples, and the behavior of its disciples became considerably more restrained. However, as fate would have it, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects would occasionally clash, and Yuanshi and Tongtian would frequently find themselves in disputes. The atmosphere atop Kunlun Mountain grew increasingly tense. Then one day, rumble, thunder roared. A heavy tribulation cloud slowly materialized, followed by a torrential downpour of thunder. Someone was undergoing a tribulation, who had broken through to the Great Luo. The beings of Hongyun were no strangers to this scene. Simultaneously, a figure shot up from Kunlun Mountain, ascending beneath the thunderous tribulation. Beloved disciples, updates will continue at 7:00 a.m. was the Chan sect's Guangchengzi. Following Huanglong Zhenren, Guangchengzi had finally stepped into the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet Guangchengzi, who was deeply favored by Yuanshi. Why did he achieve the Great Luo so late? This, you may not know, for the Great Luo is divided into 12 grades, and Guangchengzi must have waited to attain the 9th grade of Great Luo. Which is why it has taken this long. 9th grade small perfection of Great Luo? Immediately, beings from Hongyun recognized the figure's background. Murmurs spread throughout Hongyun. Rumble, thunder erupted, the tribulation clouds and the void expanded, reaching a staggering size of 1,000,000 acres. Hiss! 1,000,000 acres of thunder tribulation. Indeed, Guangchengzi was facing the 9th grade heavenly tribulation. Countless beings from Hongyun gasped in a W.A.T. that moment. Rumble. The skies were filled with thunder, crashing down as if to obliterate Guangchengzi. Yet regardless of how ferociously the thunder struck, Guangchengzi remained utterly unmoved, his expression haughty, disregarding the terrifying Great Luo heavenly tribulation. 3 days later, boom, the final roar of the thunder tribulation echoed, reluctantly dissipating into the void. The Chan sect's Guangchengzi had weathered 1,000,000 thunder tribulations, attaining the 9th grade Great Luo. The Chan sect had gained yet another 9th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal, its foundation truly profound. In contrast, although the Jie sect had numerous disciples, it was still lacking significantly. Indeed, not to mention the quasi-Saint Randall, just in terms of Great Luo Golden Immortals, the Chan sect boasted 12, while the Jie sect had only 4 direct disciples who had stepped into Great Luo. Perhaps the Chan sect's approach was indeed the correct one. In the void, listening to the incessant discussions resonating from all corners of Hongyun, Guangchengzi could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Over the years, the conflicts between the Chan and Jie sects had been relentless. Now, being able to overshadow the Jie sect in this manner would surely delight his master and earn him even more favor from Yuanshi. In contrast, the disciples of the Jie sect were far from pleased atop Kunlun Mountain, the Jie sect's entrance. The face of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was quite grim as she fumed. "I believe Guangchengzi is doing this on purpose. This is simply too much. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson." Not only was the Golden Spirit Holy Mother displeased, but the other disciples of the Jie sect also expressed their grievances. Daobao Daoist, however, could only smile bitterly that, in terms of individual strength, the 4 direct disciples of the Jie sect were indeed stronger than the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Yet the issue was the sheer lack of numbers. As it stood, the overall strength of the Jie sect at the Great Luo level truly fell short of the Chan sect. This was an undeniable fact. Sigh. If only the eldest brother were present. Daobao, Daoist sighed. The other Jie sect disciples suddenly brightened at the thought. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother could not help but ask Daobao Shixiang, how long will the eldest brother remain in seclusion? Could it be that, as Guang Chengzi and the others say, the eldest brother has yet to break through to Great Luo and thus refuses to emerge? Upon hearing this, the Taoist of treasures displayed a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He had never encountered the senior brother Ling Chen before. All information regarding him had been gleaned from mere snippets shared by Tongtian. Yet, even these fragments were sufficient to reveal Tongtian's trust and fondness for Ling Chen. It cannot be, the Taoist of treasures declared in a deep voice. When the senior brother emerges from his seclusion, he will undoubtedly silence those so-called 12 golden immortals, including Guang Chengzi. The glimmers of anticipation in the eyes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her fellow disciples swiftly morphed into anxiety. They did not doubt the Taoist of treasures or the legendary senior brother, but the fact remained that the Jie sect had scrutinized a total of 8 Great Luo golden immortals. Even if the senior brother successfully attained the status of Great Luo, it would be difficult to bridge that gap, unless he were to achieve the 11th rank of Great Luo. As for the possibility of him being the fabled 12th rank Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the others had not even considered it that on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi remained in meditation, while Yuanshi looked at Tongtian with a smug expression and said, "Tongtian, do you see? Despite you taking in so many disciples, you still cannot compare to my Chan sect." Tongtian cast a cold glance at Yuanshi, unwilling to engage in a dispute with him. However, Yuanshi was determined not to let it go. Currently, my Chan sect boasts 12 golden immortals, while your Jie sect possesses merely 4 direct disciples. Even if that Ling Chen fellow manages to break through to Great Luo, he cannot possibly rival my Chan sect. Moreover, that kid has been stagnant for so long. He might as well be incapacitated. Tongtian's brow furrowed as he barked, "Silence." He had initially wished to disregard Yuanshi's provocations, but Ling Chen was Tongtian's sensitive spot. He could not bear to hear Yuanshi speak ill of him. Furthermore, after so many years in seclusion, Ling Chen had remained silent, which only heightened Tongtian's concerns that Yuanshi's words struck deeply at Tongtian's heart. On the other side, reprimanded by Tongtian, Yuanshi's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "Every time you speak of Ling Chen, you act so dramatically. I believe your acceptance of him was a grave error. Had it not been for him, we would not have had so many disputes." Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian sprang to his feet, fury evident in his voice. "Yuanshi, if you dare to speak ill of Chen'er again, just see how my sword responds." As he spoke, the Qingping sword erupted from its sheath with a thunderous roar, its terrifying sword aura enveloping the entire void. Yuanshi was taken aback, having not anticipated such a strong reaction from Tongtian. However, he could not afford to back down without losing face as a sage. "Humph." Yuanshi snorted coldly, raising the Sanbao Yuri as it ascended, locking its gaze upon Tongtian. The long-standing rivalry between Yuanshi and Tongtian had finally reached the point of confrontation. The terrifying aura of the sages erupted from Kunlun Mountain, signaling an imminent sage battle. The creatures surrounding Kunlun Mountain trembled uncontrollably. Was this the might of a sage? Rumors had long circulated about the discord between Yuanshi and Tongtian. And now, just as the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm speculated, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt! What kind of behavior is this?" Even Laozi, who usually refrained from intervening, could no longer stand by and coldly admonish them. Yuanshi, who had no desire for conflict, immediately withdrew the Sanbao Yuri. After a moment of hesitation, Tongtian reluctantly sheathed the Qingping sword and coldly remarked, "Yuanshi, I respect you as my elder brother, but if you dare to slander Chen'er again, I will not let it go easily." With that, Tongtian turned away from Yuanshi, sulking in silence that Yuanshi's anger surged within him, yet he refrained from further provocation and sat down in a huff. Sigh. Laozi shook his head slightly, sighing deeply within. The three pure ones, once akin to brothers, were now on the verge of parting ways. Just as Laozi lamented, Tongtian, who had been silently meditating, suddenly stood up, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. What is happening? Could it be? Both Laozi and Yuanshi quickly sensed Tongtian's unusual behavior and turned their gazes towards the west at the same time. A thunderous roar echoed, and golden lightning crackled throughout the void. Beneath the deluge of thunder, a massive tribulation cloud surged forth. Another being is transcending the Great Calamity. Could it be the Dragon Clan from the West Sea? The myriad beings of Hongyun were struck by numerous thoughts, their gazes shifting from Hongyun Mountain to the West Sea. Amidst the collective attention of the Hongyun beings, the initially modest tribulation cloud, measuring merely 10,000 acres, rapidly expanded at an alarming rate. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres. In just a few breaths, the tribulation cloud ballooned to 1 million acres. Hiss! Countless beings of Hongyun gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Another 9-rank Great Luo! Truly, the Hongyun realm is teeming with prodigies." It must be the Dragon Clan, especially after the emergence of the Dragon Emperor, who has shown signs of resurgence. Unlike ordinary beings, the three pure ones, as sages, had already sensed the unique aura emanating from the calamity. It was unmistakably from Ling Chen. Humph! Yuanshi scoffed coldly, his demeanor darkening. Even if Ling Chen achieves the 9-rank Great Luo, the Jieyin sect remains inferior to my Chen's sect. Unlike before, Tongtian was entirely disinterested in Yuanshi's words. For Tongtian, as long as Ling Chen could successfully break through to Great Luo, it sufficed. A hint of intrigue flashed in Laozi's all-knowing gaze, as if he had discovered something profound, just as the beings of Hongyun believed another 9-rank Great Luo was about to emerge. An unexpected scene unfolded. Boom! The million-acre thunder tribulation erupted violently. However, contrary to the expectations of the Hongyun beings, the tribulation did not descend but instead began to swell further. 2 million acres, 3 million acres, 4 million acres, 490,000 acres. In less than half a stick of incense, the tribulation cloud in the void surged to a staggering 490 million acres. What is happening? The beings of Hongyun were filled with incredulity. If 1 million acres signified a 9-rank Great Luo, what could 490 million acres possibly represent? Suddenly, a voice, as if whispering from a dream, echoed throughout the Hongyun realm. If I recall correctly, when the three pure ones achieved the 10-rank Great Luo, their tribulation was merely 3 million acres. It is said that when Daozu and Mozu attained the 11-rank Great Luo, they summoned a tribulation of 490 million acres. An 11-rank Great Luo? Hiss! The beings of Hongyun collectively gasped, their eyes filled with astonishment. Following Daozu Hongjun and Mozu Luo, who had yet another 11-rank Great Luo emerged in the Hongyun realm. On Hongyun Mountain, Tongtian suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. I told you, Chen'er could not possibly remain stagnant after so many years in seclusion. He must have been honing his foundation. I initially thought he would achieve the 10-rank Great Luo, but I never expected it to be the 11-rank. After countless years, Tongtian finally erupted in joyous laughter. In stark contrast, Yuanshi's expression had turned utterly grim. If Ling Chen were to attain the 9-rank Great Luo, the Jieyin sect would still fall short of the Chen sect. If it were the 10-rank, it might barely level the playing field. But now, with Ling Chen on the verge of achieving the 11-rank Great Luo, surpassing even the three pure ones, how could the second generation of the Chen sect possibly compete with him? At this moment, even the unflappable Laozi, who remained composed even in the face of the collapse of Mount Tai, could not help but change countenance to the purple cloud palace. Hongyun's gaze was as profound as the ocean. Since the Dragonhan catastrophe, the primordial world had undergone tremendous changes, and the laws were no longer evident. It was improbable for even a grade 11 Luo to manifest, let alone a grade 12. Yet, where had this grade 11 Luo suddenly emerged from? Suddenly, Hongjun grasped a strand of the aura within the thunder tribulation. Could it be that Dragon Emperor once again? This child is indeed an anomaly. Hongjun murmured to himself, lost in thoughts of the chaotic world. Looking at the sky-darkening thunder tribulation, Luo, whose eyes flickered with nostalgia, in the past, he had condensed the top 3 flowers of Grade 11, which allowed him to be chosen by the primordial rules to become a demon god. However, in the next moment, the nostalgia in Luo, whose eyes dissipated, replaced by intense anticipation. If his perception was correct, Ling Chen's foundation should be far beyond this. As Luo, who contemplated, an unexpected change occurred over the western sea. Boom! The terrifying thunder tribulation, which obscured the heavens and the earth, erupted once more, yet no thunderbolts fell. Witnessing this scene, the beings of the primordial world could not suppress a single thought. Could it be that the thunder tribulation was to grow even more? Does this imply that the primordial world is about to welcome a grade 12 Luo of perfect completion? This seemed utterly absurd, but before the beings of the primordial world could ponder further, boom! The thunder tribulation astonishingly broke through the limits of grade 11 and began a new surge. 5 million acres. 6 million acres. 7 million acres. 8 million acres. 8,100,000 acres. A staggering 100,000 acres of calamity clouds spanned across the void, obscuring the sky and sun. Every being in the primordial world was left in a daze. Was it truly going to give birth to a grade 12 Luo? If grade 11 Luo was already astonishing, then grade 12 Luo would undoubtedly be unprecedented. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian gazed at the unprecedentedly terrifying calamity clouds, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Grade 12 Luo, good lad, I'm proud of you. Yuanshi was rendered speechless, his expression complex to the extreme. Grade 11 Luo could already dominate. What of grade 12? Would it not simply crush him? Ling Chen, Yuanshi ground his teeth, yet could not suppress the rising regret within. Had he accepted Ling Chen back then, all this glory would have rightfully belonged to him. Naturally, Laozi shared the same sentiment of regret. He swiftly compared his own Xian with Ling Chen in his mind. The result was evident. Compared to Ling Chen, his already extraordinary Xian seemed utterly inept. Laozi was also dumbfounded that in the primordial world, beneath the unprecedented thunder tribulation, a magnificent top 3 flowers gradually emerged. Heavens, it was indeed the top 3 flowers of grade 12. The beings of the primordial world gasped in astonishment. If all went well, the primordial world was about to give birth to a grade 12 Luo of perfect completion. Simultaneously, a colossal question arose in the hearts of the primordial beings. Who exactly was this unparalleled genius that provoked the calamity clouds spanning 100,000 acres? Dear ones, this book makes its debut today. I humbly request your encouragement in the form of reviews and small gifts. The thunder tribulation originated from the Western Sea, and the mightiest within the Western Sea was none other than the Dragon Clan. The strongest of the Dragon Clan. With this thought, the answer was on the tip of their tongues. This unparalleled genius was most likely the newly ascended Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and also the direct disciple of Tongtian, the elder brother of the Jieyin Sect. Ling Chen. With this thought, the faces of the primordial beings revealed a knowing expression. And oh wonder, Ling Chen had secluded himself since the Battle of the Western Sea. There were even rumors that Ling Chen was unable to ascend to the Luo due to certain reasons. Little did they expect that upon his emergence, he would achieve the unprecedented grade 12 Luo. Ling Chen's foundation was terrifyingly profound. Once Ling Chen broke through to grade 12 Luo, the Jieyin Sect, which had been relatively weak, would surpass the Chan Sect in one fell swoop, becoming the foremost sect of the primordial world. On Kunlun Mountain, at the gate of the Jieyin Sect, Daoist duo Bao could not help but well up with tears, exclaiming, "It is the elder brother who is transcending the tribulation. I told you so." The elder brother would not disappoint us. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and the other disciples of the Jieyin Sect were also filled with unrestrained joy. Over the years, the Chan and Jieyin Sects had been at odds, and the Jieyin Sect had suffered no small amount at the hands of the Chan Sect. The actions of Guang Chengzi previously were a testament to this. Now, with their elder brother Ling Chen breaking through to the Luo, with unparalleled talent. It undoubtedly vented their frustrations that, in stark contrast to the jubilant disciples of the Jie sect, the expressions of the Chan sect disciples were far from pleasant. Especially Guang Qingzi, who had been the most arrogant before. He had been smug about his recent breakthrough to grade 9 to Luo, but now he felt like a complete joke. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, an extraordinary figure emerged from the Western Sea, appearing beneath the thunder tribulation. Who else could it be but Ling Chen? Ignoring the terrifying thunder tribulation above, Ling Chen directed his gaze towards Kunlun Mountain and proclaimed loudly, "I am the elder brother of the Jie sect, and also the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Ling Chen. Today, I shall summon the 100,000 acres of heavenly tribulation to achieve grade 12 to Luo. I ask you all to witness this." Ling Chen's voice resonated like thunder throughout the primordial world. "Elder brother," Taoist duo Bao shouted, his expression brimming with excitement. In the next moment, a chorus of synchronized shouts erupted from the Jie sect's gate, echoing throughout the chaotic primordial world. Luo, who could no longer contain his overwhelming joy, exclaiming, "This lad has truly achieved grade 12. Splendid, splendid." The ability to condense the top 3 flowers of grade 12 meant that Ling Chen's future path would be boundless. As long as Ling Chen could continue his cultivation, he would surely attain the Tao and become a primordial Deluo Golden Immortal, a primordial Wujing Golden Immortal, and even achieve the Great Tao. At that time, who would worry about avenging great grievances? Who would fret about the return of the sons of the demon race? Brothers, just wait a moment longer. I will soon bring you back. With the assistance of this lad Ling Chen, even the heavenly Tao cannot obstruct us. Luo, who murmured, his voice trembling. But in the next moment, Luo, whose expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "No, the heavenly Tao absolutely will not allow the primordial world to give birth to a grade 12 to Luo. Ling Chen is in danger." Just as Luo, who contemplated this, a golden eye suddenly appeared in the void. It was none other than the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao. "Not good, Ling Chen. If you have any hidden cards, use them quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late." Luo, who shouted repeatedly, his expression filled with urgency. However, now that the heavenly Tao had intervened, no matter how much Luo, who cried out, it was likely too late that in the primordial world, the beings were not unfamiliar with the eye of the heavenly Tao and immediately recognized it, but a chorus of puzzled voices arose from the primordial world. "The eye of the heavenly Tao? But I have never heard of a Deluo tribulation that could invoke the appearance of the heavenly Tao. Well, you have also never heard of a grade 12 Deluo of perfect completion. Have you? The appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao likely signifies a reward for this unparalleled genius. Unlike these ordinary beings, the myriad of formidable powers from the primordial chaos held a different perspective. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongyun could not suppress a smile. Indeed, the heavenly Tao would not idly stand by while such a prodigy emerged. The 12-grade perfect Great Luo should not exist in this world. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian's expression fluctuated between light and dark. He did not naively believe that the heavenly Tao was there to reward Ling Chen. He remained uncertain of its true intentions, for reasons unknown. A profound sense of unease stirred within Tongtian. Yuanshi, too, peculiarly remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Laozi sighed deeply and spoke softly. "The heavenly Tao shall not permit the emergence of a 12-grade perfect Great Luo in this world. Tongtian, prepare yourself." Tongtian, taken aback, sprang to his feet. Was the heavenly Tao about to take action against Chen'er? "No, I must save Chen'er." Panic surged within Tongtian as he made to rush outside. However, at that moment, a radiant white jade golden bridge manifested, blocking his path. "Big brother, let me go." Tongtian struggled desperately, but a series of sword energies erupted from within him, carving deep scars into the once flawless white jade golden bridge. In response to Tongtian's protests and struggles, Laozi merely shook his head slightly, stating, "I cannot allow you to leave. Yuanshi, you shall join me in this." Yuanshi nodded slightly and immediately activated the Panga banner. Simultaneously, the eye of the heavenly Tao in the void solidified. Its gaze fixed upon Ling Chen, and the previously indifferent expression flickered with a ripple of disturbance. Even the omnipotent heavenly Tao had not anticipated the emergence of a prodigy, such as Ling Chen. The heavenly Tao would never allow such a being to be born in the primordial chaos. Cease your cultivation. You shall be spared from death. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed from the eye of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the beings of the primordial chaos were momentarily stunned before their expressions transformed dramatically. The arrival of the heavenly Tao was not to reward Ling Chen, but rather to thwart his ascent to the 12th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal. While the beings of the primordial chaos were shocked, a wave of pity for Ling Chen surged within them. Since the heavenly Tao intervened, it was clear that Ling Chen could not achieve the 12th grade Great Luo. What a pity! Though they could not comprehend the heavenly Tao's motives, they lamented the impending fall of an unparalleled genius. Yet the subsequent developments once again defied the expectations of the primordial beings. In the void, Ling Chen's expression was grave yet somewhat relieved. From the very moment he planned to ascend to the 12th grade perfect Great Luo, he had anticipated the heavenly Tao's interference. Thus, how could Ling Chen not have made his own preparations? However, before Ling Chen could act, a mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Beep! Detection of the heavenly Tao's interference in the host's quest for the 12th grade Great Luo. Please choose Option 1. Compromise and settle for the 11th grade Great Luo. Rewarded with the complete method of severing the 3 corpses. Option 2. Confront the heavenly Tao head-on and achieve the 12th grade Great Luo, rewarded with the 9 transformations of mysterious origin. The 9 transformations of mysterious origin. Comprising the 9 transformations of mysterious power and the 9 transformations of origin power, with the fundamental techniques of Pangu. Ling Chen scoffed disdainfully. After countless years of effort, he had finally accumulated the foundation for the 12th grade Great Luo. How could he be willing to relinquish that? The system's task options were merely a formality, or rather, a gesture of goodwill. Currently, Ling Chen's cultivation was still based on the upper clear Tao, while this was immensely powerful for most beings of the primordial chaos. It fell short for Ling Chen. Once he achieved the 12th grade perfect foundation to become a Great Luo, he would require a matching technique. The 9 transformations of mysterious origin was precisely what he needed at this moment. System, you are truly considerate. Without hesitation, Ling Chen made his choice. I choose Option 2. Following his decision, Ling Chen's gaze fell calmly upon the heavenly Tao, and he uttered a statement that reverberated like thunder. Heavenly Tao, what if I refuse? At this proclamation, the entire primordial chaos fell into stunned silence. All beings stared in wide-eyed disbelief at Ling Chen, who remained composed and unperturbed. Who could have anticipated that? In the face of the overriding heavenly Tao, Ling Chen would respond in such a manner. In the chaotic world, good. Luo, who could not help but exclaim loudly, his eyes shining with admiration. Once, he too had rejected the heavenly Tao's overtures and had subsequently fallen victim to its schemes, resulting in his dire fate. Yet, even if given another chance, he would still resolutely refuse. In that moment, Luo, who seemed to see his own reflection in Ling Chen. Ling Chen, from this day forth, regardless of life or death. You are my brother Luo, who, even in death, I shall never allow my brother to perish before my eyes. Ha! Luo, who laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with joy and determination, on Kunlun Mountain upon hearing Ling Chen's response. Tongtian's eyes reddened, and he began to struggle fiercely. Big brother, let me go. I must save Chen'er. Hurry. Unfortunately, both Laozi and Yuanshi had also summoned their sage power to its zenith. No matter the circumstances, they would not allow Tongtian to offend the heavenly Tao for Ling Chen's sake. In the void, the normally indifferent eye of the heavenly Tao rarely displayed a flicker of anger. You seek death? Unlike before, the voice of the heavenly Tao was no longer indifferent, but imbued with a chilling murderous intent. The beings of the primordial chaos felt as though a great mountain pressed down upon their hearts, rendering them breathless. Just a single phrase could exert such overwhelming influence. The might of the heavenly Tao was evident. However, the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao was of no consequence to Ling Chen. He smiled calmly and uttered another shocking declaration that I believe you cannot kill me. With these words, The beings of the primordial chaos collectively fell into a state of disbelief. It was crucial to note that Ling Chen was conversing with the heavenly Tao. The entire primordial chaos lay beneath the heavenly Tao's dominion. Kill someone. The heavenly Tao merely needed a single thought. Yet, Ling Chen dared to claim that the heavenly Tao could not kill him. It was utterly absurd. But soon, some beings of the primordial chaos began to realize that since Ling Chen had the audacity to say such a thing, he must possess some hidden trump card. Yet, what kind of trump card could possibly instill fear in the heavenly Tao? As these thoughts swirled, a similar notion surged uncontrollably in the minds of the primordial beings. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's proud voice resonated once more. The 12-grade perfect foundation manifests the 3 flowers atop, representing the supreme Tao foundation. To this point, a proud glimmer flashed in Ling Chen's eyes as he declared, "This signifies that my Tao foundation has already entered the realm of the Tao." The Tao of the Great Way. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous dragon's roar echoed. In the void, colossal dragons began to appear, coiling and swirling. These dragons were, in fact, the golden dragons of fate, manifestations of immense fortune. The beings of the primordial chaos collectively gasped in astonishment. It was already a rare blessing for an ordinary power to condense a single golden dragon of fate. Yet Ling Chen had summoned forth such a multitude of them. What a rich and terrifying fortune this was. However, even with boundless fortune, what could possibly change? Would the heavenly Tao forsake its intent to annihilate Ling Chen simply because of his fortune? Or perhaps, could Ling Chen summon the power of fate to invoke the great Tao? Just as the myriad beings of the primordial world were lost in their myriad thoughts, a thunderous roar suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. I beseech the supreme fate to bestow upon me the protection of the great Tao, to aid me in establishing an unparalleled foundation of the Tao. As his voice fell, a resounding rumble echoed forth, as if an endless torrent of purple thunder erupted violently, unceasing in its ferocity. Furthermore, amidst the celestial phenomena, a purplish aura descended from the east, coiling around a pair of eyes that gradually manifested, imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Lo and behold, it was the Eye of the Tao. The beings of the primordial world were momentarily rendered speechless. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Eye of the Tao, they felt a sudden buzzing in their heads, even though they had begun to suspect that Ling Chen's trump card was related to the Tao. The actual emergence of the Tao, due to Ling Chen's actions, left them utterly astounded. In the chaotic realm, as the great Tao made its presence known, Luo, who felt a wave of relief wash over him, mingled with an uncontainable excitement. With boundless fate at his disposal, he could summon the great Tao to descend. Just how many hidden cards does this young man possess? Wait, why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity with that fate? Little did Luo who know that the fate Ling Chen inherited belonged to the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan, and the fate of the Demon Clan was inherently his own. No wonder he found it so familiar. Returning to the primordial world, after the Eye of the Tao appeared, it disregarded the Eye of Heaven and scrutinized Ling Chen directly. The purple essence swirling around the Eye of the Tao trembled incessantly, signaling its unrest. Ling Chen slightly bowed and spoke respectfully. "I understand that due to the constraints of the primordial rules, the supreme foundation of the Tao cannot manifest in this realm. I am willing to seal myself as a first-grade being after overcoming this tribulation, demoting myself to an 11th grade existence. I vow not to leave the primordial world, and I shall never restore my former status." After a moment of silence, the gaze of the Eye of the Tao gradually shifted away from Ling Chen, landing upon the Eye of Heaven, and it uttered a single word with a detached tone. "Scram." The beings of the primordial world. Ling Chen. Even Ling Chen was taken aback by the audaciousness of the Tao. The collective gaze of the beings in the primordial world fell upon the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven had always been indifferent, yet at this moment, its emotions were profoundly complex. Anger, frustration, and confusion swirled within it. It was no wonder the Eye of Heaven felt this way. It had always been revered by the beings of the primordial world, yet now it found itself humiliated before them. Had it been any other entity, the Eye of Heaven would undoubtedly have struck them down. However, In the face of the Eye of the Tao, even if it had the audacity, it lacked the capability. As the beings of the primordial world gazed on in astonishment, the Eye of Heaven merely cast one last deep look at Ling Chen before vanishing in a thin this sight. The eyes of the beings of the primordial world erupted with brilliance. Just because of a single word scram from the Tao, the once lofty Eye of Heaven had to leave in humiliation. The significance of the Tao was far greater than the beings of the primordial world had ever imagined. In contrast, their reverence for the Eye of Heaven quietly diminished, just as the myriad thoughts surged within the minds of the beings of the primordial world. The vast expanse of calamity clouds, spanning 810,000 acres, erupted with a thunderous roared it was as if an inexhaustible storm of heavenly tribulations descended upon Ling Chen. After such a long delay, Ling Chen's great Luo heavenly tribulation had finally commenced. Yet, having only just condensed the 3 flowers atop his head, could Ling Chen truly navigate this unprecedentedly terrifying tribulation unscathed? The answer, of course, was affirmative. Under the watchful gaze of the beings of the primordial world and the Eye of the Tao, Ling Chen faced this terrifying heavenly tribulation with remarkable ease. More accurately, Ling Chen was not undergoing the tribulation. He simply redirected the heavenly calamity into the chaotic realm. While the tribulation was perilous, it held immense significance for the operation of the world, especially for a newborn world like the chaotic realm. The impact of these 810,000 acres of tribulation was even more pronounced that it could be said that Ling Chen not only successfully navigated the tribulation, but also profited from the primordial world in the process. Truly a win-win situation. However, this was not a moment for Ling Chen to revel in joy. Having successfully endured the tribulation, he had become a bona fide Great Luo Golden Immortal. An unprecedented 12th grade Great Lu Oda it was time to fulfill his vow. As the last remnants of the heavenly tribulation dissipated, an extraordinarily unique aura enveloped Ling Chen, a manifestation of the perfection that accompanied the attainment of the supreme foundation of the Tao. Suppressing the joy within, Ling Chen directed his gaze towards the Eye of the Tao and smiled lightly. Today, I voluntarily demote myself to a first-grade Great Luo. I vow not to leave the primordial world, nor shall I restore my former status. The Tao can bear witness. As he spoke, Ling Chen clenched his right fist and struck it forcefully against his left chest. A mouthful of essence blood shot forth, causing his aura to plummet by a tenth. The aura of perfection that surrounded him instantly vanished. The Eye of the Tao's gaze flickered, and upon confirming that Ling Chen had indeed demoted himself, it finally disappeared from sight. Unlike the Tao, a wave of regret surged within the hearts of the beings of the primordial world. They had been on the brink of welcoming an unprecedented 12th grade Great Luo, only to find that it had ultimately slipped away. Even if Ling Chen were to restore his 12th grade status in the future, it would be beyond the confines of the primordial world. Moreover, as long as Ling Chen remained within the primordial world, he would only be an 11th grade Great Luo, forever losing the myriad benefits conferred by the 12th grade supreme foundation of the Tao. What a pity! Sighed the beings of the primordial world, in stark contrast, Luo, who could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Good lad, this maneuver was simply brilliant, truly brilliant." Luo, who, being exceptionally astute, quickly grasped Ling Chen's intentions. While it was true that Ling Chen could only be an 11th grade Great Luo within the primordial world and could hardly step beyond its boundaries, what the beings of the primordial world, and even the Tao, failed to realize was that Ling Chen possessed a chaotic realm of his own. As long as he returned to the chaotic realm, his vow would become void, allowing him to reap the benefits of the supreme foundation of the Tao. Ling Chen's vow was, in essence, devoid of any significant repercussions. No wonder a formidable figure like the demon ancestor Luo, who could not help but admire Ling Chen's cunning scheme. It was simply brilliant, and all of this hinged upon the existence of the chaotic realm within Ling Chen. As Luo, whose words echoed continuously, Ao Tan, standing nearby, finally came to a realization, his previous worries transforming into unrestrained joy. Wonderful! The master can even outmaneuver the Tao. The rise of the Dragon Clan is within reach. Although Aotian had become the reincarnation master of the chaotic realm, he still harbored aspirations for the dragon clan of the primordial world. Luo, who cast a dismissive glance at Aotian, feigning disdain. What a fuss! But the corners of Luo, whose mouth could not suppress the rising smile. With such formidable roots and a stunning plan, how could the demon clan fail to reclaim its former glory? With this thought, Luo, who could no longer contain his elation, throwing his head back in laughter, in that moment, the sounds of mirth from Luo, who and Aotian, one a demon and the other a dragon, echoed throughout the chaotic realm. Returning to the primordial world, Ling Chen, his complexion pale, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze towards Kunlun, proclaiming loudly, "Master, your disciple has been in seclusion for many years, causing you worry. Once I stabilize my 11th grade cultivation, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain to meet you." As he emphasized the words 11th grade, the significance was unmistakable. 11th grade. The beings of the primordial world promptly seized upon the meaning behind Ling Chen's words. Indeed, though Ling Chen has not achieved the true pinnacle of the 12th rank in the Supreme Tao Foundation, he still stands tall at the 11th rank de Luo, rivaling the Tao ancestor and the erstwhile demon ancestor Luo Ho. The foundation of Tao that Ling Chen has established now rests at the very summit of the primordial realm. With Ling Chen's breakthrough, the Jie Sect has decisively surpassed the Chan Sect, emerging as the foremost sect in the primordial world. Contemplating this, the myriad beings of the primordial realm could not help but cast their gazes upon Guang Chengzi, a glimmer of amusement flickering in their eyes. A cascade of mocking voices echoed from all corners of the primordial realm, questioning whether Guang Chengzi's dramatic breakthrough to the 9th rank de Luo was merely an attempt to overshadow the Jie Sect. Little did he know that he had merely become a stepping stone for Ling Chen. Although there's merely a 2-rank difference between Guang Chengzi and Ling Chen, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It is indeed a case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Listening to the incessant jeers that assaulted his ears, Guang Chengzi's handsome face flushed crimson, and he fled back to his cave abode in Kunlun Mountain. Activating the soundproofing array, that he feared that if he continued to listen, his Tao heart might shatter like Kunlun Mountain itself. Yuanshi observed all this with a face as dark as water. For a long time, Guang Chengzi had been his most cherished disciple, but in comparison to Ling Chen, he appeared utterly inadequate. Most regrettably, Yuanshi had once had the opportunity to take Ling Chen as his own. Had he accepted Ling Chen back then, this extraordinary disciple of the 11th rank de Luo would have belonged to him, Yuanshi. Now, all the glory Ling Chen has ignited originally rightfully belonged to Yuanshi. The swell of regret within Yuanshi's heart surged, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Though Laozi managed to maintain a facade of calm, internally he was equally tormented by regret. It was foreseeable that as Ling Chen's brilliance grew ever more radiant, the pangs of regret in Laozi and Yuanshi's hearts would intensify. In contrast, Tongtian's delight would only swell. Ha! Tongtian laughed heartily, finally able to relax. Although Ling Chen had not attained the 12th rank de Luo, the 11th rank was more than sufficient. The most crucial point was that Ling Chen was safe. Tongtian felt immeasurable relief, as for whether the Jie Sect would gain an immense rise in prestige as a result. Tongtian found himself less concerned. However, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond Tongtian's expectations. The Jie Sect, in its expansive recruitment of disciples, could easily overwhelm the Chan Sect, even surpassing the combined might of other saintly sects beneath the de Luo rank. When Ling Chen attained de Luo at the 11th rank, the Jie Sect would undoubtedly become the preeminent force in the primordial realm. Without a shadow of a doubt, the Jie Sect ascended to the status of the foremost saintly sect in the primordial world. In the primordial realm, where all beings vied for supremacy, being first naturally carried significant weight. Following this battle, the Jie Sect's prestige soared in the hearts of the myriad beings. Countless creatures traversed great distances to reach Kunlun Mountain, eager to become disciples of the Jie Sect. Unlike before, Tongtian this time opened the mountain gates wide, selecting disciples freely. Anyone capable of grasping the upper clear Tao within a century could join the Jie Sect. Upon hearing such news, Even more primordial beings flocked to join, creating a splendid scene reminiscent of a myriad of immortals paying homage. Buzz! The void trembled as strands of fortune coalesced, merging into the golden dragon of the GS Sect's fortune. The golden dragon of the GS Sect roared in excitement, its spirit soaring in stark contrast. The once dominant Chan sect appeared relatively subdued. Guang Chengzi and the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were devoid of the will to cultivate. Guang Chengzi gritted his teeth, declaring, "Ever since Ling Chen's breakthrough to the Luo, the disciples of the GS sect have become utterly arrogant. Especially that Bao, his eyes seem to have ascended to the heavens." It's infuriating. The expressions of the other golden immortals reflected their indignation. Guang Chengzi clenched his teeth and stated resolutely, "No matter what, we must reclaim our dignity, since we cannot match Ling Chen in foundational strength. We shall surpass him in other aspects." Upon hearing this, the golden immortal's eyes brightened with renewed hope. Zhu Lu Sun immediately spoke up. "We excel in artifact forging. Let us challenge Ling Chen in the art of forging." Guang Chengzi's mouth twitched, suppressing his inner fury, and coldly retorted, "Have you forgotten who repaired the ancestor dragon pearl?" Zhu Lu Sun fell silent, realizing his blunder, his expression awkward. Ling Chen's ability to restore even such an exceptional innate treasure as the ancestor dragon pearl suggested that his comprehension of the art of forging was likely on par with Yuanshi's. How could they possibly compare with Ling Chen? "Think of another approach," Guang Chengzi urged, unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, the previously silent Qi Jingzi suddenly spoke up, "I excel in alchemy." Though Qi Jingzi's words were somewhat disjointed, they sparked a glimmer of hope among the golden immortals present. Guang Chengzi couldn't help but nod. "Then let us compete in alchemy. Ling Chen is top-notch in forging and formations, yet I have never heard of his alchemical skills. He must be rather average in that regard. Once Ling Chen arrives at Kunlun Mountain, we shall set a trap to challenge him in alchemy and make him lose face." The more Guang Chengzi spoke, the more excited he became, envisioning Ling Chen's impending embarrassment. Had Yuanshi known of Guang Chengzi's scheme, he would likely have struck him down with a single blow. Forging, alchemy, and formations all hinge upon insight. To compare insight with a prodigy like Ling Chen, was that not inviting disaster? While the golden immortals of the Chan sect plotted to embarrass Ling Chen, he had already returned to the chaotic world. In the chaotic world, as Ling Chen gazed upon the waiting Luo Ho and Ao Tian, he was just about to exchange pleasantries when an unexpected event transpired. Buzz, the tree of life, transformed from the life demon god, began to tremble violently. What is happening? After years of growth, the tree of life had evolved from a mere bare trunk into a lush entity, its crown resembling a magnificent canopy. Just as Ling Chen returned, a gentle breeze stirred. The tree of life began to quiver, its emerald leaves cascading down like a shower, drifting toward the world. Each leaf of the tree of life harbored immense life force, imbued with a certain essence of LAW. In an instant, the entire chaotic world exuded an aura of vibrant life. Ling Chen observed this scene, a sense of inspiration washing over him, and he called out, "Ao Tian, quickly open the path of reincarnation and guide the lingering souls to be reborn." Upon hearing this, Ao Tian seemed to awaken from a dream, swiftly activating the reincarnation disc. Rumble! The vast purple reincarnation disc began to whirl vigorously. Waves of newly born souls descended from the disc, finding their way into the leaves of the tree of life. The moment the newly born souls touched the leaves, an extraordinary and mystical reaction occurred. Akin to a golden wind meeting JDWI in the void, green orbs of light began to materialize, each containing a life, a being of flesh and spirit. Luo Ho gazed in astonishment at this unfolding scene. His eyes filled with shock, exclaiming, "Using the leaves of the tree of life as a vessel, and the newly born souls from the reincarnation disc as the essence, melding them together to bestow life. Such a technique, truly a work of divine craftsmanship." In that instant, even the seasoned Luo Ho felt his heart tremble with awe. He looked toward Ling Chen, unable to suppress the admiration swelling in his heart. If previously Luo Ho had been compelled to submit to Ling Chen, Now he was genuinely convinced, from every perspective, Ling Chen is undoubtedly worthy of his allegiance. At this moment, it felt as though a colossal weight had been lifted from Luo Ho's heart, leaving him inexplicably lighter. Henceforth, he would no longer be the all-controlling demon ancestor Luo Ho, but merely old Luo, the steward of Ling Chen. Meanwhile, Ling Chen remained oblivious to Luo Ho's transformation, as he sensed the myriad life forms poised to emerge from the void. A powerful premonition surged within him. When these beings finally came into existence, the chaotic world would surely ascend to a new level. Just then, with a resounding crack, a life orb at the pinnacle split apart. "They are coming!" Ling Chen and Luo Ho, along with Tian, felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. In the next moment, under their watchful gaze, a being strikingly similar to the human race stepped forth from the luminous orb. The only distinction was that this creature was entirely green, its gleaming white teeth conspicuous. Its hair was lush and verdant, dancing in the wind. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback that a line from his previous life flashed through his mind. Love is a light, green enough to glow. Above him sprawled a vast expanse of verdant grassland. Was this not the most authentic depiction? While Ling Chen was lost in thought, the sounds of cracking continued to resonate. One after another, beings of pure green began to be born. Countless emerald locks waved in the breeze, a truly magnificent sight. Although Ling Chen felt speechless, he understood. These beings were birthed from the vibrant leaves of the life tree, which made it all the more comprehensible. Fortunately, this was merely temporary. The verdancy enveloping their bodies was simply the result of their life force dissipating. Once they absorbed the life force within, the green hue would naturally fade. However, it was highly likely that their lush hair would remain. Just as Ling Chen pondered, the life orbs below had completely shattered. Countless newly born green beings bowed deeply before Ling Chen. "Please, Master, grant us names." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen cleared his throat and declared solemnly, "You, born with innate Tao bodies, are akin to the human race of the Primordial era, and thus shall be known as the human race. Moreover, as you were born from the chaotic world, you shall be the chaotic human race." After a moment's pause, he pointed decisively at the firstborn of the chaotic human race, a profound light descending upon it as he intoned, "By the name of the Realm Master, I decree you as the chaotic human emperor. Rule over the chaotic human race." At his words, countless chaotic humans, led by their emperor, knelt before Ling Chen. "We, the chaotic humans, pay our respects to our master. Thank you for bestowing names upon us." No sooner had the words left their lips than the previously tranquil chaotic world erupted into chaos. Rumble, thunder roared. Suddenly, purple lightning crackled in the void. Where the lightning struck, manifestations of purple merit materialized, unmistakably the merit of the Great Tao. Initially, the merit cloud of the Great Tao spanned only 10,000 acres, but in the next moment, it expanded at a terrifying pace. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1,000,000 acres. Within mere breaths, the merit cloud of the Great Tao surged to a staggering 1,000,000 acres. Once, Nuwa had evoked a similar 1,000,000 acres of merit while creating humanity in the Primordial era. And now, Ling Chen was drawing forth the same magnitude in the chaotic world. The status of the human race in the eyes of the Tao was thus made evident. Excellent. Joy radiated from the eyes of Ling Chen. Luo Ho and Tian that in the past, Nuwa had leveraged 1,000,000 acres of merit to directly attain the status of a saint. If Ling Chen were to refine this 1,000,000 acres of merit, he too might ascend to sainthood. With this thought, Luo Ho and Tian could not help but turn their gazes toward Ling Chen. The status of a saint was the dream of all beings in the primordial realm. Who could resist the allure of such a position? Yet Ling Chen could not be measured by ordinary standards. Luo Ho and Tian were eager to discern Ling Chen's choice, feeling their gaze upon him. Ling Chen smiled faintly, preparing to speak. But at that moment, a notification from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired 1,000,000 acres of merit of the Great Tao. Please choose. Option 1. Utilize the power of the merit to instantly attain sainthood, becoming a saint of merit, with the reward of the method to attain merit. Option 2. Use the merit as a foundation to evolve the river of 3,000 laws. With the reward of the method of world differentiation. Method of world differentiation, a special technique that can condense the membrane of a world within an existing world, differentiating the world. Indeed, the emergence of this selection task stirred the system. Ling Chen felt no surprise as he focused on the two options presented. Should he choose the first, he could almost immediately attain the revered status of a saint. However, his gaze barely lingered on the first option. The river of 3,000 laws, the method of world differentiation. Ling Chen pondered these terms, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light. An irresistible thought surged within him. If he were to evolve the 3,000 laws using the merit of the Great Tao, and then apply the method of world differentiation to create 3,000 worlds, projecting the river of laws into those worlds, would he not possess 3,000 domains of the laws? As the domains of the 3,000 laws grew and evolved, the foundation of the chaotic world would undoubtedly experience a tremendous explosion. With this thought, Ling Chen felt a rush of exhilaration, unable to restrain himself from laughing heartily into the sky. Ha ha ha! In the void. Witnessing Ling Chen's sudden laughter, Luo Ho and Ao Tan were left utterly bewildered. Luo Ho could not help but exclaim, "Ling Chen, surely this monumental surprise has not left you dazed." Dazed? Ling Chen shot a sharp glance at the impertinent Luo Ho and replied teasingly, "Luo Ho, it seems you are getting a bit too mischievous." Luo Ho. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Luo Ho's face paled, and he instinctively sought to retreat. But before he could act, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Chen's gaze shifted from Luo Ho to the merit cloud suspended in the void, and he commanded, "Power of the world, manifest." No sooner had the words left his lips than a terrifying force of the world surged forth from the pool of creation. Merging into the merit cloud, buzz. The power of the world and the merit of the Great Tao reacted violently, unleashing an overwhelming wave that rippled endlessly. What commotion was Ling Chen stirring up now? As Luo Ho and Ao Tan were left utterly perplexed, the merit cloud and the void began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In less than the span of an incense stick, before the incredulous eyes of Luo Ho and Ao Tan, the original cloud had morphed into a vast river. Upon closer inspection, this river possessed 3,000 branches. This was the river of 3,000 laws. How could Ling Chen possibly have condensed the river of 3,000 laws? Luo Ho, being the demon ancestor, quickly recognized the impossibility of it. His voice trembled as he spoke. "This scene before me is utterly astonishing." Even during the boundless chaos of the primordial era, Luo Ho had never witnessed such a phenomenon. What Ling Chen would do next would shock him to the very core. In the void, Ling Chen cast a disdainful glance at Luo Ho, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Do not present yourself as someone who has never seen the world." What a disgrace! As Luo Ho found himself at a loss for words, Ling Chen's expression suddenly turned gravely serious. The vast river of 3,000 laws had begun to solidify. The next step would involve the differentiation of 3,000 worlds, followed by the projection of the powers of these laws into them, thereby creating 3,000 realms. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, summoning the full force of the world's power. Rumble, the terrifying energy of the world surged forth. Echoing like thunder, the moment the phantom of the chaos pearl manifested, Ling Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and his voice resounded through the heavens. In the name of the Lord of Chaos, I shall differentiate the 3,000 worlds." With the final word uttered, the immense power of the world behind Ling Chen trembled in unison, splitting into 3,000 luminous orbs that descended along a peculiar trajectory. As they fell, Virum, the 3,000 orbs expanded at an astonishing speed in just a few breaths. The original 3,000 orbs had transformed into the membranes of 3,000 worlds. The once unified chaotic realm was instantaneously cleaved into 3,000 parts. The 3,000 worlds had come into being. A surge of joy welled up in Ling Chen's heart, yet he dared not show any sign of complacency. Retrieving his gaze from the 3,000 worlds, he focused on the river of laws. With the formation of the 3,000 worlds, the next task was to project the 3,000 laws into each of them. Fall. with Ling Chen's soft command. The river of laws quivered violently. 3,000 bands of colored light cascaded from the heavens, one end tethered to the river of laws while the other descended into the newly born worlds. The scene was both magnificent and resplendent. Ling Chen's voice echoed throughout the cosmos. In the name of the Lord of Chaos, I shall merge the 3,000 laws into the 3,000 worlds. The 3,000 realms shall stand. As his words fell, the 3,000 worlds trembled in unison. Each membrane of the 3,000 worlds manifested a fruit of law. Among them, the fruits representing the realms of demons. Swords, artifacts, pills, and formations had already solidified. These realms embodied the laws that Ling Chen had comprehended. The essence of the laws permeated within the realms, giving rise to endless phenomena. Apart from these realms, the fruits of law from the others remained illusory, lacking the essence of law's profundity. However, Ling Chen was not the least bit surprised by this scene. His grasp of the laws was but a handful, and the realms he had ignited were likewise limited. If one day he could comprehend all 3,000 laws, then all 3,000 realms would surely be illuminated. The chaotic world would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap, perhaps even achieving the grand cosmos in a single stroke. Yet, that was a matter for another time. With the 3,000 realms established, Ling Chen's immediate task was to allocate the chaos human race into these realms. Contemplating this, he declared aloud, "Chaos human race. Heed my command. You shall immediately enter the realms to cultivate." In response, millions upon millions of human beings, led by the Emperor of Humanity, knelt before Ling Chen in unison, thundering their agreement. "We shall obey the command of our Lord." In the next moment, under the Emperor's decree, countless chaos humans entered the realms in batches. Notably, they all entered the already illuminated realms, as the last of the human race vanished into the realms. Ling Chen turned, casting a smile at the astonished Luo Ho. Ling Chen had nearly completed his grand design. The final piece of the puzzle lay with Luo Ho. "Ling Chen," Luo Ho said, "what do you intend to do?" "I refuse to be thrown into your so-called pool of creation." Luo Ho instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression filled with vigilance that in the past, he had been lured into the pool of creation by Ling Chen and had endured unprecedented suffering. Even though his primordial spirit had gained considerable enhancement, Luo Ho had no desire to undergo such torment again, that he instinctively believed that Ling Chen intended to cast him into the pool for torture. However, Ling Chen's actions were entirely unexpected. "Luo Ho," he began, "what if I told you I could help you return to your peak? Would you believe it?" Luo Ho paused for a moment, then erupted with radiant golden light. Although he was merely a remnant soul now, with the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus, he could only exhibit the power of a perfected Deluo golden immortal. Yet his pinnacle had been that of a perfected primordial golden immortal. If it were any other being, even the Tao ancestor Hongyun, he would scoff and dismiss such claims. But when it came to Ling Chen, it was an entirely different matter. "Ling Chen," he inquired, "are you not jesting?" Ling Chen shook his head slightly and elucidated, "I can appoint you as the lord of the demon realm, in time. You shall wield the power of the demon realm and use it as a springboard to connect with the river of demonic laws." As Ling Chen's words resonated, the delight in Luo Ho's eyes deepened. His understanding of the laws of demons had already reached the level of a perfected primordial golden immortal. Coupled with the terrifying magnitude of the chaotic world, Ling Chen's proposition held a high likelihood of realization. He would once again stand at the apex, using the demon realm as a platform. Luo Ho's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he bowed deeply to Ling Chen, respectfully stating, "I implore you, my lord, to grant me this boon." Unlike before, Luo Ho no longer addressed Ling Chen by name. He referred to him as "my lord." From that moment on, Luo Ho relinquished all grudges in his heart and fully acknowledged Ling Chen as his master. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice rang out across the heavens once more, "Luo Ho, in the name of the Lord of Chaos, I hereby appoint you as the Lord of the Demon Realm. Do you accept?" Suppressing the excitement swelling within, Luo Ho knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "I shall obey my Lord's command." As soon as his words fell, Virum, the fruit of law above the demon realm, trembled gently and merged into Luo Ho's brow. Luo Ho stepped forth, rising above the demon realm. Boom! The power of the demon realm surged, flooding into Luo Ho's being that a strand of black satin descended from the river of laws, binding itself to Luo Ho. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus manifested beneath his feet. In the next moment, the powers of the demon realm and the laws intertwined seamlessly, using the 12th grade annihilation black lotus as the foundation, successfully reconstructing Luo Ho's supreme demonic form. A terrifying aura erupted from Luo Ho. From that moment onward, he was no longer a mere remnant soul, but the lord of the demon realm, endowed with a formidable demonic body and the strength of a perfected primordial golden immortal. Ah! Luo Ho laughed heartily. Yet, amidst his laughter, tears of joy began to well up at the corners of his eyes. Though he had returned to his peak, he was devoid of the 4 great demon generals and the countless demons he once commanded. A sense of desolation washed over Luo Ho's gaze. However, with Ling Chen's next words, the desolation in his eyes vanished, replaced by uncontainable elation. Luo Ho, you can shape your demonic body with the power of the demon realm. Once you locate the remnants of the demon race, you will be able to summon them into your new form, restoring the countless demon legions of old. As Ling Chen's voice continued to resonate, a brilliant golden light erupted in Luo Ho's eyes, his gaze towards Ling Chen brimming with gratitude and reverence. For countless years, Luo Ho had pondered how to return to his peak, as well as how to reconstruct the legions of demons. Yet he had been unable to find a solution, deeply troubled. However, he never imagined that the dilemma that had plagued him for so long would be resolved so effortlessly by Ling Chen. It was simply too absurd. What manner of intellect did Ling Chen possess? Rohu suppressed the overwhelming joy and chaotic thoughts within his heart, once again bowing deeply to Ling Chen with utmost reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Lord, for bestowing the method." Ling Chen nodded slightly, calmly accepting the gesture, and replied, "The method has been entrusted to you. The subsequent matters are now in your hands." Rohan nodded earnestly, his expression grave as he vowed, "I shall not disappoint you." "My lord," with that, Rohu stepped into the realm of demons, immediately commencing the formation of his demonic body. Boom! As the demonic energy surged, for colossal demonic shadows abruptly materialized beside Rohu, unmistakably the 4 great demon generals from before. Behind these 4 formidable figures, countless smaller demonic shadows emerged. Yet, whether it was the 4 generals or the vast demonic army, they remained mere phantoms, devoid of true souls. To recreate the grandeur of the demon army from yore would be an arduous endeavor for Rohu. Ling Chen retracted his gaze and stepped forth, finding himself back within the creation pool. This recent breakthrough to the 12th rank Luo Golden Immortal had been fraught with ups and downs, riddled with peril. Had it not been for Ling Chen's meticulous preparations, the existence of the chaos world, and the assistance of the system, he would undoubtedly have been unable to achieve such remarkable results. However, as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Amidst the myriad dangers, Ling Chen's gains were substantial. Only after ensuring that everything was arranged for Rohu and other matters did he find the opportunity to assess his recent acquisitions. Ling Chen's first achievement was the successful breakthrough to the 12th rank Luo Golden Immortal, solidifying an unparalleled foundation for his path. This foundation undoubtedly laid an immensely sturdy groundwork for Ling Chen's future endeavors. Furthermore, he harbored an intuitive sense that this unmatched foundation, besides solidifying his base, also concealed a significant opportunity unbeknownst to others. His second gain was the 9-turn Xian Yuan Gong, a reward from the system. Prior to reaching the Luo Golden Immortal stage, Ling Chen had practiced the Supreme Clarity techniques. Although these techniques were considered top-tier within the Hongwang, they could only be deemed first-rate in the Hongming. Moreover, the Supreme Clarity methods did not align perfectly with Ling Chen. In contrast, the 9-turn Xian Yuan Gong felt extraordinarily suited to him upon slight comprehension. It refined the physical body through 9 transformations, while simultaneously nurturing the primordial spirit. With the concurrent cultivation of both body and spirit, Ling Chen's path would expand considerably as for the considerable resources required for cultivating both the body and the primordial spirit. Ling Chen remained unfazed. After all, with the support of the Dragon Clan and Jieyin and the abundant resources available within the Chaos world, he had more than enough for his daily cultivation needs. If the 12th rank, with its 3 flowers atop the head, had laid the unparalleled foundation for Ling Chen, then the 9-turn Xian Yuan Gong served as the guiding light for his cultivation. Ling Chen's third acquisition was the manifestation of the 3,000 Dao domains. Recently condensed. Point 1 should not underestimate these 3,000 Dao domains, although most of them currently appeared as mere phantoms. With a relatively low world tier, the day they fully evolved into a realm of laws would herald a terrifying elevation for the Chaos world. As previously mentioned, the worlds within the Hongmeng could be categorized into micro-worlds. Small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and vast worlds. At the inception of the Chaos world, it was merely a small world. Yet with the completion of the 3,000 Dao domains, the Chaos world had already ascended to the status of a medium world. This alone illustrates the immense enhancement that the 3,000 Dao domains bestowed upon the Chaos world. Ling Chen's fourth acquisition was the profound benefits derived from the Chaos world's elevation to a central world. This reciprocal boon was tenfold more substantial than the previous instance. Ling Chen sensed an intuitive premonition that, upon fully assimilating this world's retribution, he would not only stabilize his cultivation, but also advance significantly. His fifth acquisition was the prestige he earned for Tongtian and Jieyin. Due to the tensions with Yuanshi and the Chan school, life for Jieyin on Kunlun Mountain had become quite challenging. It was likely that, following this, the Chan school would retreat for a time. His own master would undoubtedly gain greater confidence in the presence of Yuanshi. Ling Chen's sixth achievement was Rohu's complete allegiance. Rohu was a terrifying existence who once contended with the Dao ancestor Hongyun. Had it not been for the covert assistance of the heavenly Dao to Hongyun, Rohu might have indeed achieved the Dao through slaying, becoming a mixed Yuan Daluo golden immortal. Even in his fallen state, he remained formidable. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. Rohu's foundational strength persisted. Moreover, with Ling Chen's assistance, Rohu had successfully reformed his unparalleled demonic body. Taking command of the demon realm, it was anticipated that in the near future, Rohu would lead countless demons, returning with overwhelming might to the Hongwang. One can only imagine the expression on Dao ancestor Hongjun's face at that moment. Beyond these 7 remarkable gains, Ling Chen had amassed many more, which need not be enumerated here. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, his expression relaxing. Ever since he chose to ascend to the 12th rank Daluo Golden Immortal, he had begun to strategize against Hongjun and even the heavenly Dao. It was a perilous endeavor, to say the least. Only now could he finally breathe a sigh of relief, as his plans had culminated in resounding success. The Chaos world, the unparalleled foundation, the 3,000 Dao domains, and Rohu. Rohu now possessed the means to contend against Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. What remained for Ling Chen was to digest the multitude of gains, particularly the retribution power following the Chaos world's elevation. Let us commence, Ling Chen murmured softly. Rumble, like the sound of thunder cracking, the once tranquil creation pool erupted into chaos. Waves of retributive power materialized from thin air, enveloping Ling Chen. Buzz, the 3 flowers atop the head of the 12th rank Daluo Golden Immortal gradually manifested, continuously absorbing the retributive power from the world. Ling Chen's aura surged at an alarming rate, frighteningly swift. Even Ling Chen himself was astonished by the rapidity and magnitude of his cultivation ascent. In less than 10,000 years, the retributive power within the creation pool dissipated entirely. Ling Chen slowly opened his vibrant eyes, filled with the essence of Dao. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Ling Chen. His eyes sparkled with delight as he murmured, "In less than 10,000 years, I have ascended from the initial stage of Daluo Golden Immortal to the late stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. The efficacy of this retribution power is truly astonishing. If he were to ascend to a large world in the future, he might very well achieve the Dao in one fell swoop and become a mixed Yuan Daluo Golden Immortal." Ling Chen's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Achieving the Dao was the dream of all beings in the Hongwang, and Ling Chen was no exception. However, unlike the typical denizens of the Hongyuan, Ling Chen sought not the position of a saint, but the mixed Yuan Daluo golden immortal through the laws of the Tao. When he first traversed the Hongyuan, Ling Chen's sole desire was to survive. Even after becoming Tongtian's direct disciple, his thoughts remained fixated on survival. The concept of achieving the Tao felt impossibly distant. Yet now, the prospect of attaining the Tao seemed no longer remote, but rather tantalizingly within reach. Ling Chen's remarkable progress was evident, given his current foundation and the divine selection system at his disposal. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly succeed in achieving the Tao. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Since the battle with Kunpeng and his subsequent seclusion, Ling Chen had remained in retreat for countless years, enduring life and death crises and leveraging the world's retributive power to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of Daluo Golden Immortal. This phase of his training had now reached a conclusion, that a time for relaxation and a time for exertion. Ling Chen also felt it was time to take a respite. With such thoughts in mind, his gaze inevitably fell upon Kunlun Mountain, and he was the foremost disciple of Tongtian. He had never set foot on Kunlun Mountain, let alone the gates of Jieyin. This was indeed somewhat unacceptable, if that is the case. He declared, "I shall make a pilgrimage to Kunlun Mountain if I wait until Jieyin departs from Kunlun. There may be no opportunity left," as he murmured to himself. Ling Chen's figure gradually vanished from the spot. Kunlun Mountain had become quite lively since Ling Chen's tribulation, to be precise. It was Jieyin on Kunlun Mountain that had garnered much attention. Countless beings from the primordial realm flocked there, hoping to join the foremost sect of Jieyin. It was a veritable gathering of myriad immortals. In stark contrast, Chen'er appeared exceedingly quiet. The 12 golden immortals of Chen'er, once exalted, had chosen to seclude themselves, lying low. The disparity between Chen and Jieyin was glaringly evident. Little did anyone suspect that Chen'er was not merely lying low, but rather biding its time, waiting for Ling Chen's return. Not on a certain day, a figure clad in a black dragon robe appeared atop Kunlun Mountain. Who could it be but Ling Chen? It is indeed Ling Chen. Qi Jingzi had been waiting at the periphery of Kunlun Mountain, intent on being the first to intercept Ling Chen. After waiting for a whole 10,000 years, he was on the verge of giving up, only to find that he had indeed caught up with Ling Chen. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qi Jingzi rushed forward, blocking Ling Chen's path, and said, "Friend, please hold." Ling Chen instinctively turned around, but abruptly halted. In other places, such words might be inconsequential, yet in the primordial realm, this statement carried lethal weight. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi, observing the back of Ling Chen's head, mistakenly assumed he had not heard, and hurriedly continued, "Friend, please." However, before he could finish, Ling Chen swiftly turned around and retorted, "Silence, Qi Jingzi." He forcibly suppressed his displeasure and awkwardly smiled. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed Master Ling Chen of Jieyin, correct? The grand spectacle that summoned the 12-grade Daluo heavenly tribulation is still vivid in my memory." Qi Jingzi attempted to flatter Ling Chen, hoping to placate him. Little did he know, Ling Chen had recognized him from the very beginning and had already surmised his ulterior motives. Was it not merely a desire to reclaim some face? Ling Chen scoffed inwardly but wore a mask of pride, responding with a smile, "You flatter me, friend. I am indeed Ling Chen of Jieyin. May I inquire as to your lineage?" Qi Jingzi's eyes gleamed with delight. He had successfully baited Ling Chen. With a sincere expression, he replied, "I am a disciple of Yuanshi, known as Qi Jingzi. I am one of the 12 golden immortals of Chen'er." As he spoke, the corners of Qi Jingzi's mouth lifted, clearly pleased with the title of 12 golden immortals. Ling Chen, feigning surprise, remarked, "Ah, so you're Qi Jingzi. I must apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi's smile broadened. "There is no need for such formality, brother. Chen and Jieyin both reside on Kunlun Mountain, under the auspices of the 3 pure ones, akin to brothers. Moreover," he continued, "as a disciple, I am in awe of your unparalleled grace, which is why I took the liberty to intercept you." At this point, Qi Jingzi shifted the conversation, "If it is not too much trouble." I would like to engage in a discussion of the Tao with you. Surely, you would not refuse? Ling Chen paused for a moment in surprise, but then nodded, as it is merely a discussion of the Tao. I see no issue. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi's eyes erupted with joy. The plans he had meticulously laid were now well on their way to fruition. Brother, please follow me. Qi Jingzi suppressed his excitement and led Ling Chen through a winding path towards a certain location. Little did Qi Jingzi know that the moment Ling Chen set foot on Kunlun Mountain, the three Pure Ones had already detected his presence atop the mountain. Tongtian raised an eyebrow and addressed Yuanshi. What does Qi Jingzi intend by blocking Chen'er? Yuanshi, he continued. Do you seek to scheme against Chen'er again? Yuanshi's expression darkened, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. He could not fathom Qi Jingzi's intentions. Yet one thing was certain. Qi Jingzi could not genuinely admire Ling Chen or sincerely wish to discuss the Tao with him. He must have ulterior motives. An unsettling premonition welled up within Yuanshi. Having been outmaneuvered by Ling Chen multiple times, he doubted that these younger generations could pose any threat to Ling Chen. Instinctively, he wished to intervene, but at that moment, Tongtian abruptly spoke, since Qi Jingzi is so eager. Let them proceed. Yuanshi. Initially taken aback, he quickly grasped Tongtian's intent. Tongtian's refusal to allow him to intervene was undoubtedly a ploy to watch Qi Jingzi's folly. When had the usually upright Tongtian become so shameless? While Yuanshi's thoughts raced, Jilu Sun had already brought Ling Chen to a vast plaza. This plaza was situated halfway up Kunlun Mountain, immense enough to accommodate millions of beings. That it served as a venue for lectures from the three teachings of Ren, Chan, and Jie. However, it was not currently a time for lectures, and only a handful of practitioners were present. These practitioners were indeed the remaining few of the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, suggesting they had been plotting for quite some time. Interesting, Ling Chen thought to himself, silently amused, his expression calm. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi had already joined forces with Guang Chengzi and the others, exclaiming, Ling Chen, brother, these are the remaining brothers of Chanjiao. Ling Chen nodded slightly. I have met a few of my junior brothers. Junior brothers? Upon hearing Ling Chen's address, Guang Chengzi and the other golden immortals of Chanjiao felt an uncomfortable sting, their eyes flashing with displeasure. However, recalling the impending scheme, their expressions softened considerably. Guang Chengzi stepped forward, stating, Ling Chen, brother, achieving the great Luo golden immortal with 11 grade 3 flowers is truly admirable. However, he then shifted his tone, smilingly adding, we wish to seek your insights on alchemy. Alchemy. Upon hearing Guang Chengzi's words, Ling Chen instantly understood their intentions. Earlier, he had showcased his prowess in weaponry and formations, yet he had not revealed his skills in alchemy. Presumably, these golden immortals of Chanjiao wished to embarrass him in this field. If all went as expected, Guang Chengzi and the others would soon summon the beings of Kunlun Mountain to bear witness. Ling Chen chuckled coldly inwardly but readily agreed. As you wish. The moment he spoke, the Chanjiao golden immortals erupted with joy. Guang Chengzi, beaming, stepped forward and declared, I am Guang Chengzi of Chanjiao. Today, my junior brother Qi Jingzi shall engage in a discussion of the Tao with Ling Chen of Jiejiao. All beings of Kunlun Mountain are welcome to come and listen. Guang Chengzi's voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing throughout Kunlun. The once tranquil Kunlun Mountain suddenly stirred with activity at Jiejiao's mountain gates. The Bao Daoren abruptly opened his eyes, astonished. The elder brother has come to Kunlun? Why has the esteemed senior brother gone to the Chan Sect first, instead of coming to me for instruction? This is unacceptable. Surely, the senior brother has been deceived by those disciples of Chan's sect. Duo Bao Daoist quickly sensed something amiss and hurried towards the preaching venue. Behind him, countless beams of light soared into the sky, unmistakably the disciples of Jie's sect, including the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother. In stark contrast, the entrance of the Chan sect was marked by only a few scattered lights, making it appear exceedingly desolate. However, the most desolate of all belonged to the Ren sect. After Guang Chengzi's voice echoed for a considerable time, a solitary beam of escape light sluggishly ascended from the Ren sect, Swaying unsteadily towards the preaching venue. It was none other than Laozi's sole direct disciple, Xuandu. In an instant, disciples from the Run, Chan, and Jie sects all congregated at the preaching platform, sensing the approaching escape light. Guang Chengzi's smile broadened, and he remarked lightly, "The three sects are but one family. Surely, my senior brother would wish for more of his fellow disciples to witness our discussions on alchemy, with the arrangements now in place." Guang Chengzi no longer wished to conceal his intentions, casting a mocking glance at Ling Chen. Yet, Ling Chen appeared oblivious, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Huh." A cold smile flickered across Guang Chengzi's heart as he proclaimed loudly, "The competition will be based on alchemical prowess. We shall determine the victor by the quality of the golden pills crafted to ensure fairness." He continued, "I have prepared materials for each of you to refine the golden pill at this juncture." Guang Chengzi shifted his tone. "However, since it is a contest, naturally, there must be stakes involved. Should you lose, you must bow 3 times in front of the Chan sect's gates. Do you agree?" Ling Chen, as the senior brother of Jie sect, represented their dignity. If he were to bow before the Chan sect, it would be a disgrace for the entire Jie sect. This was precisely what Guang Chengzi and the others desired. Furthermore, with Ling Chen now in such a predicament, it was evident that he could hardly refuse. Ling Chen, aware of Guang Chengzi's schemes, felt a chill run through him and was about to speak. Just then, Duo Bao Dao's voice suddenly resonated through the void. "Senior brother, you must not agree. That Qi Jingzi is exceptionally skilled in alchemy, having concocted the 6 transformation golden pill countless times. You are not his match. Do not fall into their trap." Guang Chengzi's expression shifted slightly as he barked. "Duo Bao, do you dare to interfere with the decision of the Jie sect's senior brother? Has the Jie sect lost all sense of hierarchy?" Duo Bao, infuriated, was about to unleash a tirade of reprimands. Yet at that very moment, Ling Chen's voice rang out in the heavens, and no need for further words. "I shall agree." Duo Bao's heart raced with urgency, eager to dissuade him, but Ling Chen's gaze halted him. Seeing this, Guang Chengzi was elated and urged, "There is no time to waste. Let us commence immediately." However, Ling Chen remained unmoved, stating calmly, "Junior brother Guang Chengzi, you only spoke of what happens if I lose. But what if Qi Jingzi loses?" Guang Chengzi was taken aback. Chuckling, how could Qi Jingzi possibly lose to? Mid-sentence, he sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. Ahem. "If Qi Jingzi loses, we, the 12 golden immortals, shall bow before the Jie sect's gates. Let us proceed without delay." Yet Ling Chen shook his head repeatedly, saying, "That is not suitable." Guang Chengzi frowned, replying in a grave tone, "Then what do you propose?" A hint of mockery flashed in Ling Chen's eyes as he responded, "If Qi Jingzi loses, I want the 12 golden immortals of Chan sect to kneel before the Jie sect's gates for 10 days and nights." Guang Chengzi could hardly fathom that Ling Chen would propose such conditions. Yuanshi valued his reputation above all. What if they actually lost? Where would Yuanshi's face be? Instinctively, Guang Chengzi wanted to refuse. Yet to do so would nullify their years of scheming and waiting. He found himself in a profound dilemma. Meanwhile, the sound of Ling Chen's coaxing voice echoed in his ears. "If junior brother is afraid, then I shall return to Jie sect first." As he spoke, Ling Chen turned to leave. Guang Chengzi's heart raced with urgency, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I agree." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Chen, who was about to depart, leisurely turned around, a smile gracing his face. "This is your word that do not go back on it." Guang Chengzi felt an unsettling strangeness in Ling Chen's smile. Concurrently, on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi could no longer remain seated on the summit of Kunlun Mountain. "These fools," Yuanshi cursed under his breath. Abruptly rising to intervene, only to be restrained by a hand, Tongtian's voice then echoed, "Second brother, what are you about to do? Are you afraid your own disciple will lose to Ling Chen?" "Lose?" Yuanshi raised an eyebrow, forcibly suppressing his unease, and replied coldly, "Ling Chen may indeed excel in weaponry and formations, but he is not necessarily adept in alchemy. Qi Jingzi is a genius in alchemy, praised even by eldest brother. How could he possibly lose?" Tongtian chuckled. Since you do not believe Qi Jingzi will lose, what were you planning to do just now? Yuanshi. At that moment, the usually meditative Laozi suddenly spoke. It is about to begin. Returning to the preaching platform, Qi Jingzi had already begun the alchemical process with practiced ease. The furnace he employed was black and white, embodying the duality of yin and yang. Unmistakably the yin-yang furnace. That is a premier innate spiritual treasure, the yin-yang furnace. Has the sage Yuanshi actually bestowed this furnace upon Qi Jingzi? Rather, it should be said that it was lent to him. With the aid of such a treasured furnace, Qi Jingzi's alchemical prowess would ascend to an entirely new level. It seems the Chan sect had long been plotting this. A cacophony erupted around them. Guang Chengzi, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "Furnaces of this nature are inherently rare, let alone the exceptional yin-yang furnace. With such a supreme furnace at his disposal, my junior brother's victory is a certainty." The other golden immortals of the Chan sect also displayed expressions of smug satisfaction. The yin-yang furnace was a crucial element in ensuring their victory this time. Thus, Ling Chen would have no chance of turning the tide, in stark contrast to the self-satisfied golden immortals of the Chan sect. Duo Baodaoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the other Jie sect disciples wore grim expressions. Various signs indicated that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Chan sect against Ling Chen, aimed at humiliating him and the Jie sect. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of Ling Chen's gaze suddenly flashed in Duo Bao's mind as he murmured, "The senior brother should be able to win." Win? Though the voice of Dao Bao Daoist was soft, all present were cultivators and naturally heard his words. An uncontrollable sense of worry surged in the eyes of the disciples of the Dot. In their view, it was highly probable that Ling Chen would lose. Dao Bao Daoist was merely rallying their spirits. In stark contrast, the expressions of Guang Chengzi and the other golden immortals of the were adorned with sneers. Qi Jingzi's alchemical prowess was already formidable, and with the immense enhancement of the yin-yang furnace. What could Ling Chen possibly use to secure a victory? Even Yuanshi's countenance had noticeably brightened as he remarked, "What use did Guang Chengzi have for the yin-yang furnace? I never expected it to be for today." Tongtian, what do you think? Tongtian had no intention of engaging with Yuanshi, yet a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. Ling Chen had never exhibited any talent in alchemy. At most, he had gleaned some insights from Laozi's earlier teachings. Furthermore, it seemed that Ling Chen lacked any suitable furnace. Indeed, it posed quite a conundrum. However, the subsequent developments completely surpassed Yuanshi and Tongtian's expectations. Backed by the system, should it come to a contest of spiritual treasures, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi would not stand a chance against Ling Chen. Not even the three pure ones, let alone the fact that Ling Chen had acquired numerous artifacts from them. Just after Qi Jingzi summoned the yin-yang furnace, Ling Chen made his move. Buzz, radiant clouds soared into the sky. The dual energies of heaven and earth manifested, and an ancient furnace appeared before the crowd. Heavens! It was the Qianquan Ding. Legend has it that the Qianquan Ding was transformed from the lotus pod of the Chaos Green Lotus. Not only was it a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, but it also possessed the ability to transmute acquired into innate. This was a furnace even more powerful than the yin-yang furnace. Immediately, some beings recognized it and gasped in astonishment as the murmurs echoed. The countenance of Guang Chengzi and the other golden immortals of the suddenly turned grim. The yin-yang furnace, which they had painstakingly borrowed, was so easily overshadowed. How could Ling Chen, who had just recently ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, have obtained such a precious artifact as the Qianquan Ding? This was utterly absurd. Even if you possess a supreme furnace, what of it? Alchemy still relies on one's own profound mastery in the art. Guang Chengzi declared coldly, entirely forgetting how he had previously extolled the virtues of the yin-yang furnace atop Kunlun Mountain. The moment he beheld the Qianquan Ding, Yuanshi's expression darkened as he demanded, "How could Ling Chen possess the Qianquan Ding? Tongtian, could it be that you bestowed it upon him?" Though Tongtian was equally in the dark regarding the origins of the Qianquan Ding, he feigned mystery, replying, "And if I did, is that so?" Yuanshi replied, his heart inexplicably filled with a foreboding sense of unease. Returning to the Dao platform, Buzz, with the emergence of the Qianquan Ding, Qi Jingzi was momentarily distracted. And the furnace erupted. Qi Jingzi's face darkened, and he had to start over. Yet, as Yuanshi had previously remarked, Qi Jingzi was indeed a genius in alchemy, even with the emotional turmoil leading to a furnace explosion. He quickly regained his composure. His alchemical techniques flowed with remarkable fluidity, even delighting to behold. In less than 3 years, streams of radiant clouds surged from the yin-yang furnace, and a golden elixir gradually materialized. It was the golden elixir that Qi Jingzi had just crafted, prominently inscribed with 7 alchemical patterns. It was a 7-turn golden elixir. Qi Jingzi had actually refined a 7-turn golden elixir. Such terrifying alchemical prowess. Perhaps it was only slightly inferior to Laozi's? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around them. Qi Jingzi's expression also bore a hint of surprise. His original alchemical skill could only produce a 6-turn golden elixir. Perhaps under pressure or due to the assistance of the yin-yang furnace, Qi Jingzi had once again surpassed himself, crafting a 7-turn golden elixir, and his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. The faces of Guang Chengzi and the other golden immortals of the were equally filled with delight. If all went as expected, a 6-turn golden elixir would be sufficient to surpass Ling Chen. With a 7-turn golden elixir, it would be a complete overpowering. The outcome was already decided. They had emerged victorious, confident. Guang Chengzi and the others shared this sentiment. Not only did they think so, but even the countless Kunlun cultivators observing felt the same. The disciples of Daobao Daoist revealed expressions of anger, yet were helpless. Unless something unexpected occurred, their senior brother was destined to lose on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi's lips curled upward. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as all beings had dismissed Ling Chen, he gently waved his sleeve. Buzz! The Chinquan Ding quivered lightly, slowly opening its lid. Unlike the previous yin-yang furnace, there were no radiant clouds above the Chinquan Ding, nor any signs of phenomena. Only a golden elixir gradually emerged. There was not even a hint of the phenomena of elixir formation. Ling Chen, you likely do not know how to refine elixirs at all. Guang Chengzi mocked incessantly, feeling assured of his victory. Yet before Guang Chengzi could revel in his triumph for long, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. Before Guang Chengzi, a gleaming golden elixir floated forth from the Chinquan Ding. Without needing to elaborate, this elixir was undoubtedly the golden elixir refined by Ling Chen. Not good. The moment Guang Chengzi laid eyes on the golden elixir, his expression shifted dramatically, as if it were merely a golden elixir. Guang Chengzi would not have been so astonished. The crux lay in the alchemical patterns inscribed upon it. Elixirs with patterns are categorized into 10 grades. The more patterns, the higher the grade. Laozi's 9-turn golden elixir was the highest grade currently known in the Hongyun realm. Even the 7-turn golden elixir previously refined by Qi Jingzi was already considered top-tier. To date, no 10-grade golden elixir had ever appeared in the Hongyun realm. In comparative terms, a 10-grade golden elixir was akin to a 12-grade Great Luo, representing a level of consummate perfection in elixirs. The only difference was that while 12-grade Great Luo could not exist under the rules of the Hongyun, the 10-grade golden elixir merely faced the jealousy of heaven. Incurring the tribulations of elixirs, returning to the plaza, before Guang Chengzi's incredulous gaze, the golden elixir atop the Chinquan Ding suddenly erupted with resplendent brilliance. Alchemical patterns continuously manifested. 1, 2, 3. Merely a few breaths later, the number of patterns on the golden elixir had already reached Six. It was a 6-grade elixir, only one step away from Qi Jingzi's 7-grade golden elixir. Guang Chengzi forcibly suppressed the unease within, coldly stating, though 6th grade and 7th grade differ by only 1 grade, the chasm between them is vast. Ling Chen, you absolutely cannot break through this grade. Upon hearing this, the surrounding beings could not help but nod in agreement. As one progresses, the disparity between each grade only widens. The gap between 6th grade and 7th grade is akin to that between a Tai Golden Immortal and a Great Luo Golden Immortal. They are completely incomparable. Even with Qi Jingzi's extraordinary talent in alchemy, he had only managed to refine a 7th-grade golden elixir due to the yin-yang furnace and favorable circumstances. Should he attempt it again, Qi Jingzi would likely not succeed. Ling Chen was bound to be halted here. What a pity! The being sighed inwardly. Yet at that moment, a teasing voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. A 7th-grade elixir. Is that so difficult? As these words fell, Guang Chengzi's expression shifted slightly, about to retort mockingly. But before he could speak, buzz! The golden elixir atop the Qinkuan Ding quivered gently, suddenly erupting in a resplendent golden light. A new alchemical pattern gradually materialized. The 7th alchemical pattern. Yet another 7th-rank golden elixir. My goodness! Ling Chen's talent in the art of alchemy is astonishingly formidable. A chorus of gasps erupted from the surroundings. Guang Chengzi's complexion turned exceedingly grim. Ling Chen had successfully refined a 7th-rank golden elixir, signifying the failure of the Chan sect's long-cherished schemes. Deeply displeased, Guang Chengzi coldly remarked, it was merely through the Qinkuan Ding that he fortuitously concocted a 7th-turn golden elixir. Even so, this outcome merely results in a stalemate. Upon hearing this, Daobao Daoist would not concede and immediately retorted loudly, what do you mean by relying on the Qinkuan Ding? If Qi Jingzi did not utilize the yin-yang furnace, could he have concocted a 7th turn? Guang Chengzi, do you still have any shame? Daobao Daoist, disregarding decorum, began to scold openly. Guang Chengzi remained silent, his years of plotting now rendered futile, leaving him in a state of profound dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to retaliate, a sudden exclamation interrupted him. Look! Another alchemical pattern emerged. This was not a 7th-rank golden elixir, but an 8th-rank one. Guang Chengzi turned abruptly, just in time to witness the 8th alchemical pattern solidifying completely. His jaw dropped, and his heart plummeted. His expression turned as dark as a stormy sky. This was a trap laid by the Chan sect's golden immortals specifically for Ling Chen, the elder brother of the Jie sect, in an attempt to salvage their reputation by stepping on Ling Chen and the Jie sect. Yet, the moment Ling Chen produced a 7th-rank elixir, their scheme had already failed. However, it was not a grave issue. But now, with Ling Chen achieving an 8th-rank elixir, the implications were dire. The Chan sect had not only failed to suppress the Jie sect, but had instead been trampled upon. The thought of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect kneeling at the gates of the Jie sect caused Guang Chengzi's vision to darken. Losing face was one matter, but Yuanshi would not let him off lightly. This was disastrous. Guang Chengzi felt on the verge of despair. In stark contrast, Qi Jingzi was utterly astonished. He understood all too well how difficult it was to refine a 7th-turn golden elixir. It was precisely for this reason that he had held such confidence. Yet, Qi Jingzi could not fathom how Ling Chen could possibly produce an 8th-rank golden elixir. It was simply preposterous. Nevertheless, the unmistakable aura emanating from the golden elixir left no room for Qi Jingzi's disbelief. 8th-rank elixir. Ling Chen was likely the most formidable alchemist beneath the elder brother. Alas, Qi Jingzi sighed, his expression a complex tapestry of reluctance, anger, and yearning. What unfolded next would once again redefine Qi Jingzi's understanding. Just as everyone presumed this golden elixir to be merely of the 8th rank, the Qinkuan Ding trembled violently. A myriad of profound energies surged skyward from the Qinkuan Ding, enveloping the 8th-turn golden elixir. This was the innate power from within the Qinkuan Ding. What was Ling Chen attempting to do? Could it be? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a thunderous boom resounded. The overwhelming innate power surged into the 8th-turn golden elixir. It erupted in a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the golden radiance retracted, transforming into a ding-shaped alchemical pattern. Alongside the previous 8 patterns, this golden elixir now bore a total of 9 perfectly arranged alchemical patterns. 9-turn golden elixir. Ling Chen had actually refined a 9-turn golden elixir. Ling Chen's alchemical prowess had likely reached a level that rivaled the venerable Taiji Laozi. Hiss! The crowd was left in awe. Daobao Daoist, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, declaring, Guang Chengzi, do you really think you could scheme against my elder brother? Did you not expect this? My elder brother has achieved a 9-rank elixir. How does it feel to have your plans backfire? I await your kneeling at the gates of the Jie sect. Bao Daoist's raucous laughter reverberated through the heavens. The disciples of the Jie sect were jubilant, while Guang Qingzi and the Chan sect disciples wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Qi Jingzi, in disbelief, bellowed, "Impossible! Only the great master can refine a 9-turn golden elixir. This elixir must be a fraud. It has to be an illusion." As he spoke, Qi Jingzi's conviction only grew stronger, as he asserted. A 9-turn golden elixir represented the pinnacle of alchemical mastery in the primordial world, attainable only by Taiji Laozi. Ling Chen had never displayed any alchemical talent. How could he possibly produce a 9-turn golden elixir on his first attempt? Thus, there could only be one conclusion. This golden elixir was counterfeit. Simultaneously, Guang Qingzi and the Chan sect disciples' expressions brightened considerably, hope rekindling in their eyes. If Qi Jingzi's words were true, everything would change. Yet for reasons unknown, upon seeing the radiant golden elixir in the void, Guang Qingzi felt an unsettling certainty that this elixir could not possibly be false. Not so. Even if this golden elixir were genuine, it must be dismissed as fake. Otherwise, where would the Chan sect's dignity reside? With this thought, Guang Qingzi stepped forward and bellowed, to fabricate a lie in front of so many brothers and sisters. "Ling Chen, you possess great audacity. No wonder all of you from the Jie sect are nothing but petty thieves." Guang Qingzi's tirade grew increasingly fervent. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the cosmos. "Silence! Who dares to silence me?" Guang Qingzi furrowed his brow, ready to retort. But upon seeing the newcomer, he recoiled, stammering, "Master, what brings you here?" Yuanshi's brow furrowed deeply as he coldly replied, "Humph! If I had not come, the Chan sect would have lost all face." Guang Qingzi was momentarily taken aback, then confusedly countered, "But that 9-turn golden elixir is a fake. It is Ling Chen and the Jie sect who should be embarrassed." "Master." Yet as Guang Qingzi spoke, his voice faltered, for he clearly saw the icy gaze of Yuanshi. Could it be? An unbelievable thought surged within Guang Qingzi. Meanwhile, the void trembled, and the figure of Laozi emerged. His gaze fell upon the golden elixir atop the Qingquan Ding, eyes shimmering with intrigue. This golden elixir was not only a 9-turn elixir, but an exceptional one among them. Laozi's words, though soft, resonated in the ears of every being present. Guang Qingzi was rendered speechless. Taiji Laozi was the undisputed master of alchemy in the primordial world. If Laozi affirmed its authenticity, it could not be false. This was truly the end. All dignity lost. Guang Qingzi felt as if he could cry, but had no tears. In stark contrast, Qi Jingzi appeared despondent, his eyes dim and lifeless. For countless years, he had prided himself as a genius in alchemy, even believing he could one day surpass Laozi. Yet now, after exhausting all efforts, even with the aid of the yin-yang furnace, he had barely managed to refine a 7th-rank golden elixir, while Ling Chen, with seemingly effortless ease, produced a 9-turn golden elixir. This was an insufferable blow to his pride. The red essence, in a state of seclusion, felt as though his very heart of Tao was on the verge of collapse. His demeanor did not escape the keen observation of Laozi, who could not help but sigh inwardly. The second-generation disciples of the 3 teachings, exposition, interception, and others, were indeed exceptional talents, akin to the likes of red essence. His aptitude in the alchemical arts was nothing short of astonishing. Alas, they existed in the same era as Ling Chen. Not only had they reached the pinnacle in the paths of weaponry, formations, and alchemy, but their foundations were also impeccably established at the 11th grade, rivaling even the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. Were it not for the prohibitive rules of the primordial chaos, Ling Chen's foundation might well have attained the 12th grade of consummate perfection. Ling Chen's brilliance was simply too radiant. Talents like Guang Qingzi and Red Essence found it exceedingly difficult to even aspire to catch up with Ling Chen. To share an era with Ling Chen was, in some respects, a lamentable fate for talents such as Guang Qingzi and Red Essence. Yet, in another light, it could be seen as a stroke of fortune for them. After the enlightenment of Zhunti and Jieyin into sainthood, Laozi and the other sages received a unified decree from the heavens. The decree was straightforward. The primordial chaos would not permit any further ascension to sainthood. Even someone as extraordinary as Ling Chen would be unable to achieve such a state. But would Ling Chen ever acquiesce to being beneath the saints? Clearly not. Given Ling Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly resist the heavens. Much like the former demon ancestor, Luo hoped that Ling Chen's fate, too, would likely mirror that of Luo Ho, death and the extinguishing of his Tao. When the whale falls, all things thrive. Once Ling Chen were to perish, the second-generation disciples of the sages, including Xuandu and Guang Chengzi, would surely soar to great heights. What a pity! Laozi mused, the nature of his lamentation shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Tongtian approached Ling Chen with an air of delight, slapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Good lad, you never fail to surprise me. Following the interception of the teachings, you have monopolized all the elixirs." Ling Chen's expression soured as he gazed at his master in silence, saying, "Master, you are exhausting your disciple." Without waiting for Tongtian's response, Ling Chen shifted his tone to a serious one, declaring, "Master, my golden core has yet to be fully refined. Please safeguard me." What? Ling Chen's words left Tongtian and the other beings utterly perplexed. How could one who had already achieved a 9-grade golden core still claim to be incomplete? Could it be? An uncontrollable thought surged in the minds of the gathered beings, only to be swiftly dismissed. For ages, 9 has been the pinnacle. The strongest elixirs of the primordial chaos are 9 transformations, and no matter how extraordinary Ling Chen may be, he could not possibly transcend the shackle of 9 transformations. It is impossible. Tongtian could not suppress his inquiry. Ling Chen, do you seek to achieve 10 transformations? His question echoed the collective sentiment of all present. All gazes turned toward Ling Chen, who, feeling the scrutiny, offered a calm smile. Unperturbed. Indeed, I wish to test whether I can forge a 10-transformation golden core. As expected, the eyes of the assembly brimmed with shock and disbelief, astonished at Ling Chen's audacity, yet skeptical of his ability to accomplish such a feat. Red Essence could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Ling Chen, I acknowledge your unparalleled talent in alchemy, but you absolutely cannot break through the shackles of 9 transformations. Surrender." Even the usually reticent Xuandu could not help but interject. "Senior brother, do not push yourself too hard." Surrender? Push myself? Such notions are non-existent. Ling Chen lifted his head high, his expression resolute. He understood the difficulty of achieving 10 transformations that in some respects. The challenge of accomplishing 10 transformations was no less formidable than that of attaining the 12th grade of consummate perfection with the 3 flowers. Yet Ling Chen still wished to give it a try. Throughout these years, although he had devoted most of his time to cultivation, he had nonetheless leveraged his formidable talent and the countless treasures of the chaotic world to elevate his alchemical prowess to an astonishing level. Across the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, only Taiji Laozi could contend with Ling Chen in the realm of alchemy. Even before his breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal, Ling Chen had already been capable of refining an 8-transformation golden core. Following his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal, it was only natural that he would refine a 9-transformation golden core. However, Ling Chen believed that the 9-transformation golden core did not represent his ultimate limit. At this moment, with the opportune convergence of time, place, and harmony, Ling Chen was determined to attempt the 10 transformations of the golden core. Rise! With a thunderous shout from Ling Chen, the innate energy accumulated within the Qiankuan cauldron for countless years erupted violently. Surging toward the 9-transformation golden core, the innate energy entered his body. The 9-transformation golden core suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, and a vague alchemical pattern emerged. The 10th pattern. Could it be that Ling Chen was truly on the brink of success? This was simply too incredible. The assembly gasped in astonishment. Yet at that moment, Laozi, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. The emergence of the 10th pattern is easy, but solidifying it is a far more arduous task. What a pity! The implication of Laozi's words was unmistakable. Ling Chen would still be unable to successfully achieve 10 transformations of the golden core. This is unacceptable. Such a great pity. The eyes of all beings were filled with regret. The most commendable aspect of the Qiankuan cauldron was its rich store of innate energy. Ling Chen had evidently exhausted all of it in this attempt, yet still could not succeed. The difficulty of achieving 10 transformations of the golden core was alarmingly high. Even a prodigy like Ling Chen could not create a miracle that it seemed that no one in the primordial chaos could accomplish such a feat. Unlike the ordinary beings, Guang Chengzi, Red Essence, and other golden immortals of the Exposition Sect could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Ling Chen truly succeeded in achieving 10 transformations of the golden core, their scheming would have merely served to embellish Ling Chen's achievements. Thankfully, he did not succeed. However, Yuanshi's expression did not appear any more favorable. Regardless of whether Ling Chen achieved 10 transformations or not, the Exposition Sect had already lost face. These inept fools. Yuanshi glared at the golden immortals of the Exposition Sect, his countenance darkening in contrast to Ling Chen. Even Guang Chengzi, whom he usually favored, seemed utterly insignificant. Alas, Yuanshi could not help but sigh in despair. Had he not rejected the notion, Ling Chen would have been his disciple. Meanwhile, Tongtian stepped forward with a commanding voice. "You all be quiet. My disciple, having dared to attempt 10 transformations of the golden core, will not fail so easily. Watch closely." Tongtian's tone was filled with conviction. Since encountering Ling Chen, he had witnessed miracle after miracle, and his confidence in Ling Chen had gradually solidified. Since Ling Chen had the audacity to request his protection, he must possess some hidden prowess. The unfolding events would indeed align with Tongtian's expectations. Upon observing the reactions of the gathered beings, Ling Chen remained composed. He bowed gracefully to Tongtian and smiled. "I assure you, Master, that I shall not disappoint you." As he spoke, Ling Chen's expression grew serious, and with a commanding shout, he declared, "Rise," just as the words left his mouth. A chorus of dragon roars erupted, and phantoms of 9-clawed golden dragons materialized, swirling in the void. The sight left the assembly breathless, gasping in astonishment. Good heavens! These are all manifestations of the golden dragons of fortune. When he initially broke through to the great Luo golden immortal, he had summoned such fortune, but he never anticipated so many more would appear now. How much fortune does Ling Chen truly possess? The terrifying fortune he has summoned. Could it be? Amidst countless gasps of astonishment, Ling Chen pointed a finger and solemnly declared, "Congeal!" As his words fell, the golden dragon of fortune roared in unison, soaring towards the elusive 9-turn golden pill in the void. The 9-turn golden pill trembled repeatedly, and the 10th pattern, which was on the verge of dissipating, suddenly solidified. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air. Boom! Thunder roared. Waves of golden lightning spread across the entire void. This sudden spectacle immediately captured the attention of countless primordial beings. Countless gazes turned towards Kunlun Mountain, filled with astonishment. Such an extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be that a being at Kunlun Mountain has broken through? What level of breakthrough could evoke such a magnificent spectacle? Could it be the attainment of sainthood? But no, there was no trace of a saintly aura within this phenomenon, just as the primordial beings were puzzled. Boom! The surging pill aura soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The purple pill aura transformed into countless auspicious beasts, racing through the void. Its pill aura. Could it be? Instantly, some powerful beings of the primordial realm began to connect the dots. Meanwhile, a resounding voice emanated from the heart of Kunlun Mountain, echoing throughout the primordial realm. "I am Ling Chen. Today, I forged the 10-turn golden pill upon Kunlun Mountain. Heaven and earth bear witness. The 10-turn golden pill." The primordial beings were momentarily taken aback, their eyes erupting with boundless shock. 9 is the limit. Even a master of alchemy as formidable as Ta Ching Laozi could only refine a 9-turn golden pill. The 10-turn golden pill is a mythical entity, one that should not exist in the primordial realm. Yet now, a being has actually forged a 10-turn golden pill? Wait, the creator of the 10-turn golden pill is none other than Ling Chen. The name Ling Chen is known to all in the primordial realm. He is the sovereign of the dragon clan, the foremost disciple of and the creator of the 12-fold perfection of the 3 flowers. He even dares to threaten the heavenly Tao with the Great Way. Ling Chen's lineage, foundation, and even his Tao heart are among the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Yet there has never been any mention of Ling Chen possessing such terrifying prowess in the realm of alchemy. Tintern Golden Pill. Following the 12-fold perfection of the three flowers, Ling Chen is about to create yet another miracle, a miracle in alchemy. Just as the primordial beings were filled with admiration, buzz, a resplendent golden pill ascended to the heavens. Manifesting high above the nine skies, in the chaos world, Luo Ho gazed in astonishment. Ling Chen merely went to Kunlun Mountain, and yet he stirred such a great commotion. Truly, he is a source of concern. I wonder if the heavenly Tao will intervene again this time. Just as the thought crossed his mind, countless phenomena erupted in the void. Boom! Beneath the thunderous skies, an infinite golden light erupted, and a golden eye gradually materialized. It was the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao. I must have spoken too soon. Luo Ho felt utterly speechless within. He had merely made a passing comment, yet it had truly attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough. Luo Ho retracted his head, his expression awkward. This young man acts with prudence. He must have means to deal with the heavenly D. T must be so. Luo Ho muttered to himself, his voice somewhat trembling. The subsequent developments left Luo Ho utterly dumbfounded. Buzz! Just as the eye of the heavenly Tao was about to solidify, a storm of purple energy erupted. A purple eye slowly materialized. The golden eye represented the heavenly Tao, while the purple eye represented the Great Way. At the moment the Great Way I manifested, the already coalescing eye of the heavenly Tao faltered, suspended in an awkward state, neither solidifying nor dissipating. At the same time, the Great Way had already appeared, casting a fleeting glance at the eye of the heavenly Tao before focusing its attention on the Tintern Golden Pill. Instantly, a ripple surged within the Great Way eye. When the gaze of the Great Way eye fell upon Ling Chen, the ripples intensified. Once again, it is Ling Chen. First, he achieved the 12-fold perfection of Dalu, and now he has refined the Tintern Golden Pill. Even the Great Way, I regarded Ling Chen with newfound respect. However, the effects of the Tintern Golden Pill are exceedingly defiant, capable of propelling an ordinary being directly to the level of Tao attainment. Under the rules, the Great Way, I would not easily permit the emergence of the Tintern Golden Pill. Just as the Great Way I contemplated, a notification sound suddenly rang out in Ling Chen's mind. Detection indicates that the host has refined the Tintern Golden Pill. Please choose. Option 1. Forcefully leverage the power of the Tintern Golden Pill to attain Tao, with a high probability of being obliterated by the Great Way. Reward. Hongmeng Bell. Option 2. Destroy the Tintern Golden Pill. Reward. 1 random top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Enlighten the Tintern Golden Pill. Reward. Chaos Enlightenment Secret Method and 100,000 acres of Great Way merit. As expected, it has arrived. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had anticipated the arrival of this task. As he gazed at the 3 options before him, the smile on his face grew wider. Naturally, option 2 was eliminated. Ling Chen had expended all the innate energy within the Qian Kuan Ding and consumed vast amounts of fortune to painstakingly refine the Tintern Golden Pill. How could he easily destroy it? Option 1 carried too great a risk. Even if Ling Chen were to confront the heavenly Tao and the Great Way to forcibly attain Tao, he would likely not escape a grim fate. The system's reward of the Hongmeng Bell served as the best hint. Option 3 was indeed the optimal solution that Ling Chen had planned. For this, he had gone through great lengths to find an enlightenment secret method. However, compared to the chaos enlightenment secret method, the one he had obtained paled in significance. Moreover, the system also rewarded him with 100,000 acres of Great Way merit. What was there to hesitate about? System.I choose 3. Just as Ling Chen completed his selection, a detached voice emerged for the Great Way. The Tintern Golden Pill should not manifest in the primordial realm. Ding. Yet before the Great Way could finish speaking, Ling Chen's voice suddenly resonated throughout heaven and earth. I am willing to forego refining the Tintern Golden Pill. Heaven and earth bear witness. Upon hearing this declaration, the Great Way, I could hardly fathom that Ling Chen would make such a decision. The opportunity to attain Tao lay before him, yet Ling Chen was willing to relinquish it. Did Ling Chen truly not understand the effects of the 10-turn golden pill? Or was he simply afraid? Yet Ling Chen's actions bore no semblance to cowardice. But before the Great Way, I could ponder further. Ling Chen's voice resounded once more. I am willing to enlighten the 10-turn golden pill, to complete the alchemical path of the primordial realm. The Great Way, I finally comprehended Ling Chen's intentions, casting a deep glance at him. It spoke that if it is thus, this 10-turn golden pill shall lose its efficacy for Tao attainment. Oh, you understand? Ling Chen nodded, speaking solemnly, that I understand. I beseech the Great Way to grant this. After a long silence, the Great Way, I finally spoke. If so, then proceed with your enlightenment. Indeed, it agreed. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy within. Not daring to delay, he flicked his finger. Boom! The 10-turn golden pill trembled violently. Streams of pill essence surged into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Buzz, the void trembles. Under the immense essence of the Tao of alchemy, the vast river of the primordial alchemical laws manifests that a strand of power, akin to a satin ribbon, cascades down from this river of alchemical laws. One end is tethered to the river, while the other is connected to the 10-turn golden pill. Thus, the completion of the primordial alchemical path through the 10-turn golden pill is achieved. Next comes the most crucial moment of enlightenment. Ling Chen's expression sharpens, and he points forth once more. Buzz! An esoteric force leaps from Ling Chen's fingertip and enters the 10-turn golden pill. The 10-turn golden pill shudders lightly. The alchemical fragrance surrounding it suddenly dissipates, replaced by a vibrant aura of life. A rich essence of vitality emanates from within the golden pill. Enlightenment is accomplished. From this moment on, the 10-turn golden pill no longer possesses the ability to ascend the path, but instead transforms into a living being of profound essence. The eye of the Tao observes this scene with keen interest before gradually vanishing. This signifies the Tao's approval. Alongside it, the eye of heaven also dissipates. However, unlike the eye of the Tao, the eye of heaven, in its fading, conspicuously manipulates the power of the heavens. Rumble, thunder crashes. Suddenly, a terrifying calamity cloud, exuding a sense of destruction, materializes in the void. This is undoubtedly a measure left by the heavenly Tao, marking the transformation tribulation of the 10-turn golden pill. Ling Chen, however, remains unfazed. The transformation tribulation differs from the Deluo tribulation in both scale and might, being vastly superior. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is intervening. Ling Chen dares not confront it head-on, instead skillfully guiding it into the chaotic world as nourishment for the world's ascension. Should the heavenly Tao discover Ling Chen's cunning maneuvering, it would likely be infuriated. At the instant the calamity cloud disperses, Wah! A resounding cry reverberates through the heavens that a being, enveloped in the essence of alchemy, materializes. This being appears to be a child of 6 or 7 years. With rosy lips, white teeth, and clear eyes, that a small vermilion birthmark graces its brow, radiating an extraordinary vibrancy. After enduring the tribulations of thunder, life finally emerges from the 10-turn golden pill. A collective sigh of awe resonates throughout the primordial realm. Born from the 10-turn golden pill, nurtured within the laws of alchemy, how formidable will this being's foundation be? If taken under one's wing, the eyes of all primordial beings sparkle with brilliant golden light. If all goes well, this child is destined to become at least a quasi-saint, perhaps even a saint. The thought of taking him as a disciple stirs immense excitement among the denizens of the primordial world. Even the usually stoic Yuanshi is visibly envious that, if possible, he would gladly take both Ling Chen and the child to the western Shumi mountain. Zhunti and Jieyin are nearly drooling with anticipation. Zhunti quietly remarks, "This child embodies the fortune of the Tao of alchemy and shares a significant affinity with our Western realm. Regardless, they all agree we must invite him." Even the relatively composed Jieyin nods repeatedly, his expression fervent. The Western region is impoverished. Should a master of alchemy emerge, it would alleviate their dire situation significantly. This is precisely why Zhunti and Jieyin place such importance on this event. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongyun furrows his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure. For a long time, he has held Ling Chen in lower guard. Even with Ling Chen's achievement of the 12th rank, Deluo, Golden Immortal, he remains unimpressed. Hongjun knows that the heavenly Tao will not permit any primordial being to attain sainthood. No matter how astonishing Ling Chen may be, he cannot become a saint below the level of a saint. All are mere insects that a slightly larger insect is of little consequence to Hongjun. However, with the emergence of the 12th rank Deluo and now the 10-turn golden pill, Ling Chen repeatedly shatters the constraints of rules. This compels Hongjun to take notice. My grand design cannot allow for such anomalies. Hongjun murmurs softly, his eyes revealing a glint of scheming. Amidst the gathering attention, the Taiji old man suddenly speaks. Ling Chen, my nephew. Might I inquire if this child has a name? Ling Chen's heart stirs, and he smiles. Master Uncle, why not bestow upon him a name? The old man cannot help but silently praise the perceptiveness of Ling Chen, who has seen through his subtle intentions. What a pity! The old man cannot suppress a sigh of regret, then turns his gaze to the alchemical child and solemnly declares, this child not only embodies the transformation of the 10-turn golden pill, but is also born from the fortune of the Tao of alchemy. If all goes well, he will undoubtedly become a leading figure in the primordial alchemical realm. He shall be named Deification. Deification. Ling Chen is momentarily taken aback, recalling a poem from his past life. Chen'er, born of Danxiu, call your son forth to exchange for fine wine. Could it be that the Taiji old man is also a traveler from another realm? Ling Chen's eyes brim with suspicion. Yet from every aspect the old man lacks any traits of a transmigrator. It must be a mere coincidence. Suppressing these thoughts, Ling Chen smiles at the child beside him. Deification, do not forget to express gratitude to Master Uncle for the name. Deification bows to the old man, his voice sweet and innocent. Thank you, Taiji Saint, for bestowing a name. The old man nods slightly, his expression somewhat complex, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he cannot resist asking, Deification, do you wish to take me as your master? If so, I would gladly impart my lifelong knowledge of alchemy to you. Upon hearing this, Deification is left speechless. The primordial beings are equally stunned. Not anticipating such a declaration from the old man, only Ling Chen smiles gently. The old man has always been tranquil and indifferent, never competing for anything. His initiative to name Deification indicates much. Ling Chen smiles faintly, choosing not to speak, allowing Deification to make his own decision. Deificiation's cheeks flush, glancing between Ling Chen and the old man, confused, but I already have a master. Don't I? My master enlightened me. How can I take you as my teacher? Furthermore, at this point, Deificiation's voice drops significantly, murmuring, moreover, my master's alchemy is at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Why would I need to seek another teacher? The old man is taken aback, utterly stunned. Indeed, Ling Chen has already crafted the 10-turn golden pill, and his alchemical prowess surpasses that of the old man. Why would Deification need to take him as a master? Faced with Deificiation's remarks, the old man finds himself devoid of rebuttal. Unperturbed by the old man's thoughts, Deification leaps into Ling Chen's embrace. Master, he declares, I shall not take a master. I will follow you for life. Please don't let the big bad guy take me away. The old man is left speechless. Ling Chen's expression suddenly turns wonderfully amusing in Deificiation's eyes. The old man has become the big bad guy. Where can the old man save face? This is truly delightful. Puffed. Ling Chen could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. Tongtian, too, quickly reacted, unable to suppress his hearty laughter. Even Yuanshi, who was usually grim, couldn't help but smile. Laozi merely cast a lingering glance at Ling Chen, then at Deification, who vanished alongside him. Yuanshi and the onlooking beings also vanished in succession, in the vast square. Only Tongtian, Ling Chen, Deification, and a multitude of Jieyin disciples remained. Tongtian gazed at Ling Chen, his eyes brimming with affection, and remarked, 12 grades of Deluo, 10 transformations of golden elixirs. Chen'er, you have brought me immense joy. I am truly fortunate to have taken you under my wing. Tongtian was typically not one for many words. Yet in the presence of Ling Chen, he couldn't help but express his fondness with repeated praises. The Jie disciples, including Duo Bao Daoran, had never witnessed Tongtian in such a manner. Their hearts filled with astonishment and delight. Their gazes turned toward Ling Chen, realizing that only their senior brother Ling Chen could inspire such a significant transformation in Tongtian. Not a shred of jealousy resided in the hearts of Duo Bao Daoran and the other Jie disciples. If they were in Tongtian's position, they might have expressed even more extravagant admiration. Sensing the affectionate gazes of Tongtian and his fellow disciples, Ling Chen smiled warmly and said, "A great master begets an exceptional disciple. My achievements owe much to the guidance and support of my revered teacher. Were it not for your acceptance of me back then, I would not be where I am today." Ling Chen showered Tongtian with compliments, causing him to burst into joyful laughter. "Good disciple, go mingle with your brothers, then come and pay your respects to me." "Huh." Tongtian chuckled heartily as he departed. I could see that moment. The ever-eager Duo Bao Daoran stepped forward. Addressing Ling Chen with utmost respect, "Senior brother, I am Duo Bao, a direct disciple of our revered teacher." His words seemed to ignite a spark. In the next instant, the likes of Jieyin Ling Shengmu and Wu Dang Shengmu, along with a throng of Jie disciples, surged forward, encircling Ling Chen. Initially taken aback by the enthusiasm of the Jie disciples, Ling Chen quickly found himself at ease among them. "Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say." Ling Chen managed to break free and hastily declared. Upon hearing those words, Duo Bao Daoran and the others immediately ceased their antics and fell silent. Ling Chen nodded slightly. Feeling quite satisfied, it appeared that as the senior brother of Jie, he still wielded a semblance of authority. However, just as Ling Chen was reveling in this thought, Jieyin Ling Shengmu suddenly chimed in with a playful grin. "Senior brother, you're not only a master of weaponry and alchemy, but also the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Shouldn't you offer your brothers a little something as a greeting on this first meeting?" Jieyin Ling Shengmu's charming smile was captivating, and Wu Dang Shengmu wore a similar expression of joy. Duo Bao Daoran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart, but couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the cold demeanor of the Chan Jiao, Jie felt more like a bustling family. Yet amidst the impending calamity of the Feng Shen, the endearing brothers and sisters before him would likely perish in the trials ahead. How tragic! Nonetheless, now that Ling Chen was inextricably linked to Jie, he would do everything in his power to alter its fate. But that was a matter for another time. Currently, Ling Chen's priority was to assist Tongtian in the betterment of Jie. Suppressing his thoughts, Ling Chen smiled and said, "My wealth is even more substantial than you might imagine, that I shall certainly not disappoint my brothers." As he spoke, Ling Chen waved his sleeve. Buzz, an abundance of radiant treasures materialized. Among them were spiritual treasures, elixirs, and an endless array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Amidst the dazzling display, Ling Chen's voice resonated. "Where is Duo Bao?" Duo Bao Daoran trembled at the call and quickly responded. "Duo Bao is here." Ling Chen nodded slightly and proclaimed, "You shall be responsible for distributing these heavenly materials and treasures." Upon hearing this, even though Duo Bao Daoran had anticipated such a gesture, he could not contain his joy and exclaimed, "Duo Bao, on behalf of my fellow brothers, thanks the senior brother for his generous gifts." No sooner had he spoken than Jieyin Ling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and the other Jie disciples bowed deeply to Ling Chen in unison, expressing their gratitude for his magnanimity in the eyes of the adoring Jie disciples. Ling Chen took Dan Xinzi by the hand and strolled towards Kunlun Mountain and the Bayou Palace. Dan Xinzi nibbled on a spiritual fruit, juice spilling forth. Ling Chen and Tongtian withdrew their gazes and exchanged a knowing smile. Ling Chen was the first to break the silence. "Master, how have you fared over these years?" Tongtian paused, then replied, "Since the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace, I have not only founded Jie, but also attained the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, I have been doing exceedingly well." Ling Chen's gaze grew profound as he replied, "Is that truly the case?" Tongtian fell silent. Although he had achieved sainthood, his life was not entirely comfortable. The escalating conflict between the Chan and Jie sects, along with his discord with Yuanshi, weighed heavily on the deeply loyal Tongtian, leaving him in a state of anguish without recourse. Moreover, despite attaining sainthood, Tongtian had not gained true freedom. Rather, he felt increasingly constrained. This burden troubled him deeply, almost clouding his mind. These matters were never spoken of by Tongtian to others. How could Ling Chen perceive them? Tongtian cast a deep glance at Ling Chen and waved his sleeve. Buzz! With a heavy array of restrictions descending, Tongtian finally focused intently on Ling Chen and asked, during the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace, "You advised me to sever a strand of true spirit. Sure. Did you foresee what would transpire later?" Ling Chen shook his head. He could never reveal the truth of his transmigration, but had prepared a response and spoke solemnly. "Master, I was born bearing the fortunes of both the demon and dragon clans. And I learned of his actions during the Great Calamity that a person's cultivation may advance, yet their nature is hard to alter. I do not believe he possesses such benevolence." The he Ling Chen referred to was none other than the current Dao ancestor, Hongyun. Yet, Hongyun was now a saint, the foremost among the saints of the wilderness. Should he call out his name directly, he might draw attention. Even with Tongtian's protective array, it was not entirely secure. Tongtian understood the implications of Ling Chen's words, his expression darkening as he said, "But we can no longer turn back." Ling Chen nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, there is no turning back," just as Tongtian was a loss for words. Ling Chen's voice echoed once more in his ear, "Therefore, I do not intend to follow your path." Tongtian furrowed his brow and couldn't help but retort, "Currently, the principles of the Great Tao are obscured, and the path to realization of the principles is nearly severed. That if you do not pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, how shall you achieve enlightenment?" In response, Ling Chen rose, his gaze fixed on the endless chaos beyond Bayou Palace, and declared, "The path I intend to take is assuredly the path of realizing the principles." Without waiting for Tongtian to respond, Ling Chen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression resolute. Although the principles of the Great Tao in the wilderness have become obscured, the Great Tao itself still existed. The path to realization of the principles had not been severed. It merely requires immense fortitude and unparalleled courage. Although Ling Chen's voice was soft, it resonated with thunderous clarity in Tongtian's ears. Tongtian gazed at Ling Chen in a daze, his expression shifting. He recalled the first time they met, when Ling Chen was but a newly hatched dragon, trembling and cautious, fearful that a moment's slip might lead to his extermination. Yet now, Ling Chen had matured from that fledgling into a being whose depths even Tongtian could not fathom. However, Tongtian harbored no trepidation, only pride. A naturally gifted swordsman, he would never have embarked on the path of severing 3 corpses if it weren't for the obscured laws of the Great Tao. Yet, as Ling Chen stated, though the laws had faded, the path to enlightenment through those laws had not been entirely severed. With Tongtian's unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, opportunities for enlightenment along that path were not beyond reach. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose the easier route of severing 3 corpses, thus achieving the status of a saint of merit. "Chen'er," he sighed deeply, "in terms of mastery, I cannot compare to you. Yet I find myself unable to turn back." Now Ling Chen slowly turned, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Master, if I were to say that I could assist you in reincarnation and recultivation, would you steadfastly pursue the path of swordsmanship?" Upon hearing these words, Tongtian was taken aback. "Chen'er, do you truly mean it?" Ling Chen's smile widened as he proclaimed, "Of course, I mean it. Once the cycle of the primordial chaos restarts, I shall aid you in your reincarnation and recultivation." Allow me to elaborate. After conversing with Tongtian throughout the night, Ling Chen departed from Bayou Palace, making his way toward the gates of the Jieyin. However, as he descended from the clouds, he was astonished to find the gates of Jieyin unusually bustling. Oh, what has transpired? Just as Ling Chen pondered this, he overheard whispers drifting into his ears. To his surprise, the Chanjiao had indeed come to fulfill their wager. Though proud, the Chanjiao still honored their promises, which was commendable. However, this time, they had lost face in a monumental way. Who could argue otherwise? A playful expression emerged on Ling Chen's face. Initially, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi aimed to use him as a pawn to save face for the Jiejiao. But it had backfired spectacularly. Following this confrontation, the Jiejiao's prestige soared due to Ling Chen's extraordinary performance, while the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao were forced to kneel at the gates of Jiejiao. They brought this upon themselves. Ling Chen remarked with a faint smile as he continued toward the gates of Jiejiao. Simultaneously, the surrounding beings had already noticed Ling Chen. It was the master brother of Jiejiao. Ling Chen, he has arrived. As those words fell, the gazes that had been fixed on the 12 golden immortals of the Chan Jiao swiftly shifted to Ling Chen, their expressions a complex tapestry of awe, astonishment, and fury. Guang Qingzi and the other 12 golden immortals also cast their glances, only to lower their heads in resignation. Guang Qingzi had initially intended to exploit Ling Chen, only to realize that they themselves were the true victims in this scenario. Who could they turn to for justification? Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, Ling Chen navigated through the throng, passing the 12 golden immortals, and gracefully stepped into the gates of Jiejiao. Yet, the moment he entered, he was surrounded by numerous disciples of Jiejiao. "Master Brother, you have returned. Master Brother! Master Brother!" The enthusiastic voices resonated. For the disciples of Jiejiao, Tongtian was their teacher and ancestor. Although they revered Tongtian, a certain barrier existed between them. Yet, Ling Chen was different. He seemed innately close to them. Moreover, Ling Chen not only brought countless glories to Jiejiao, but also an abundance of rare treasures. Such a talented and affluent master brother. Who wouldn't cherish him? Ahem, after finally extricating himself from the throng, Ling Chen declared, "Please listen to me, that I am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and shall soon return to my people." At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. The disciples of Jiejiao could not help but reveal their reluctance. Their master brother had only just arrived, yet he was already preparing to depart again. Ling Chen observed their expressions with a smile and reassured them. "I did not say I would leave immediately. Before I depart, I shall impart teachings for 3,000 years. The wisdom I share will be the great Tao of the all-encompassing." The mere mention of the great Tao of the all-encompassing left the disciples of Jiao momentarily stunned before excitement surged within them. Ling Chen had created the legend of the 12-grade Great Luo Golden Immortal. His comprehension of the great Tao of the all-encompassing was undoubtedly top-notch in the primordial chaos, perhaps even surpassing that of the Tao ancestor Hongyun. This was indisputably a monumental opportunity. "Master Brother, when will you begin your teachings?" The Taoist duo Bao boldly inquired, voicing the collective anticipation of the Jiejiao. Ling Chen smiled faintly, ascending the platform and sitting cross-legged. There was no time like the present. "Let us begin." Outside the gates of Jiejiao, as Ling Chen vanished, the crowd of onlookers did not disperse immediately but lingered, reluctant to leave tea that moment. Guang Qingzi suddenly raised his head and barked, "Leave!" As he spoke, a terrifying aura of the great Luo erupted, pressing down upon the gathered beings. Guang Qingzi had issued an eviction order. He had no desire to be observed by these lesser beings. Hurry and go. Most of these beings were scattered cultivators from Kunlun Mountain, possessing low cultivation levels. They dared not defy Guang Qingzi and quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Yet at that moment, Dong, a melodious bell tolled from within the gates of Jiejiao. "Oh!" The scattered cultivators of Kunlun halted in their tracks, turning back to gaze. The 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao did the same in the next instant, amidst the eyes of the Kunlun cultivators and the 12 golden immortals of the Changjiao. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, celestial maidens scattered flowers, and an overwhelming aura of immortality appeared out of thin air, transforming into spiritual rain, cascading down. Majestic phenomena suddenly manifested above the gates of Jiejiao. What could cause such phenomena? It must be the result of a great being imparting teachings. Who could it be? Could it be a figure emerged in the minds of the scattered cultivators of Kunlun Ling Chen? With Tongtian in Bayou Palace, the one imparting teachings must undoubtedly be Ling Chen. Hiss! The scattered cultivators of Kunlun collectively inhaled sharply. Although there were many who preached in the primordial chaos, only those above the great Luo could evoke such phenomena. The higher the level of the teachings, the more magnificent the manifestations, yet even a quasi-saint's teachings could not summon such grand spectacles. Could it? And Ling Chen was merely a great Luo, golden, immortal, such a monstrous talent as Ling Chen defied all common sense. In the realm of the Xuanmin second generation, no one could rival Ling Chen. As long as Ling Chen remained, none of the second generation of the Xianmin could rise to prominence. The scattered cultivators of Kunlun were left in stark contrast. The expressions of the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao were exceedingly grim, particularly that of the proud Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi had long aspired to become the foremost among the second generation of the Xianmin. Before Ling Chen's emergence, Guang Chengzi had only two rivals, Xuandu and Daoist Duo Bao. However, after Ling Chen appeared, Guang Chengzi had lost all desire to compete. It was not that Guang Chengzi lacked ambition, but the chasm between him and Ling Chen was simply too vast. Even if Guang Chengzi exerted himself to the utmost, he could hardly hope to catch a glimpse of Ling Chen's back. After this battle, Ling Chen undoubtedly became the rightful leader of the second generation of the Xianmin. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi was merely a stepping stone on Ling Chen's ascent to prominence. Alas, Guang Chengzi sighed deeply, lowering his once proud head, silently kneeling in the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi's gaze swept over the golden immortals of the Chan sect outside the gate of the Jie sect, then fell upon a magnificent spectacle, his expression complex. Yuanshi had always adhered to the concept of elite education. All his disciples were exceptional talents with outstanding backgrounds of fortunes. Yet, in the presence of Ling Chen, what were Guang Chengzi and the others but mere talents? If only I had accepted Ling Chen back then. A wave of regret surged uncontrollably within Yuanshi's heart. He truly regretted it. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi, too, was disinterested in cultivation, silently observing everything at the gate of the Jie sect. Xiandu stood beside him, his eyes flickering with reluctance and uncertainty, just as the 3,000 years of teachings were about to conclude. An incident occurred in the West Sea. Above the West Sea, boom! Thunder roared. The once tranquil void suddenly bore a massive black calamity cloud, stretching across tens of thousands of acres. Buzz! At the moment the calamity cloud appeared, the previously calm West Sea became tumultuous. Towering waves soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying force. What happened? Could it be that a great Luo heavenly calamity was approaching? Another being had successfully condensed the top 3 flowers and was about to face the great Luo heavenly calamity. Who could it be? The unusual activity in the West Sea immediately attracted the attention of countless beings. They quickly recognized the origins of the calamity cloud. Meanwhile, the calamity cloud continued to swell at a terrifying speed. 50,000 acres, 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres. In just a few breaths, the size of this calamity cloud surged to a staggering 1 million acres. Hiss, a million-acre calamity cloud? Could it be another 9th grade Great Luo? The beings of the primordial world gasped in shock, their eyes filled with a W. In the primordial realm, a 9th grade Great Luo was referred to as a small perfection. There were numerous Great Luo golden immortals, yet those who could achieve the 9th grade Great Luo were few and far between. Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, only Guang Chengzi was a 9th grade Great Luo, while the others remained at the 8th grade. This illustrates just how rare a 9th grade Great Luo truly is. And amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude, roar, accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. A white dragon soared into the sky from the West Sea. Who else could it be but Bai, the Lord of the West Sea? Indeed, it is he. There are only a few at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm within the West Sea. Those capable of condensing the top 3 flowers of the 9th grade were even rarer. The beings of the primordial world understood and were shaken. They realized that it was Bai who was facing the tribulation. The shock was palpable. When the demon race invaded, Bai was merely the prince of the West Sea, with cultivation at the peak of the golden immortal realm. The entire West Sea was in peril. Now, Bai was not only the Dragon King of the West Sea, but also on the verge of achieving the 9th grade Great Luo. All of this was due to the new generation of Dragon Emperor. Ling Chen, a great master, produces exceptional disciples. How wonderful it would be if I could also be under the Dragon Emperor's tutelage. Indeed, amidst the exclamations of countless beings of the primordial world. Boom! The million-acre Great Luo Heavenly Calamity erupted with a thunderous roar. Endless lightning bolts rained down upon Ao Bai. Come at me. Ao Bai roared to the heavens, twisting upward, charging directly toward the lightning. Boom! Amidst the torrential thunder, Ao Bai's aura surged steadily that a trace of Tao essence gradually manifested upon his white dragon body. All of this signified that Ao Bai was about to succeed in his tribulation. At that moment, Ao Bai would become a 9th grade Great Luo. Father, ancestors of the Dragon Clan, I'm about to shatter the shackles for our kin. Do you see this? Ao Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. His expression filled with excitement. And oh wonder Ao Bai felt this way. Since the calamity of the Dragon Han, the Dragon Clan had suffered from karmic burdens, and no member had broken through to the Great Luo realm. As for the 4 Seas Dragon Kings of Great Luo cultivation, they were all ancient beings who had attained their status during the Dragon Han calamity. If this continued, the Dragon Clan would have no hope of resurgence until Ling Chen appeared. Many years ago, Ling Chen broke through to the Great Luo with his extraordinary talent, successfully shattering the shackle for the Dragon Clan. Sadly, Ling Chen's exceptional gifts could not represent the majority of the Dragon Clan. But Ao Bai was different. Although Ao Bai possessed formidable origins, he still existed within the realm of normalcy. If Ao Bai succeeded in breaking through to the Great Luo, only then could the Dragon Clan truly shatter the karmic chains. At this moment, countless Dragon Clan members eagerly awaited the moment Ao Bai achieved the Great Luo. Break! With Ao Bai's booming shout, buzz, the million-acre calamity cloud roared in defiance before slowly dissipating. A magnificent top 3 flowers, exuding immense power, gradually emerged that it was inscribed with 9 intricate lines of Tao essence. It's done. Ao Bai has broken through to the Great Luo. Did our Dragon Clan's millennia of karmic shackles finally break? The constraints truly shattered. Haha! Countless Dragon Clan members rejoiced, their bodies trembling with excitement. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the calamity cloud vanished, the void trembled. Endless gray mist suddenly enveloped Ao Bai. This gray mist was indeed the karmic burdens of the Dragon Clan. In the next instant, the endless gray mist surged forth, transforming into 9 gray chains in an instant. The karmic chains quivered simultaneously, binding Ao Bai tightly. His aura plummeted rapidly. Even the newly formed top 3 flowers became tainted with a layer of gray. This sudden turn of events left countless beings of the primordial world taken aback, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the Dragon Clan. Not good. These are the karmic chains. The heavenly Tao still refuses to spare our Dragon Clan. Quick, think of a way to save Ao Bai. Hurry! As they spoke, accompanied by 3 furious roars, 3 colossal dragons surged upward. The terrifying dragon spirits erupted, charging toward the karmic chains. These 3 dragons were none other than the Dragon Kings of the East Sea. South Sea and North S. Ao Bai is saved. Countless Dragon Clan members breathed a sigh of relief. However, the subsequent developments plunged the hearts of billions of Dragon Clan members into despair, just as the 3 terrifying dragon spirits struck the karmic chains. The chains not only remained unbroken, but instead absorbed all the attacking force, swelling rapidly. In an instant, the karmic chains multiplied several times, surging toward the Dragon Kings of the East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Not good. The 3 Dragon Kings were alarmed. If they were ensnared by the karmic chains, even with their formidable cultivation, their chances of survival would be slim. We must flee. The 3 Dragon Kings had experienced the horrors of the Dragon Han calamity, leading the Dragon Clan to barely survive to this day. They immediately made a choice. Although Ao Bai's fall would be a significant loss, if they were all to perish here, the Dragon Clan would truly face annihilation. However, the 3 Dragon Kings ultimately underestimated the power of karma. Whoosh! In less than half a stick of incense, the karmic chains slithered back. Unlike before, the karmic chains now boasted 3 bulges within them. Inside were the Dragon Kings of the East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. including the West Sea Dragon King Ao. By the four great dragon kings of the Dragon Clan were abruptly ensnared by the chains of karma. The beings of the primordial world could not help but inhale sharply at this sight. The terror of karma was manifestly evident. If all goes as expected, the Dragon Clan is likely to face a tremendous setback this time. Ever since the calamity of the Dragon Han era, apart from the exceptionally unique being known as Ling Chen, the Dragon Clan has not seen any existence above the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ao Bai was on the verge of breaking this curse, yet ultimately succumbed beneath the weight of karma, a fatal miscalculation. Furthermore, the three great Dragon Kings were also lost, should Ao Bai and the three Dragon Kings fall here. The magnitude of the loss to the Dragon Clan is unimaginable, but that is not all. Ao Bai's failure signifies that the Dragon Clan remains unable to break the curse. This undoubtedly delivers a tremendous blow to the confidence of the entire clan. If their cultivation is damaged, it could be managed. However, if the confidence of the Dragon Clan is shattered, it would be akin to breaking their very backbone. Even with Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor, the clan would likely be left in despair, devoid of hope for resurgence. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from the void. 45 clawed golden dragons soared into the sky from the four seas, unmistakably the auspicious golden dragons of the four seas. Upon their emergence, these auspicious dragons fiercely tore at the chains of karma. Like karma, auspiciousness is also an exceedingly special existence. Under the relentless tugging of the auspicious golden dragons, numerous fissures appeared upon the chains of karma. It is our clan's auspicious golden dragons. The Dragon Kings are saved. Wonderful! A chorus of relieved cheers spontaneously erupted from the four seas. These jubilant exclamations came solely from the Dragon Clan. Ao Bai's breakthrough failed. The three Dragon Kings rushed to aid, only to be ensnared by the chains of karma. Everything transpired far too swiftly and unexpectedly. Countless dragons watched helplessly as the four great Dragon Kings fell. Yet they could do nothing. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the auspicious golden dragons manifested. If all goes well, the four Dragon Kings, including Ao Bai, should be able to escape their predicament, right? Yet the ensuing developments plunged countless dragons into despair. Despite the valiant efforts of the four auspicious golden dragons, the chains of karma appeared poised to rupture. But at that very moment, a more intense surge of karma emerged, completely engulfing the chains. The remnants of the chains were not only restored but visibly thickened several-fold. The residual karmic mist gently drifted towards the four auspicious golden dragons. Roar. The four auspicious golden dragons roared in fury. Yet they were still tainted by karma. The once pure bodies of the dragons were now marred by wisps of gray mist. The aura of the auspicious golden dragons plummeted drastically, leaving them powerless to assist the Dragon Kings of the four seas. No, the sight of this unfolding tragedy brought tears of blood to the countless dragons, their eyes filled with anguish and despair. If even the auspicious golden dragons cannot save the Dragon Kings of the four seas, then the Dragon Kings are truly doomed. No, we still have the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor is currently within Kunlun Mountain. If the Dragon Emperor intervenes, surely he can create a miracle and rescue the Dragon Kings. In the next moment, countless dragons knelt towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain, pleading for the Dragon Emperor to take action and save the four great Dragon Kings. Streams of thought energy surged skyward from the four seas towards Kunlun Mountain. The terror of karma is such that even the Dragon Emperor Ling Chen might struggle to alter the fate of the Dragon Clan. This time, the Dragon Clan truly seems doomed. A collective sentiment of despair surged within the hearts of the beings of the primordial world, evoking a sense of shared grief, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit at the death of a fox. Once upon a time, the Dragon Clan was the most prosperous race in the primordial world, even poised to become its sovereign. Yet under the torment of karma, the Dragon Clan has gradually descended to its current plight. Such tragedy, such lamentation. In the Purple Cloud Palace, a flicker of intrigue crossed Hongyun's eyes. The Dragon Clan was originally a crucial piece in his grand design, and it should not have reached its demise at this juncture. Had it been before, Hongyun would have quietly intervened to restore order. However, upon considering Ling Chen, this anomaly, Hongyun relinquished his thoughts of intervention. Even if the Dragon Clan were to perish, he could easily find another race to take its place. Merely a minor inconvenience. In comparison, Ling Chen, who has repeatedly broken free from constraints, drew Hongyun's greater focus. Very well. Hongyun sighed softly and gradually closed his eyes. Team out Sumu. Zhunti observed the peculiar situation of the Dragon Clan and was somewhat tempted. Brother, he proposed, if we act now, could we not subdue the Dragon Clan? Although they are weakened, they were once a top-tier race. Upon hearing Zhunti's suggestion, Jieyin shook his head in response. Inadvisable. The karma of the Dragon Clan runs too deep. Should they join the West, it would inevitably affect the fortunes of the West. The IT would be a loss that outweighs any potential gain. Let them be and face their fate on the Sun Star. The Yao Emperor Dijun had a thought similar to Zhunti's, but he quickly extinguished it. Though Dijun was not afraid of some karma, he feared the presence of Ling Chen behind the Dragon Clan. While Ling Chen might not be able to save the Dragon Clan, he certainly had the capacity to wreak havoc upon the Yao clan in the process. The beings of the primordial world collectively deemed the fate of the Dragon Clan sealed. However, they ultimately underestimated the resilience of the Dragon Clan, especially that of Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor. Just as the chains binding Ao Bai and the four Dragon Kings tightened further, buzz, a radiant sword light shot forth from Kunlun Mountain, cleaving towards the West Sea. Resolute, unyielding, yet it also contained a glimmer of hope. This was the sword chi of Tongtian. Had Tongtian made a move, the Dragon Clan would surely be secure. The beings of the primordial world immediately recognized this unique sword intent. Yet in the next moment, they realized something amiss. Something's wrong. This sword chi bore no trace of saintly power, and its might was far inferior to Tongtian's previous strikes. Thus, this sword chi could not have originated from Tongtian, but rather from Ling Chen. Indeed, Ling Chen, as Tongtian's disciple, had naturally acquired the sword intent of Heaven's Severance. However, Ling Chen was merely a great Luo golden immortal. Even with the sword intent, he would never be able to sever the chains of karma. As the beings of the primordial world speculated, boom, the sword chi of Heaven's Severance struck down with tremendous force upon the chains of karma. Deep gashes appeared upon the chains of karma. The beings of the primordial world had not erred. This sword chi indeed came from Ling Chen, and it could not sever the chains of karma. Yet Ling Chen did not intend to sever them. He merely needed to buy a moment's time before the chains of karma could restore themselves. Buzz! A beam of escape light surged from Kunlun Mountain, swiftly manifesting in the West Sea. If not Ling Chen, then who else could it be? Dragon Emperor Ling Chen. He has finally appeared. The beings of the primordial era recognized Ling Chen instantly. However, even upon witnessing his arrival, they remained unconvinced that he could turn the tides. Yet, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond their expectations. Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the chains of karma, his expression tranquil, devoid of any surprise. This was not a facade of calmness, but a true reflection of his foresight. He had long anticipated this very scenario. The Dragon Clan bore heavy karma, and Ao Bai's attempt to transcend to the Great Luo would undoubtedly provoke a backlash of karmic retribution, should the other dragons intervene. They would not only fail to alleviate the karma, but would instead attract even more, dragging the Dragon Clan into an abyss of despair. Yet, since Ling Chen had foreseen all of this, he had naturally devised a strategy in advance. Chide. Accompanied by Ling Chen's soft admonition, a tremendous force of fortune surged forth from him, directed towards the four great golden dragons of fate. The four dragons roared in unison. In terms of rank, fortune was not inferior to karma. However, when compared to the seemingly endless karma, the Dragon Clan's fortune appeared trivial. Yet now, with the overwhelming support of fortune, the four great golden dragons immediately dispelled the mist enveloping their forms. Their spirits invigorated, ready to counterattack. Stand down, Ling Chen commanded gently. The four great golden dragons paused momentarily, then obediently retreated to the four seas. Witnessing this, the beings of the primordial era were filled with confusion. Fortune was a potent weapon against karma. Why then did Ling Chen order the golden dragons to withdraw? Did he intend to resolve the karma solely through his own power? But how could that be possible? Amidst the murmurs of the primordial beings, Ling Chen smiled faintly and turned his gaze towards the chains of karma. For the beings of the primordial era, karma was a terrifying existence that instilled dread. Yet, Ling Chen was born from the intersection of the demon and dragon clan's karma. The relationship between karma and Ling Chen had always been symbiotic, as long as the karma did not exceed a certain threshold. It posed no threat to him. The current amount of karma was utterly insignificant to Ling Chen. Ling Chen chuckled lightly, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, to the astonished gaze of the primordial beings, the chains of karma trembled as if encountering a natural enemy. Simultaneously, a crackling sound echoed through the void. A segment of the karma chain snapped, uncontrollably drawn into Ling Chen's mouth. He was consuming the chains of karma. What kind of audacity was this? Was he truly unafraid of death? The beings of the primordial era were left utterly dumbfounded, but this was merely the beginning. The first segment of the karma chain shattered. The chains continued to fracture, devoured entirely by Ling Chen. The beings of the primordial era felt as though their worldview was shattering. This was karma. Not even the ordinary beings of the primordial era, let alone the likes of the three pure ones, Yuanshi or Niwa, would dare to touch it. Yet Ling Chen was consuming karma. This was simply absurd, and the most absurd part was Ling Chen's response. Burp. After consuming all the chains of karma, he exhibited no discomfort whatsoever, instead letting out a satisfied belch. The only concern was that his karma was accumulating rather rapidly, while his fortune had diminished significantly. If this continued, the balance between karma and fortune would surely be disrupted. He needed to exercise caution. Karma was beneficial, but one must not overindulge. Ling Chen chuckled to himself, leaving the beings of the primordial era in shock once more. Was karma merely his snack? At that moment, Bai and the three Dragon Kings finally broke free from their restraints. Though previously imprisoned, they had observed the events outside with clarity. Thank you, Master Dragon Emperor. Bai and the three Dragon Kings knelt before Ling Chen in unison. Ling Chen nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Radiant hues of gold, silver, and purple manifested as the three light, divine water cascaded down, instantly healing Bai and the three Dragon Kings' injuries. Ling Chen's gaze settled on Bai as he smiled and said, "Disciple, if you do not ascend to the Great Luo now, when will you?" Upon hearing these words, Bai was momentarily stunned, but his eyes then erupted with brilliant golden light. "I shall obey your command." Bowing deeply to Ling Chen, he transformed into his true dragon form. Raising his head high, roar, with a thunderous roar resonating through the heavens, the three flowers above Bai's head reemerged. His voice echoed throughout the cosmos. "I am Bai, Dragon King of the West Sea. Today I ascend to the Great Luo with the 9-grade 3 flowers, under the radiance of boundless light." Bai's voice transformed into a resounding tone of Tao, reverberating throughout the primordial era, reaching every corner. The beings of the primordial era gazed at the invigorated Bai in the void, then turned their astonished gazes towards Ling Chen, clad in a black dragon robe. Just before Ling Chen's arrival, Bai and the three Dragon Kings had been ensnared by the chains of karma, and even the golden dragons of fortune had been unable to escape. The Dragon Clan was on the brink of disaster. Yet, with merely 2 interventions, Ling Chen had effortlessly resolved the Dragon Clan's monumental crisis. Most importantly, Ling Chen had consumed such a vast amount of karma without a scratch. How had he accomplished this? One thing was certain. As long as Ling Chen remained, the heavy karma binding the Dragon Clan would no longer hinder its development. Following this battle, the Dragon Clan was truly on the verge of rising. And Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor, would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Dragon Clan history as the Emperor of Revival, forever inscribed in their bloodline. The titles of Ling Chen flashed through the minds of the beings of the primordial era. 12th grade Great Luo, Grandmaster of Alchemy, Chief of the 2nd generation of the mysterious Sect, Emperor of the Dragon Clan's Revival. Each title represented a remarkable feat he had accomplished that a sense of premonition stirred within their hearts. As time progressed, Ling Chen's titles would multiply until he reached the pinnacle of the primordial era. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's expression was somber. If the Dragon Clan were to perish, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon Ling Chen. Leaving him in ruins, Hongjun had never anticipated that Ling Chen could so effortlessly handle karma. Anomalous. Indeed, he was an anomaly, Sumi Mountain. Zhunti and Jieyin exchanged a glance, clearly perceiving the lingering trepidation in each other's eyes. Once upon a time, Zhunti and Jieyin had contemplated deceiving, guiding Ling Chen into the Western teachings. But now, Ling Chen had unmistakably transformed into a walking embodiment of karmic retribution. Fortunately, Ling Chen seemed to have no connection to the West. Zhunti silently rejoiced, yet a vague sense of unease began to brew within. How could Zhunti fathom that a profound karmic bond had already been forged between him and Ling Chen? The powerful being who had once enlightened them to the path of sanctity was, astonishingly, a manifestation of Ling Chen's own will. And that was not all. The 800 auxiliary paths that Zhunti and Jieyin had painstakingly established were also under Ling Chen's dominion. Had they known the intricacies of this relationship, Zhunti and Jieyin might have wept upon Kunlun Mountain. Unlike before, Tongtian displayed no intention of intervening from the outset. This was not only because Tongtian placed his trust in Ling Chen, but also due to having witnessed Ling Chen devouring karmic forces and the scenes that unfolded at his emergence. Above the cocoon of darkness that enveloped Ling Chen prior to his birth, there lingered an apparent infinity of karmic chains, in stark contrast. The karmic chains summoned by the four great dragon kings were utterly insignificant. Most critically, those boundless karmic chains not only imprisoned Ling Chen, but also shielded him. Coupled with a previous heartfelt conversation shared with Ling Chen, Tongtian's assessment of him grew even more favorable. Devoid of any concern, as the myriad beings of the primordial realm were astounded by Ling Chen's series of actions, he had already returned to the Western Sea Dragon Palace, accompanied by the four great dragon kings. Upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, Ling Chen smiled, proclaiming, "Ao Bai has successfully broken through to the Luo, shattering the curse that has plagued our dragon clan for countless years. Congratulations, convey my decree." The dragon clan hosted a grand banquet in the Western Sea, inviting guests from all directions. Upon hearing this, Ao Bai and the other dragon leaders trembled and knelt before Ling Chen, dutifully adhering to the Dragon Emperor's command. The expressions of Ao Bai and the senior dragon clan members radiated joy. For countless years, the Dragon Clan had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao and karmic forces, where joy had been a rare occurrence. Even the banquet held when Ling Chen first ascended as Dragon Emperor had been a dismal affair. But now, the situation was different. Ling Chen had become a renowned figure in the primordial realm, further supported by Tongtian. A sage Ao Bai had also shattered the Dragon Clan's long-standing curse. If the Dragon Clan were to extend another invitation, it would undoubtedly draw countless beings from the primordial realm. "Master," one of the dragon leaders inquired, "should we impose any restrictions for this banquet? It may be challenging to manage the number of attendees if we do not." The other senior dragon members nodded in agreement. Given Ling Chen's current prominence, if no restrictions were set, the number of beings attending the banquet could reach an extraordinarily overwhelming magnitude. The treasures of the Dragon Clan's treasury might be at risk. However, Ling Chen remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively in "Oh worries. This banquet is a symbol of the Dragon Clan's resurgence. The larger the scale, the better. There is no need to set any restrictions. All beings of the primordial realm are welcome to attend." Observing the hesitant expressions of the four great dragon kings, Ling Chen smiled. "As for the treasures, I have my own arrangements. You may proceed with the preparations." Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the four great dragon kings exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We shall obey the Dragon Emperor's command." 300 years later, the Western Sea was bustling with activity, a stark contrast to its previous tranquility. Countless streams of light surged from all corners of the primordial realm. Each ray of light represented one or more beings. These beings had come to the Western Sea with a singular purpose: to attend the grand banquet of the Dragon Clan. The vast expanse of the Western Sea was now brimming with primordial beings. A chorus of discussions erupted above the sea. They had not anticipated such a large turnout for the banquet. The Dragon Emperor's allure was indeed formidable, But how could the Western Sea Dragon Palace accommodate so many beings? Would the Dragon Clan require them to settle upon the sea itself? That would be quite embarrassing. As the beings murmured amongst themselves, a figure suddenly materialized in the void above the Western Sea. It was Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor. The beings recognized him instantly, their eyes filled with deep reverence and anticipation. Over the years, Ling Chen had consistently performed miracles, captivating the entire primordial realm's attention. What astonishing feats would he unveil at this banquet? In the void, sensing the gazes upon him, Ling Chen offered a gentle smile and said, "Thank you all for journeying from afar to the Western Sea. Unfortunately, the Dragon Palace does not possess the capacity to accommodate all beings. Therefore," Ling Chen's lips curled into a smile as he proclaimed, "I shall construct a dedicated banquet hall for all of you." Upon hearing this, the beings above the Western Sea exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Ling Chen's intent. But just then, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. Ling Chen raised his head towards the heavens and swept his sleeve dramatically. Woo! The void trembled. The calm expanse of space suddenly rippled, giving rise to numerous spatial rifts. What is this? A thought surged through the minds of the beings, their expressions turning to astonishment. Yet before they could ponder further, boom! The void above the Western Sea shattered explosively. Chaos surged forth from the spatial rifts. Hiss! The beings collectively gasped in astonishment. Ling Chen, merely a Deluo golden immortal, had managed to shatter the void. Such terrifying prowess was beyond comprehension. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice boomed once more across the heavens. Break! As his words faded, the chaotic essence erupted violently, transforming into the most primordial of spiritual energy, merging with the fragments of space that had pervaded the surroundings. The fragments of space shimmered brilliantly, swiftly coalescing into a bizarre and wondrous realm. This was a miniature world. Taiqing, Nuwa, Zhunti, and Jieyin had only managed to create such a world after attaining sagehood. Yet here was Ling Chen, a mere Deluo golden immortal, capable of manifesting a miniature world. This was utterly ludicrous. As the beings were left in a state of astonishment, woo! The peculiar world quivered gently, rapidly morphing into majestic palaces. Within just a few breaths, a cluster of palaces emerged within this realm. At the forefront of the palace cluster stood a grand archway, upon which were inscribed two towering characters. Dragon Realm. Ling Chen's voice resonated across the cosmos. This is the Dragon Realm. Today I must impose upon you to partake in the banquet within this hall. The beings collectively thought, impose? Is this truly an imposition? Who among the beings, save those exalted sages, would dare to open a world for a banquet? Ling Chen, merely a Deluo golden immortal, had unveiled the means of sage. This was unfathomably terrifying. The Dragon Emperor Ling Chen truly walked a path unlike any other. Not long ago, the beings had bemoaned the Western Sea Dragon Palace's inability to accommodate such a multitude of guests. Yet now, with a mere gesture, Ling Chen had conjured forth the Dragon Realm. If Ling Chen were indeed a sage, it would be understandable, but he was without a doubt just a Deluo golden immortal. This was utterly preposterous. And could the Dragon Realm accommodate them? That was assuredly certain. Even if the Dragon Realm is merely a diminutive world, it is still a world in its own right that not speak of them. Even if countless beings were to arrive, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Ling Chen's actions not only resolved the dilemma at hand, but also elevated the standards of this banquet, showcasing the formidable strength of the Dragon Clan. This inevitably heightened the anticipation among the beings for the grand feast to come. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's voice resounded once more. Apart from the Dragon Realm, I shall also host a separate banquet in the West Sea Dragon Palace, where I will personally attend. Upon hearing these words, the assembled beings were instantly enlivened. Ling Chen's personal attendance at the West Sea Dragon Palace clearly indicated a more exalted affair. The question arose, who would be fortunate enough to receive Ling Chen's invitation? After Ling Chen's proclamation, a certain great Luo golden immortal among the crowd could not help but smile, remarking, I did not expect this Dragon Emperor to be so astute. This great Luo golden immortal, known as Tianhua Xianjun, was a formidable figure, embodying the essence of the seventh rank, three flowers. Even among the great Luo golden immortals, Tianhua Xianjun stood at the upper echelons, rivaling even the disciples of saints. Naturally, Tianhua Xianjun harbored pride. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, he instinctively believed himself worthy of an invitation to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Regardless of his thoughts, the beings surrounding Tianhua Xianjun shared a similar mindset. It was only fitting for such a powerful being as Tianhua Xianjun to be welcomed into the West Sea Dragon Palace. Without hesitation, Tianhua Xianjun gracefully approached Ling Chen, eliciting envious expressions from the crowd. Yet, the ensuing developments would once again defy the expectations of all present. Dragon Emperor, he declared, I am Tianhua Xianjun, a 7th-rank Great Luo. Allow me to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace first. With a resolute demeanor, Tianhua Xianjun spoke without a hint of politeness. Upon hearing this, Aobai frowned, ready to reprimand him, but was stopped by Ling Chen. Ling Chen regarded the so-called Tianhua Xianjun with an impassive expression and replied coolly, Tianhua Xianjun, you are not among those invited to the West Sea Dragon Palace. I could see these words. Tianhua Xianjun fell silent, as did the assembly. They could hardly fathom that Ling Chen would utter such a statement. If even Tianhua Xianjun lacked the qualification to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, who among them could possibly hold that privilege? While confusion reigned in the minds of the beings, Tianhua Xianjun's countenance darkened abruptly, and he coldly retorted, Dragon Emperor, do not jest. Ling Chen's expression remained unperturbed. Why would I jest with you? Step aside. Tianhua Xianjun was furious. He was a powerful figure who commanded respect. When had he ever endured such humiliation? This is intolerable. The fury within Tianhua Xianjun surged. Yet when he met Ling Chen's icy gaze, he felt a chill penetrate his heart. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He was indeed a 7th-rank Great Luo, but Ling Chen was a peerless 12th rank. Even if his seal was broken, Ling Chen still possessed the strength of 11 ranks. Moreover, Ling Chen was the foremost disciple of the celestial realm, a leading figure among the second generation of the Xianmen. Any one of these titles was beyond Tianhua Xianjun's capability to confront. Thus, he instinctively recoiled. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and asked, May I inquire, Dragon Emperor, who is qualified to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? Tianhua Xianjun's query echoed the collective curiosity of all present. Every being turned their gaze toward Ling Chen. Their eyes filled with anticipation. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes upon him, Ling Chen remained composed and waved his hand. Buzz! Suddenly, names began to materialize in the void. Ling Yuezi? He seems to be merely a Tai golden immortal. I recognize that tree Taoist. He is but a feeble golden immortal. It appears there isn't a single Great Luo among this roster. Has the Dragon Emperor made an error? Compared to the ordinary beings, Tianhua Xianjun's frown deepened, his expression replete with indignation. Dragon Emperor, in terms of both cultivation and talent, I surpass the beings on this list by countless measures. Why am I not qualified to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace? Ling Chen's demeanor remained indifferent as he replied. The answer is simple. They are all guests who attended the Dragon Emperor's banquet back then. At these words, the beings below nodded in understanding, quickly overtaken by a wave of regret. They recalled the time when the Dragon Clan hosted the Dragon Emperor's banquet, inviting guests from all directions. However, intimidated by the might of the demon court, most had chosen to decline. Only those listed had attended the banquet and reaped considerable fortunes. They now regretted their earlier decisions. Little did they know that following the Dragon Emperor's banquet, these beings were once again favored by the Dragon Clan. Now, the Dragon Clan had risen to unprecedented heights, bolstered by the support of a saint, with a momentum that was undeniable. If all went well, those who had participated in the Dragon Emperor's banquet would not only receive substantial benefits, but also have the Dragon Clan as their backing. How delightful! With this thought, expressions of regret began to surface among the beings below. Had they been a bit bolder and more resolute at the time, they too could have partaken in this grand opportunity. Tianhua Xianjun felt a mix of regret and embarrassment, retreating into the crowd below. Ling Chen observed everything with a knowing smile. The grand banquet of the Dragon Clan shall commence immediately. It will last for 3 months. With that, Ling Chen's figure vanished from the spot. He had accomplished what he set out to do. The ensuing tasks would naturally fall to Ao Bai and the others. 3 months later, the portals of the West Sea Dragon Palace and the Dragon Realm would open simultaneously. Amidst the celestial music, guests departed the West Sea, glancing back with reluctance. As details about the grand banquet of the Dragon Clan spread, exclamations erupted throughout the wilderness. It was said that the Dragon Emperor had opened a new realm to entertain guests from all directions. Rumors circulated that the treasures at the banquet were piled high, inexhaustible and abundant. This was merely the standard of an ordinary banquet within the Dragon Realm. The standards within the West Sea Dragon Palace were even higher, with each guest receiving a 7-turn golden pill. Hiss, that is indeed a 7-turn golden pill. The depth of the Dragon Clan's resources is astonishing. Why did I not have the courage to attend the Dragon Emperor's banquet? I deeply regret it. In an instant, discussion surrounding the Dragon Clan's grand banquet became fervent. Countless beings lamented their previous timidity, filled with remorse. From that moment onward, the notion of the Dragon Clan's extravagance beyond measure began to take root in the hearts of all beings in the wilderness. Compared to the relatively modest Dragon Emperor's banquet of yore, this grand banquet of the Dragon Clan was nothing short of spectacular, a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests, capturing the attention of all in the wilderness. The prestige of the Dragon Clan in the wilderness had received a tremendous boost. This would mark the first step in Ling Chen's strategy for the rise of the Dragon Clan. As for the second step, which was the most crucial, it was to eradicate the chronic affliction of the Dragon Clan. Their karmic burdens. The karmic debts of the Dragon Clan had been long-standing, rooted in the countless slaughters committed during the Dragon Han Calamity. After years of festering and accumulation, the karmic burden had reached a terrifying magnitude. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Clan would forever be unable to escape the torment of their karma. Even Ling Chen, who coexisted with the karma, dared not consume all the karmic debt within the Dragon Clan. However, since Ling Chen had chosen to assist the Dragon Clan in their ascent, he had long devised a plan. Upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, Ling Chen's gaze shifted downward, settling upon Ao Bai and the other 4 Dragon Kings. As he spoke slowly, the Dragon Clan's karmic burden is profound, yet is not without methods for alleviation. As soon as these words were spoken, a dazzling golden light simultaneously erupted from the eyes of the 4 great Dragon Clans. The burden of karma had long been a source of anguish for countless dragons, representing the greatest obstacle to their ascension. Should they manage to eradicate this karma, with the profound heritage of the Dragon Clan, they would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Master Dragon Emperor, is what you say truly the case? Ao Bai and the 3 great Dragon Kings exclaimed in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Ling Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it is true." After a moment of contemplation, Ling Chen continued, "The karma of the Dragon Clan arises from the sins of slaughter. However, its essence is the injury inflicted upon the primordial source. To dissolve this karma, one must find a way to remedy that injury." Ling Chen's voice echoed on. Admiration flickered in the eyes of Ao Bai and the 3 great Dragon Kings. The Dragon Clan had only understood the reasons behind the calamities of slaughter, but had been unable to penetrate the essence of the matter, which was one of the reasons they could not cure their karma. "But how shall we benefit the primordial world?" Ao Bai inquired once more, while the other 3 great Dragon Kings gazed at Ling Chen with unwavering attention, their eyes filled with eagerness and hope. Ling Chen rose to his full height, his gaze directed towards the boundless void, and declared solemnly, "In the grand scheme of the primordial world, the only beings capable of assisting the Dragon Clan in alleviating their karma are none other than the human clan." The human clan? Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Ao Bai and the 3 great Dragon Kings were momentarily taken aback. How could it possibly be the human clan? Although the human clan was indeed unique. Having given rise to the saints Enhua and Laozi, they were ultimately still far too weak. The strongest among them were merely the 3 progenitors of the human clan, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. Even Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi were but great Luo golden immortals, hastily ascended through the merits of the heavenly Tao. The strength of the human clan paled in comparison to that of the Dragon Clan. How could they possibly help the Dragon Clan eliminate their karma? If any other beings had uttered such words, Albei and the three great dragon kings would have undoubtedly scoffed. However, since it was Ling Chen who spoke, it was an entirely different matter. Since his emergence, Ling Chen had created miracle after miracle, repeatedly pulling the dragon clan back from the brink of extinction. Countless dragons, including Albei and the three great dragon kings, had developed an unwavering admiration for Ling Chen, believing wholeheartedly in every word he spoke. Master, Albei could not help but ask again, why do you place such importance on the human clan? Ling Chen nodded slightly, and what he said next was nothing short of astonishing. That if all goes as expected, the human clan is destined to be the protagonist of the primordial world, should the dragon clan unite with them in their nascent stages. What significance does the mere karma hold? Though Ling Chen's words were light, they struck Albei and the three great dragon kings with a thunderous impact. The notion that such a seemingly weak human clan could indeed be the future protagonist of the primordial world was utterly inconceivable. Yet, hearing Ling Chen's assured tone, Albei and the three great dragon kings found themselves compelled to believe. Master, Albei pressed, what shall we do? Suppressing the tumult within his heart, he spoke solemnly. Ling Chen's gaze slowly returned from the distance, settling upon Albei as he intoned, relay my command. From this day forth, our dragon clan shall spare no effort and invest all we possess to assist the human clan. Furthermore, the dragon clan must traverse the primordial world to regulate the winds and rains and to manage the waterways, all in the pursuit of benefiting the primordial realm. Albei and the three great dragon kings knelt in unison, responding with a resounding affirmation. We shall faithfully obey the Dragon Emperor's decree. After these words, Albei and the three great dragon kings departed to make arrangements. Once they had left, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Ling Chen's eyes as he mused, after the war of the witch and demon. Fushi shall enter the demon clan, and the secret of the slaughtering which sword shall be revealed to them. The moment when the dragon clan and the human clan truly become one shall arrive then. The ancestral land of the human clan had flourished significantly since the emergence of the three progenitors. Countless human beings expanded outward from their ancestral land at an alarming pace, creating a scene of prosperity. However, despite the increase in their numbers, the overall strength of the human clan remained feeble due to a lack of cultivation methods, relying heavily on the three progenitors to maintain their fade. This was an urgent issue the human clan sought to resolve, yet proved to be the most challenging. Although the human clan was innately born as a Tao body, their physical forms were exceedingly weak. Even the most basic cultivation techniques could easily lead to their destruction. Currently, the human clan primarily practiced the golden core Tao passed down by Laozi, yet success and failure both hinged upon the golden core Tao, and their cultivation speed was alarmingly sluggish. Swearin sighed deeply, lamenting, if this continues, we must control our population, lest we draw the greed of other powers and invite catastrophe. Yu Chao and Zi shared the same sentiment. Yu Chao remained undeterred, saying, if only we could find a cultivation method suitable for the human clan, then we would not need to control our population. Hearing this, Swearin sighed once more. The human clan is unique. Even the Taching Saint could only barely deduce the golden core Tao. Who then can find a truly suitable method for the human clan? At that moment, as the three progenitors were consumed with concern for the future of the human clan, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed above their ancestral land. A colossal white dragon descended gracefully. It was Albei. Is that Albei, the dragon king of the West Sea? What brings him here to the human clan? Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi regarded him with a hint of wariness. Even though the dragon clan found themselves in shallow waters at present, there remained a force that the human clan could not afford to provoke. Should the dragon clan harbor ill intentions, it could spell trouble. Swearin immediately soared into the sky, positioning himself before Albei with vigilance. Albei, my friend, what brings you to our human clan? Yu Chao and Zi closely followed suit. As he observed the three progenitors' reactions, Albei could not help but feel a surge of admiration for Ling Chen. The demeanor of the three human clan progenitors was precisely as Ling Chen had anticipated. Thus, he needed only to follow Ling Chen's instructions and proceed step by step. With this thought in mind, a smile appeared on Albei's face as he declared, I have come at the behest of the Dragon Emperor to assist the human clan. Assist the human clan? Upon hearing Albei's words, The three progenitors remained unmoved, their expressions growing even more cautious in light of Enhua and Laozi attaining enlightenment due to the human clan for countless years. Numerous beings from the primordial realm had approached the human clan under the guise of offering assistance. Yet many had ulterior motives. The human clan had suffered considerable losses as a result. It was for this reason that the three human clan progenitors were skeptical of Albai's intentions. It seems my master foresaw this. Albai sighed inwardly, then boldly stated something that left the progenitors utterly astonished. What if I brought cultivation methods that could aid the human clan? The moment these words left his lips, the three progenitors were momentarily stunned, only for their expressions to rapidly change. The human clan's most pressing dilemma lay in their lack of cultivation methods. As the Dragon King of the West Sea, Albai's assertion could very well hold truth. Swearing could not help but interject, "Friend, is your claim genuine?" Albai smiled proudly. "I come at the command of the Dragon Emperor. Naturally, it is true." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of the three progenitors. "Friend, let us proceed to the great hall of the human clan for further discussion. In the grand hall of the human race." Bai did not linger even for a moment, promptly presenting an overview of the cultivation technique bestowed by Ling Chen. The principles of the technique were remarkably straightforward. It entailed the establishment of an equitable symbiotic contract between the human and dragon races, enabling them to share both corporeal forms and spiritual essences. Consequently, the physical bodies of the humans would experience a substantial enhancement, thereby eliminating the peril of catastrophic demise during cultivation in this manner. The three ancestral figures of the human race expressed their overwhelming joy. "We shall be free to pursue the path of golden elixirs." They could hardly contain their elation with the resolution of cultivation issues and the sheer numbers of the human race. Their strength was bound to witness a terrifying escalation. The ancestral leaders had not anticipated that Bai would genuinely bring hope to their kind. However, a single remark from Bai plunged the ancestral figures back into despair. "Let me speak plainly. Since this is a symbiosis, not only will the human race share in the formidable physical and spiritual powers of the dragon race, but we shall also bear the weight of their karmic burdens." Upon hearing this, the three ancestral figures were rendered speechless. Karmic burden was a concept that struck fear into the hearts of all beings in the primordial world. The vivid memory of Bai's ascension to the Great Luo still lingered in their minds. The humans, being inherently frail, risked annihilation should they be tainted by such burdens. Hesitation enveloped the three ancestral figures. Meanwhile, Bai, unfazed, calmly stated, "You need not respond immediately that I plan to remain among the human race for a century. If after a century you have not made a firm decision, then this matter shall be laid to rest." After uttering these words, Bai settled into a meditative posture, leaving the ancestral figures of the human race in a state of bewilderment. Merely 3 years later, Bai departed from the ancestral grounds of the humans, his face alight with a smile, and returned to the West Sea a century past, with the resounding echoes of dragon roars resonating through the sky. True dragons descended from the West Sea, landing upon the ancestral grounds of the human race. This was merely the initial wave of dragons. Soon, many more would arrive from the 4 seas, on the other hand. The three ancestral figures of the human race had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Behind them stood an assembly of 100,000 elite humans, meticulously selected as the first batch of dragon symbionts. If all proceeded smoothly, more humans would step forward to sign contracts with the dragons. Yet, should complications arise, all would be for naught. For this inaugural collaboration, both the dragon and human races held immense significance, selecting only the finest among the elite that, if all went according to plan, the destinies of both races would undergo a monumental transformation. "Let us commence," Bai declared solemnly. The three ancestral figures of the human race nodded and turned to address the 100,000 elite humans below, instructing, "You shall now activate the technique and open your minds." As soon as the words left their lips, the 100,000 humans responded in unison, settling into a meditative stance and commencing the cultivation technique. Waves of spiritual essences, varying in intensity, surged upward. "Excellent. Bai exclaimed, turning to the 10,000 dragons behind him, and called, "Why do you not activate the technique and release your dragon souls?" At this, a resounding roar erupted from the 10,000 true dragons, their dragon souls cascading downward toward the spiritual essences of the 100,000 humans. Under the tense gaze of Bai and the humans, the elite's spiritual essences and dragon souls gradually made contact, merging seamlessly. That it is accomplished. The ease of this process astonished both Bai and the three ancestral figures, as they had anticipated the merging of souls to be the most arduous step. Now, it seemed that they merely needed to proceed methodically. A century later, the 100,000 humans stood suspended in the void, each adorned with an intricate dragon tattoo etched upon their foreheads. A formidable aura emanated from them, surpassing all expectations. The efficacy of the symbiotic method was indeed beyond their imagination. After the completion of the symbiosis ceremony, the humans not only experienced a qualitative enhancement in their physical forms and spiritual essences, but their combat prowess also underwent a significant leap. When combined with the strength of the dragons, the battle capabilities of these 100,000 dragon riders alone could rival the entirety of the human race. Excluding the three ancestral figures, the formidable power of the human-dragon symbiosis was evident. The three ancestral figures were overjoyed, while Bai's eyes sparkled with delight. The Dragon King of the West Sea. Bai could distinctly sense a portion of the dragon race's karmic burdens diminishing, that he was astounded that such a frail race as the humans could share in so much of this karmic weight. It was truly a source of great joy for him. Should the symbiotic numbers continue to increase, the karmic burdens of the dragon race would undoubtedly experience a significant reduction. Contemplating this, Bai glanced at the three ancestral figures of the human race, who, in turn, met his gaze. Their eyes were filled with joy and anticipation as they simultaneously declared, "If that is the case, let us hasten to initiate the second symbiosis ceremony." The number of participants for this symbiosis would be 100,000. Laughter erupted from both Bai and the three ancestral figures as they gazed skyward. From this day forth, the human and dragon races would embark together on the path of resurgence. Meanwhile, after countless years, a fierce conflict reignited between the witch and demon races. The animosity that had accumulated over years of conflict could no longer be dissolved. Even though the initial battle between the witches and demons had been deftly resolved by Ling Chen. After many years, the two races once again found themselves in the throes of violent confrontation. The clash quickly escalated into a war that affected countless beings of the primordial world. On the battlefield of the witches and demons, Jun and Tai had transformed into their true forms as golden crows. Beneath the onslaught of their blazing golden flames, the He Tu and Luo Shu unleashed a multitude of lethal formations, mercilessly reducing the witch race to ashes. The ominous tolling of the chaos bell reverberated through the void, its ceaseless chimes echoing far and wide. In the wake of the sound, the witches exhibited no resistance. Vanishing into nothingness in an instant, the 10 great demon gods led their legions of countless demon warriors into battle, forming formidable battle arrays and fighting valiantly. Conversely, the witch race was equally formidable. The 12 ancestral witches had transformed into towering figures, their terrifying blood energy and powers coalescing, capable of annihilating countless demon warriors with a mere gesture. The likes of Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu. The great witches fought fiercely, tearing through demon warriors with brutal ferocity. Even the ordinary witches displayed remarkable courage, drenched in blood as they battled valiantly. Beyond the witches and demons, numerous peripheral races affiliated with either side were coerced into the fray. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. The air was thick with blood and malice, staining the once picturesque mountains and rivers in dark crimson hues. Rumble. Thunder erupted as golden lightning crackled across the sky. Amidst the torrential storm, deep calamities descended from the heavens, permeating the primordial world. Among them, the calamities within the battlefield of the witches and demons were the most profound. Under the influence of these calamities, the conflict between the two races intensified, invoking even greater waves of malice to descend. That I end this vicious cycle. The calamities grew ever more ferocious. If this persists, the calamity of the witches and demons may erupt in full force. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, Ling Chen sat upon his dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the battlefield of the witches and demons as he murmured, "The second war between the witches and demons has commenced. The demon race has likely uncovered the secret of the slaughtering witch sword. The day when the dragon race achieves the status of a human totem is drawing near." Just as Ling Chen was deep in thought, a sudden voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Beep, detection of the war between the witch and the demon. Please choose Option 1. Remain a bystander and let events unfold, rewarded with a portion of the Primordial Qilin essence. Option 2. Utilize the Great Tao Incarnation Talisman once more to end the war between the witch and the demon, rewarded with 100,000 acres of Great Tao merit. After many years, the system's task has been reactivated. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as his gaze fell upon the two options, plunging him into contemplation. During the initial battle between the witch and the demon, Ling Chen had successfully used the Great Tao Incarnation Talisman to disrupt the conflict, thus reaping substantial benefits. However, even if Ling Chen had chosen not to intervene, the Heavenly Tao or Hongyun would have stepped in to mediate. Ling Chen merely acted preemptively. Such occurrences are singular in nature. Should Ling Chen choose to intervene again, it could potentially attract the scrutiny of Hongjun or even the Heavenly Tao, if discovered as a counterfeit of the Great Tao. The consequences would be dire. Although the reward for Option 2 was exceedingly generous, the risks inherent were monumental that it was inadvisable. As for Option 1, Ling Chen's gaze lingered upon the essence of the Primordial Qilin, a wave of excitement surging within him. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races were once the three supreme races of the Primordial era, favored by the essence of the Primordial. There exists a unique causal relationship among these three races. If Ling Chen's assumptions were correct, they must share a common origin. Moreover, upon unification, they could trace their roots back to the source. An idea blossomed in Ling Chen's mind. If the dragon race were to ascend to the status of a quasi-saint, they could utilize this Primordial Qilin essence to sever their mortality. Should they also possess the essence of the Yuan Phoenix, they could sever another mortality. The three bodies combined, even without merit, could achieve the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Could it be that the system intends for the ancestral dragon to attain sanctity? But why? Ling Chen was perplexed, yet he made his choice. System, I choose Option 1. Upon Ling Chen's decision to remain a bystander, the Palace of Niuhua, the 8 scenic palaces, the Jade Void Palace, the Azure Pool Palace, and the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain, the 6 great saints, including Niuhua, received the decree of the Heavenly Tao. The content of the decree was straightforward. The 6 saints were to intervene and halt the war between the witch and the demon. With the Heavenly Tao's command, how could the 6 saints, as representatives of the Heavenly Tao, possibly disobey? As the 6 figures appeared seemingly out of thin air upon the battlefield of the witch and demon, the overwhelming power of the saints erupted forth, reverberating throughout the realm. That it was indeed the 6 great saints intervening. The beings of the primordial realm immediately recognized the ordained 6 saints, their hearts brimming with delight. The witch and demon races were the 2 most formidable races of the primordial era. Aside from the saints, who else could prevent such a calamity? Back during the initial conflict, the 3 purities and Niuhua were merely quasi-saints. Yet now they had all attained sainthood. The 6 saints had once been repelled by the witch and demon races, but the circumstances were entirely different now. Indeed, as the beings of the primordial realm engaged in fervent discussion, Laozi of the Tai Ching stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority. "We come bearing the decree of the Heavenly Tao to mediate your conflict." Though Laozi's voice was gentle, it reached the ears of every living being in the primordial realm. However, the witch and demon races, blinded by their bloodlust, pretended not to hear Laozi's words and continued their slaughter. But Laozi's expression darkened suddenly, and he coldly commanded, "Cease this at once. Those who dare defy the Heavenly Tao should prepare to face our wrath." Unlike before, Laozi's voice now carried a chilling menace. The beings of the primordial realm had never witnessed Laozi in such a manner, and their hearts trembled. Even the combatants of the witch and demon races momentarily halted. their expressions solemn. The 12 ancestors of the witch, Emperor Jun, and Tai all ceased their actions, their faces grave. Though they harbored great disdain for the ordained 6 saints, they could not deny their formidable power. Laozi, Emperor Jun said coldly, his impatience evident. Why must you 6 saints interfere in matters between our races? Laozi's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently, the decree of the heavenly Tao must be followed, and we 6 saints shall naturally act in accordance. Emperor Jun furrowed his brows deeply. The ordained 6 saints had already made it difficult for the witch and demon races to cope, let alone the heavenly Tao. Yet if they were to withdraw now, Emperor Jun could hardly accept it. What exactly does the decree of the heavenly Tao entail? Surely it cannot be a fabrication born from your desire for revenge. Laozi's gaze turned icy, and he spoke with conviction. By the decree of the heavenly Tao, the witch and demon races must cease hostilities immediately. There shall be no large-scale conflicts for 1,000,000 years. Should you dare to defy, your lives shall be forfeit on the spot. Anyone could feel the bone-chilling menace in Laozi's voice. Should the witch and demon races continue their defiance, the 3 purities, Niwa, and the 2 saints of the West would undoubtedly unleash their saintly might to subdue them. Emperor Jun, the 12 ancestors of the witch, before the 6 great saints, even Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestors of the witch had no choice but to concede. Tai Ching, Emperor Jun muttered, what of 1,000,000 years hence? Laozi's gaze flickered slightly, and he replied nonchalantly, 1,000,000 years hence, you may do as you please. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Emperor Jun's expression improved considerably. Though 1,000,000 years is a long time, it is still bearable. Follow my command. Retreat to the Sun Star. With a cold snort, Emperor Jun issued the order. The 10 great demon gods, receiving the command, immediately led countless demon beings in a tide-like retreat towards the Sun Star. The witch race followed suit. In less than half a month, the once dominant forces of the witch and demon races in the void had completely dispersed. The heavens and earth were momentarily cleansed. Yet the ravaged mountains and lands had not been restored. Countless severed limbs and pools of blood remained, and wandering souls drifted through the wilderness, lost and without a home. The battlefield of the witch and demon had transformed into a realm of ghosts, the beings of the primordial realm. Since the aftermath of the battle, a profound sense of dread surged within them. The witch and demon races were extraordinarily powerful, their capacity for destruction immense. Although the war between the witch and the demon had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, the damage inflicted upon the primordial realm was no less severe than during the initial conflict. Had the 6 saints not intervened, the chaos between the witch and demon races would surely have spread throughout the entirety of the primordial realm, likely heralding a cataclysmic calamity that would terrify all beings. Fortunately, such a dreadful outcome did not come to pass, and all credit is due to the ordained 6 saints. The beings of the primordial realm turned their gazes towards the 6 great saints in the void. Their expressions filled with admiration and reverence. In the purple cloud palace, Hongyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He was quite pleased with the unfolding events in the primordial realm. The ordained 6 saints were indeed his creations, his disciples. Following this battle, the reverence of the beings of the primordial realm for the ordained 6 saints would undoubtedly soar, thereby enhancing his control over the primordial realm. Hongjun chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards the western sea, murmuring, what can mere anomalies do against the tide of destiny? They are but foolish attempts to obstruct the inevitable. In the dragon palace of the western sea, Ling Chen could almost envision Hongjun's current sense of triumph. Yet, Ling Chen had no regrets regarding his decision. His present strength was still lacking, far from the point of confronting Hongjun. Moreover, as the old adage states, to extinguish a person, one must first drive them to madness. To contend against the heavens, indeed, it is a delightful endeavor. Time flows endlessly. Time is the greatest remedy. Merely 100,000 years have passed. The tremors caused by the second war of the Lich and the Demon have largely dissipated. After the 2 clans retreated into seclusion, the primordial world has once again returned to its previous tranquility. However, the animosity between the Lich and the Demon clans runs deep. That Dijun's ambitions are also glaringly evident. merely awaiting the arrival of the million-year mark. It is likely that a decisive battle will ensue between the two clans. From the perspective of the will of the heavens, it is clear that the heavens do not intend to prevent this impending conflict a million years hence. This implies that a catastrophic calamity, sweeping across the entire primordial realm, is on the horizon. The beings of the primordial world soon become aware of this, and with hearts filled with trepidation, they retreat into seclusion, striving to elevate their cultivation levels. Each increment in strength translates to a greater chance of survival amidst the impending catastrophe. A tense atmosphere, akin to the looming threat of a storm, silently envelopes the skies of the primordial realm. Meanwhile, as the elder brother of the Saint Nuwa, Fuxi quietly departs from Mount Buzhou. Fuxi is a top-tier powerhouse of the same era as the three Pure Ones, Nuwa, and the two sages of Zhunti and Jieyin. In terms of cultivation, lineage, and other aspects, Fuxi is no less formidable. Yet in recent years, the denizens of the primordial realm only recognize the 6 ordained saints, Dijun, Tai Yi, and the 12 ancestor witches, hardly recalling Fuxi. A sense of dissatisfaction brews within Fuxi. He frequently attempts to divine his own fate, yet to no avail. Until one day, Fuxi finally gleaned a hint from the divination. Good fortune lies in the east. This omen is strikingly similar to the one he received before Nuwa ascended to sainthood. Fuxi immediately thinks of the mysterious figure by the eastern sea and promptly sets off in that direction. Gently, Fuxi knocks on the door of the shop of heavenly craft, respectfully declaring, "Fuxi has come to seek enlightenment. I humbly request an audience with the esteemed elder." As soon as his words fall, an electronic voice resonates in Ling Chen's mind. Beep! Fuxi has arrived to seek guidance. Please choose host. Option 1. Guide Fuxi on his path. Reward: a portion of the original essence of the Phoenix. Option 2. Avoid meeting. Reward: a random, exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Lead Fuxi into the Witch Clan. Reward: a strand of primordial purple energy. Fuxi has come. Ling Chen awakens with a sense of clarity, a knowing look in his eyes. According to the original trajectory of the primordial realm, following the second war of the Lich and the Demon, Fuxi would enter the monster court and swiftly deduce the great array of the celestial bodies. Concurrently, the secret of the witch-slaying sword would also be uncovered by the monster court. If Ling Chen wishes to disrupt the course of the primordial realm, guiding Fuxi into the Witch Clan would indeed be the optimal choice. However, Ling Chen is not inclined to do so. Understanding the trajectory of the primordial realm is one of his greatest trump cards, and he is not willing to relinquish it easily. Moreover, if the Dragon Clan seeks to advance further and become the totem of the human clan, it is essential for the Monster Clan to discover and refine the witch-slaying sword. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Chen makes his choice. System: I choose option 1. Meanwhile, creak, the door of the heavenly craft shop slowly opens. I have met the esteemed elder, Fuxi states, and upon seeing Ling Chen's golden body of will, he feels as though he is gazing upon the Tao itself, his expression a mixture of reverence and anticipation. He is awed by the terrifying power of this elder and equally hopeful that this elder can illuminate his path. Ling Chen smiles lightly and responds, "There is no need for formalities. Nuwa refers to me as Chun Xiong. You, as her elder brother, may do the same." Chun Xiong? Fuxi, being Nuwa's only brother and a well-known doting sibling, feels a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Nuwa sweetly calling him Chun Xiong. Yet, in the face of the path to enlightenment, he must suppress his chaotic thoughts and respectfully say, "Given Chun Xiong's strength, you should already be aware of my intentions. I beseech Chun Xiong for guidance." Despite Ling Chen's courteous demeanor, Fuxi maintains a low profile. After all, when a great figure shows you courtesy, it reflects their stature. However, if one mistakenly believes they can stand on equal footing with such a figure, that would be a sign of folly. As one of the top sages of the primordial realm, Fuxi's intellect is undoubtedly astute. Ling Chen's gaze falls upon Fuxi, as if he can penetrate the depths of his soul, and he speaks serenely. Compared to the ordained 6 saints, your path is fraught with far more obstacles. As Ling Chen's words echo, Fuxi's expression shifts repeatedly. At dawn the following day, Fushi emerges from the heavenly craft shop and heads directly towards the Sun Star. The Sun Star, the monster court. Since that fateful battle, Jieyin has been despondent, not only due to the abrupt interruption of the conflict, but also because of a piece of intelligence. Recently, the 12 ancestor witches of the Witch Clan, through a certain ritual, have acquired the 12 capital heavenly godly fiend array, in terms of high-end combat power. The Monster Clan is already slightly inferior to the Witch Clan, should the 12 capital heavenly godly fiend array be added to the mix. The Monster Clan is bound to suffer significant losses, potentially leading to their downfall or even extinction. Regrettably, I have yet to comprehend the great array of the celestial bodies. To deduce it through my own strength seems an insurmountable task. Alas, Jieyin sighs deeply. Beside him, Tai bears a look of shame. Though Tai possesses exceptional talent in cultivation, he is not adept at formations and cannot assist Jieyin in any way. Apart from the Xianmin, the only one who could aid his elder brother in the realm of formations is none other than Fushi. However, Fushi is Nuwa's brother, and thus he cannot force him into the monster court. Tai sighs repeatedly. Fushi, you say? Jieyin nods involuntarily. If Fushi could join the monster court, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Yet Fushi has the backing of the Saint Nuwa, leaving no reason for him to join the... Just as Jieyin and Tai ponder these thoughts, a voice suddenly calls from outside the hall. Your Majesties, Fushi seeks an audience. Fushi, Jieyin, Tai. Both Jieyin and Tai display expressions of astonishment. Just as they mention Fushi, he arrives. How could fate be this coincidental? Half a day later, in the grand hall of the monster court, Jieyin gazes at Fushi, who stands tall like a mountain below. His eyes filled with disbelief. Fu 11 D. Oh, you truly wish to join the monster court? Does Nuwa know? Fushi smiles lightly and replies, Your Majesty, I genuinely wish to join the monster court, and my younger sister is aware of it. Jieyin and Tai exchange glances, each seeing joy reflected in the other's eyes. Currently, the Monster Clan desperately needs a powerhouse like Fushi. If Fushi could join, Jieyin would have confidence in deducing the great array of the celestial bodies in a short time. However, Jieyin remains skeptical that Fushi would join so readily. Until he clarifies, Jieyin will always feel uneasy. Fushi, could you share your reasons for wanting to join the monster court? Anticipating Jieyin reaction, Fushi smiles calmly and states, My younger sister has achieved the status of a saint of the Tao. How could I, as her brother, lag behind? According to my calculations, my opportunity for enlightenment lies within the monster court. I implore both your majesties to grant me this chance. As the words of Fushi reverberated, Emperor Jun and Tai could not help but display expressions of understanding and joy. They were indeed enlightened by Fushi's ample reasoning, and their elation mirrored this realization. Without a hint of hesitation, Emperor Jun descended from his throne and approached Fushi with solemnity. I am grateful for your unwavering support, my friend, that I wish to appoint you as the Shi Emperor of the Demon Court, subordinate only to Tai and myself. Will you accept? Fushi, having no reason to decline, responded with a hearty laugh. It is indeed my wish, 100,000 years after the battle of witches and demons. Fushi entered the Demon Court. Roar! At the instant of Fushi's entrance, the Demon Court manifested, roaring incessantly, as if to welcome his arrival. Time flowed on, and another 100,000 years passed out on the Sun Star. Emperor Jun and Fushi sat facing each other. The river diagram and Luo book transformed into countless profound runes, suspended above them. Then, at a certain moment, buzz, the river diagram and Luo book trembled violently, and the multitude of runes began to spin rapidly. In just a few breaths, they coalesced into an expansive, boundless starry sky. Your Majesty, this is the moment, Fushi exclaimed. Emperor Jun's eyes snapped open. Ka! He forcefully expelled a drop of vital blood, transforming it into a miniature golden crow, which fell into the infinite starry expanse. Buzz! The sun star erupted with brilliant golden light. In the next moment, this golden radiance, centered around the sun star, swiftly connected with 365 main stars. Then, using these 365 main stars as a foundation, it linked with 14,800 secondary stars. Subsequently, with these 14,800 secondary stars as branches, it interconnected all the stars in the heavens. The chaotic celestial bodies in the vast starry sky transformed into a harmonious order. A terrifying power of formation erupted from the cosmos, intertwining with the stars of the primordial void. Buzz! The countless stars in the primordial void trembled in unison, and radiant starlight cascaded down, landing upon the sun star. The great formation of the celestial bodies was established. Emperor Jun and Fushi's eyes brimmed with unrestrained joy. After 100,000 years of relentless effort, they had finally deduced the great formation of the celestial bodies. Emperor, I owe you my deepest gratitude. Without your assistance, I could never have successfully deduced the great formation of the celestial bodies. Emperor Jun clasped Fushi's hands tightly, his gaze sincere. Fushi, discreetly withdrawing his hands, replied solemnly, Your Majesty, you flatter me. The great formation of the celestial bodies has only just been deduced. It requires further optimization. Moreover, we must refine the celestial banner of the great formation. Fushi spoke knowledgeably about the great formation, as if it were second nature. Emperor Jun nodded repeatedly, saying, Emperor, your insights are invaluable. However, this matter shall fall upon you. Upon hearing this, Fushi furrowed his brow and remarked, Your Majesty, as the primary array master, you should personally refine the star banner. Yet, Emperor Jun shook his head slightly, saying, The Emperor is unaware. Not long ago, Kunpeng discovered a secret method capable of breaking the physical defenses of the Witch Clan. Breaking the physical defenses of the Witch Clan? Fushi's eyes brightened with excitement. The mightiest aspect of the Witch Clan is their physical form, that if we can breach it, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Might I inquire as to the nature of this secret method? However, the words that followed from Emperor Jun extinguished the joy in Fushi's eyes. Kunpeng discovered that by affixing the souls of the human race to spiritual treasures, one could easily penetrate the physical defenses of the Witch Clan. Should we gather enough souls, we might even breach the corporeal forms of the ancestral witches. I have dubbed this plan the Slaughter Witch Sword. As he spoke, Emperor Jun's gaze remained fixed on Fu 11. It was no wonder Emperor Jun was so concerned. The human race is a creation of Nuwa, and Fushi is Nuwa's brother. There exists a myriad of intricate connections between the human race and Fushi. Should Fushi object, the refinement of the Slaughter Witch Sword would certainly face considerable resistance. This was precisely why Emperor Jun chose to disclose the information regarding the Slaughter Witch Sword to Fushi only now. Fushi, ever astute, immediately grasped Emperor Jun's reservations and fell into deep contemplation. Emperor Jun, too, refrained from disturbing him, patiently awaiting Fushi's response. Time passed, and just as Emperor Jun's heart grew restless, Fushi suddenly raised his head and spoke. Your Majesty, my sister once mentioned that the human race must rely on its own strength to survive in the primordial world, as long as they do not seek to exterminate the human race. My sister will not intervene. As for me, he paused before continuing, I do not oppose the refinement of the Slaughter Witch Sword, but I shall not partake in it. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was filled with overwhelming joy, exclaiming, The Emperor need only focus on the celestial banner of the Great Formation. The refinement of the Slaughter Witch Sword shall be entrusted to us brothers. Fushi remained indifferent, stating softly, In 100 years, I shall commence the refinement of the celestial banner of the Great Formation. Your Majesty may prepare accordingly. Emperor Jun nodded repeatedly, his heart brimming with happiness as he began to make arrangements. Fushi's willingness